Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite daylight savings enthusiast, Adam Frienden.
You know I hate daylight savings. We were supposed to get rid of this in California. We're still laboring under it. I
You
guess
can't
it
have
would
it.
be weird if
It would be weird if you didn't have it where you live, but I had it where I live.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
No.
what?
It's gotta be a nationwide thing. Okay. Can't
Well,
have
there's
it daylight
supposedly bills to get it removed nationwide, so we'll see how those
Right.
pan out. But enough of that stupid nonsense. What are we
That's
watching today, Sitch?
Today we're watching this is very contentious. I don't listen. We've watched a couple of these congressional hearings.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any of them becoming so heated so much where our sitting representatives are yelling at each other, arguing with each other, talking over each other. But that's what this is. There's a lot of heated exchange in this conversation, which is kind of funny.
Now, is this evidence of Tim Pool's Civil War? Are we going to? Is there going to be like a caning on the House floor?
There's no. This is not evidence of Civil War. So today we're watching Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberg were brought in by, I believe, the Republicans to testify about, the Hunter Biden laptop story and the Twitter files and all of that stuff. And there's some interesting stuff that happens in this congressional hearing. It's unfortunate. I kind of hate the narrative. Before we get into it, I'm going to say I kind of hate the narrative around this story around Twitter files from all directions. I'm going to take the most enlightened centrist position and say I hate everyone's feelings on this topic.
Right. Which means everyone's going to hate your take.
Right.
Like immediately.
It's like, you have the left, which is basically like, it's a nothing burger. There's nothing happening. Blah, blah. The real problem is somehow Donald Trump. And that's basically what the Democrats in this, hearing do. And they just try to downplay or pretend like it doesn't exist or bring up things that are completely unrelated. And you're like, oh my God. It's gonna make me want to, Minecraft myself. But then when you listen to the right talk about this, it's just like, oh my God, we have definitive proof that the FBI and the government was telling Twitter to, censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. And you're like, that's not what it says.
Right.
That's not, there's no evidence that that's happening. And it's just like, it's annoying because people take something that's true. There's truth here. And there's something that's real here, which is that if the United States government is telling a private company like Twitter, which is a very important outlet for information, if the government is telling Twitter that they believe that they should remove certain things, okay? Obviously, we can all see if we're all gonna be adults and we're not gonna do this pretend obtuse BS that so many people on the internet do, we all know that has a potential for abuse. Obviously.
Hell yeah. Terrible abuse.
Yes. And since we live in a country where freedom of speech and the First Amendment is very important, I believe if the government is asking Twitter to take certain things down, the way that should be addressed is that those asks should be public. Everything should be publicly available, unless, of course, it has to do with top secret information or something. But, the stuff that they're talking about has nothing to do with that. It should be public so that we, the citizens, can say, oh, is the government exerting undue influence onto Twitter? Because, I realized this yesterday when I was listening to this. If Twitter is just owned by a random person, or they just own Twitter and nothing else, you can say, oh, maybe it's not a big deal. Twitter can push back against the government. They're not going to feel pressure necessarily. But if Twitter's owned by imagine if Twitter's owned by a larger company that has to deal with a bunch of other government contracts and things of that nature, all of a sudden, you're going to be like, maybe Twitter is going to be influenced by the government more because they're worried about their other businesses, right?
Yeah.
And then I realized,
that's exactly what happens with SpaceX.
And then I'm like, wait a minute, that's already happened because of Elon Musk owns Twitter now. And yes, because SpaceX and Tesla and all these other businesses he owns, the Boring Company, all these other businesses he owns, which are very
government,
very involved with government and government contracts and government regulations. So it's very ripe for there to be undue influence on Twitter from the government. So this is a real concern that needs to be addressed maturely and non-politically tribally But obviously, we can't live in that world because the left wants to pretend that there's no problem, and the right wants to pretend, like, for pure political purposes, that the evil left-wing government, was getting rid of the Hunter Biden laptop story or something. And it's just frustrating because it's like, can't we come together as adults and realize there's a potential here for danger, and we need to actually solve this potential? But
cool. Grendel just gifted 20 subs to the channel, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Grendel, for that. Yeah. Yes, thank you. But we had this conversation with Connor Counterpoints,
right?
About whether the FBI was trying to get rid of the Hunter Biden story, and he'll be happy to know that essentially every Republican in Congress and even Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberg basically hold Counterpoints' position. So they all believe in the same, implicit theory that I haven't seen any evidence of.
Yeah. So you assume wrongly they hold that position.
Yeah. No, they have it. I disagree with that position. I haven't seen evidence of that position.
Right. And but Matt Taibbi's looked at millions of documents. So
we'll see. But he actually hasn't, as they talked about in this hundreds of thousands at.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That actually comes up in the conversation.
Like 100 or 100,000 is a million.
That's right. No, someone says, "Do you have millions of Twitter documents?" And he's like, "No, that's way too much."
Okay.
We'll say a couple 100,000. But no, see, but that's another thing that annoys me about the Twitter files too, is that I feel like Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberg, they'll have something that's like significant, but then they always take it like a step further than what the evidence shows.
Right.
And to me, it's like, oh, it really hurts their credibility.
Right. PC also gifted 10 subs to the channel, so thank you
so much, PC.
Yeah. Let's get into this video. I want to hear some yelling. I want congressmen yelling at other congressmen.
Yep.
This is what happens when you reward them with your votes. When people start voting because they're like, I like that tongue lashing that they gave them on the Senate floor on the House floor.
Right.
Then you get more tongue lashings, don't you?
Yep. There is a lot of performance going on here.
Woo! Based.
Welcome, everyone, to the second hearing of the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. In the run-up to the 2020 presidential election, FBI Special Agent Elvis Chan, in his deposition in Missouri versus Biden, said that he repeatedly informed Twitter and other social media platforms.
Was that Elvis Chan, he said?
Yes.
Is that like a Sitch Chan and an Adam Chan?
Well, so here's my suggestion.
Elvis Chan?
Since this is like very long.
Start up with the memes already?
We should try to like let them, unless it's something like super pertinent.
No. I have to address the Elvis Chan. We have to know. Is this a big titty Elvis? Do they show photos in this hearing? This is what people want to know.
We should try to let them say like their whole line of questioning, or at least their whole speech if they're just speechifying, and then
look, we aren't even 10 minutes in. One of Sammy G's friends is still watching. We have to bring up the anime titties.
So if you Google Elvis Chan, you're going to be very disappointed at him.
Damn it! Okay.
You're going to be very disappointed. I will say, they bring up Elvis Chan as a person who worked for the FBI for many years, and then ended up doing something. I don't know if it's weird. It sounds weird. Who, after they worked for the FBI for many years, they went back to like a naval school and got a postgraduate degree, and then got a job at Twitter.
Wow!
And their postgraduate thesis was about Russian trolls on the internet.
Oh wow! Okay, so they're like maybe on the social justice end of the spectrum.
Well, I don't know if they're on that. They're just very like hyper sensitive to Russian interference. I don't know what their politics are beyond that.
Okay.
But no, it's funny because their name Elvis Chan sounds so fake and weird.
Yeah, of course. Why are we talking? That's why we're talking about it. Yes. Obviously. So, look, we have had Adam Chans and Sitch Chans on the show for like years now. So I'm wondering, where's the Elvis Chan?
They say his name a million times, and you can't help but smile every time someone says Elvis Chan. You're like, really?
All right, I won't pause anymore.
Okay.
platforms of the likelihood of a hack and leak operation in the run-up to that presidential election. He did it even though there was no evidence. In fact, he said in his deposition that we hadn't seen anything, no intrusions, no hack, yet he repeatedly told him something was coming. Joel Roth, head of trust and safety at Twitter, testified that he had had regular meetings with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and other folks regarding election security. During these weekly meetings, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected a hack and leak operation. The expectations of a hack and leak operation were discussed throughout 2020, and he was told they would occur in a period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. And finally, he said, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. So, what did the government tell him? A hack and leak operation was coming. How often did the government tell him this? Repeatedly for a year. When did the government say it was going to happen? October of 2020. And who did the government say it would involve? Hunter Biden. Now think about it. Government had no evidence of any intrusions, no evidence of a hack and leak, yet for a year they tell Twitter that a hack and leak is coming, it's coming in October, and it will involve Hunter Biden. No evidence, but the FBI knows what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and who it's going to involve. Now that's amazing. That is amazing to me. Maybe they get the time right. We're kind of used to October surprises every 4 years. So maybe they get the time right, but they got the time, they got the method, and they got the person. That's amazing. It's almost like these guys were clairvoyant. How did they know? How did they know? Maybe it's because they had the laptop, and they had had it for a year. They had the laptop, they knew it wasn't hacked, but that's not what they told Twitter. They didn't tell Twitter that information, and Twitter believed, frankly, everything they said. In those weekly meetings, the FBI had built a cozy relationship with this tech company and others as well, we believe. Emails between the FBI and Twitter began with the greeting, hey, Twitter folks. Emails that asked Twitter to take down accounts and limit visibility of tweets. The FBI handed out security clearance to folks at Twitter. They communicated with Twitter on this secret teleporter app where messages disappear after a certain length of time. And of course, they paid Twitter $3.4 million. In addition, on August 6, 2020, the FBI briefed Senators Grassley and Johnson, and according to the senator's testimony last month in front of this committee, the briefing was bogus and done so someone could go leak that the briefing had happened and undermine the senator's investigation. In September of 2020, a government-funded think tank gets involved. They do a tabletop exercise. The participants include the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other mainstream media outlets. Facebook is there. Mr. Roth of Twitter is there. The organizer was the former CEO of NPR and the former head of news at Twitter. The mock exercise is hosted by the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute, which, by the way, in 2020, their budget was $9.3 million. $5 million from the State Department, $4 million from USAID. Almost all their budget. Guess the title. Guess the title of this exercise. The Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group. And guess who the subject was? Guess who the subject was? Hunter Biden. That's amazing. October 14, 2020, the New York Post runs the story on the Biden laptop and Twitter takes it down, even though it was accurate and even though it didn't violate Twitter's rules. Other social media companies do the same. Mainstream press works to downplay and discredit the story. Finally, as if on cue, 5 days later, on October 19th, 51 former Intel officials signed a letter with the now famous sentence, the Biden laptop story has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Something that was absolutely false. Our government built a cozy relationship with big tech. They primed him for a hack and leak operation. They funded the think tank, which further primed big tech and big media. They leaked information to undermine the good work of 2 United States senators. And then 51 former Intel officials closed the deal with their letter. As Mr. Schellenberger pointed out in his reporting, the information op was run on us, run on we the people. And if that's not the weaponization of government, I don't know what is. And I'll get to this in a second, but I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. I'll get to this after we allow the ranking member her opening statement. I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Before my opening.
Okay, so regarding so there are some things that need to be clarified or fact checked about what Jim Jordan said. So, because I had to spend a lot of time looking into everything that he said.
Well, he said a lot of stuff there.
He said a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, regarding Elvis Chan. So he said Elvis Chan repeatedly warned, Twitter and Facebook that there was going to be this, hack and leak Hunter Biden thing. And that's not really true, or not really accurate. So Elvis Chan in his testimony said that he twice told Facebook and Twitter and some other people at these meetings that there was this potential for a hack and leak operation by the Russians around October. And he did not say it was anything regarding the Hunter Biden laptop. There's sort of like a conflation of a bunch of different people saying different things that are kind of all getting piled into one scenario that Jim Jordan's kind of putting here. And here, the big problem I have with this narrative that Jim Jordan is kind of laying out and that other people are laying out is they're saying it's just such a coincidence that, why is it that the FBI, they take the laptop, right, in December of 2019 or November of 2019, and then they just coincidentally, they just tell Twitter and Facebook and all these other companies to expect a hack and leak operation around November, right, from the Russians. It's just a coincidence. And they just, some Aspen Institute, they mentioned that it could be around Hunter Biden's laptop. How are all these coincidences piling up? It must be conspiracy, right? That's the argument that's kind of being laid out.
Yeah.
The problem is there's a huge puzzle piece here that they're all leaving out that actually explains why this information is being communicated the way it's been communicated. Okay. So the first thing is obviously the Russians did a hack and leak, or at least we believe the Russians did a hack and leak operation with Hillary's emails in the last presidential election. So it's not a huge leap of logic to think, well, maybe they're going to do it again, right?
Sure, yeah. Pattern.
So that's the first thing. But the second thing here, which they all laid out, is that in January of 2020, when the FBI started warning Facebook and Twitter of this, Russians hacked Burisma. Nobody talks about this.
Right. Okay. What for?
They took a bunch of emails. They hacked and stole a bunch of emails from Burisma.
Okay.
Why do you think they did that?
Probably looking for something on Hunter Biden.
Ah, of course.
Yeah. I mean,
of course. Oh, what a twist!
Yeah, so they want to. Are they trying to, like, is there a postulation that some of the emails are from that Burisma hack?
To my knowledge, some of the hard drives.
Wow.
Some of the hard drives that have been found, that have been copied, of the original Hunter Biden laptop, supposedly. Some sources are claiming that some of the emails have been altered or some information has been altered. But to my knowledge, the emails that we've seen, the ones that everyone makes, the big deal about, 10% to the big guy and all that stuff, all that stuff in the pictures, obviously, all that stuff is been confirmed to be legitimate.
Authentic, yeah. But
authentic.
Not necessarily from Hunter Biden's laptop, though. It's confirmed to be.
Well,
the provenance of Hunter Biden's laptop is, sketchy.
Sure, we don't have any information that the things that have come out from Hunter Biden's laptop is either fake or not from his laptop. We don't have any information about that,
right?
To my knowledge,
right.
So everything that we've seen so far has been mostly confirmed.
So what is the point of the Russians hacking Burisma?
Well, so
Why do
the
you bring that
Russians
up?
hacked Burisma to try to dig up dirt on Hunter Biden, obviously, and on Burisma in
Hmm.
2020. And
So
so
that's what
that's
the FBI is talking about.
yeah, so exactly. So it's like literally the Russians do this thing. So then the FBI says, "Oh, the Russians did this thing. Maybe they're going to leak something around, the election time." The Aspen Institute, and by the way, you can Google this yourself. If you go to Google and you set the time parameters to like December of 2019 to February of 2020, and you type in Russian Burisma hack, you'll see a million articles about this. Like everyone just, forgot that this happened.
Well, they
Um,
didn't FBI it's I believe the FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop in like 2019 though. So I mean, this
That's what
was
I'm saying. They had it. Yeah, they had it in October, December 2019,
so they already
and then
had
right
the
after
Hunter
that's
Biden
when
laptop,
the Russians
right?
hacked Burisma.
So they're not when they start talking about Russians dropping something, they're not talking about the laptop that they've had since 2019. They're talking about the recent hack at Burisma, and they don't know what the Russians got out of that.
Well, that's my argument. Though
Yeah.
to be fair, like they happen around the same time.
Hmm.
So it's not like it happens a month. The Russians hacking Burisma happens about like a month or two after the FBI picks up the laptop.
Oh, okay.
But that's part of what confuses the timeline. Because like, oh, it's this coincidence. A couple of months after they pick up the laptop, the FBI is saying this. It's like, well, they're saying it because the Russians literally just hacked Burisma.
Right.
And the
Yeah.
Russians did this before with Hillary's emails. And
They
so
know
that's
what's on
why,
the laptop. They don't know what is in the hack, in the Burisma
yes,
hack.
right. And that's why the Aspen Institute did this exact scenario around Hunter Biden because the Russians just hacked Burisma. And another thing that's being forgot, and you say, why the Russians hacked Burisma? This is around the time period that Donald Trump is being impeached for trying to pressure Zelensky
Oh my God.
doing doing investigations on Burisma.
So who knows what they'll dig up?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, wait a minute. So while Donald Trump is being impeached, because
Right.
of the Burisma, Russians hack Burisma emails, right?
Yeah.
So it's like obviously, and it's all related to Hunter Biden. So it's not a coincidence that people are like, well, it's very possible there's going to be a leak about Hunter Biden. Because obviously that's what everyone was talking about at the time period. We just forget about it because it's been 3 years since it happened.
Yeah. The Hunter Biden stuff wasn't a secret. It literally came up at the presidential debate. They talked about him being a
Yes.
drug addict and shit.
Yes.
It wasn't like
Yes.
some
Yes.
big, we didn't need to see the crack pictures to know Hunter Biden was a crackhead.
Right. So, okay. So all that is a puzzle piece that never gets talked about, which kind of completely should really change your perception about a lot of this stuff. The other thing is that both, now they could be lying, but
Hold on a
both,
second. How would it change my perception? Let's say I
because
believe, obviously.
because the argument was sort of, why was the FBI talking about Russian hack and leak operations? Why was Aspen Institute talking about Hunter Biden's laptop? It's just such a coincidence.
Hmm.
And it's like, well, it's only a coincidence if you remove these key elements from what was happening in the world at the time that make it not a coincidence, which is that it's about, it's right after the Russians hacked Burisma. It's during the impeachment campaign that's literally about Burisma and Hunter Biden.
But
So this is on everyone's mind.
the right wing narrative, though, is that the FBI is bringing this stuff up to signal to Twitter to bury the Hunter laptop story,
right,
that it's
right.
because it's misinformation.
Right.
But really, you're saying they're signaling about other things that could have been dug up in the recent hack of
Yes.
Burisma, which they don't know what they are.
Right. And by the way, when they talk about these hack and leak operations, they never said it. They were never saying it was fake. They were just saying it was going to be hack and leak.
Right.
Too. So that kind of gets, lost in this. But so
Yeah.
anyway,
Who started the narrative that it was misinformation?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Probably some people on the left, to try to defend Joe Biden.
Of course. Yeah. That makes
So
sense.
another thing is that now, of course, they could be lying, but Elvis Chan and Jim Baker both testified under oath that they did not know that the FBI had picked up Hunter Biden's laptop.
Mhm.
So that's, you can take that as how you want.
And Jim
Elvis-
Jones was the guy who was just talking, right?
Jim Jones is who was talking. Jim Baker was a former FBI guy who was one of
Oh,
the
you
attorneys.
said Jim Baker.
Yes.
Okay.
Jim Baker was a former FBI guy who worked at Twitter
Right.
and he was their head counsel or something. And he's in the Twitter file emails that Matt Taibbi put out. You can see him kind of talking about the laptop, and he says he advises caution. He says it could be, could be hacked and stolen, or it could be legitimate. He's seen information for both, but he advises caution. That was basically what his email said.
Okay. He's the guy who's obsessed with Russian disinformation.
No, that's Elvis Chan.
No, Elvis Chan. Is Elvis Chan the PhD guy?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So they both said that they didn't know the FBI had the laptop. Elvis Chan said that Hunter Biden was not referenced in any of the meetings that he went to about this hack and leak operation whatsoever. And then here's what's kind of annoying too. So before this happened, before this, hearing that we're watching happening, Yoel Roth, who was, I think, the head of trust and safety at Twitter, and Jim Baker and some other person who worked at Twitter all testified before Congress.
I remember that.
Right. What's the one question that you would think should be the main question that you would ask them, or the Republicans should ask them, about this whole Hunter Biden situation?
Did you think that the FBI was telling you to suppress a Hunter laptop story?
Of course! I've seen... You knew immediately! You knew immediately!
Look, I would ask him that. Like, is this guy sworn in? Okay, first question.
Yes! And you know what? No one ever
asked him that? Fuck.
No one ever asked him that fucking question! Never! They had the guy there. They never asked him this question.
And he's under oath and everything?
Yes,
because they don't. Because
you got him right there.
Because they're going to give the answer that they don't want. He's going to say, "No, we came up with that on our own."
Right.
Look, none of us wanted Trump to get elected. We all have TDS. Not only that, they were kind of reading into the tea leaves deliberately.
That's exactly it.
They're like, I think they're telling us to suppress this story. Do you feel that? Yes, I do. Okay, let's do it. The FBI was just their justification. They wanted to do it. They needed justification. The FBI was there for that. That's the way I read it, but.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't know if I was cutting in and out because like my thing wasn't hard.
Yeah.
My thing wasn't hardwired in until just a second ago. But.
You were cutting. You weren't cutting in at all, but I just kept talking. So.
Oh, okay.
Shall we continue?
But no, I meant like my audio. But,
yeah. Right. Your audio was shoddy. So here we go.
You can just tell me.
No, I'll let you figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
Look, we're doing a show here. You know we're live, right?
Thank you, partner.
You know we're live.
Right.
Let's. So, what research have you done on Miss Plaskett? Plaskett.
So yeah, so then we'll watch what
ranking member. I like that.
Right. So then we'll
now. Why do they call her the House minority member? Because that's
because she's black, obviously.
That's a little. I was like,
pretty racist, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, ooh, the ranking minority member.
I know.
What the like? That's a little cringe.
I know. They might as well call her the head. The HNC, right? I mean, if they're gonna go that racist, they might as well just go full blown.
God, I can't believe you did that.
I didn't say it. They're calling the ranking minority member. I think it's pretty offensive. Oh my. Listen, people in chat are saying it's not about the race. It's because the Democrats are the minority power position. Yeah, I believe that.
Sure.
That sounds like a bunch of nonsense.
That sounds like a bunch of cope.
That sounds like a lot of cope. Okay. And even if that's true, listen, it's the year 2023. Okay, people can't use the word like master and slave anymore because it's offensive. You can't use the word field hand anymore because it's offensive. I don't know if you know this. Okay, you can't use the word field anymore because it's offensive, right? So I think that it's time for Congress to update its terms and switch from using minority. We need to think of something else. What's another term we can use here?
Field. Hold on. Field is. Why is field?
Because it makes people think of slavery.
So you can't say like playing the field or
no.
What do you do when you go to a baseball game? How do they talk about
playing the grass?
What do they call the players who are out?
Baseball players. What do you mean?
Yeah, but what
Oh,
about
out like
like right
outfielders?
field or left field?
He's an out grasser.
What do they do?
He's an out pitcher. I don't know.
I don't like this.
You can't even. You're not even
All
supposed
this
to use the word chief
terminology.
anymore. You can't be the chief in charge of anything.
Okay,
So,
chief.
chief of staff. Yeah, exactly.
What about so we're getting rid of CEO? There's no more chief
Oh, you're right.
executive officer.
You're right. That's I
Like,
forgot. That's what the C and CEO mean.
yeah, what the hell?
That's true. Can't
Oh,
use it.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. It's a brave new world out there,
Well, listen.
guys.
We'll call it. We'll change CEO. She'll be replaced with HNC. So.
You did it again. Look, I don't like that term.
I know you.
It makes me think a racist thought. You're doing it on purpose. Stop it.
I am. So okay, so we're gonna look Miss Plaska. I do feel like they got. It's just she's very even if what she's saying is true or you agree with her, she's not good on camera. She has a very Karen energy to her.
Oh you look at you.
So it's very she needs to work on it. She definitely needs to work on it. She does not come across Jim Jordan. If he's saying something is true or false, he has a very good presence on camera. He's very charismatic.
Right.
Miss Plaskett, on the other hand, does not, unfortunately for her. So.
What district is she in? Do you know? Here, I'll look it up.
I don't remember
Miss
exactly.
Plaskett.
Daniel the Bruce for $20. Thanks so much, Daniel. Says, hypothetically, let's say the American public is Jordan Peterson's Twitter, and the government asked the censor was a cum milking video. We should definitely get to see the cum milking video prominently. There you go. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. Someone posted a video of what appeared to be a porn fetish video, and they claimed it was like from some sort of secret lab in China. And Jordan Peterson retweeted it out.
Yeah.
Saying, "Oh, this is so like something about like this is your Chinese techno future or something." And I was like, "I'm pretty sure this is porn, Jordan. I don't think this is actually like what they're doing in China."
Jordan's lost his mind. Take a guess at what?
California.
Wrong.
New York.
Wrong. You're never gonna guess it in a million years because it's just so insane.
Give me a hint.
If you guessed every one of the 50 states, you would be wrong. How's that for a hint? How is that for
was she
a hint?
DC? Puerto Rico? Like what the fuck?
U.S. Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands? They have representatives? I didn't even know. What the hell?
I know.
I didn't even know that. Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh wait, maybe it's just delegate to the U.S. No, she's like a congressperson.
Yeah, she's a representative. Are you sure about this?
It could be incorrect. Wait.
House Rep.
United States House of Representatives election to the United States Virgin Islands.
You're right.
2012. Yeah.
Wow,
no.
I didn't even know that they had actually, you know what? I think they all have like one.
Right.
The Virgin Islands and some I forget. There's like CPG Gray did a video where he kind of went through like all the different non-states we have, and there's like the different categories, and yeah, I think some of them have one representative.
It's so ridiculous that I don't even want to believe it.
That's super weird that she's in this position, but I don't know. Maybe she's good. I don't know. She doesn't come across good in this conversation, but maybe she's good on the floor. I have no clue. Hayden Dillon says, "Time to unvirgin these islands."
Oh yeah.
There you go. He's a fan. Chevy
He
Dirty
must
Max
be
for
playing the
$20.
field.
There you go. Says Sitch and Adam exposed. They're not liberal centrist. They're liberal centrist monarchist. The A and A team stands for aristocracy, and the S and S class stands for stratified society.
Wow.
There you go. Thank you.
Sitch, all about that hierarchy.
True. And Phoenix for $20 says, I still retain that there wasn't some secret cabal between social media and the feds, but rather a notion that Trump had to go no matter what, and they just happened to be in lockstep out of coincidence. S-class gets booba. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that.
The booba or the
booba
thing that he said?
Right.
Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, we've pretty much said that position again and again. That it's
yeah,
just,
I think it's more more question of their
everyone's on the
unconscious.
same
Even though
page,
Yoel Roth didn't want to get rid of the Hunter Biden laptop story, which is interesting because he always gets painted as a villain in this for some reason, and he was in favor of allowing it to stay up. So So I think he was unfairly maligned. But I do think that a lot of the people at Twitter are just, and even the FBI, I think they were just basically operating under their unconscious, biases. I think with Twitter, it was a left-wing bias, obviously.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get back to it.
Opening statement. Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, it's been my understanding that one of the witnesses has, within the last half an hour, released additional information that the Republicans may, and you as the majority, may have been able to review and have information about. And if that information is in fact going to be used at this hearing, I just want the point of order to be recognized that the Democrats have not been able to review or to see any of that information. Will you be using any of the information?
That's our sneak attack information. Ha ha! You don't get to see it.
Information that has recently been released by. Excuse me? Will you be using any of that information?
We'll be using whatever information our staff has put together for us to use at this hearing.
And have you had that information before this hearing began, before today?
We use all information that is given to our staff, and we will use it to make sure we educate the American people.
And information that you have not shared with us?
Oh, we think it was posted online.
Within just this half an hour, the last 20 minutes, but it's not information.
It's public information.
Wait, do you want us to get you a copy of it? Because we can make a copy.
I think we can go online and find a copy. We can look on our Twitter accounts and see it. But I just want the point of order that you have not shared any of that with us. And I understand.
Hey, we saw this thing on Twitter. You should check it out real quick.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Is this not comical?
It is comical because you're like, well, first of all, we don't know what information she's even referring to.
Yeah,
is it
of
a big
course.
deal? Is it a little deal? No one knows. Whatever. It could be something that's nothing. It could be important, right?
Oh, look, Matt Taibbi tweeted.
Right, but then at the same time, Jim Jordan is being very weaselly and dishonest because she asked a very specific question. So he said, "Did you have this information before today?" And he doesn't answer that question. And then she stupidly moves off that into just kind of going on this whole like, well, you didn't have this information. But
we never get to the bottom of what is the secret sneak attack information that they have.
No,
the
they
Democrats
never really get
have.
to the bottom of it.
So it leads me to believe, and and this could be incorrect, but it leads me to believe that it's public information, and she's complaining about someone tweeted something out, and they're going to use it, but they didn't send it to the Democrats first.
Well, no, what it seemed like what happened was they sort of talk about it later, but not exactly what it is. Matt Taibbi sent the Republicans some statement that he was going to make that supposedly contained additional information, and they didn't send it to the Democrats or make it publicly available until 20 minutes before this thing.
Right.
That's what they're complaining about.
Right. She just got something dropped on her desk, and she's like, "You can't do that. I need 24 hours. I got to read this stuff."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And that you may have.
Maybe they mailed it to her office in the Virgin Islands, and it'll get there in like 20 days.
Have been looking at this long before today's hearing.
We obtained it at the same time frame that was
Excuse
posted
me,
online.
before we continue, is one of your colleagues trying to speak to me? Or I think this was a conversation between you and me.
I know. I love this.
Oh my God.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. But see, then there Jim Jordan seemed to say we got this the same time and we put it online, which would imply that they only got it 20 minutes beforehand too.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, why doesn't he just say that and just say, well, no, we just got it when we put it on? That would completely circumvent the entire argument.
Yeah. No.
It's a parliamentarian, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
It's the gentlelady's time.
Okay. All right. Well,
And I recognize you for an opening statement.
I had a point of order, which I was asking you to address.
And I answered your question.
Okay, great. Now I will begin my opening statements. 3 weeks ago, House Oversight had this hearing with actual Twitter executives who had actual firsthand knowledge about what happened in 2020. And that didn't go so well for the House Republicans.
Well, okay, I won't try to pause it too much, but so if you have someone that's looked at emails that other people sent, is that not firsthand knowledge of the information that was being discussed?
It sure is. It totally is.
It does.
Yeah.
It does seem very weaselly to be like, actual people with actual firsthand knowledge. It's like, it's
I
not.
mean,
That's not very honest.
those execs might not even have access to that information. Who knows?
Right.
I don't know their corporate structure.
Because real evidence showed that there wasn't coordination between Twitter and the federal government, as they like the American people to believe, and that all the so-called Twitter files really showed was a discussion on content moderation, and that we only got a fraction of the discussion. So now we're back again, no surprise. What else have they got to talk about? Not what's interested in the American people are interested, not what taxpayer dollars have brought us here to Washington to do. And the Republicans have brought in 2 of Elon Musk's public scribes to really—
Ooh, punching him in the face.
Oh my God.
Get over here. Take a dictation, Matt Taibbi. I want to write a note. I need to make a grocery list. Get over here and write this down.
These cherry-picked, out-of-context emails and screenshots designed to promote his chosen narrative, Elon Musk's chosen narrative, that is now being parroted by the Republicans, because the Republicans think that these witnesses will tell a story that's going to help them out politically.
So she has the order of operations backwards here, because first of all, I do believe Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberg, when they kind of explain the process here and in other interviews I've seen, they're not given specific information. They're basically given a tool where they could search for what they wanted, and then they were given for what they searched for, essentially.
Right.
So it is very dishonest for her to be like, oh, Elon Musk is sitting on high. They always try to paint Elon Musk as a bad guy. Elon Musk is sitting on high, and he's just sort of like giving them specific information to leak out. That's not at all what's going on.
Right.
And in fact, the reason I say she has it backwards is because, from my opinion, I think Elon Musk has kind of jumped onto the right-wing version of events after seeing the reaction of the public. I don't think he crafted this narrative. I think he saw the narrative and then he jumped onto it, specifically because the left, the second he bought Twitter, the left attacked him very brutally. Not just publicly, but you had all these organizations that basically tried to rip away all, and succeeded in a lot of aspects, rip away all the advertisers from Twitter.
Yeah.
They're doing everything they can to try to destroy him, including, and this comes up in this a little bit, comes up in this conversation, including Democrats in government have been slapping Elon Musk, and maybe some of it's legitimate, maybe some of it's not legitimate, with all sorts of like, you need to check all your, you need to do all this regulatory stuff to check to make sure all this, all your regulations in check, blah, 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 which obviously is going to cost time and money and make, a big, huge hassle for Elon Musk and Twitter. And so if you're Elon Musk and you say, okay, I'm being attacked brutally from the left, both publicly and in the press and by the government itself.
Yep.
And so I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that his quote unquote pivot to the right is a cynical attempt to say, well, I need allies in the press.
Yeah.
I need protection in Washington. So he needs to, and it's kind of unfortunate that this is the society and world that we live in. He needs to sort of pivot to kind of pushing a more right-wing narrative just so he gets that protection.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that allyship. And it's sad that this is the hyper-partisan world we currently operate in.
He's like, I need friends. Republican Congress.
Yes.
So they provided him with some sort of search function that could search the entire archive of emails. He would search for something, find something, and say, give me this email, and they would give it to him. So it's not basically Elon Musk handpicking certain emails to craft a narrative and saying, okay, here are the emails you get to look at.
Well, actually, let me, because I think I kind of explained it somewhat incorrectly. I believe the way it worked was they would give some kind of search queries that they wanted to be looked up, and then they would receive from Twitter. Like they didn't have access to the tool, I don't think, directly. They would basically tell Twitter, I want you to search for this, and then Twitter would give them some massive batch of emails, that had to do with that search query.
Okay,
and it'd be so voluminous
Voluminous is the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That it would be almost impossible for like a physical person to search through all of them to sort of quote unquote cherry pick that, and they haven't seen any evidence of that. Although originally, and this is why Jim Baker was fired by Elon Musk, it turned out that Jim Baker was having all of those emails go to him first, so he could do some sort of supposedly, searching through to make sure nothing bad or whatever, nothing illegal was getting out to his knowledge.
Sure.
And this was happening without yeah, exactly. This is happening without Elon Musk's knowledge, and that's why he fired Jim Baker. So.
Right. Sure it was. He was protecting his political adversaries. Yeah. So that's interesting. What is there a list of the search queries? Was the first one Hunter Biden laptop or?
So there isn't, but there was a very interesting interview that you can see part of publicly between Matt Taibbi and our good friend Brianna Greyjoy, where she kind of grills him for 30 minutes about, what searches he did. Because her whole big thing is like, well, why didn't you look into whether the left-wing stuff was being censored from Twitter?
Yeah.
So it's actually a very interesting interview because he goes into the specific logistics of how his reporting operates.
Interesting.
On Tuesday, the majority released an 18-page report claiming to show that the FTC is, quote, harassing Twitter. Oh my, poor Twitter. Including by seeking information about its interactions with individuals before us today. How did the report reach this conclusion? By showing two single paragraphs from a single demand letter, even though the report itself makes clear that there were numerous demand letters with numerous requests, none of which we've been able to see, that are more demand letters and more requests of Twitter. In other words, the conclusions are based on a fraction of information out of context, cherry-picked, surprise, just like the Twitter files. The majority conveniently forgot to share with the public that in May of 2022, well before Musk acquired Twitter, the FTC had already fined the company $150 million for failing to safeguard users' data. Users, the American people, other individuals, its 150 million users, Twitter had not safeguarded them. Twitter entered into this consent agreement that required it to make regular reports to the FTC, and the previous consent decree between Twitter and the FTC was entered into in 2011. Elon Musk might not like this requirement, but Twitter had issues with FTC long before Musk bought the company, and there's nothing political about that. We've asked for the full set of documents that Musk must have shared with the Republicans on the committee, but we can draw some logical conclusions from.
Okay, let me stop it here because this comes up a lot later. This comes up a bunch of times in this conversation.
The FTC stuff?
Yeah, so the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission,
right?
Essentially, they sent Twitter, as I talked about earlier, they sent Twitter a bunch of demand letters requiring Twitter to explain a bunch of different things in Twitter's operations, most of it surrounding protecting users' data and protecting users' privacy.
Yeah.
And she's saying that was all going on before Elon Musk bought Twitter, which is true to an extent. There were now once he bought Twitter, different things were added on to those requests. So I think it's a combination.
Well, what'd they add on? They're like, yeah, we need two-factor authentication, and then once they get control, they're like, we need this authentication done with a quantum computer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know I don't know all the things that were added on because I didn't find the old letter and then the new letter to compare because it's hundreds of pages of documents. But some of the things, so I think it's a combination of there was legitimate FTC concerns for the privacy of user data, which we all share. I mean, we talk about Twitter, we talk about Google and YouTube. They all profit off of our information and our data and all this stuff. I saw an article recently that Discord has this new thing where I think you have to opt out of it too, where they want to use your audio data. So you talking on Discord to train AI models or something. And you're like, wait, what? That's kind of sus, right? What's going on there? So I think that concern is a real concern, the concern of privacy. However, some of the things I did see that were added onto it was like, they're demanding to know why Jim Baker was fired from Twitter. And I'm like, how is that relevant? Why does the FTC need to know that? What does that have to
No
do
way.
with the user
Really?
privacy data? Yeah.
So they just
Right.
lumped that in with the FTC guidelines.
Yeah. And
Like,
I mean,
look, we're
maybe there's an
regulating you.
explanation.
Tell us why you fired this guy. He's a friend of ours.
It's really weird. I was like, And then, but the thing that they concentrate on for the most part, is in one of the FTC demand letters, they want to know all the journalists' names that had access to basically the Twitter file information, essentially. Now there's
the
something
FTC is asking that. Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, so this is why there's a weirdness about this. So obviously the right-wing narrative or the Republican narrative in this panel, and Matt Taibbi and Schellenberg's narrative is the government wants names to silence us or something, right? Now, everyone knows who's working on the Twitter files, so I'm not sure I necessarily buy that. But so the FTC's, their argument is they're trying to protect users' data, and they basically want to ask the journalists questions relating to what information they had access to make sure that they weren't basically violating the privacy laws around users and employees by getting this information, essentially. Is that legitimate? I don't know. It seems sort of legitimate to me. But I understand the fear there. So I feel I'm kind of like in the middle here, though I find it highly suspicious because when I looked at the Republicans' report where they were complaining about all this stuff, they put in their appendix, they had copies of multiple FTC demand letters, except for the one most important one. They don't have a copy of the FTC demand letter relating to this wanting to know the journalists' names. So I couldn't actually see the full context that they were asking for. And I actually couldn't find it online anywhere either.
That's the hot sheet. That's one we need. But
so
wouldn't it include the journalists'
suspicious
names? And that's why they're protecting the privacy of the journalists?
No, because it doesn't say, well, no. First of all, it only named the journalists that we already know, like Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberg. And then it just said, any other journalists that, because they're asking for the names. They wouldn't be asking for names if they just know everyone that's related to, right?
Right.
So on one hand, I think it's a legitimate concern, but on the other hand, I understand it could definitely optically and even in reality have an egregious, tyrannical effect. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Perfect sense.
From what we have been given. You know what the Republican report actually shows? Two conclusions. First, the FTC has extraordinarily serious concerns about Twitter's handling of consumers' data, and that there's something going on between congressional Republicans and Elon Musk. Mr. Chairman, Americans can see through this. Musk is helping you out politically, and you're going out of your way to promote and protect him and to praise him for his work. This isn't just a matter of what data was given to these so-called journalists before us now. There are many legitimate questions about where Musk got the financing to buy Twitter. We know for a fact that foreign countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and possibly even Russia and China are investors presently in Twitter. Do these countries now have access to private Twitter user data? What agreements has Elon Musk reached with them? We know how Elon Musk funded the purchase because it's public. Let's look at a slide here. Here's what it shows. Musk got $500 million in financing from Binance. That's in highlight for you. A crypto exchange platform run by Chinese billionaire. That billionaire has described his funding as a small contribution to the cause. I don't know what that cause is. Musk got
free speech is that cause, baby.
$1 billion from Larry Ellison, whose super PAC spent millions on Republican candidates last cycle, including election deniers. Musk got $375 million, highlighted here, from Qatar, which has recently been questioned about its lobbying practices.
This is such small potatoes. He paid $44 billion. It's like half a billion here, half a billion there. It's like he sold a bunch of Tesla stock. So
Well, it's definitely lesser percent. I wouldn't say it's nothing, right? Talking about
I'll
half a
take
billion,
half a
billion
billion.
dollars,
I'll
right?
take $500 million. Yeah, sure.
I don't know what
But I'm
the
just saying, if you have a dinner check coming for 44 billion, and someone starts pulling out, 500 million, you're like,
okay, I found a chart. I don't know if this
it's
is
gonna
what
be
she's
tough for me to
showing.
pay this check.
So, so it says, I guess they're saying that the chart's somewhat misleading. So
Mhm.
apparently this chart is saying that he raised $7 billion outside of, I guess, what he paid himself.
Right. So
So
God, that's so crazy. So,
so he paid the huge bulk of it, obviously.
right, from
Right.
selling Tesla stock.
Sure, whatever he did, yeah.
Right. Okay.
But well, I just want to say the thing of this is that, yeah, like as you're saying, this could all just be BS. So all could be 100% BS. Um, I think I'm somewhat skeptical of whenever people say like, oh, they're funded by XYZ or whatever, that means that they're obviously corrupt. But it annoys me because I know if the politics of this were reversed, the Republicans would be saying the exact same thing she's saying.
Of course they would. It's
Like if it
just,
was if
ugh.
some lefty bought Twitter, they'd be like, "Oh, look, they're getting investment from China. China's buying Twitter." Like they'd be it'd be the same nonsense.
Can
So
you imagine though if an investor called you up and said, "Listen, now that I've invested in your company, I need you to give me the private information of all your users." Like that sounds
right.
kind of illegal to me. I
Well,
mean, it doesn't
that would
seem like
be
that's
yeah,
something you could just do.
that would be illegal. However, I mean, as we know, before Elon Musk bought Twitter, it definitely seemed like Twitter was, they did have Saudi involvement before Elon Musk,
Oh yeah, of
and
course.
it definitely seemed like definitely seemed like they were like Twitter was doing weird stuff for, censoring Twitter and doing weird things for the Saudis and some other countries that had high investments, to kind of placate their authoritarian governments.
Yeah.
So I think it's a legitimate concern to talk about, but
Right.
Musk got 700 million from Vi Capital, a secretive investment fund based in Dubai. And
Oh no.
very interesting, as you can see down below,
Darth Kidda lives in Dubai, so it's got to be
it was
cool.
her.
Yeah. Why are you doing this? It's actually Darn Kidda, but
the nephew of
I've made an executive decision.
Darth Kidda.
Darth Kitten is, I mean, I might start a channel called Darth Kitten because that's just like, how can you lose, right?
That's
the
true.
Saudi king is Twitter's second largest investor at a much larger amount. And the chair wants us to think that Elon Musk is the victim. The chairman wants us to believe that the Republicans are concerned with the federal government unfairly going after Twitter and Twitter unfairly taking down conservative posts. Just like we did several weeks ago, we're going to show that's not what the evidence shows. I want to underscore the very real threat posed by Twitter files and by the witnesses in front of us today. Here's Yoel Roth describing the harassment he and other former Twitter employees have faced because of the irresponsible way in which the witnesses in front of us and others have released this cherry-picked, out-of-context data.
Twitter, employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines. The Twitter files, I would note first and foremost, didn't just affect me, but affected much more junior employees at Twitter. Employees as far away as Manila in the Philippines were doxxed, had their families threatened, and experienced harm equal to or greater than what I've experienced. But concurrent with the Twitter files, Elon Musk also made the decision to share a defamatory allegation that I support or condone pedophilia. And this lie led directly to a wave of homophobic and anti-Semitic threats and harassment against me, of which Twitter has removed vanishingly little. And following the Daily Mail's decision to publish where I live, ultimately I had to leave my home and sell it. Those are the consequences for this type of online harassment and speech.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have called before you two witnesses who pose a direct...
Do you think, I mean, it's the doxing stuff is just such a weird thing because I feel like Congress could do something to nullify that threat considerably.
What do you mean?
Yet they do absolutely nothing. Like, why is all this personal information uh, able to be just disseminated online so easy, so harassment can take place? Like, Congress could change that easily.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you mean like basically make it so
All
those
these
reverse,
websites that fucking put all your personal information on
yeah,
them
all
and
those
fucking,
reverse search websites are
yeah,
illegal.
start
Yeah,
fining those
yeah,
people out of
maybe.
existence.
Maybe. I don't know. I have to think about that. You're right. I never really thought about that. Should that be legal? Should all those reverse search sites be legal? I don't
Look,
know the answer to that.
it's a practical problem here. And every time something like this happens, a gang of people go and harass somebody, and then they can go plead in front of Congress. Oh my God, I had to move house and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like it's ridiculous.
Well, I think it was really shitty of Elon Musk to amplify.
Oh, of course, totally irresponsible on Elon Musk's
Very
part.
responsible
Yeah.
for him to amplify the tweet that wrongly accused him of being a pedophile. And you know who sent out that original tweet, right?
No, who was it?
Eliza Blue, baby.
No way. No
Yes
way.
way.
No
Yep.
way.
Yes.
What a bitch.
It was Eliza Blue.
That's hilarious. Oh my God. That's so it's a small world of internet
I know.
harassers,
I
isn't
know.
it?
Isn't that hilarious?
Wow. Yeah.
I'm being attacked and harassed. Blah, blue, blue, blue.
I guess Congress doesn't want to do anything about it because they need these people. Well, first of all, they like having this kind of sword of Damocles hanging over people's heads because they want to use it to curb their speech.
No, I mean, I'm assuming.
Look, as soon as Congress takes care of that, like cancel culture no longer exists, right?
Well, no. Well, first of all, I'm assuming that I don't know what the legal. I'm assuming that there's a lot of legal issues regarding privacy that are involved in these things, and so it's not like it might not just be so simple to just be like, oh, you can't do this.
Yeah, but there's a seismic change that has taken place in technology here. It's like the
I
same
understand
change
that.
we've talked about before when the airplanes could all of a sudden fly over your property. Like all of a sudden your private property didn't go up to outer space any longer.
No,
It's
I
like-
understand, and I've always I think disagreed with the main thoughts about privacy. Like to me, I don't believe that just because you're in public that means that you have no right to privacy. I've never really bought that argument. I've never bought the argument that just because someone is an actor that they lose their right to privacy. I've never bought that argument. So I'm very big in favor of increasing privacy laws.
Yeah, okay, good.
But I'm
Cool.
assuming there's some weird, I haven't really looked into legality. I'm assuming there's a lot of legal issues related to this. Not so simple, I would imagine. But they should
We got to start moving in that direction, though. The
Yeah.
fact that people just this roving mob goes and makes it so you got to sell your house and move, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. People need to be able to live normal lives.
Direct threat to people who oppose them. It's funny when people have to go through that. Exactly. This is unacceptable.
He mutters under his breath, no, it's just crazy what you're saying.
Oh, is that what I couldn't understand what he was saying? Yeah, that's funny.
He's like, that's funny. He's like, nah, it's just crazy what you're saying.
It's just so weird that there's all this like back chatter and like arguments from the House reps, but
Weird and amazing. What do you mean?
it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny.
Acceptable. I'm ready for it. I don't know if a lot of other people are, but just as it was unacceptable for Kevin McCarthy to provide.
Who's this guy sitting behind her, like just angry looking?
I know he looks like he's waiting to murder somebody.
He's like the bouncer or something. Her protector.
That's probably one of her staffers, but
Is she a Stan user? Is that her Stan? I feel like it might be. Is he gonna go full JoJo? Wait, he's too conservatively dressed. He should be wearing something crazy.
He's wearing some ridiculous
pattern. Yeah. Ostentatious colors. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
neckline up around his eyeballs.
Yep. There's a Star Lithium behind her, just waiting to punch out Jim Jordan.
Yeah, exactly.
41,000 hours of sensitive security footage to a biased talking head in an effort to rewrite what happened on January 6th.
In an effort to destroy our totally concocted narrative. Oh my God. How dare you? Do you have an opinion on the January 6th footage.
Oh my God. I hate the conversation about January 6th so much. It's so bad, but this could be like another like conversation.
Look, you got to admit though, letting them, well, I guess if both sides are cherry picking footage, I mean, you got to release all the footage though. People have to have access to all that footage.
Well, okay, let me give you, since you brought, I wish you hadn't brought it up.
Just
Let me
the
give you the
Cliff Notes.
30-second Cliff Notes. Okay. And I said this on stream years ago.
Yeah.
That the QAnon shaman guy, Jake Chanley, however his name is, I said
set up
years ago that I always felt he was the improper fall guy because of his physical appearance and that he looked silly. Because he looked silly, they basically plastered his face on all the newspapers. And so then that leads the prosecutors to throw the book at him to make an example of him, even if he doesn't deserve it.
Right.
Obviously. Right.
Yep. He's
and I think
the
that
scapegoat.
Right. And I think that the video shows that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
My problem is that then when I listen to Scott Adams and other people on the right, they use that to make some sort of broad claim that like everything about January 6th was fake. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's completely not related, because they have this one guy who improperly became the fall guy that somehow means that everything about January 6th was not true.
Yeah, no, obviously people are going to take it too far, but
yeah, but that's why I just hate the conversation around the January 6th stuff so much.
Letting people go through the video footage, though, there's nothing wrong with that. And the reason it came up was because she was saying, how dare you let them look at the video footage that we've already cherry picked and established a narrative on? How dare you let them establish a counter narrative by cherry picking?
You're exactly right. To prevent cherry picking on either side, it should all be released, obviously. Yep. There is some very notable missing information from Tucker Carlson lies about everything. So I wouldn't trust anything that he ever says. I mean, he lies about, he literally thinks Trump is a demonic force. And I don't know. He's obviously grifting his audience. So I don't know why anyone would trust anything he says. But
both sides are, I mean, the narratives are crafting.
Well, the difference is I don't think Rachel Maddow or anyone from MSNBC, I don't think they hate their own side. Like, I think that they're true believers.
The narrative that the Democrats are crafting is that they were going to all lose their lives. Like, we literally covered AOC.
Well, that's a different thing. I don't believe. I think that's 100% a grift. Well, actually, no. From AOC,
that is a grift.
Yeah, I think AOC is crazy enough to believe that. I think the other Democrats and the other pundits saying that are grifting. But I think AOC might be crazy enough to actually believe that.
Right.
Because we talked about how insane she was on that.
My only point is that both sides have a cherry pick narrative.
Of course, obviously. But I just want to say that there's a very key piece of the video that we haven't seen that Tucker Carlson didn't release, which is the initial police interaction with the QAnon shaman guy.
Yeah.
Why is that not on the video? Shouldn't that be visible?
Maybe they were making out and it's like a homophobic thing to release it.
That must be.
Never know.
This is a new Republican playbook, apparently. Risk American safety and security to score political points.
The gentlelady's words should be struck. We do not accuse witnesses of threatening others. That is out of line and outside the rules of this committee.
That, and I can have an opinion.
You don't get to determine what's struck down.
Well, you do get an opening statement, and it's
and
about,
so let
it's
me
about
finish.
over.
The committee will suspend.
We know this is because of...
Wow. God, I love this. I love this.
I know.
I'm allowed to have an opinion. Where is your manager?
The first hearing, the chairman claimed that big government and big tech colluded to shape and mold the narrative and suppress information and censor Americans. This is a false narrative. We're engaging in false narratives here, and we are going to tell the truth. I yield back.
This is what's so insidious about all this, because all the things they want to remove off of Twitter is just because it's like, this is factually incorrect information. We're truth seekers. We only care about truthful information. But oh man, determining what's true and what's just a political narrative. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, and Matt Taibbi brings this up in this video. He says, or maybe Michael Sullenberger does. He says the First Amendment protects your right to be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just point out the consent decree was in our report. We offered your staff also the opportunity to review the FTC letters. You have not come over to review those letters. Third, the idea that I believe both of these individuals who are getting ready to testify, I believe they're both Democrats. The idea that two journalists who happen to be Democrats—
Did you not give that offer at 8 o'clock last
I'm
night?
talking now. Your time was ended.
Neither of us are in time.
I don't think they're here to help us politically. I think they're here to tell us the truth. And oh, by the way, the first FTC letter to Twitter after the first set of Twitter files, the very first question was, who are the journalists you're talking to? And you guys don't care. You don't care.
You
don't
care
want
about the
you don't want the American
2011
people to see.
consent decree?
You don't want the American people to see what happened, the full video, transparency. You don't want that, and you don't want two journalists who have been named personally by the Biden administration, FTC, in a letter.
The Biden administration
And you're saying they're here to help us? They're here to tell their story. And frankly, I think they're brave individuals for being willing to come after they've been named in a letter from the Biden FTC.
Is this your question time now?
No, I'm responding to your ridiculous statements you made in your opening statement.
Okay, well, let's get on with it.
Oh, now we want to get on with it. So you can say all the things you want. And
I
point out
did in
the
my
facts.
opening statement,
I
as
point
well
out
as
all
you
the
had an
facts.
opening statement. You
Chair-
said what you needed to say in your opening statement, and I, as the ranking member, have
Without
used my
objection,
time.
all other open.
This crosstalk is
my
so unusual.
Yes, I've
This
never seen
never,
this. This is
yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
this never takes place. The first time I saw this, I was like, "What has happened here? What has
It's just
happened?"
complete squabbling. Just
Yeah, crosstalk doesn't usually happen in congressional hearings at all, but they're just full on fighting with each other.
Yes.
It's awesome.
Opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witness, Matt Taibbi. He's a journalist and author. He's one of the authors of the Twitter files, previously worked for Rolling Stone, that right-wing publication, Rolling Stone, where so many Republicans work at. He's also written several books about American politics and culture. And of course, as I pointed out, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out yesterday on the front page, was named by the FTC. Michael Schellenberger is also a journalist, author, and one of the authors of the Twitter files. He's also co-founded several nonprofits, including Breakthrough Institute, Environmental Progress, and the California Peace Coalition, another right-wing Republican organization, I'm sure. His work often focuses on crime and drug policy, homelessness, and the climate. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show both witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and be seated, please. We will now start with Mr. Taibbi. You guys, I think, understand the... Do you want to go with Mr. Schellenberger? We can go with Mr. Schellenberger. We'll start with Mr. Schellenberger. You understand how it works. You get 5 minutes. Make sure you hit the microphone so we can all hear. When it gets to yellow, it means just like you would expect time to start winding up, and when it gets to red, it's time to stop. But we'll be a little bit lenient on the time. Mr. Schellenberger, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the committee, thank you very much for inviting my testimony. In his 1961 farewell address, President Dwight Eisenhower warned of, quote, the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex. Eisenhower feared that the size and power of the complex or cluster of government contractors in the Defense Department would, quote, endanger our liberties or democratic processes. How did he mean that? Through, quote, domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money. He feared public policy would become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. Eisenhower's fears were well-founded. Today, American taxpayers are unwittingly financing the growth and power of a censorship industrial complex run by America's scientific and technological elite, which endangers our liberties and democracy. I'm grateful for this opportunity to offer this testimony and sound the alarm over the shocking and disturbing emergence of state-sponsored censorship in the United States of America. The Twitter files, state attorneys general lawsuits, and investigative reporters have revealed a large and growing network of government agencies, academic institutions, and non-governmental organizations that are actively censoring American citizens, often without their knowledge, on a range of issues. I do not know how much of the censorship is coordinated beyond what we have been able to document, and I will not speculate. I recognize that the law allows Facebook, Twitter, and other private companies to moderate content on their platforms, and I support the right of governments to communicate with the public, including to dispute inaccurate information. But government officials have been caught repeatedly pushing social media platforms to censor disfavored users and content. Often these acts of censorship threaten the legal protection social media companies need to exist, Section 230. If government officials are directing or facilitating such censorship, notes one law professor, it raises serious First Amendment questions. It is axiomatic that the government cannot do indirectly what it is prohibited from doing directly. Moreover, we know that the U.S. government has funded organizations that pressure advertisers to boycott news media organizations and social media platforms that refuse to censor and/or spread disinformation, including alleged conspiracy theories. The Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab, and Graphica have all inadequately disclosed ties to the Department of Defense, the CIA, and other intelligence agencies. They work with multiple U.S. government agencies to institutionalize censorship research and advocacy within dozens of other universities and think tanks. It is important to understand how these groups function. They are not publicly engaging with their opponents in an open exchange of ideas. They aren't asking for a national debate over the limits of the First Amendment. Rather, they are creating blacklists of disfavored people and then pressuring, cajoling, and demanding that social media platforms censor, de-amplify, and even ban the people on those lists. The censorship industrial complex combines established methods of psychological manipulation, some developed by the U.S. military during the global war on terror, with highly sophisticated tools from computer science, including artificial intelligence. The complex's leaders are driven by the fear that the internet and social media platforms empower populist, alternative, and fringe personalities and views which they regard as destabilizing. Federal government officials, agencies, and contractors have gone from fighting ISIS recruiters and Russian bots to censoring and deplatforming ordinary Americans and disfavored public figures. Importantly, the bar for bringing in military-grade government monitoring and speech countering techniques has moved from, quote, countering terrorism to, quote, countering extremism to countering simple misinformation, otherwise known as being wrong on the internet. The government no longer needs a predicate of calling you a terrorist or an extremist to deploy government resources to counter your political activity. The only predicate it needs is simply the assertion that the opinion you expressed on social media is wrong. These efforts extend to influencing and even directing conventional news media organizations. Since 1971, when the Washington Post and New York Times elected to publish classified Pentagon papers about the war in Vietnam, journalists have understood that we have a professional obligation to report on leaked documents whose contents are in the public interest. And yet in 2020, the Aspen Institute and Stanford Cyber Policy Center urged journalists to, quote, break the Pentagon Papers principle and not cover leaked information to prevent the spread of disinformation. Government-funded censors frequently invoke the prevention of real-world harm to justify their demands for censorship, but the censors define harm far more expansively than the Supreme Court does. Increasingly, the censors say their goal is to restrict information that delegitimizes governmental, industrial, and news media organizations. That mandate is so sweeping that it could easily censor criticism from any part of the status quo, from elected officials to institutions to laws. Congress should immediately cut off funding to the censors and investigate their activities. It should mandate instant reporting of all conversations between social media executives, government employees, and government contractors concerning content moderation. And finally, Congress should limit the broad permission given to social media platforms to censor, deplatform, and spread propaganda. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman for his opening statement. Mr. Taibbi, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman.
Woo-hoo!
Mr. Taibbi, hit that.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the Select Committee, thank you for having me today. My name is Matt Taibbi. I've been a reporter for 30 years and a staunch advocate of the First Amendment. Much of that time was spent at Rolling Stone magazine. Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers.
You are not even a congresswoman of an actual state.
I'm now the editor of the online magazine Racket on the independent platform Substack. I'm here today because of a series of events that began late last year when I received a note from a source online. It read, "Are you interested in doing a deep dive into what censorship and manipulation was going on at Twitter?" A week later, the first of what became known as the Twitter Files reports came out. To say these attracted intense public interest would be an understatement. My computer looked like a Vegas slot machine, as just the first tweet about the blockage of the Hunter Biden laptop story registered 143 million impressions and 30 million engagements. But it wasn't until a week after the first report, after Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and other researchers joined the search of the files, that we started to grasp the significance of this story. The original promise of the internet was that it might democratize the exchange of information globally. A free internet would overwhelm all attempts to control information flow, its very existence a threat to anti-democratic forms of government everywhere. What we found in the files was a sweeping effort to reverse that promise and use machine learning and other tools to turn the internet into an instrument of censorship and social control. Unfortunately, our own government appears to be playing a lead role. We saw the first hints in communications between Twitter executives before the 2020 election, when we read things like "flagged by DHS" or "please see attached report from FBI for potential misinformation." This would be attached to an Excel spreadsheet with a long list of names whose accounts were often suspended shortly after. Again, Ranking Member Plaskett, I would note that the evidence of Twitter-government relationship includes lists of tens of thousands of names on both the left and right. The people affected include Trump supporters, but also left-leaning sites like Consortium and Truthout, the leftist South American channel Telesur, the Yellow Vest movement. That, in fact, is a key point of the Twitter files, that it's neither a left nor right issue. Following the trail of communications between Twitter and the federal government across tens of thousands of emails led to a series of revelations. Mr. Chairman, we summarized and submitted them to the committee in the form of a new Twitter Files thread, which was also released to the public this morning. We learned Twitter, Facebook, Google, and other companies developed a formal system for taking in moderation requests from every corner of government, from the FBI, the DHS, the HHS, DOD, the Global Engagement Center at State, even the CIA. For every government agency scanning Twitter, there were perhaps 20 quasi-private entities doing the same thing, including Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership, NewsGuard, the Global Disinformation Index, and many others, many taxpayer-funded. A focus of this fast-growing network, as Mike noted, is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That last term is just a euphemism for true but inconvenient. Undeniably, the making of such lists is a form of digital McCarthyism. Ordinary Americans are not just being reported to Twitter for de-amplification or deplatforming, but to firms like PayPal, digital advertisers like Xandr, and crowdfunding sites like GoFundMe. These companies can and do refuse service to law-abiding people and businesses whose only crime is falling afoul of a distant, faceless, unaccountable, algorithmic judge. As someone who grew up a traditional ACLU liberal, this mechanism for punishment and deprivation without due process is horrifying. Another troubling aspect is the role of the press, which should be the people's last line of defense in such cases. But instead of investigating these groups, journalists partnered with them. If Twitter declined to remove an account right away, government agencies and NGOs would call reporters for the New York Times, Washington Post, and other outlets, who in turn would call Twitter demanding to know why action had not yet been taken. Effectively, news media became an arm of a state-sponsored thought policing system. I'm running out of time, so I'll just sum up and say, it's just not possible to instantly arrive at truth. It is, however, possible, becoming technologically possible to instantly define and enforce a political consensus online, which I believe is what we're looking at. This is a grave threat to people of all political persuasions. The First Amendment and an American population accustomed to the right to speak is the best defense left against the censorship industrial complex. If the latter can knock over our first and most important constitutional guarantee, these groups will have no serious opponent left anywhere. If there's anything the Twitter files show, it's that we're in danger of losing this most precious right, without which all democratic rights are impossible. Thank you for the opportunity to appear, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Taibbi. We appreciate both of your opening statements. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes of question.
Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. It is not surprising that the minority is already attacking you in its opening statement. We apologize to both of you. You shouldn't be treated that way. Some of the defenders of big tech and the Biden administration, as we know, have worked very hard to cast doubts on the legitimacy of your reporting, and some have gone so far to state it's irrelevant if Twitter was suppressing speech in coordination with the federal government. But this morning, we saw a stunning display of their attack of your character. We shouldn't be surprised. This is what the defenders of big government corruption do. This is the playbook. They destroy the messenger. We just saw it here on live television, and everybody can see it for themselves. And the whistleblowers, of course, as well. Look, this is what we know. What you've documented carefully in the Twitter files are a couple of key facts. People will hear a lot of things today, but this is what they need to know. The federal government, from Democrat members of Congress to intelligence agencies, including the FBI, used Twitter and other social media companies to censor Americans' speech. If the alarm bells are not going off, then you're not paying attention. Over the past 3 years, documents show, they prove what you guys have uncovered here, is there's communication between Twitter and the FBI. It was constant, it was pervasive. Twitter was basically an FBI subsidiary before Elon Musk took it over. The Twitter files revealed that by 2020, Twitter was engaged in open information.
Well, this is why this frustrates me, because it's like there can't be a real conversation.
I know, it's like a war of propaganda.
Right, because it's like, yeah, he's like, okay, so the left is over here, they're attacking these journalists wrongly, they're discrediting him. All that, completely true. 100% true, right? They're wrongly, even though I think there are criticisms you can levy at Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberg, which I've levied, that those are not the criticisms that I see, the Democrats here or the left kind of in general talking about. So completely fair to complain about the threat of government involvement with Twitter, but then to be like, before Elon Musk bought Twitter, Twitter was just an arm of the FBI. It's like, that's such bullshit. And everyone knows that's such bullshit.
Right. Well, not everyone, obviously. Everyone doesn't know. Like, very
I think everyone
few people
knows
know
that. I think everyone knows that that's bullshit.
Everyone on the committee or everyone?
Everyone in reality. I think there's a performative element to this to be like, oh,
90. If we did a poll right now, 90% of
that's
our conservative audience would say
no. They would. There's a difference between saying that the FBI had undue influence on something and saying Twitter was just merely an arm of the FBI or the federal government.
Right.
Like, that's not a real, I would hope and pray, okay, thoughts and prayers here, that people would understand that's an insanely hyperbolic statement and claim to make.
I'm more cynical about that. Yeah.
You could be right.
I think people do believe that.
Well, that's sad.
Well, I mean, we brought up the conflict of interest. Obviously, if you're being regulated by the federal government and the federal government is asking you to make moderation choices, I mean, there's a conflict of interest there.
Sure, but so again, I don't know why we're discussing it in this fashion. Again, there's a difference between talking about, is the government unduly influencing Twitter or a private company, right? And saying, well, they're merely an arm of.
No, I understand that. Look,
okay.
I'm
that's where
100% in agreement on the hyperbole.
But that's my contention here.
Right. You don't like the hyperbole.
Yes, because as you said, people will. This is a problem. People then, and you're right here. People will then go and they'll repeat the hyperbole as if it's
fact. Yeah, of course.
As if it's fact.
Right. Yeah. As if Twitter, had an office at the FBI.
Right. And they'll ignore the fact that in the Twitter files themselves, which is what Matt, and Michael showed, there were times where Twitter would say, and actually more often than not, Twitter would either the majority of the time, Twitter would not take down what the government asked them to take down.
Right.
It was something like, I think it was like 25% of the time or 40% of the time, they would take down what the government asked them to. So the majority of the time, Twitter wouldn't take down what they're asking them to. And they showed very publicly that that Yoel Roth felt, I forget what exactly it was. It was like the FBI was asking for some very specific data, and Yoel Roth felt that this was a very big overstep from the federal government to ask for these sorts of things.
Right.
And so this is, again, why I get this big problem with it. It's like the problem with that kind of rhetoric, maybe this is the real issue. The problem with that rhetoric is it creates this insanely polarized, dumbed down, stupid us versus them worldview. Like, oh, everyone on the left is evil and everyone on the right is good. Or the inverse of that, everyone on the right is evil and everyone on the left is good. Right. And it's like, oh, but before Twitter was bought by Elon Musk, it was just part of the evil left-wing federal government, And it makes everyone stupider. It just makes everyone so stupid.
Have you heard this saying, truth springs from argument among friends?
Yes, I have heard that. Yes.
I mean, this is completely the opposite of that. This is like disinformation springing from the argument of bitter enemies.
Yeah, right.
Which is part of the problem. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. When you talk about it making people stupider, that's exactly what's going on. It's like,
yes.
I cannot accept truth here because that would hurt my team. And obviously I want to win more than I care what the truth is.
Yep. That's exactly
we're
it.
being driven by a very old psychology program that's called tribalism, and it sucks. It's this is why we build the kind of institutions to kind of see past it, hopefully. So
well, and I think it also, what it does is it pushes people into the tribal lens too, because you're like, well, I can't admit to anything wrong that my side's doing because I know the other side is going to take it and they're going to blow it up into some, hyperbolize it and make it so much bigger than it is.
Yeah, and they're going to use me as a witness that, look, this guy even agrees with us. So God, if
right, exactly.
They know they're lying.
I know, it's terrible.
I know. How do we have honest conversations? You just got to have argument among friends. You got to keep the bad faith people out. But all of Congress is, I mean, it's kind of structurally set up to be bad faith, isn't it?
To an extent, yeah. To some extent, it is.
It's funny because these congressional hearings, I mean, they started because they did, unearth such a massive amount of, evidence and stuff that they could make policy decisions on. And I don't think that happens really anymore. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
I read some book, and I can't remember what the book it was, but they were talking about the origin of these congressional hearings, and it was like some ship was lost at sea or something, and they held a congressional hearing on it, and they found so much information. It was just amazing. So then they just started doing them over and over and over again. But are we getting information out of these hearings? No, these are completely the opposite of that.
We do sometimes. So I don't think you can throw all of every hearing under the bus. But I think with this one, now obviously this was a right-wing hearing, not a left-wing hearing.
Right.
But I think from this one, there's very little value from anything happening here. So
January 6th hearings got accused of the same thing, but I mean, I thought there was some real valuable information.
That's what I'm saying. We watched some of them, and there was real value.
But nobody will acknowledge that value. No one would acknowledge the value.
Well, no one on the right would acknowledge that, obviously. But,
right. Yeah.
So.
Sharing with the intelligence community, and now we know there were many intelligence agencies apparently involved in this. The FBI pressured Twitter to act on election-related tweets leading up to the 2022 election. Of course, they did it in 2020 as well.
I just want to point something else out that's completely, this is a Sitch thing to point out. So Democrats have a reputation for being pussies.
Yes.
Right? So the Democrats have to have a strong, stern bodyguard type sitting behind her. She's like, this is my, I'm tough as nails, right? Now, Republicans, they have a reputation for being, not compassionate, right? They're
Interesting.
So they have to have a look. I am a
You think that's
compassionate
what's got?
conservative. I have a empathetic woman sitting behind me.
That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I mean, I
fascinating.
don't know if
Maybe.
that's what's going on, but I feel like
No, it's because this is what's going on. Okay. She's a woman and he's a
Mhm.
man, and they just want to have attractive people of the opposite sex be their underlings.
that's probably closer to the truth.
Okay.
He's probably banging her on the side, right?
That's what's
Like
really happening.
having an affair on his wife.
You're like thinking about all this optics. It's like, no, they just want to bang their underlings. Okay. That's what's
Okay.
happening.
And Twitter dutifully censored content as a result. Twitter executives restricted accounts, they censored speech that conflicted with the left's narrative. Twitter has used its internal tools to control and manipulate speech considered misinformation, and who was determining that? It was the government bureaucrats. Documents show that Twitter used visibility filtering to restrict certain accounts and posts and removed people from the platform altogether. The Twitter files should be a matter of bipartisan concern for every member of Congress and every American citizen, because it is a bedrock principle of our constitutional system that the government does not get to decide what speech is acceptable or true.
See, but this is the problem. Like what he just said is true. This should be something everyone cares about. But then when he goes and says the Democrats are using this to, be evil, it's like, well, your language is making it impossible for everyone to be on board with this.
Right, because he's turning up the temperature so much.
Yeah, because you're accusing directly one side of malicious behavior. Obviously, they're not going to support you on that. Like, they have to push back at that point.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for someone to be like, well, the Republican person sitting next to me, they're right about, this thing, but they're fucking a dumb shit about this other thing. Like, that's very difficult to put that like in a soundbite that doesn't get translated well on TV.
Yeah.
Which is sad, but
Under the First Amendment, America's right to speak freely, regardless of whether their speech upsets the preferred narrative. In fact, that's when it needs the most vigorous protection. Everybody on the left used to believe in that, or at least they purported to. Government and media fact checkers frequently get things wrong. The American people can't and shouldn't rely on so-called experts to be the arbiters of truth, disinformation boards and the like. It doesn't matter what political party you're in, government should not suppress important debates and public discourse. Gentlemen, let me start with Mr. Taibbi. You have a long, award-winning journalist career. You just highlighted here decades of experience reporting on some of the most complex and important issues of our time. Where do you rate your reporting on the Twitter files among your whole body of work throughout your career? How serious is this?
Well, first of all, Mr. Congressman, thank you for the question. I would say, I spent 10 years covering the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. That was obviously a very serious issue, but this Twitter file story and what we're looking at now and what we're investigating now, I don't think there's any comparison. This is by far the most serious thing that I've ever looked at, and it's certainly the most grave story that I've ever worked on personally.
I want to ask you both the same question, and that is, first of all, has anyone from the federal government contacted you during the course of this investigation or since you've reported on the Twitter files? And number two, who do you think are the most egregious federal government agencies involved in this censorship exercise?
I do disagree. I've read his book about the housing crash.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good. It's funny because everyone on the right is basically holding him up. His book on the housing crash, he completely dismantles and takes a dump on the right-wing narrative about the housing crash.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's very against the whole it was the government's fault for the housing crash thing.
Right.
I mean, he says he played a part, but it was mostly the private banks, just being greedy essentially and reckless. But I think this is a big deal, but I don't know. The housing crash, not only did so many people lose so much money, but to me, it completely changed the shape of politics afterwards, and I think probably forever. So like it completely dismantled people's faith in the American dream, and it led to Obama and Trump both being, and then Biden by following, to be elected as president. And I think these things had massive consequences, far more than, the FBI complaining about, Russian bot accounts to Twitter and, COVID stuff being censored on Twitter. I don't know. The housing crash just seemed like such a bigger deal to me than the Twitter stuff.
Sparked the populism that we're seeing today as well.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the
right.
beginning of it.
You're
the
right.
Tea
That
Party
definitely
and all
started
that
the Tea Party, Occupy Wall Street, which led to Antifa. I just feel like so much stuff came out of the housing crash that it's weird to me for him to kind of say this is a bigger deal. I mean, maybe because he's a journalist, so it's like more closer to home for him. But
He can't really come out and say, "Oh yeah, this is not that big a deal. The housing crash
well,
was
you
a
could say
much
it's a
bigger deal. Don't sign up for
right.
my Substack now."
Well, I mean, you're right. I don't think it's that conscious. Like, I don't think it's like a conscious grift. Maybe it's an unconscious thing, but you could just say it's. I
It's
mean, it
not
is
a
a big
grift.
deal.
I mean,
Well, you're kind of but you're sort of implying that he's intentionally lying. But
no,
um,
I'm saying, well, I mean,
I understand what you're saying.
you can't really make the argument that you're making.
Well, no, he would no, but he's the one that brought it up. He didn't ask
You're at
him,
a
how do you think
congressional
this
hearing.
compares to? No, but he didn't ask him, how does this compare to the housing crash?
This is,
The one
I
that brought
mean,
it up.
it
He-
is interesting. I
I'm just
agree
saying,
with you.
bring it up. Just saying, don't bring up the housing crash. It's a big deal. Keep it as a big deal. Don't make the comparison.
The reason why he brought the question up was, though, to say, this is the biggest deal. This is the biggest thing that ever happened to you, right? Like, he might as
Yeah,
well have said that, but they'd be like leading the witness and it'd be
sure,
totally
sure.
obvious. So, what a stupid question. Mr. Johnson, go back to Louisiana.
Right.
Let me start with Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Congressman. I have not been contacted by anybody in the Biden administration relating to this topic. And I would like to echo what Matt just said. I've never worked on an issue where so frequently while doing it, I just had chills go up my spine because of what I was seeing happening. I never thought in my own country that freedom of speech would be threatened in this way. And it's just frightening when you get into it. The most recent, our most recent discoveries, I mean, I think you understand the process, is that we first raised a bunch of concerns around the way Twitter pre-Elon Musk was censoring people and creating blacklists. Very quickly, we discovered that we had FBI agents basically, and other government officials, demanding that Twitter take certain actions. We now know that the Department of Homeland Services, which has had, what's that? Security, sorry, Department of Homeland Security, had tried to create a disinformation board. That went away after public backlash, but we now realize that they have this other enterprise and they've been building out basically mechanisms to proliferate a censorship industrial complex around the country to censor on a whole range of issues. And so you've seen this censorship industry go from, well, we're just fighting ISIS, to, well, we're just fighting Russian disinformation bots, to, well, now we need to fight domestic misinformation, which is just saying we need to fight against people who are saying things we disagree with online. That's all that means. And I mean, it's not a slippery slope. It's an immediate leap into a terrifying mechanism that we only see in totalitarian societies of attempting to gain control over what the social media platforms are allowing. And so, yeah, for me, it starts at DHS, but we basically see almost every government agency involved in this.
It's frightening. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to correct the record. So there's been the suggestion here that the FBI and other government agencies pressured employees at Twitter to validate these theories of foreign influence. When we had Mr. Roth, who was Yoel Roth, who's the former global head of trust and safety at Twitter, so we asked Twitter if there was pressure applied, and Mr. Roth said, no, I would not agree with that. The FBI, this is his quote, the FBI was quite careful and quite consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. So that's what Twitter said about the actions of the FBI vis-a-vis Twitter. Mr. Taibbi, in 2019, Special Counsel Ross.
Does that matter? I mean, I think that's important, right?
What is it?
That the guy who works, the guy who was in the room says that he didn't feel undue influence from the FBI.
Sure.
I mean, on one hand, I don't know, because the thought would be, well, is he just saying that to play nice with them, which is possible. I'm not sure,
Yeah, he could be
why
lying. I mean,
he could be lying, but then again, it's like,
what would
well,
be the motivation for him to
what
lie?
would,
I
yeah, what would
mean,
be the
political
motivation for him to
motivation,
lie?
obviously.
Now,
Well, he's obviously a Democrat, and he would be siding with the Republicans if he felt there was pressure on him.
hmm,
Even if he
right,
felt
maybe,
pressure, he
maybe you're
might
right.
say, "Oh, I didn't feel any pressure."
Yeah, you could be right, and that's kind of the problem with the sort of super politicization of all this.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, that could definitely happen.
Joel Roth is not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, they totally pressured me. Here, I'm
Well, he
throwing my
might.
lot in with the
He
Republicans
could.
here."
I think you're being a little
Hmm.
super uncharitable.
Okay.
Like like he definitely could say that. It's not like completely, so outside the realm of possibility for him to say, I felt that
Did
there was
Joel
some
Roth have
undue influence.
TDS?
He did. He did,
Okay.
yeah.
And was he working with people at the FBI who had TDS?
I don't know the answer to that.
So if he was, then he didn't feel undue pressure because he wanted to do the same thing they wanted him to do. There was no need to do pressure,
But
right?
except of course, as I said, most of the things that they were talking about getting rid of didn't have anything to do with Trump.
Right. Yeah, I don't. This is the
And
thing.
and the majority of things they didn't get rid of.
They talked about like a spreadsheet. Taibbi talked about a spreadsheet list of people to block, and those people were blocked, those moderation requests. Do we have those requests? Because I kind of feel like, I mean, I obviously think there's probably people in the world that are doing shady shit that, that are legitimately trying to interfere with elections or involved in crime or human trafficking. Like, who knows what kind of shit they're doing. That if they want to yeet those people off the platform, look, if you're a pedo, get them out of here. Like, what the fuck? Delete them. Get them off the platform. If they're, whatever they're doing that's like criminal activity, get them out. But I don't know if this matches up. It's so difficult because they could be, legitimately banning criminal activity, and everyone's going to say, "Oh, well, it's they're banning someone's free speech." When I mean, those decisions need to be made case by case, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I don't know. Without the list, it's easy to say, "Oh yeah, they handed over an entire list of people, and all those people got banned." Well, without digging into the list and knowing whether these are good guys or bad guys, I don't know. Like I'm in favor of law enforcement taking action against people who are doing illegal activity.
Sure. Yeah,
but I'm
exactly.
not,
but that's why I said it should have to be transparent.
Right. But I'm not in favor of banning people who just have their political opinions and that's being cast as criminal behavior. Like spreading misinformation about the election or January 6th, obviously. I don't think that should be cast as criminal behavior. That's where the encroachment comes in, where they're like trying to cast that as criminal behavior.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Robert Mueller unequivocally found that the Internet Research Agency, owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin, the same oligarch who runs the Wagner Group, carried out an extensive social media disinformation campaign to help then-candidate Donald Trump and to hurt Hillary Clinton. He also found that the Russian intelligence interfered with the 2016 election via a hack and release campaign, damaging to the Clinton campaign. These particular findings came on the heels of the unanimous assessment on the part of the United States 18 intelligence agencies that Russian President Putin, quote, ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the presidential election, close quote. They also followed the release of a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report finding that Russia and Vladimir Putin engaged in, I quote, aggressive, multifaceted effort to influence the U.S. president election. So, Mr. Taibbi, do you believe that the Russians and their oligarch-controlled Internet Research Agency interfered in the 2016 election via this social media disinformation campaign? Do you believe that?
Mr. Congressman, my disagreement with the issue is...
I think this is basically a yes or no question.
So
Either you
evil.
think so or you don't. And
This is
I
so
don't have a
evil.
lot of time, so
Okay, well then I'm going to answer not in the sense that that you're putting it.
okay.
I think
Okay.
all countries
All right.
engage in offensive information
Do you-
operations.
do
The
you-
question is scale.
Do you
And-
believe
and-
that
and the
Russia
Twitter
engaged
files
in a
were
hacking, reclaiming my time? This is how it works now. I'll ask the questions and you try to provide an answer if you can.
You have to allow him to answer,
Do you
sir.
believe?
The gentleman is out of
I love this stuff, man.
That's something else. I've never seen that happen in one of these congressional hearings.
It's so weird because we're rewarding this
Yeah.
with attention, and that's
I know.
gonna just
I
make
know.
it worse and worse.
It
and
definitely
worse.
makes it more entertaining. But
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because on one hand, like, you know, a lot, like 95% of what happens publicly at these hearings, where they're asking questions, is all virtue signaling bullshit.
Totally. Yeah. And
It's
that's what's
them
going
just-
on here.
Yeah. Them trying to get a clip of them on the news, them just trying to get something on record they want to get on record. It's not actually trying to get useful information out of clients, out of witnesses, 95% of the time.
Right.
But that being said, I think that's a structural problem
Yep.
because if there's like, oh, each person literally only has 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes includes the person's response, then how are you supposed to get any sort of useful information out of them?
Yeah.
What useful information can you get from a witness in a 5-minute testimony where your question and their answer has to fit within 5 minutes? That's why they're like, oh, no. I just want you to give this like super tiny yes or no answer so they can keep, going on with what's going on.
Yeah. So they can keep virtue signaling.
Yeah, it's a very badly designed structured system.
Please stop
Order.
talking, Matt. This was my time to virtue signal to my constituents.
Exactly.
It's like, what?
Well, it's funny because Matt he wants to get these like long answers, and they're like, "Stop it! We don't have time for this."
Well, I got what he got. You could tell what was going on from his answer. It was like, yes, of course it happens, but not at a scale that we should be enlisting the FBI to start deleting
Right,
people randomly online.
Exactly, and that's fair. That's
Yeah.
definitely fair.
and should not be interrupting a member asking a question on our side, Mr. Chairman.
Reclaiming my time from everyone. Do you believe that Russia engaged in a hack and release campaign damaging to the Clinton campaign back in 2016? Again,
I don't know. And I would say it's irrelevant.
All right, let me ask Mr. Schellenbeck. These are pretty easy questions. That's just whether you believe it or not. Mr. Schellenbeck, same question. Do you believe that the Russian oligarch-controlled Internet Research Agency interfered in the 2016 election?
I think that they tried to.
It says Schellenberger right there.
Yeah, I know.
Not Schellenbeck, but
Okay,
Whatever.
fair enough. Mr. Schellenbeck, do you believe that the Russians engaged in a
doing
hack
it
and
again.
release campaign with respect to the damaging information they released regarding the Clinton campaign?
To the best of my awareness, that is what happened. yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
That's not the
So
same thing
the
as
reason,
influencing.
I understand.
Also, that material was true.
Look, let me introduce a couple of documents just to reinforce that we've got. I'd like
That is not a legitimate predicate
Unanimous-
for censorship.
unanimous reclaiming my time.
Sure.
Gentleman's out of order. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask you.
now it's a free for all. Matt Taibbi's just throwing out shit.
I know.
That's not legitimate for censorship.
Unanimous consent to enter the indictment in the United States versus the Internet Research Agency, U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, number 118-32. And also asked to enter into the record the executive summary to Volume 1 of the Mueller Report, which states, in March 2016, the GRU began hacking, this is the Russian agency, began hacking the email accounts of the Clinton campaign, volunteers and employees, including campaign chairman John Podesta. The GRU later released additional materials through the organization WikiLeaks. The presidential campaign of Donald Trump showed interest in WikiLeaks releases of the documents and welcomed their potential damage to candidate Clinton. So I've introduced these documents.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've introduced these documents because it's clear to me that Russia's use of social media to interfere in the 2016 election created abundant reason
Okay, I think
for social media platforms to be concerned.
Gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, these documents are entered into the record. We now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue along, in a sense, the line we've been on just now. Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask both of you. Is it fair to say Russia is a bad actor who is trying to do everything they can to undermine confidence in the United States government and in our form of democracy?
I think that's a fair statement.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the organization in Europe, the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
Well,
it's
an American.
State Department, I'm sorry. But are you familiar with the Global Engagement Center's use of European and other sources to in fact, determine where Twitter files should or shouldn't be, if you will, taken down thousands of names and Twitter files, correct?
I'm not sure that Global Engagement Center is taking down Twitter files. I actually wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry.
Well, Twitter and the FBI have used this organization and their funding. Well, let me go on to another. Stay on the path I was on. You commented that the scale mattered. Okay, would you elaborate on scale mattering in the attempt to undermine free speech?
Absolutely. If I could take this. Yeah, so a great example of this is a report that the Global Engagement Center sent to Twitter and to members of the media and other platforms about what they called the pillars of Russian disinformation. Now, part of this report is what you would call, I think you would call traditional, hardcore intelligence gathering, where they made a reasoned, evidence-based case that certain sites were linked to Russian influence or linked to the Russian government. In addition to that, however, they also said that sites that, quote, generate their own momentum and have opinions that are in line with those accounts are part of a propaganda ecosystem. Now, this is just another word for guilt by association. And this is the problem with the whole idea of trying to identify which accounts are actually the Internet Research Agency and which ones are just people who followed those accounts or retweeted them. Twitter initially did not find more than a handful of IRA accounts. It wasn't until they got into an argument with the Senate Select Intelligence Committee that they came back with a different answer.
Okay, so
that's scary shit. You know, retweet some Russian account and all of a sudden you're classified as Russian, whatever, disinformation.
Yeah, by this, not by the government, by this organization.
Right.
But yeah, no, definitely, because then the government will try to will use that information and like this is why, you know, when you see the articles, a lot of misinformation about this, because the articles would say like, oh, you know, experts say that, you know, this hashtag is created by, you know, Russian bots, right?
Right.
And then what they're referencing is this information. So yeah, I think this is a very good point for Matt to bring up and a big concern.
Yeah. Who cares? Yeah, because a lot of people get caught in the crossfire.
Scale matters, but let me go through a couple of quick questions that I think are part of the reason that we have this select committee. This country has political parties and people from what one might call the extreme left and extreme right. And even Congress has people that might be considered outside the main street of Republican and Democratic thinking. Those people speak regularly, and they have since our founding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the ACLU and journalists almost always support their right to say what they believe, even if you disagree.
Absolutely.
And
well, they used
our
to.
Constitution says we will make no law to restrain exactly that kind of free speech.
Yes.
And that includes people who promote the idea that we should redistribute all wealth in a communist type way. As a matter of fact, we still have a communist party in the United States. Isn't that correct?
It is.
Okay, so the limit of free speech historically has been incitement to violence or anarchy, the actual overthrow of a government. Anything other than that is historically covered by the First Amendment.
Yes.
So when we look at the very nature of the State Department funding to affect domestic U.S. speech, was that speech outside the legal bounds? Did it call for insurrection or other criminal activities that would destroy our government?
No, I mean, we did not. I mean, we're not saying that that didn't happen, but we're describing people having political arguments online.
Right. So let me just, because my time's limited like everyone's. So it's suffice to say that every bit of the speech, or virtually every bit of the speech, whether foreign or domestic online, fell within the normal protections of the First Amendment, and the very act of federal dollars being used to stifle that speech is, in fact, historically what we would consider an indictment against the First Amendment protections.
Correct.
That is why we have this subcommittee. That is why we are here today. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and a great point. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi, I want to ask about journalistic ethics and information sources. The Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion?
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public
reclaiming
interest.
my time. Thank you very much. I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron, you stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Wait, what did she say?
Very much.
Okay.
I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron, you
Hand-picked journalists. Okay.
stated this
how's
on
that
Joe Rogan's
oxymoronic?
podcast about being spoon-fed information, and I quote, "I think that's true of any kind of journalism," and you'll see it behind me here. "I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line." Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt me. Elon Musk spoon.
It is really shitty that it's like, oh, I can ask you this question and then I can make an accusation against you, and you don't have a right to respond.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why
probably
people hate doing these shit,
Yes,
because it's
of
all
course.
fucking political games. Yeah.
Yep.
The,
And I don't think.
Go ahead.
I want to say I don't think it's fair. So Danimal sent me. He said that Destiny interviewed some journalists that work with Schellenberger on this. I haven't seen it. It says that the way it worked was essentially the Twitter engineers had dedicated terminals that only the Twitter engineers were allowed to search and use for things, and then the journalists would place requests, and then they would get that information. That's not. So here's the thing. That's not like complete unfettered access, but unless the accusation is that from their search, Elon Musk or whomever was like cherry picking stuff out of it, which I don't think they're doing that because for 2 reasons. One, the volume of information they're getting from them, and 2, the fact that when someone was doing that, Elon Musk fired them.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And so I do believe that they're getting basically what they're asking for. Now, I do think this comes up in the Brianna Greyjoy conversation. I do think that what they're looking for can lead them down a path of biases. Because if they're only looking for specific things, then they're only going to find what they're looking for, essentially. If they're not looking for something, they're not going to find it. I think that maybe is leading to some of the bias in the reporting. So, but I don't think it's fair for her to basically be like, oh, you're a hypocrite because you're just getting fed this information from Elon. Because that's not really what's happening, or at least we don't have evidence that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's tough. If you were just going to sit down and start reading documents at random, you might find something that you would never know to search for.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, but even though it's like, because this comes up in the Brianna Greyjoy situation, it's like, he becomes hyper fixated on like looking at Elvis Chan and FBI stuff.
Right.
And it's like, well, if that's what you're looking for, you're going to miss all the times that Donald Trump administration asked for things to be removed from Twitter because he's not going to do it through the
Right.
FBI, right? He's going to do it through his own office.
Just search Tiny Hands Trump.
There you go.
And
there you go. Right.
You'll find out.
Right.
You'll get the list.
But so it's just annoying because like this is like true of everything in life is so obnoxiously complicated and nuanced most of the time, and then it just becomes so stupidly dumbed down and politicized for these conversations.
I mean, there are journalists that just basically copy the press release, moving back to like the Debbie Wasserman Schultz framing Matt Taibbi here.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's difficult for me to tell the context of the Joe Rogan interaction, because if you're one of those journalists that just, you're basically just copying press secretary talking points. I mean, they've got you. That is probably the context of what he's talking about.
Right. And so like, even though I have my problems with the way that, some of the things Matt Taibbi has said, I don't think it's fair.
No, not at all.
Oh, he's just being spoon-fed. Like, I don't think he's being hypocritical.
But that's the counter narrative that they're trying. Look, Debbie Wasserman Schultz just doesn't want any Democratic voters to believe anything that's being said in any of these hearings. So
of course,
that's her goal. Wasn't she the one that screwed over Bernie Sanders too? Wasn't she like Hillary Clinton's handmaiden in at the DNC? I think she was.
I don't remember. No, that was
now she's back in Congress again.
That wasn't Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Wasn't that someone else? I thought it was like that black lady. No, she was the one that fed Hillary the questions from the primary.
The black lady did.
And she was
DNC Bernie Sanders.
The person that helped Hillary was Tim Kaine, because remember that's why she made him vice president. And you're like, that was such a terrible choice for her to pick. And it was because he was the head of the DNC in some way that helped her get superdelegates against Bernie or something.
2016, Debbie Wasserman Schultz to step down as DNC chair amid furor over email leaks that revealed a bias against Bernie Sanders inside the Democratic National Committee. Yeah.
Wait, was she the one that replaced Tim Kaine?
Maybe so. But I just remember all the Bernie bros like hating her guts because she was like torpedoed Bernie's campaign there. But I don't think she was. Don't think she was in Congress when she was head of the DNC though. That's why I was. Now she's back in Congress again. It's like the open door. I'll go back to Congress for a while and hang out. See if I can frame Matt Taibbi to look like a shill.
Fed Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint.
Oh wait, so when she stepped down, it was Donna Brazile who I was talking.
And she's the one.
Donna Brazile was the vice chair who served as interim chair when she stepped down.
Oh, okay. Donna Brazile was the one that fed.
Who fed the questions? Yeah.
So look,
it's hilarious.
And she handed it off to another Hillary insider. Hilarious.
Oh, I think Tim Kaine, he like appointed Debbie Wasserman Schultz to the position. I don't know. There's some weird connection there.
Tim Kaine was Hillary's vice president pick, right? I mean,
yeah, but I'm saying that the reason Tim Kaine appointed someone like her or something to the position, which is why it seemed like Hillary picking Tim Kaine was just a payoff for that, essentially.
Oh yeah, hilarious. Big controversy though.
Yeah.
Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard, and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter.
This is so annoying too, because like this clip, if you were watching left-wing mainstream media, this was the clip that they all brought up.
Oh really?
Essentially,
Smearing
this was
Matt Taibbi? Wow.
Yeah, this was the clip they brought up to basically hand wave away the entire Twitter files.
Right.
Like I remember I had family members being like, sending me this like, oh look, it's all bullshit, Sitch. I'm like, oh my god, please. I'm like, no.
And then the January 6th stuff, we had all the right-wing audience being like, oh, this is all
Look at the Tucker Carlson clip, Sitch. It's all bullshit. I'm like, nah.
Nobody buys any of this shit. Look, you have to separate the wheat from the chaff, obviously.
Yes,
you got to dig in. This is, what's going on here is nonsense. It's kind of ironic that they picked it as their clip to run with.
Yeah, well, that's why. It's good propaganda. You say, oh, this other person's a hypocrite. Right.
Right. And a right-wing conspiracy theorist. Like, none of this is happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
I've also
What kind of question is that? What is the question?
You're getting rich off of this shit.
Are you making money off of your work as a journalist?
Admit it.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, what kind of question is that?
That's why I became a journalist.
True. Look at his face. There's your thumbnail.
Are you making money asking me these incendiary questions right now, Debbie Wasserman Schultz? I feel like you probably are.
Look at that. That's such a good face.
He moves kind of like an animatronic doll, which I think is super interesting. Do you disagree?
I didn't. I'll look out for that. I wasn't really paying attention to that.
Yeah, he's got these weird like robotic movements where it's like
maybe he's nervous. I don't know.
First of all, I'm a big Matt Taibbi fan. I don't want anyone thinking that I think
you just called him a robot.
That I think he's a robot or anything. But I am the guy that likes robots, so maybe that's part of it.
That's
maybe subconsciously.
Point. You like the robot.
He's won me over.
There you go.
With his with his movements. His animatronic movements. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, I think, is just a demon from hell in this clip.
Yeah, definitely.
Look, you're a hypocrite. Just say it. Cleanse your conscience here. Look, I have this big blow up of right-wing grifter Joe Rogan behind me.
Listen. If you're in Congress, if you're just a woman in general,
right?
Don't wear a pink suit. It never looks good. I've never seen a woman. It always looks so preposterous, right?
I mean, what's worse, the pink suit or what are those, like puka shells around her neck?
Yeah.
Like giant, are those like the teeth of her vanquished enemies or something? What's going on around the neck here?
They're right. That's what this is. Yeah, I like that.
I feel there's something happening there with that neck jewelry.
Those are the teeth from the previous witnesses she's questioning.
Oh man, that's so bad.
Profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred. That's true, isn't it?
I've also reinvested.
You've made some. No. Is it true that you have profited since you were received?
Look, let me explain to you how a profit and loss works on a business statement.
Oh my
here.
God, that's
Debbie.
so demeaning.
Listen, I have
No,
a
no, no, no,
staff
no.
of 25 to go through these things. Okay.
Like a teacher, like talking down to a small child. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
I'd be like, bitch, you asked me a question. It was a bullshit rhetorical question, but you asked me one.
That's so true. That's so true. She's not looking for an answer, Sitch. She's like, shut the fuck up. I asked the questions here.
Yes.
You sit there and nod.
Yeah.
You were this recipient of the Twitter files. You've made money. Yes or no?
I think it's probably a wash, honestly.
Nope. You have made money that you did not have before.
Nope.
Correct?
But I've also spent money that I didn't have
Okay.
before. I just hired a whole group of people to
Patently
investigate.
obvious answer, reclaiming my time.
So it was like he gave an answer. He's like, I don't know. It's probably neutral. She's like, no, you're lying. Wait, what?
I know. Talk to my accountant. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to this shit. Who knows if I'm making money or not?
Attention is a powerful drug. Eyeballs, money, prominence, attention, all of it points to problems with accuracy and credibility. And the larger point, which is social media companies are not biased against conservatives, and if anything, they ignored their own policies by allowing Trump and other MAGA extremists to post incessant lies, endangering public safety and even our democracy. Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. Now, I want to point out another alleged finding.
Did you follow that? Did you get that metaphor there? Hypocrisy is the hangover of an addiction to attention. What?
I got right winger bad. That's what I got from that.
Hypocrisy is a hangover. I'm like, what? My brain struggles to. There's nothing there. That's absolutely meaningless.
Say it again. Say it again.
Hypocrisy is the hangover to an addiction to attention. So that like addiction to attention is like the drug, but how does that figure into
What does that
like
even,
the how does hypocrisy become the hangover to that?
Don't think about it too much.
I know. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of thinking about it.
Yeah, this doesn't make
It's like, what? Is that a word salad? I feel like it is.
Yeah, that's some nonsense.
On the Twitter files. Mr. Schellenberger, you've referenced several times this $3.4 million that the FBI paid to Twitter in 2020 that was referenced in General Counsel Jim Baker's email. I first want to confirm that nowhere in the email does Baker say that the money was paid to censor information, take down posts, suspend accounts, or do anything relating to content moderation. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. But honest reporting would have explained that the $3.4 million was paid to release information, not censor it. One of my colleagues on this panel repeated your distortions and told Americans this reimbursement was used to, quote, censor certain stories. That's a flat-out lie. Mr. Schellenberger, are you aware of section...
So, I don't know what Matt Taibbi said about it specifically, but it is fair, and this is a distortion from the right whenever they bring up the government paid Twitter $3 million. And I remember I tweeted about this at the time, because I think Matt or Schellenberger, they put up some like one of the Twitter files things was they put up all the requests that the government asked for. It was like, I don't know, like 100,000 or 40,000, I don't know, some astronomical amount of requests from Twitter. And it's the law that if the government makes requests to private companies, they have to pay them for, the time they spend to comply with all this shit.
Yeah, employee
to some extent.
compensation.
Yeah, to compensate for all this stuff. And that's what the $3 million was for. And if you actually look at all the stuff the government was asking of Twitter, it seems completely fair and reasonable for them to do it. And to paint it like this is some kind of government paying off of Twitter to censor, I agree, is blatantly dishonest that people are pushing that narrative.
Section 2706 under the Stored Communications Act, it says when social media companies comply with subpoenas, warrants, or court orders, it costs them money, so they get reimbursed. The FBI makes these requests and reimbursements to discover evidence and run relevant to a criminal investigation.
This is painful, isn't it, Sitch? That she's like making this argument.
Yeah, she's making actually a good point. So, but that's why
that's
sad.
what's painful about it, because
right.
she's such a bitch.
Well, so I'm saying like it's so stupid that it's like, why you have something that's true, so why do you front load it with all this garbage?
Because the garbage was what was clipped out. This wasn't what was clipped out.
Well, you know what?
That's not
And
the
you're
garbage.
Right.
That's the message.
You're right. That's the part that was clipped out was the garbage, with Joe Rogan, and it wasn't the actual part that's true. That's a great point.
Yeah. People don't want the truth.
Well, it's so easy for people to be honest and truthful when the truth is on their side politically.
Of course. Yeah.
And as soon as it turns against them, they're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
what are you
Time to
talking
start
about?"
lying.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me repeat that. The FBI makes these requests to help catch the bad guys. That helps keep child predators off social media sites. It helps keep violent criminals off our streets. I support the FBI and our law enforcement agencies. It would be nice if our Republican colleagues did the same and not fabricate explanations for payments that are defined for clear purposes in federal law. My time is just about wrapped up.
She should have called them groomers.
Oh.
What are you, a bunch of groomers?
I was wondering what her position was on defund the police when she's taught. I support law enforcement.
She's like a more older, like Democrat, so I don't think
she's probably she was probably railing against the defund the police.
Yeah. It's hurting she's in Florida, so she's in the the DeSantis realm, so she's probably one of the people complaining about defunding the police hurting her.
Right.
The truth is that state companies are unregulated monoliths. They pose danger to individuals. They allow posts that bring harm, and that's the bottom line. That the other side will not tell you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman had no time to yield back, but I will let the gentleman, Mr. Schellenberger, respond. And I would also point out that I did not say what the
Mr.
FBI
Chairman,
paid Twitter for. All I said was they paid Twitter $3.4 million.
Mr. Chairman,
well, come on. Come on. Really? I didn't say what they paid them for. I just said that they paid them in a very incendiary way that it kind of implied that they were getting a payoff. But I didn't say exactly that's what it was.
I mean, the context was pretty close to insinuating that it was a payoff.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I heard the opening statement there. Sounded like a payoff to me.
Yeah.
Where's my $3.4 million?
Yes.
Point of order. I didn't ask Mr. Schellenberger a question.
Yeah, but he wants the witness wants.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my
it's
God,
so juicy.
That's so funny. Oh my God.
How dare you let him respond to my insinuations? I didn't ask a question. I'm telling you.
To respond, and the witnesses have been invited to our guests, and frankly, they've been attacked by the federal
please
government.
do that.
I'm going to let Mr. Schellenberger answer that before recognizing Mr. Bishop.
So are you going to do that as we move down the line of questioners?
Look at Schellenberger.
Gentleman has not been recognized. You had your 5 minutes, and frankly, I think that's at the discretion of the chair. Mr. Schellenberger, you can respond briefly.
So he basically just said, I have the power. Shut the fuck up.
I love Schellenberger's look. Like, mommy and daddy are fighting. Should I answer? Can I go to the dance or no? Like, what's going on here?
Brief, which is that my understanding from those files is that Twitter had decided not to take that money until recently. So if you read that email, what Stasha, I believe, the person that sent it, is saying is that they started taking money after previously not taking it. And I believe that the reason that they had not taken it earlier was because they did not want that financial conflict clouding their relationship.
Mr. Chairman, the money is...
So wait.
That's interesting.
So, what is his belief predicated on, though?
I don't know. Maybe talk to someone there.
Because it could also just be that, well, first of all, even if that's true, that doesn't mean them taking the money does cloud anything, number one. And number two, it could just as easily been, oh, we don't need the government to pay us for this. And then the accounting guy says, oh, hey, actually, I did the numbers and they've been fucking like spending thousands of hours complying with government bullshit. And they're like, oh shit, maybe we should take this one.
Right.
So I don't know. I want to see what exactly this is, what the basis of this belief is.
Yeah, this could just be his theory.
Is payment under law so that they can
The gentleman from North
costs
Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 5 minutes.
material that they've been asked.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Taib.
So she wasn't technically supposed to respond to his comment.
Right.
So that's why they're like, you're out of order. Now, this guy, does he not look exactly like the warden from Shawshank Redemption?
Oh, he does. Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
Maybe, would you care to, I'm down here on this end, sir. Would you care to respond to the attack on your ethics? You weren't given really an opportunity to answer. And if you'd be brief, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to ask you as well.
Sure, just quickly, that moment on the Joe Rogan show, I was actually recounting a section from Seymour Hersh's book, Reporter, where he described a scene where the CIA gave him a story, and he was very uncomfortable. He said that I, who had always gotten the secrets, was being handed the secrets. Look, again, I've done lots of whistleblower stories. There's always a balancing test that you make when you're given material, and you're always balancing newsworthiness versus the motives of your sources. In this case, the newsworthiness clearly outweighed any other considerations, and I think everybody else who worked on the project agreed.
Doesn't it seem like any reporter who breaks a blockbuster story is going to get attention, and there may be even financial consequences that follow? It seems like as surely as the night follows the day, that's the case, right?
That is true, although I would like to clear up, some things that have been misrepresented. Not one of us has actually been paid to do any of this work. We've all, traveled on our own. We've hired our personnel on our own, and I've just hired a pretty large team to investigate this issue out of my own pocket.
The fact that the attempt comes from the dais across the aisle to smear you, frankly, I think liberals, if I understand that, in your background, you're both good liberals, and you come in the Democrats' hostility to what you've undertaken is astonishing to behold, but it's part of the picture we're seeing. In Twitter Files number 15, Mr. Taibbi, you exposed Hamilton 68, a website associated with the German Marshall Fund that purported in a dashboard to identify Russian bot networks and became ubiquitously cited by media to identify media stories or narratives that supposedly flowed from Russia. From Russia! You showed that the front man for Hamilton 68 was Clint Watts, a former FBI agent. At Twitter, the trust and safety executives were ridiculing Hamilton 68 for the ludicrous identifications that it was making, which they could reverse engineer and figure out who those accounts were. And then in Twitter Files number 17, after disclosing Mr. Watts' identity, you disclosed that J.M. Berger is the creator of Hamilton 68. And guess what? He was a federal contractor, right?
He was, yes. He denies that he worked on it for the Global Engagement Center, but he was an employee of theirs until about a month before the dashboard's release.
Just a month before. And he said, I believe publicly, that the dashboard was the product of 3 years' work. So doesn't it beg sort of the intriguing question whether the creation of this fraudulent Hamilton 68 dashboard was effectively underwritten by government funding?
Yes, I think that's a good question. Certainly the German Marshall Fund, which is the NGO that is at the top of the chain in this organization. It's the German Marshall Fund, then the Alliance for Securing Democracy, and then Hamilton 68. They're a federal contractor. They received over $1 million from the Department of Defense. The board of the Alliance for Securing Democracy has a former acting head of the CIA, a former deputy head of the NSA, a former chief of the DHS on it. So
I want to make, and the bigger point is hard because the examples sometimes start making it. I want to introduce you to, or introduce the country to somebody else. I think you've mentioned it in one of your writings, Richard Stengel. You know who that is?
Yes.
So before I get to Richard Stengel, part of the problem I have with a lot of these, I guess you'd call them red yarn logic, is that it makes sense. The private market, when they're hiring people to do jobs, they're looking for people that have experience in these fields. And
investigators.
Right. And a lot of the ways that this works, and a lot of the reasons that people even do government work, is that they'll do government work to gain experience and access in a field, and then they'll move to the private sector with the idea that, well, now that I have experience in this field, I can get a job doing something in the private field.
Yep.
And that definitely has a massive potential for corruption. We do see, I have a big problem with essentially, Congress people or people that worked for Congress people becoming lobbyists, essentially. So I do have a problem with that. And I do think that is a potential source of corruption, but I do think it's overplayed. It's like it's pointed to as if that's proof of something, as opposed to being just something to look into. So, it's like, this person that used to work for the government now works for this private organization. So therefore, that means this private organization is really a government organization. It's like, that's not really true. That's not really true. Like, because that's, that's what everyone does. They go from government to private, right?
Yeah, I think it was Greyjoy, Brianna Greyjoy, who was talking about how a bunch of the Twitter people were ex FBI.
Yeah,
And
Elvis Jan and Matt, Jim, whatever, Jim Baker. Yeah.
yeah, so if you work at the FBI, you get something called investigative experience, right?
Right.
And if you're hired at Twitter to be some sort of investigator in, what's going on with these people, it just makes perfect sense that you would hire someone who has that kind of experience.
Right. Or
yeah.
or if they say, we're going to be dealing with the FBI, so we want someone who used to work there because they'll speak the lingo or whatever. Like, it makes sense on a very logical, pragmatic level. So for people to point to that and say, well, therefore that means there is corruption, is not that's not valid.
Right. Yeah. You get a lot of law enforcement going into private security because they have experience dealing with people in a security capacity.
Right. And if you just think about it logically, it's like, okay, we live in a capitalist society. So if you're working for the government and you stop working for the government, then you have two options. You either work for a private business or you quit forever, right?
Right.
And so if you're going to work for a private business, you would think, well, it's going to be a private business related to whatever your experience is. And presumably that's going to be something related to your government work.
So many, it's just, they're making much to do about nothing.
Well, that's the problem. They might not be. There could be something nefarious going on here, but just pointing to people involved and saying, well, they used to work for the government, like that doesn't mean anything.
Well, they just making the insinuation. They think that does mean something. They think that's enough.
Right. It's like, no, look into it and then come back. And
make show us where they actually did something corrupt.
Because he's about to play a clip of something that we'll watch in context, which I think when you hear it, you go, this sounds really bad. And I was like, So I went and I researched to try to find the context of this, and I did. And you're like, oh, definitely feels like an out of context clip. So.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you're doing the investigation. Look at that.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, he's the the first head of the Global Engagement Center.
I want the American people to hear from him for 30 seconds.
Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population.
Every country does it. Every country does propaganda, and they have to do it to their own people.
Okay, so obviously you hear that in the context of this conversation, right? And you're like, oh my God, former head State Department said this. So awful, so terrible, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look
briefly. For me, this whole hearing falls under the definition of propaganda.
This is state propaganda.
I'm like, what the hell?
That's a good point. Like, this entire hearing is state propaganda, with both sides fighting over
the narrative.
A narrative to propagandize it for their side. Yeah, that's a great point.
Of course.
That's a fantastic point.
Yeah.
The propaganda from the left is, look at the Republicans control Twitter. Elon Musk is Republican shill. This is all nothing. This is all political, nothing to do about nothing.
Yep.
And the right propaganda narrative is, oh my God, the deep state, the left deep state is controlling Twitter to, to censor people and promote a left-wing,
the deep
agenda.
State has been exposed by a private businessman.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So you always got to be hesitant when you hear these clips, because I always ask myself when I hear these clips, I'm like, and it sounds really bad, you're like, why would someone say something in public on a panel that is evil sounding, right?
Yeah, that could be clipped out of context.
Well, no, if it's not clipped out of context, that's why it should notify you that it is probably clipped out of context. Because you're like, would someone say something that sounds that bad, in the context that they're using it? Of course not.
Well, first of all, it didn't sound that bad to me. He literally said we joked around at work, and obviously,
well,
if you joke around at work, you're going to swing for the fences.
Right. Well, what he said was, he said all countries propagandize their own citizens, which is true. Now we could kind of twist it around in a obtuse way to pretend we don't understand what they mean. We could try to take it in the most negative context possible, but that is true, and we can be adults and understand what they were probably trying to say. And if you actually look at the question that he's responding to, you'll understand why he said it the way he said it. So, because essentially what happened was, now I'm not going to play the whole question because this lady just talks and talks and talks. And he actually asked her to kind of restate the question in a way that's simpler for him to respond to. Basically, what happened was this is a panel. It's about, as you can see, it's called Combating Disinformation and Fake News. And it's them talking to a bunch of people about combating fake news in social media. And basically, this really super woke person stands up at the end and says, well, I mean, what about like the narratives of fake news that like the, imperial Western hegemony, pushes, how do we fight back against that? You're only talking about, anti-mainstream narratives. So that's kind of the context of what she's asking.
As fake news.
So give examples of the master narratives that existed or still exist that maybe need to be questioned.
So she's so straight out of kind of like a critical dogma. She's like, there are certain master narratives in our society that need to be questioned. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
And these are the examples.
Propagandized us in some sort of master narrative.
Yeah, like Western liberalism and democracy.
Yeah, free speech, that kind of thing.
Right.
American master narrative about what is it? Destiny, manifest destiny. American narrative about entitlement to American land, despite Native Americans' presence and the massacres against them, the denial of the aftermath, the continuing aftermath of slavery that is continuing to be a part of American mainstream media.
Look at do you see that black guy to her left? Look at his face.
I know, he's got a
he's
great
like,
look.
What the fuck is he talking about? His face, he's like, what?
He's like, holy shit. It's another white lady appropriating my suffering.
I know. Well, it's funny because like up until this point, because I was kind of listening to all the questions the other day, all the questions have been fairly like standard. And then she's like kind of like out of left field all of a sudden with this. So he's like, what the fuck?
And mainstream consciousness, there is a whole list of things. Basically, every nationalist narrative is a narrative that we need to be questioning. And every nationalist narrative is a part of the mainstream that we accept.
Now he's laughing.
And this is something that I think we need to be more conscious about. So for me, if my students ask questions about every...
Oh my God. They always say that. If my students ask, I'm like, oh my God.
I know.
She's feeding this nonsense to 30 people.
What's the thing? Yeah, that's too. But as she said every nation has a master narrative that needs to be questioned.
Look, the black guy is doing the thing now. Like, holy shit, he reacted to the student thing. Like,
I know.
He's like, oh my God, she's teaching my kids.
Everything we hear, that's a good thing. That's a good outcome. Yeah.
Okay, let me jump ahead to what he says because all the other journalists respond to.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of boring. They just go on and on and on.
Oh, that was awesome.
It's funny. When I first listened to this, I didn't notice that guy who was sitting there like, what is you fucking talking about?
Narratives. It's called history.
Their own kind of community echo chambers.
So you'll be the last question, but I just want to weigh in on that for 1 second. So there's another word for master narratives. It's called history. Basically, every country creates their own narrative story. And my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population. And I don't necessarily think it's that awful. And this idea of a news cartel, I mean, I was editor of Time in 2012 during that election, and I remember, you're competing against cartels and everybody. I remember being on a panel with the then editor of the New York Times who said, it's really hard to break through these days. This is the editor of the New York Times saying it's hard to break through. I wanted to jump off the platform. Like, what's it like for the rest of everybody? So, I mean, there are cartels, but cartels don't have hegemony like they used to. The gentleman right there, last.
Okay, so in a question about we need to deconstruct the nationalist narratives, he gives I think a completely legitimate answer like, well, every country has a nationalistic narrative, and it's called history, and that's the reality of the situation. I don't know exactly what you want from me, lady. So I think
Right.
it was a totally fine answer. And I think it was dishonest for the congressperson to clip that out of context to try to, oh my God, he said you propagandize your own people. Oh, it's so terrible. Well, it's like, obviously we all do. Obviously we all do. Now,
Yeah.
the question is, what exactly is being propagandized for? Is it something that's beneficial to society, or is it something that's destructive to society? So,
Yeah, and is it factually correct or incorrect?
right. Yeah, exactly. Is it something that's true? Is it something that's false? Is it something that's going to unify us? Is it something that's going to divide us? So,
The sweet spot that we're looking for is it's true and it's going to unify us, right? That's
Right.
what we're looking for.
right.
Yeah. The sweet
Okay,
spot for the commies is it's untrue, but it's going to tear society apart. So that's that's the sweet spot for them.
Right. Right.
1619 Project, critical race theory, all good examples of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously well, I don't say obviously, but from the way that woman was asking the question, it definitely sounds like she's, anti-liberal democracy kind of leftist.
She wants America to fall apart for the native
Right.
so the Native Americans can have their revenge.
How come we're not questioning manifest destiny? Well, maybe because it's the year 2023, and I haven't really heard anyone talk about manifest destiny in 100 years. So I don't know. Maybe that's not why we're not questioning manifest fucking destiny.
It's a little late. I mean, I think the ship has sailed on manifest destiny.
It's yeah.
We're already from sea to shining sea.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I don't know.
I mean, I guess
it's a little late.
I mean, I'm open if you want to go manifest destiny north to south. I mean, okay, I guess we're
There you
having a
go.
conversation.
I mean, you know what? That's a good point. As I've said, Canada has been a country for
I know.
just too long.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that America should be a country where all of its lands are contiguous,
Oh yeah,
except for islands, obviously. Well, no, even islands. We should build bridges to all the islands.
of course.
Um,
Yeah,
doesn't
I
matter
want to
how
drive
far
to
away.
Hawaii.
Yeah, there should be an
I mean,
underwater
it's like a
tunnel.
5-hour flight. What would it
Yeah,
take
Elon
me?
Musk should build an underwater tunnel that goes all the way to Hawaii.
That'd be amazing.
But no, yeah. So, I want to be able to drive from Florida to Alaska without stopping in some foreign country. Ew.
Oh, I know.
So it's time to just annex Canada.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Are we going to listen to Sam Kinison? It looks like we are. Why
I
why
pressed
is Sam
back.
Kinison on this? Why is Sam
pressed
Kinison on?
back.
Oh, damn.
So I don't know what you're looking at, but
I'm looking at the old panel here.
oh, okay. Sam Kinison was on the panel.
Yeah, you didn't notice that?
I didn't know.
Look at him. He's got his phone up. He's like, look, I found this clip on the internet that my staff sent me.
Thal,
Mhm.
who's Cullivar for $20, says, well, China is the second highest holder of U.S. Treasuries, so clearly China owns the Fed and the U.S. government. So how insane is that argument? See, yeah, exactly. That's a good point.
Yep.
That's a good point. Yeah. My mother. Oh my God.
Why's
My
your
mother
mom? Come on. Why is she super chatting?
Well, thank you, Mom. This is your first super chat, even though you've given other Streamlabs. Thank you. My mother, which is a picture of me with a wig.
Sitch's mom. Look at that.
I
How
think it's
adorable.
the picture Sammy made of me as the cloud crossdresser saying, "Sitch, darling, that cute little Hispanic, Hispanic girl invited you to her anime party. I told her mother that you're going, and already bought the Deadpool suit and tutu. You can forget about playing with Adam if you make her cry." So there you go. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Apparently, my mom is handling my my personal.
I think that might be the best super chat we've got on the show, man. That's like
So
amazing.
thank you. Thank you. Anyway, are you back on the right video?
Look, I need to call your mom. I'll be right back. I think I'm back on the right video, yeah.
Okay, let me go.
I was
for it
trying
a
to get
little
a look at that picture.
And they have to do it to their own people, is what Mr. Stingel said. If I understand correctly, he was the head of the Global Engagement Center at its creation, right?
He was, and in his book, Information Wars, there are a number of passages where he talks about creating a whole of government solution to the information problem. He hastened to say that he didn't want to create a quote, information ministry, but what he was describing roughly approximates that.
In the half minute I've got left, he also was associated with Hamilton 68, right?
The Global Engagement Center certainly had ties to Hamilton 68.
I think it's closer than that. That'll come out.
Okay. Well, I'd be anxious to hear that.
I hope I'll get yielded in a minute or two from somebody else down the way. There's all sorts of stuff to disclose. This committee has to uncover not that single instance, but this system that you have described. This is the
Deep
hope
state
that Americans have to set this right. This committee. And that hostility shows what we're up against. It's not 3 pillars to the system, it is 4. And you're seeing the left move to crush you and anybody else who tries to expose this. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his great 5 minutes. And we now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what to say after that last one. We're fellow Americans. And we're elected officials. We're trying to get at the truth, and we're trying to participate in the process at getting at the truth. Mr. Taibbi, you have said
Mr. Taibbi,
that this isn't really a matter of right or left, that there are lots of different ideological colorations involved in the Twitter files. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Schellenberg, you would agree with that?
Yes.
So when you release information, have you released any information of, for example, right-wing elements or the Trump White House attempting to moderate content at Twitter?
Yes.
No, not the Trump White House per se, although I did report initially in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House had made and requests and had been honored.
Mr. Schellenberg?
I did not find that.
You haven't found it. So we had a hearing the other day on Twitter, and we had 4 witnesses, 3 for the majority, 1 for the minority, and all 4 testified under oath. They had never received a request for content moderation or takedown by the Biden White House, but they did from Donald Trump's White House. And specifically, the case brought up was an exchange between Donald Trump, then President of the United States, and Chrissy Teigen, where he had called her something and she called him something back. I won't repeat it. And this was under oath confirmed. Yeah, that happened. And that the White House shortly thereafter, after Teigen had her email about the president, which was pejorative, that the White House called Twitter to try to take down the content. Are you aware of that, Mr. Taibbi?
Yeah, I've certainly heard that in the news. Yes.
But
that is pretty fucking wild.
What's that?
That, someone on Twitter, makes an insult at Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And so he, literally his White House asked Twitter to take it down because someone insulted him. That's
that's a pretty big ask, right?
It's pretty ridiculous, but.
Did you see that email?
I mean, and
how big was the insult?
I can look it up.
It wasn't one of those tiny hands insults, was it?
Chrissy Teigen Trump Twitter. Chrissy Teigen called Trump a pussy ass bitch.
Oh yeah, so it was in line.
So
can you imagine?
Twitter. I do think it weakens. I mean, the problem is, everyone shrouds themselves in the cloak of righteous ideology, because we all know, at least who's listening should all know, that if the politics of the situation was reversed, everyone would be saying the exact same thing, just inverted. All the Democrats would be saying, "Oh my God, the Republicans don't care about free speech and censorship, blah 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 blah." Because none of these people actually care about any of the principles that they're talking about at all. It's all just political pandering, and this is the problem. And this is you have. It definitely hurts the Republicans' credibility to make this philosophical argument if Donald Trump is asking, as president, Twitter to take down someone just insulting him. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exchange?
No, I have not seen an exchange from the Trump White House.
So
I have seen one from Congress.
I mean, he probably could have got that removed just by misgendering. I mean, she called him like a bitch.
Maybe you're right. Maybe
I feel like
maybe that was the complaint. He's like, this person misgendered me.
I feel like he probably could have just filled out the form and they would have removed it immediately.
You know what? That's a good
He
point.
boomered out. He didn't know. He's like,
did.
look, this person misgendered me. Oh, we'll remove that right away, sir.
That's a great point. There you go.
Congressman Schiff and one from Senator Angus King.
Yeah, nice try. We're talking about the Trump.
Nice try.
We have to go back. I missed it.
Yes, nice try, Mr.
Nice try.
Tabby.
Mr. TV.
Seen an exchange from. Yeah, I've certainly heard that in the news. Yes.
But did you see that email exchange?
No, I have not seen an exchange from the Trump White House.
So
I have seen one from Congressman Schiff and one from Senator Angus King.
Yeah, nice try. We're talking about the Trump White House, and
I would recommend listening to the Brianna Greyjoy conversation with him, because I had like a pretty monumental shift when I was listening to that conversation, because for like the first half of it, I'm like, oh my god, Brianna Greyjoy is like so out to lunch here. She's just on this fishing expedition. She's totally full of shit. Blah 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 blah. But then there's like this shift where I'm like, wait a minute. I hate to admit it, but I think she's right.
Really?
Or like, yeah, because she eventually gets him. Because she asked him, like, did you search for Donald Trump, or Donald Trump administration, like, requests that they asked for Twitter takedown?
Mm-hmm.
And he fucking says no.
Really?
And I'm like, what? Like, what are you're talking about, like, government involvement and pressuring Twitter, and you don't look to see if the fucking president did it, Matt? Like, what the fuck? Like, that blew my mind. I was like, holy shit, Matt, what are you doing?
Look at that. You got some respect for Greyjoy.
I hate it. I hate it so much, because I'm listening to this conversation. I'm like, oh my god, she's so full of crap, blah blah blah. And then he answered that way, and then finally she gets him on something. I'm like, oh no.
I think she's on Rising or The Hill or something like that.
Yeah,
she's so
the Rising is on the Hill.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Okay. So I was right on both counts.
You're right on both accounts.
And people under oath confirming it. And my question is, in the Twitter files, did Elon Musk or Twitter provide you with that exchange with Chrissy Teigen?
No, but that's probably because the searches that I was making.
Well, probably because it didn't confirm the bias that this is all about, as the gentleman from Texas would say, the left attempting to control content, when in fact the evidence is the Trump White House most certainly attempted to control content on Twitter. Mr. Schellenberger, were you aware of that, or is this all news to you?
I already answered that question.
No, I mean specifically the Teigen exchange.
Yeah, the Teigen exchange was news to me.
I'm probably mispronouncing her name. I'm sorry. So let me ask: have you combed the so-called Twitter files to look at other examples that aren't about the Biden White House or the FBI that might in fact involve people from the right ideologically or from the Republican ranks? Just to be fair.
Well, again, Mr. Congressman, I mentioned before, we're focused not on the Biden administration or the Trump administration. In fact, just this morning, we released an exchange where Twitter talked about vetting the accounts of both Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. And really, we were looking at the intelligence agencies when we were doing this research. And as I mentioned before, their conclusions targeted people on both the left and the right globally, again, including the Yellow Vest movement in France, the pro-Maduro accounts in South America, and leftist news organizations in America like Truth Out and Consortium. Some of those people are my friends, actually. And we found those in intelligence lists that were passed on to Twitter, just as we found lists that included ordinary Trump supporters.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, I appreciate that, because in some ways what you just said undermines the premise of this select committee, which is that the federal government has been organized to weaponize against conservative voices. And of course, what you've just indicated in your testimony is, well, actually, that's not the evidence you found.
No, I think this committee, my understanding is that they're concerned about the weaponization of the government against free speech, which is certainly what we're finding.
Thank you. My time has expired, but I appreciate your understanding of our committee. I have a different understanding. I yield back.
Well, you got the wrong understanding. Last week in the full Judiciary Committee hearing, I introduced into the record a story of a left-wing journalist who said that talked about the FBI putting a paid informant, a felon, in the Black Lives Matter movement in Denver. I want to focus on the First Amendment, just like protecting the First Amendment, just like these guys
Point
do.
of order.
Wait a minute. Did you catch that? That's it. Wait, I missed that when I first listened to this.
I got it. What do you mean?
So the guy that was asking Matt Taibbi the questions was like, what you saying contradicts the narrative that Twitter is just censoring, some sort of operation to censor, right-wing voices. And then Matt fires back saying, well, I think this hearing is more about, the principle of free speech, which I hope Matt doesn't honestly believe that, because if he does, I would lose a lot of faith in his ability to understand what's happening. Maybe he's just saying that to play nice for the Republicans who are defending him on the panel. I hope that's what's happening here.
I'm sure he understands what's going on, but for him, it's,
right. So fair enough. Even though it's not true, fair enough that he said that.
He said in his opening statement it's bipartisan. So go ahead.
Right,
continue.
and he's right that it should be. He's
Right.
right that it should be. However, I would argue that if he really wants it to be bipartisan, he's doing a shitty job, at making it bipartisan. But anyway, so then Jim Jordan says, "Oh no, this is about bipartisan free speech." I covered some left-wing journalist who was talking about how there was paid informants in the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm like, wait a minute, it doesn't matter if the journalist is on the left. Like, it's still attacking the BLM, which is widely seen as a left-wing, political movement.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that was the context.
I was like, what the fuck? That doesn't disprove what he's saying. Like, that's ridiculous.
It plays into it even more. I mean, geez.
Yes, I
both
know.
these guys are supposed to be Democrats, and they've both, like,
of course,
multiple Republicans have mentioned that.
Yes. Well, and I think, and I think from their perspective, I don't think it is a Democrat-Republican thing. I think it's just a hesitancy towards government and the mainstream thing.
Taibbi and Schellenberger?
Yes, I think that's where their motivation is.
Well, and they want to protect free speech, which, I mean, so do I.
Of course.
And they're
which is
journalists.
laudable.
It drives me insane when you have journalists that are going on and on about hate speech and shit. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you're the first one that's going to be accused of hate speech when the Gestapo comes around.
Well, and that's what's scary, is that the current class of journalists, coming up are just, they're horribly woke, not journalists.
Yeah. They don't care about free speech or objectivity, which, like, how can you even have a society where people don't care about objectivity? It's like, what?
I know.
How
Objectivity is overrated, Adam. Okay.
How can you be a journalist and not understand the value, like the necessity of objectivity?
Yeah, that is frightening. That is frightening.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, are you going to respond after every?
No, I'm taking my 5 minutes.
Yeah, I love this. No, bitch, I'm taking my 5 minutes.
I love how petty everyone is on this thing.
I know.
Are you going to talk after everyone? No, this is my time.
When you wanted to review this, I was like, hell yeah, this is amazing.
I know. Look at his face. He's fucking pissed.
New sheriff in town. I know. Look, I do what I'm. Look, hold up the gavel. Look, see this?
This means I do what I want.
That's right. In the wide shot, it appears that she is sitting right next to him.
She is sitting right next to him. That's her hand. You can see it. Yeah.
Which you can't.
Yeah. You wish that it was like a dual shot.
It looks like they're across the room. Yeah, I know. We want the 2-shot.
Right, because he doesn't look at her when he's talking to her. I'm assuming that's her next to her. It looks like
yeah.
But oh, did you see
the other guy's looking at him? No, the other guy's looking at her.
I know. Uh, South Park was hilarious this week. If you didn't see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did watch the
forgetting.
one with the victim thing, and it's like you buried the best part.
What was the best part?
The pro Felicity guy is like, I've got a great plan here. They all end in victim.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tennis
Right.
player, victim.
Yeah, they go to. So if you didn't watch the episode, they go to Kyle.
Right.
And
He's got to work on his brand. That's what
he's got to work on his brand. So he goes to a brand management firm, and they're like, they give them 4 keywords to be their brand, and every brand ends in victim.
Every brand, ends in victim. So
Yes.
it's so perfect.
It is amazing. But no, this victim. This episode is all about ChatGPT.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'll check it out.
So essentially, what happened? It's so funny. Essentially, Bebe, who's dating Clyde, she's getting these amazing text messages from him.
Oh no! Oh no!
And then Wendy notices that Stan doesn't reply. Like all he does is give thumbs up to all of her text messages.
No,
he's not actually replying. So then Stan is like Clyde, how do you do it? And he's like, oh, well, I use ChatGPT. So it's just like Stan using responding to all of her texts with the chatbot, and she's so in love with the chatbot.
That's so bad.
And
but
it's
you
so
know that's
funny.
happening right now.
Yes, and it's so funny because whenever we were talking about AI, there's always this thought like, oh, guys are just gonna totally, they just want to bang, so they're gonna totally fall in love with all their hot robot waifu AI bots and just leave women in the dust. But it's like, yeah, but before that happens, women are just gonna fall in love with their emotional support chat AI, which they already have, that already exists.
Right.
They could just have it respond to whatever they want.
Yeah, no.
It's so good.
Brave New World. I'll check it out. Yeah.
Minutes.
This is it's your 5 minutes now?
I can take my 5 minutes when I want to, and I'm taking my 5 minutes
Okay,
now.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I would ask for an additional few seconds for being interrupted by the ranking member.
So good.
It's so petty. They're all so petty with each other. I love it.
So good.
I know.
I wish they had the 2-shot because it's better that they're sitting right next to each other.
I know. Because he doesn't look directly at her, so
he never does. Yeah, exactly. He's side-eyeing her though.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But the truth is, we want to focus on protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Schellenberger, you a Republican?
No, I'm not.
You got any pro-Trump bumper stickers on your car?
I voted for Biden.
Voted for Biden. You know how many MAGA hats laying around your house, right?
I do not.
Yeah, but you said earlier, both you and Mr. Taibbi said this is the most chilling thing you have ever seen as journalists. Mr. Taibbi, the same thing. You're not a Republican either, right?
No, I'm not.
You didn't vote for. This is about protecting the First Amendment. Mr. Taibbi, I want to read from your Twitter file number 9. You say this: after weeks of Twitter files, the Bureau issued a statement Wednesday, referring to the FBI. Here's what the FBI said. It is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. You then follow up, and this is why I think you're an award-winning author, you then follow up, they must think we're unambitious if our sole aim is to discredit the FBI. After all, a whole range of government agencies discredit themselves in the Twitter files. And then you go on to, in this particular Twitter file, to talk about what Mr. Bishop was just talking about, the GEC at the State Department. You talk about the CIA. You talk about the DOD. You talk about the FBI. You talk about the DHS. You talk about the Foreign Intelligence Task Force, which is a combination of all these. But there was one agency you didn't mention because you didn't know at the time. One agency, you got almost the whole alphabet, but you didn't mention one agency, the FTC. Because you know about them now.
Yes, we do.
You know about them now in an up-close and personal way. You didn't know then, but you do know now. December 2nd, as I said earlier, December 2nd, the first Twitter file comes out, Mr. Taibbi. And I think there are 5 others, including the ones from Mr. Schellenberger. December 13th, the very first letter that the FTC sends to Twitter after the Twitter files, 11 days after the first Twitter file. There have been 5 of them come out. The FTC's first demand in that first letter after the Twitter files come out is identify all journalists, I'm quoting, identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom Twitter worked with. You find that scary, Mr. Taibbi, that you got a federal government agency asking a private company, who in the press are you talking with?
Yeah, I do find it scary. I think it's none of the government's business what which journalists a private company talks to and why. I think every journalist should be concerned about that, and the absence of interest in that issue by my fellow colleagues in the mainstream media is an indication of how low the business has sunk. There was once a real esprit de corps and camaraderie within media. Whenever one of us was gone after, we all kind of rose to the challenge and supported.
Used to be.
Yeah.
Used to be the case.
That is gone now. We don't protect one another.
You know what else used to happen? Democrats used to care about protecting First Amendment free speech rights too. Now it's like, okay, if you're attacking, and I said this on the House floor, I said.
So, well, there's two things I want to talk about. So it annoys me, the FTC thing, because I feel like I don't have enough information. And I find it very suspect that when Jim Jordan put out the report, they didn't include the FTC's report that would explain why they're asking Twitter for this information. To me, it's very suspect, because I can see both sides of the issue. You say, okay, well, why is the government asking private business what journalists are contacting, right? But the other side of the issue is like, well, wait a minute. If the government's supposed to be making sure this company isn't giving out private information, because they have all our private information, isn't it fair for the government to ask those journalists, hey, did this private company give you people's personal private information? Isn't that a fair thing to ask? Isn't that a reasonable thing to ask?
Well, I'm not sure which regulatory body handles that. Like, is it a law enforcement issue or?
The FTC does.
Right.
And that's who asks. And the thing is, because I was thinking, because I thought about it from, the way to kind of clear your mind of the biases is just to think about this from the reverse political perspective. Because imagine if, like, it wasn't Elon Musk that bought Twitter. Imagine if it was, I don't know, some super, Antifa billionaire, if they exist, right? That seems pretty hypocritical. But, like, imagine if all of BreadTube pulled their resources and George Soros backed them and they bought, Twitter or something.
It's going to be a George Soros NGO or whatever.
Imagine if, here's your hypothetical. Imagine if George Soros buys Twitter and he makes Vosh the CEO, right?
Right. He starts doxing everybody.
Well, and then they hire, or they don't hire, they invite some, quote unquote left-wing journalists to kind of go through the Twitter filed information. Every right winger would be saying, oh my God, they're going to give all our private information, to these fucking Antifa people are going to, like, and if the journalists were Antifa, like, let's say like the journalists are literally Antifa journalists, you'd be like, oh my God, they're going to give all our private information to the Antifa journalists and they're going to dox us and blah, blah, blah. It's totally crazy. And then they turn to the government and say, government, you need to make sure that Twitter doesn't give our private information to these evil Antifa journalists. And you'd say, then everyone would be applauding the government, trying to get that information.
My question.
And then the left would be saying, oh, the government doesn't believe in free speech. They're trying to get the names of these Antifa journalists because they want to clamp down on them. So to me, like, the whole narrative around this just seems very dishonest. And it seems very, like, for Matt to kind of be like, oh my God, this is like Soviet Russia. Like, it just seems kind of like preposterous. But
on the FTC stuff, like, doesn't a murder investigation normally begin with a body or missing persons or something like that? Like, you can sit around and say, Twitter has the power to share private information with journalists, but why, just because someone has the power, it's kind of like saying, oh, that person could murder somebody. It's like, well,
I understand what you're
have
saying,
they murdered
you're
someone?
Saying,
it's
you're saying there needs to be something that sparks the investigation in the first place.
Otherwise, it's just a fishing expedition.
Right. No, and that's true. And I do think that a lot of what the FTC is doing with Elon Musk is a fishing expedition to annoy him.
Look,
I do agree with that, right?
You can't unleash law enforcement to come in. That famous saying, show me the person, I'll show you the crime, to just start digging until they find something you're guilty of. That's not. My understanding from the documents that they did include, because they didn't include the pertinent document, was that the FTC's justification for all this was twofold. It was that since Elon Musk bought Twitter, they want to make sure they had these open pending demands and investigations, and now they're saying, well, now a new person is in charge, we need to make sure they're following all the proper, protocols, blah, blah, blah. Right.
And then their second justification is because when he bought Twitter, all these people left. that they're saying, well, how do we know that you have the staff to even do the proper,
That's
follow
the
the proper
that's
things?
the body for them then.
That's the body for them,
Okay.
which,
I got that makes sense.
yeah, it kind of makes sense. I still, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand both sides of it. There's justification, but it's also a fishing expedition.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's
is
not
that
clean
really
cut.
that body seems like it just might be taking a nap, though. Not really murder.
Yeah, no, like I listen, like I don't, I mean, I have, even though I think I don't like what a lot of things Elon's saying, about all this, I do have faith that there's nothing improper going on here. But obviously, that's my personal opinion.
Right. Yeah.
Don't think they won't come for you. Oh, the big tech, big media, cancel culture, they may come for Republicans and conservatives now, but the mob is never satisfied. They will keep coming. Mr. Schellenberger, you know who the chair of the FTC is?
Not personally.
Lena Khan. Lena Khan, you know who she used to work for?
My understanding is the Judiciary Committee?
Yeah, she's worked for these folks. These same folks have been attacking you today. Same folks. Chair of the FTC, worked for them. Here's what they said. Here's what she said in a letter where they ask about who these journalists, again, they named four journalists by name. You were two of the four. As I said before, I think it's frankly courageous and brave of you to show up today when you know the federal government's got an eye on you personally. Here's what they asked for in that letter. Any credentialing or background check Twitter has done on journalists. Now think about that. The federal government is saying, we want you to do a background check on members of the press. Freedom of the press mentioned in the First Amendment, and they want Twitter to do a background check on you before they can talk to you in America? The FTC, led by Lena Khan, who used to work for these guys, is asking that question? Now we know, now we all know why. You guys said at the outset, this is the most chilling story. And you guys are New York Times bestsellers, award-winning journalists, but in all your time in the journalism field, this issue, most important. And how this, I think, what'd you call it, Mr. Schellenberg, this complex, what'd you call it? The
censorship industrial complex.
Totally, this web of censorship, big government, big tech, NGOs, all this web of censorship that Mr. Bishop was getting into in his line of questioning. That's what this committee is going to get to. And that's not right or left. This is just right or wrong. This is wrong. We know it's wrong, and it's about protecting the First Amendment.
That is a little terrifying. If you're being
Definitely
personally targeted by the federal government, that
well,
is
but that's
terrifying.
right. But that's what I'm saying. I understand both sides of this. Like, I think it seems legitimate for the government to ask for this information, completely. And part of why it seems like kind of bullshit to me is because like everyone knows who's looking through the Twitter files.
Yeah.
That's not like a secret. It's not like there's some secret, shady, who's the journalist? Everyone knows who. Is very public. Right. So I'm not exactly sure what the massive concern is here, even though I understand in theory the concern of it. And I just, I don't know. I don't trust Jim Jordan's to say, he gives a good speech about like, well, they're going to come for you. And it's like, sure, but you're only saying that because it matches your partisan situation at this time.
Why didn't Elon Musk call in Tucker Carlson? He's a journalist, right? Why didn't he call in Sean Hannity?
Well, because then no one would ever believe it, right?
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's why he called in Matt Taibbi. That's why he called in Schellenberger. That's why he called in who's the other woman that he called in? I can't remember her name.
Barry Weiss.
Barry Weiss, yeah. That's why he's like, I gotta call in the centrists.
Yeah, right.
I gotta call in the people who are politically homeless, disaffected liberals.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member for her 5 minutes.
Thank you.
For her rebuttal. So
I want the two shot so bad because I know they're playing footsies under the table or something. Yeah. This is like there's a lot of sexual tension going on in this room here. The situation.
Mr. Taibbi, the emails and documents you've produced all date to around 2020. Is that correct?
No.
Thanks so much, Britt Cornier, for $100. Thanks so much. says
Yeah.
they should have looked into the White House asking for things to be taken down. However, I think that agencies asking for takedowns are worse, the FBI, DHS, etc. They do not change with administrations. Many of them are bureaucrats that stay in power for a lifetime. Well, I mean, I think they should both be looked into. Usually the heads, now while there are a lot of bureaucrats in those organizations that stay forever, very often the heads of the organization are replaced with the presidency. They'll put
Right.
someone in charge. But I think they're both bad or both, merit looking into. So it's weird to me if you're like, if I'm Matt Taibbi and I see this as this massive problem. First of all, I would look into the White House doing it because I think if the point of the story is government pressuring Twitter, I want to see all the various agents of the government doing it, right? Not just the FBI stuff.
Well, and not just the government. I mean, there's all these NGOs that they talked about.
True, but that's not really a violation of that's more just like a political bias. That's not really like a violation of
right
of the law. But then the second thing is also, if I'm Matt Taibbi and I want people to care about the story, to me it'd be more pragmatic. Now maybe I'm wrong because I'm thinking too much like a centrist. It'd be more pragmatic to show, if it's true that either A, both sides are doing it, or it's all coming from one side. Because then at least then the people would report on it. But I don't know, maybe that's not the way the news works, because maybe if he reported on both sides being bad, then no one would report on it.
That's
very possible.
That's an interesting dilemma, isn't it?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Like everyone's being evil and just everyone shuts up and ignores it.
Well, I definitely seen that happen. Like a good example of that is with the January 6th slow response from the police.
Oh yeah.
We've never really got to the bottom of it. Like there's a lot of blame to go around. The mayor of DC passed this ordinance or law that made it much more difficult for the police to respond quickly. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell have some sort of oversight to the call in the Capitol Police. Donald Trump basically sat around and watched TV instead of doing anything to help. So it seems like since everyone was kind of at fault politically, the story doesn't really get talked about.
Right, because nobody wants to touch it because it makes their side look as bad as the other side.
Exactly. There's not like a clear
good guy and bad
like
guy.
a clear narrative to be like, this is the person, this is the team that did the wrongdoing.
Right.
So.
Yeah. As soon as they start blaming Nancy Pelosi, they're going to start pointing to Donald Trump, and it's just going to be like, okay, let's just agree to not talk about this, and everyone looks good.
Some people in chat, it's interesting. Some people in chat are all obviously very politically biased, and they're mad at me, but they're not. What they're saying doesn't actually address anything that I've actually said.
Who's mad? No, who could be mad at you?
A couple.
I don't.
There's a couple of partisan people in the audience who are very upset that I'm not just, rah rah rah. Republicans are our saviors and heroes. So.
Why would they look? That never happens on this
I know,
show.
that
Why
never
would
happens in the chat.
Look, were you expecting? Was that like a storyline that I missed?
No,
or something?
that was the expectation. Sadly. But.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, stick around because Sitch is going to have to pay me $500 when Trump, when I win the Trump bet. So
here's a good example. So someone said Trump offered National Guard to help with the Capitol security on January 6th. That's a fantastic example of I don't know if you're being dishonest or this is some kind of form of cognitive dissonance cope. Because what you're referring to, and you should know this, maybe you don't, what you're referring to is a completely different situation than what I'm referring to. So before...
That was the park situation, right?
Right. Before the event happened, the National Guard was offered to help with Capitol security. What I'm talking about is obviously when the situation occurred and it grew out of control, Trump sat around and watched TV and did nothing, and Mike Pence had the call in, and that's well documented and reported. So why would you say that in response to what I'm saying? Because you should know that it's irrelevant.
One of the problems when Scott Adams goes and starts yelling at the chat is I never know what he's yelling at because he's not reading the person's chat.
I read the chat.
So. Oh, okay.
Are you not paying attention, or did you fall? I don't. Someone in the chat said Donald Trump offered the National Guard to help on January 6th.
Okay.
That's all that the person in the chat said, and then I just
Okay.
explained why that has nothing to do. That offer was before January 6th, before there was the situation that grew out of control, and that's completely irrelevant to what I said, which is while January 6th is occurring. That did not happen. Donald Trump, when January 6th was occurring, Donald Trump did not call up the National Guard and say, I want you to come and reinforce the Capitol Hill police. That never occurred.
Pence did.
Pence did after hours
Right.
of Trump sitting in a room watching TV and not communicating anything to anybody.
Right. Now they're saying, but he tweeted to tell him to go home. But after
he did, and
all
that's fair
happened,
enough.
yeah.
That's fair enough. But then why didn't he call anyone to help too?
The complaint is that he asked everyone to go home very late in the game. Right.
There was an early tweet that was kind of milquetoast, but still advocating for people to somewhat relax. And then there was a later tweet. There were two tweets, if I recall correctly. And then there was a later tweet that was a go home tweet. But even so, and that's fine. I've never said that didn't happen. But anyway,
I wasn't really paying attention to the chat, so
I noticed.
There's a portion of them from 2017 and 2018 as well.
Thank you.
no one's attacking me in the chat, right? Because I just want to make sure. I want to make sure everyone's cool with me.
No one ever attacks you in the chat.
Bull. This is why I don't watch the chat, because all they do is attack me. It's like what? Just turn the chat off, man. It's not even. Don't stress about the chat. They want to fight with each other. You know,
True.
someone's gonna.
That is true.
Someone's gonna
That is
take up
true.
the cost. Someone else could be saying, "Oh, yeah, but what? Trump never called the National Guard." It's like,
Right. That's a good point.
yeah.
And Mr. Schellenberger, what dates do you have?
I believe that we had emails including 2022, 2021, 2020.
That's also true.
2019.
And Mr. Taibbi said 2018. Do you have 2018 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, how many employees did Twitter employ in approximately the time period of 2020, 2021? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, it was 7,500. Do you know how many were in its legal team during that time period?
I don't. I'm sorry.
And do you know how many were in its public policy team?
I don't.
Mr. Schellenberger, do you know how many were employed in content moderation during that time?
I do not know.
Okay. So we're looking at thousands of employees overall and hundreds in offices were the focus of emails and documents you released. I will ask you, Mr. Schellenberger, how many emails did Mr. Musk give you access to?
I mean, we went through thousands of emails.
Did he give you access to all of the emails for the time period in which?
Yeah, I never had a single request denied. And not only that, but the amount of files that we were given were so voluminous that there was no way that anybody could have gone through them beforehand. And we never found an instance where there was any evidence that anything had been taken out.
Okay.
See, now, so that's interesting because he's saying that because he's trying to get ahead of, oh, you're just a partisan hack for the right wing. Like Elon Musk is removing things that make the right wing look bad. That's why he said what he said. But first of all, I just want to say I believe him. I think what he's saying is true. However, what he said also is what allows the FTC to come in and question him. Because then you say, well, wait a minute. How do we know then, if no one looked through the data you requested, how do we know that Twitter didn't violate people's privacy laws when they gave you this giant glob of information that nobody looked through?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But I don't think
whose emails were they? But they're reading employee emails. They're not reading personal user emails.
Well, supposedly, yeah, but supposedly there's both are protected to some extent. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to some extent. I don't know exactly to what extent, but.
So you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right?
Not
That's
millions.
correct, would you say?
I don't, millions.
No, I think the number's
sounds
less than
too
that.
high.
There you go.
Okay, 100,000?
That's probably closer.
Probably, yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then who gave you
Cherry
access to these
picking.
emails?
Yep.
Who was the
People at Twitter.
individual that gave you permission to access the emails?
Well, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter, and that's what I'm going to refer to.
Okay. Did Mr. Musk contact you, Mr. Taibbi?
Again, the attribution from my story is sources at Twitter.
Mr. Schellenberger, did Mr.
This is so weird. I don't understand. Everyone knows that is Elon Musk. Like, I don't understand why he's like, I have to protect my sources. Like, I don't understand what's happening.
Maybe he's got debate brain. Maybe he just doesn't want to agree with anything she's saying.
I don't know, because it's like everyone knows it's Elon Musk. It's not like a fucking secret.
Yeah,
like
but
usually
she's characterizing it as Elon Musk handpicked these things.
I understand that, but everyone, which is not true. I don't think that's true. But I'm just saying, like, everyone knows Elon Musk is the one that gave these journalists permission to do this. It's not like a fucking secret. Like, when you're protecting your source, it's because there's a fear of reprisal from their boss, right, or the government, right? That's the point of or maybe the public. But everyone literally already knows it's Elon Musk. So I don't know.
Well, we don't know who the source from the actual emails, though. I mean, Elon Musk turned the email over, but we don't know who
I
wrote
guess
the email and who the
maybe,
email was sent to.
Does she mean like who is the literal Twitter engineer that gave you the access to the terminal? I don't know, maybe. So, but
Yeah, maybe that's what she's asking.
I don't know. Maybe. But then it becomes even weirder. Well, you'll see, because it goes in this weird direction.
No, this part is super weird.
Yeah.
Mr. Musk contact you?
Actually, no. I was brought in by my friend Barry Weiss, and so this story, there's
Barry!
a lot of misinformation.
So Mr. Weiss
or
brought you in.
disinformation about
Mr.
that.
Taibbi, Ms. Weiss, thank you. Mr. Taibbi, have you had conversations with Elon Musk?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Taibbi, did Mr. Musk place any conditions on the use of the
Would the gentlelady yield for a second?
as long as my time is not used for
Are
it.
you trying to get journalists
No,
to
I'm not
expose
trying to
their
get,
sources?
no, I'm not.
Well,
I
it
am
sure sounds
asking,
like it.
no, well, if you will let me finish. And you had conversations with him, you said you weren't going to agree to who your sources were. I'm not asking you your source. I'm asking you if you had conversations with the owner of Twitter. And did Mr. Musk place any conditions on your use of the emails or documents?
No, in fact, I was told explicitly that we were given license to look at present-day Twitter as well as past Twitter.
So you had unfiltered access to Twitter's internal communications and systems?
Yes.
Would those include HR files?
No. We did not have access to personal information of any kind. In fact, we signed a waiver
Have you produced that waiver to the members of anyone on this committee or any staff?
I'd be happy to
Have
produce
you?
it. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the?
So well, that's important because that would be the justification for the FTC to question them in the first place. And so that would be an important thing to kind of shut down. If you want to shut down the FTC's involvement, at least in the journalist aspect, say, well, they only gave us, they didn't give us anything related to, HR or whatever they're interested in. It's fun.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just, I think she's being debate brained because she's like, well, have you produced that? He's like, I would be happy to. She's like, no, but have you already produced it?
Oh yeah,
It's like,
that's
well,
horrible.
I mean, did you ask for it before this second? Like, I don't.
Was it necessary?
I mean, if you ask me for it, I can give it. Like, you want me to go back in time and produce it? I don't know what you're asking me.
She might be trying to impeach a witness like Debbie Wasserman Schultz was, just to get him to say something that she knows is in contradiction to something he said before.
That's possible. That
Yeah.
is possible. Yeah, and that's part of why it's these sorts of these hearings can be very dangerous for people that are testifying.
Of course, yeah,
So,
because you get it brought up on perjury charges.
Perjury
charges, yeah.
Right.
I almost said plagiarism charge. I plagiarized my testimony, Your Honor.
Yes.
Access to?
Imagine if someone had Chat GPT in their pocket and they
I
were just
know, I was
like,
thinking the same thing.
they would just
hey.
like whatever question they're asked, they just quickly like punch it in, and then they just get the answer, be like, well,
Chat GPT lied to me about Ant-Man, so I just
that's gonna happen.
Now I don't trust it.
10 years from now, that's my prediction. 10 years in the future, a congressional witness will get caught using an AI bot to give answers
Testimony.
during a testimony. Yeah,
Everyone's going to be using that.
I know.
What you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your...
Wait a minute.
No, and I would never do that.
Have you?
It. I haven't, but I'd be happy.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, and I would.
What is she asking for? I don't even understand. Have you given all of your access?
She's saying he's biased. She's saying
No, but what does
he's
that mean?
cherry picked what he's
Well,
seen.
because I'm thinking, because I'm thinking, is she asking that? Have you given every piece of information you received to the committee? Which seems to be a fucking insane thing to ask someone, right? So
She
I'm
wants
assuming that's not what
100,000
she's asking.
documents.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is that what she's asking for? That doesn't make any sense. But then she says, "Have you given all of them your access?" What does that mean? I don't know what she's saying.
Well, I don't know.
What is your access? She just mean like, have you explained your? I don't know. It's a weird question.
Would never do that.
Okay. I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files? No, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting...
Well, then, because then she says all the files, but then I don't know. I don't understand what the fuck she's asking for because
She's about to say it right here.
It
She's
sounds
like,
preposterous, but
is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not.
Look, she's accusing him of cherry picking. That's all.
yeah, no,
she's
but
doing.
so is she really asking him for? Have you given this committee the entirety of every fucking document you've gotten for your reporting? Because that's a ludicrous thing.
He
to
should
ask
bring
for.
it in and the stack of documents
Yeah,
up to the yeah, no, look, it's right here next to me. Let's start reading it together.
Yeah, no, it's like
I don't think he can do that.
No, he has the guy from Fifth Element come in and he unfurls some super long,
Oh
scroll.
yeah, that's perfect.
Like, what is this? Is
Here
a
is the
ridiculous thing that she's
email
asking
scroll
for. Yeah.
from Twitter.
I know.
No,
Give me a break.
all she wants to do is say, look, you're biased,
Yeah.
you're a right-wing hack.
Yes.
You saw these documents and you're only bringing the ones that make Democrats look bad, and you're hiding all the ones that make Republicans look bad. That's all she's doing here.
Yeah, that is what's happening. That's true.
Not important than that, correct?
Which is true in every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yes.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
So
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
a
ask-
question. I didn't ask you a question, sir. Okay? So do you know that Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter? Is that correct, Mrs. Schellenberger? Were you aware of that?
Yes, I read that.
And did you know that he received that part of the funding from Saudi Arabia as well as Qatar?
I heard that.
And did you know that one of those individuals who owns Binance was the company Binance, while he has Canadian citizenship, he is a Chinese national? Were you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Okay, and that he stated that that was for the...
Schellenberger is amazing. He's like, yeah, I don't know about that. Oh yeah, I heard that too. He's like, it's so great. He's just got this surfer mentality through this whole thing.
Cause. But thank you very much for answering my questions. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
That is weird, though. That I tried to look into that. I didn't find much. There's a Chinese national who gave money to buy Twitter and said it's for the cause. I mean, presumably he didn't mean for the cause of the nation of China, but
Yeah, he meant for the
doesn't look
Uyghur
good.
genocide. That's what he
Yeah,
was
it doesn't-
talking about when he said
right,
the cause.
Right. I assume he means for the cause of free speech, but
Yeah, no,
obviously
that's-
doesn't look, You don't really want to. You're like
That was my assumption.
Elon's like, hey, can you not say that?
I don't look. Maybe he has a Chinese passport. Maybe he has dual citizenship or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, well, no, any situation where a Chinese national says something's for the cause, it's going to be spun to be very negative in any direction.
Yeah.
For whichever side they're support, you're going to be like, oh, that doesn't look good.
Yeah. I don't know.
Minutes with the gentlelady. Yield for 20 seconds.
Yes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I just think this is interesting. First, the FTC is asking for your background. And now the ranking member of the Committee on the Weaponization of Government is asking for your sources.
I never asked them for their sources.
Yes,
I
you
did
did.
not ask for sources.
Where's that two-shot?
I asked if they were talking
The
to
gentlelady
Elon
is
Musk.
not recognized.
And they said that they were not talking. Well, you are not going to say I've asked for sources.
I will yield back to the
Thank
gentlelady.
you.
I thank her for yielding.
With respect, you asked me who gave me who gave me
I
the
asked you who
files.
gave it to you, and once you said they were your sources, I then asked you if you had spoken with Elon Musk. I did not ask you who those sources were.
The
For
gentlelady
the
from
record. Keep the
Wyoming is
record correct.
recognized, and she will receive an additional 20 seconds. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and all of your important work that you have put into writing the Twitter files. Thank you for your willingness to come.
What are you laughing about?
It's just hilarious. It's totally hilarious. I did not ask you for your source. Well, I mean that after you did kind of ask. I mean, it's just funny that even Taibbi's getting in on it. He's like, well, kind of, you did ask.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You don't think that's hilarious? I mean,
It is pretty funny. It is very funny.
They're all needling her. Everyone's
Yes.
teaming up on her. It's great and funny.
It is funny. But I still don't understand exactly the interaction that happened. So I can't
They're
really
just
figure out.
It's a big faux pas to ask somebody for their sources. It's kind of
No,
like
but I
asking
can't even
what-
figure out because I don't even know if she did ask for his sources because he said I'm not going to give my sources, and she asked, "Did you talk with Elon Musk?"
Look, I'm not saying that she asked for his sources.
I
don't-
understand
look,
that.
but I understand everyone is jumping on her, implying that she did.
Yes,
and that's what's
right.
funny.
That is what.
And
yeah, I
she's
understand
defending herself like, "No, I didn't. I
Right,
didn't ask for his sources. Leave me alone." Everyone's just misconstruing this incident that happened. It's
Yes.
funny. And even the witness teaming up with a guy on the committee is funny. It's totally funny.
It is very. This whole thing is so weird.
It's all propaganda. This
I
is
know,
all
it's so
complete theater. That's why when anyone comes out and is like, "Oh, like this is so meaningful," I think meaningful for their re-election campaigns.
Right.
How is this actually meaningful for anything other than that? It all just seems like theater to me. I completely agree with what you were saying about how the housing crisis is like 10 times more important than this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Isn't it funny how whenever anyone opens up, you can immediately tell if they're like a Republican or a Democrat. Like this woman is obviously a Republican. She's like, "Oh, the important work that you're doing." Like they either begin blowing smoke up their asses or trying to like accuse him of lying and cheating the American people.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that sad?
It's
that
so
you can-
night and day.
From the first like sentence, you already know what direction everyone's
Yeah.
going.
It's so tribal. It's so tribal. But this is like, I mean, this is good reality television here.
Yep.
There's real stakes. I mean, I worry. I don't want Matt Taibbi to be, the Q shaman guy. I don't want him to come after them.
Well, he's not going to get
They
arrested.
threw Blagojevich in prison for like a year and a half or something. Like they
Who?
go after people. Blagojevich, the guy who tried to sell Obama's seat.
Yeah, but that's. Well, you said there's some other side to that.
I think he was.
I don't know what the other side is. That sounds very suspect. He's trying
I
to
feel
sell
like he
someone's
was
senators.
totally framed. I feel like that guy was totally set up and framed. Like you agree that the Q shaman guy is kind of
Right. No, it's
set
like, I
up
don't.
and framed.
I
right?
never looked into the Blagojevich thing. On its face, it obviously sounds like. Well, what are you talking about? He tried to sell someone's senators.
I know. I
completely
bought the narrative too, but I saw a documentary with him and I was like, "Oh my god, this guy was totally set up."
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Look, if they wanted to take Taibbi down, do you think they could?
No, there's nothing to take him down with.
Well, I guess this is the thing because he's got the Republicans. Like as soon as they tried any funny business, his call would be to the Republicans immediately, right?
I mean, yeah, if it came down to that, he hasn't done anything like comparing this to Blagojevich, which is a completely different situation, right? Like that's not a journalist. That's a person in power who maybe they didn't do it, but at least seemed to sell a senator seat, which is a fucking really egregious thing to do.
Right.
Right. So I don't see
Well,
how
what
that's
did the
comparable.
what was the egregious thing the Q shaman did?
Well, he became the face of the people violently breaking into the Capitol on January 6th, even if he didn't deserve to be.
Right. Yeah, I don't, it's been a while since I saw the documentary, but it felt like there was other things involved that they were like, oh, this is our opportunity to get him. So.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there was, but.
Hear him be.
What's that?
Never mind.
Yeah.
Hit it up.
Subjected to the kind of abuse that we've observed when all you're trying to do is talk about the importance of the First Amendment and why the federal government should not be doing what they did and what has been evidenced in the Twitter files. I often say that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and boy, after listening to you and reading the reports that I have, does our federal government need to be fumigated?
Mm-hmm. Trump
Boom,
said that once.
There's your mic drop clip that she was searching for.
I heard Trump said the sunlight is the best disinfectant too, but everyone gave him a hard time about it.
If we could just bring light into the body.
Well, he did. That's basically what he said, right? He's like, with the disinfectant.
Yeah, oh God.
With the sunlight disinfectant.
Don't even start. Don't even start.
Mr. Taibbi, I'd like to focus on Twitter Files Part 9, Twitter and other government agencies, as I think a lot of the evidence you present in this section touches on the major takeaways that are so important for Americans to understand about the seriousness of what was found in the Twitter files. In your testimony describing the cooperation between the federal government and tech companies like Twitter, you stated, quote, "A focus of this growing network is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed to be misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation," end quote. What's interesting to me is that what is missing from that list is the word unlawful.
That's true, yes.
And so it notably seems to be missing from the FBI's lexicon. In Part 9 of the Twitter files, Mr.
I'll say that is a great point, and it's sad that it took an hour and 30 minutes to get to that good point.
Taibbi notes that the main conduit sending requests to Twitter would routinely label these flags as violations of Twitter's terms of service. Even Jim Baker, a Twitter employee at the time and someone who is allegedly a former general counsel of the FBI, stated, quote, "but also odd that they are searching for violations of our policies." Mr. Taibbi, what was the approximate percentage of the FBI requests to Twitter being based on the justification that the tweet violated the company's terms of service?
Ms. Congressman, I would say that that was a standard disclosure or a standard disclaimer in almost all the communications from the FBI to Twitter. There would usually be a line in there saying something like, "For your consideration, we believe the following 207 accounts may have violated your terms of service." But notably, they very rarely focused on words like truth or inaccuracy. Very often they use the words malinformation, misinformation, or disinformation. And so I think they're trying to shift the focus from one idea to the other.
Okay, I think that's interesting as well. What do you make of the finding that the FBI found it its responsibility to police violation of a private company's terms of service as a priority over policing violations of U.S. federal law?
There were a couple of very telling emails that we published. One was by a lawyer named Sasha Cardile, where the company was being so overwhelmed by requests from the FBI, and in fact, they gave each other a sort of digital high five after one batch, saying that was a monumental undertaking to clear all of these. But she noted that she believed that the FBI was essentially doing word searches keyed to Twitter's terms of service, looking for violations of terms of service, specifically so that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict, and this is a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of a lot of the people who get into this world. Some of them, I believe, in a well-meaning way. I think they're actually trying to accomplish something positive, but they don't understand what free speech means and what happens when you do this. It undermines the whole concept that truth doesn't come from, isn't mandated, that we arrive at it through debate and discussion.
Wow, it sounds like the FBI was doing exactly what the woke scolds do. That's pretty insane. So instead of taking the people down for the real reasons they want to take them down, they look for violations of TOS and then ask them to be removed on those violations.
I don't think that's what was happening. I think what was happening was it was so most of the violations, if you look at it, there were three general categories for things the government was asking me to take down. The first was COVID misinformation, or what they consider COVID misinformation, which obviously wasn't coming. It wasn't coming from the FBI, right? They'd be coming from like the CDC or some other organization.
Yeah.
So there was that.
Was misinformation part of the TOS? So they're looking at it specifically as misinformation?
So Twitter did add COVID misinformation or I don't know exactly what they had. They added something about COVID misinformation to TOS.
As a bannable offense. Okay,
yeah,
interesting.
or as a takedownable offense or something. So that was one category, which I don't support any of that stuff. I think people were people became so panicked over COVID that I think people were willing to throw out a lot of like First Amendment protections for it. The second category was information relating to misinformation about voting, not about the election. Because I didn't see any evidence of the government ever asking for people to take down claims of Trump won, which this is part of what annoys me too. The narrative before Twitter files was the government was asking Twitter to take down things that said Trump won, and then that I haven't seen it that never came to pass. The things that they asked for to take down about election misinformation was about people saying that like, oh, you can vote on Wednesday or Thursday after the Tuesday that was election day.
Right.
So it'd be that kind of misinformation, like actual like voting, like how to vote misinformation. And then the third category of thing that the government asked to take down was they would say, oh, these accounts, we believe these accounts are like Russian bot accounts or Russian troll accounts or state acting propaganda accounts or something to that effect. And Matt Taibbi brought up, and it's kind of interesting because he would bring up that a lot of these requests from the government to take down these accounts would be for accounts that had like very little followers or traction. It wasn't like anything major. So it seemed like a weird waste of time for the government to be involved with these tiny accounts. So, but then that also shows, well, I guess, they didn't really have a significant influence either. So, you can kind of take it how you will, but
the thing about that is things can go viral very quickly, even from a small account.
Right.
And
well, that was probably
it's
the
out of the bag.
Process.
Yeah. Once something's out of the bag, there's really no putting it back in. So.
Right, which I assume that's why they asked for these things to be taken down.
Right.
Because of that exact idea. But
so it's easy to sit back and say, oh, these accounts had no followers, so nobody was paying attention. Well, until they are paying attention.
Until they are being paid attention to, yeah. That's true.
Well, in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that the First Amendment is broader than Twitter's terms of service?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And wouldn't you also agree with me that the FBI is responsible for complying with the First Amendment, not Twitter's terms of service?
I would hope so, yes.
You also highlighted the presence of people like Jim Baker at Twitter. And again, I've noted that he is allegedly a former FBI employee. Part 9 also speaks of a former other government association employees working at Twitter. What was the extent to which you found former FBI or other intelligence community employees working at Twitter? And did you find it odd?
There was a significant quantity of people who had come from the intelligence world or who had worked at state agencies. In fact, that was a very common method by which members of people who are currently working in government would reach out to Twitter. For instance, we found an email by a current State Department official who reached out to a former State Department official asking that 14 ordinary Americans have their accounts deleted. That was in a recent Twitter Files release. So yes, there's an extraordinary number of these people. A lot of them come from the intelligence world, which we did find unusual, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, and I yield back.
I mean, what's unusual about it? Jeez. Nobody says.
Well,
they just let it go.
It depends what they. Well, first of all, it was weird for. I agree. It's weird for the government to be asking that. Well, I don't know what were they accusing these accounts of being Russian bots, and they just were wrong, or did they say we want these 12? We believe these 12 accounts are violating terms of service, and they knew that they were the accounts of Americans. Because if they knew that they were the accounts of Americans, I would say that's really fucking sus.
Yeah.
Like what? Unless they were like, I don't know, posting CP or something. Like what were they asking for? I mean, what were they posting? That merited this response. I think it's kind of an important question.
Yeah.
Ladies, time has expired. I thank her. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still try to figure out where all of this is going to go, but we've heard a lot from our Republican colleagues claiming that somehow all of this interaction has led to Twitter censoring conservative voices. And I really want to look at what the evidence is that has or has not happened. In 2020, Twitter commissioned an objective study to examine whether its algorithms disproportionately promotes conservative or liberal voices. This was a massive study by researchers from the University of Cambridge and Berkeley. The analysis examined millions of Twitter accounts and 6.2 million news articles that were shared within the United States. The study results were quite clear. Twitter's algorithms actually amplifies conservative voices far more than liberal voices. So whatever comes of this question about pressure from the federal government, at least up until 2020, it didn't have an effect. A separate study, this one from the Indiana University, found that part of
Sitch doesn't like that Berkeley study. I'm like, Berkeley?
Yeah.
Can Berkeley really? I mean, first of all, I'm suspect of anything coming out of Berkeley that's called research, but.
So you'll probably remember, because this came out, all the left people were pointing to it saying, aha, you thought Twitter was biased against right-wingers, but it's actually biased against the left.
Oh, yeah.
I remember this came out some months ago. But it's not really fair to bring up in this context because, well, first of all, they measured two things. Mm-hmm. They measured first of all, they had a problem, which is that they admit to this in the study. They couldn't get like a true random sample because what they were trying to do is kind of what Mark Ledwidge was trying to do with the YouTube recommendations, which is to see how Twitter recommends things to people. And the thing is, since it's tailored to you, you can't really have like a truly blank random sampling, right?
Yeah.
Like of how to figure that out. And so they did try to take a broad random sample, but that kind of leads to the problem, which is that if the algorithm is tailored to give you things you want to see, and there's more right-wing people on Twitter, then it's going to seem like the algorithm is biased towards the right wing because you're going to get more right-wing recommendations, right?
Yeah.
So that's one problem. But so basically what they measured was they measured recommendations of content they get for specific politicians, and then they measured recommendations for content they would get from new like articles, essentially. So, excuse me.
But it had nothing to do with banning people? Because he said banning.
No, this has nothing to do with banning people. Well, that's another thing. He's conflating it to have something to do with banning. It has nothing to do with banning people.
Yeah.
And so what they found was that, and they kind of measured different countries, different results. I think in America, it was something like, conservative politicians seem to get recommendations like 9% more or something. It wasn't something like super large. And then for articles, they claim that, moderate right-wing articles got more recommendations. But when I actually looked at least the data they provide a little chart. I don't know. It seemed pretty equal to me. I didn't really understand what they were looking at. But like on its face, this is kind of conflating these things to me is dishonest because, as you said, whether Twitter is banned, whether like the people that run Twitter are left wing themselves, and they're making moderating decisions based on their political biases, which I think they were, and thus they're more likely to ban right wing people.
Yeah.
Which it seems like that was the case. And they're more likely to shadow ban right-wing people. And they're more likely to put in their terms of service, things that things that kind of follow along the progressive paradigm of acceptability. Like, you don't misgender people.
Misgendering, yeah.
Right. Things of that nature, right? That would, to me, shows that Twitter itself has a left-wing bias. That is completely independent from the algorithm. Because unless Twitter makes a decision that they're going to monkey with the algorithm to promote their left-wing bias, which would be fucking horrific, most of the time, it's just the algorithm is just trying to promote you to things that you already like or want. It's not so. And now, I don't know if Twitter does this. Now, YouTube does this in an insidious way because they intentionally will hide independent media information and they will promote mainstream media information. I think this is one of the big reasons why Nerdrotic and other media commentators have kind of risen up so much, is because since I think their content gets categorized not as news, but as media critique, they're able to rise up outside of that algorithmic suppression, essentially, for news media.
Right.
Even though they talk about the culture war, news media kinds of things. So to me, I think it's dishonest to conflate, the banning and those things with like, well, what does the algorithm do? And it's not even clear really that the algorithm, I don't think it's clear from that study that the algorithm has like a right-wing bias or any of that stuff.
But he has a study, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
It's a study. Look.
Right. Of course.
And they haven't even heard of it. Gaslight.
Accounts, especially conservative accounts, tend to receive more followers and follow more automated accounts. So
has nothing to do with banning.
Yeah, well, all that means is that right-wing accounts are more popular on Twitter, which could mean, well, right-wing accounts are better at using Twitter. Like, I don't know what to say.
Right up until the point that they get banned.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Taibbi and Berger, are you familiar with these studies?
I am.
Very good. Then you know that whatever you may be trying to tell us, the effect on Twitter didn't happen.
He just asserts it.
I know that's why that's a very dishonest, wild thing to be like. Well, because of this study that maybe says something that's not exactly related to what you're saying, you're wrong.
Well, and not only that, he's shown that they know about the study too, so therefore implies that they're lying. Like this study,
right,
so therefore, obviously, you're liars.
Right? Yeah, that's pretty bad. This is pretty bad.
I don't agree. Excuse me, it's my time. Thank you. I can also give you many real analytical studies based on actual evidence. But since I have only 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman, if I might enter into the record these studies of what actually is going on at Twitter with regard to censorship or not censorship. Mr. Chairman, may I enter those into the file?
Censorship or not censorship.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take that silence as a yes.
Did you identify the document? I'm sorry.
Certainly. These documents, studies that were done by universities, and
We usually take a little bit, it takes a little bit more for unanimous consent than these documents, but without objection, we'll accept them into the record.
These documents.
Thank you, Mr.
That's so funny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you look up these documents
studies
online,
found that,
Sitch?
to the extent
I
that
don't know
far-right
if you
accounts are
can.
being suspended, it's not because of their ideology, but because they are spreading conspiracy theories like QAnon. You can see those up on the board. Talk about nonsense. QAnons, are you really ready for these dots? Where in the country is gone? The rest of the world will go. Q is real. On and on. They're up there, and they're now part of the file also. This type of speech that perhaps our Republican colleagues believe social media platforms, all of whom, by the way, are private companies, not government.
Oh, no.
Are somehow
Did you know
obligated
that?
to post. No matter how crazy, how offensive a post might be, these private companies presumably must advance the lies, conspiracy theories, personal attacks promoted by radicals. Now, I'm pretty sure that if the Democrats held a hearing today to force Fox News to post certain content, my Republican colleagues would be up in arms.
Yeah, this guy, this feels very, everything he's doing is very dishonest. Because, like, Fox News is a political pundit news station. Twitter is supposed to be a platform that gets 230 protection.
Yep.
So they have to have some level of neutrality. Like, this is, comparing it to Fox News is ridiculous.
This guy's completely out to lunch. This is like comedy gold.
Oh, no. He's just wrong. The lady, I don't remember when she comes up, that lady is completely out to lunch. The one who's like, I don't know what this Substack is, but...
Oh, yeah.
That lady's like, she's like some old woman who like wandered into like the Senate hearing.
What's a
the House
Substack?
hearing. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the Substack is.
I mean, they wanted to get on these committees. They don't just throw them on them.
No,
maybe
I
they
know.
do.
I'm just saying, like, she seems so, out of her depth on that conversation.
Yeah.
And this is particularly ironic because we know for a fact that Fox News does spread disinformation and does so while knowing that the material is false. We've learned from the Dominion lawsuit that Fox hosts lied about the 2020 election. Its executives knew they were lying, and yet they were allowed to continue peddling their lies. Now, here's a reporter speaking to this issue, a Fox News reporter. He said, dangerously insane.
Well, that did turn out to be true, but...
There's two Fox executives describing Fox's decision to push forward election lies as chasing the nuts off the cliff. There are two other quotes, two other tweets that I think we ought to be aware of, and Fox News was promoting it. They were promoting Trump's lies. Quote up there, big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. A call to arms, and all of us in this building know the result of that call. A second one, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done to protect our country.
What does this have to do with the topic at hand?
Look, he's got to shoehorn Trump in here somehow, okay?
Okay.
That's like a rule. Look, he's a Democrat.
Well, I mean, even like the Fox News thing is like, yeah, the Fox News thing is true, but what does it have to do with this?
All this is off topic. That's why no one's even really responding. Look, Schellenberger and Taibbi haven't even spoken other than out of turn.
Well, he hasn't asked him a question, so
this is like full virtue signal mode.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess it's just, I think what he's just trying to do, he's trying to be like, oh, Republicans are dishonest too. It's like, okay.
Oh, okay. He's doing it. He's doing a little what about?
He's doing your favorite.
What about the Republicans and
what
the
about
Fox
the
News?
Republicans? Yeah.
Look, you guys would be up in arms if we were calling out your lies. Why are you calling out our lies, bitch?
Nice. Yes.
Is the speech that my Republican colleagues would have us to believe is being wrongly, quote unquote, censored by social media companies.
It's offensive, it's absurd. No private company has an obligation to amplify anything, and especially not messages that strike at the heart of our democracy.
Clearly off topic. Clearly off topic.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. I suppose this is maybe a little bit outside your comfort zone. You didn't find yourself with this kind of attention when you began this endeavor, but I appreciate the courage and the commitment you've made to doing that. We may not agree on a lot of things when it comes to policy and politics, but I think we agree on our concern regarding the topic today. And I'll actually follow on from my Democratic friend and colleague and the things that he has said, because I agree with him. Private companies, I mean, Twitter, Facebook, they can ban whoever they want. They can mute. They can deplatform. They can set up whatever policy they want, and they have the ability to do that. I don't care about that. I agree with that. They should have that authority. The thing that we're concerned about.
Well, wait a minute. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
They should be able to ban whoever they want indiscriminately.
No, if they want to maintain Section 230 protection, I do believe they have to have some level of political neutrality.
Yeah, because as soon as that's how they become a publisher. They're like, oh, we'll just ban all the Republicans, and now we're a publisher.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I understand that this guy's trying to make it because he's trying to make this argument be one about government control, but I don't agree with the basis of what he's saying.
Is the federal government, by proxy, essentially contracts this out. Because the federal government can't ban speech. They can define time and place, but they cannot ban content. And anyone would be foolish to think that when the FBI comes to a private company and highlights speech and then would expect them to do nothing. Of course they would respond to that. The FBI knew they would respond to that. The FBI expected them to respond to that. And I could use a couple analogies if I could, and they sound dramatic, but they're exactly right. It's illegal.
Well, again, that's true and not true, because obviously the FBI is highlighting it because they want them to act on it, obviously. But the other end, Twitter didn't act on it a lot of the time. So, and they didn't suffer, to our knowledge, so far, Twitter didn't suffer a political attack, except until Elon Musk bought it. Potentially, right?
Did the FBI ask him to ban Stefan Molyneux?
No.
Oh. I mean, they just keep talking in nebulous terms. That
yes.
You can't really just...
Well, but this is what's annoying. This is nothing that's annoying to me about the Twitter file stuff, is it's kind of the dog that isn't barking. Okay?
Right.
The information is not there. Like, there was never the email that said, hey, we got to get rid of Hunter Biden's laptop because the government was telling us that there's going to be a hack and leak operation, and this is it.
Right.
How come that email? There's never an email that even mentions any of that we've ever found.
You know they're searching the hell out of those keywords, too.
Right. And to me, that's highly suspect that we never saw that email. That makes me think the narrative around this is not true. Because if I was working for Twitter and I felt like, oh, and if I felt that way, I would fucking put that in the email. Because of course you put that in the email, because think about this, if you're a worker at Twitter and this Hunter Biden laptop story comes up, okay, and no one there knows, is this real or is it not real? Is this hacked or was it got legitimately? Okay. And you're the person trying to make that decision. You know that if you make the wrong decision, your ass is going to be on the line.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
And so from that perspective, you're going to try to shift as much blame and responsibility away from yourself as possible.
FBI told me to do it.
Exactly. Oh, of course, the FBI. Listen,
look, I know how
I don't know, but the FBI said, right, like that's the perfect thing to shift the blame to. And the fact that we never saw that email, to me, makes me highly suspect that no one was thinking that way at all when this situation happened.
I have a lot of experience in shifting the blame, man. Yeah. I know exactly how to take care of that business.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't do it. The FBI did. What are you talking about?
It's the same thing with the banning stuff. We didn't see the government asking for any of these like crazy bans. They seem like mostly inconsequential bans. I think the most egregious ban ask we saw was not from the government. It was from the Biden team when he was running for president. And they were calling out, what's his name?
Mm-hmm. The
Hades.
guy that they call out.
Hades from Hercules.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
No. It's some
Who's the
Biden.
voice actor for Hades? James Woods.
Oh, James. Oh, yeah, he got kicked off. Did the
Yeah,
FBI
because
try to kick him off?
No, it wasn't the FBI. It was someone from the Biden team when he was running for president.
Oh, really? They went
And it was
straight
because
after James Woods?
it was because he
The video
posted
drone
one
guy. What are you talking about?
There you go. He posted one of the nude pictures, though it was censored, I believe. One of the nude pictures of Hunter Biden on Twitter,
yeah,
which
you're
you weren't allowed
right.
to do.
With the crack pipe.
With the crack pipe, yeah.
The disinformation, the Russian he posted Russian disinformation.
Right. Well, no, I mean you're not allowed to post revenge porn for any reason.
Oh yeah, so that was
It doesn't
considered-
matter what the source was.
Even if it's revenge with a crack pipe?
Even if it's revenge with the crack pipe, right. So
You know, if you're really trying to, dodge your accountability, the best system is if you can, get in league with some other friend or institution, and, so both of you can blame each other. So the FBI can say, oh, we didn't do it. Twitter did it. It was Twitter's TOS. And then Twitter can say, oh, no, the FBI asked us.
Yeah, but that's what's
They're
interesting.
the ones that wanted us to do it.
Right. But see, that's what's interesting to me is that we don't see that.
Where's the Spider-Man meme where the FBI and Twitter are pointing at each other? No, it's you.
No, but exactly. But that to me, that's interesting that we don't see that. Because that's what I would have expected before this. I would expect to see Twitter just blaming the shit out of the FBI to circumvent responsibility, especially the Twitter employees that don't work at Twitter anymore.
Right.
So they don't sound like they have anything, potentially to lose in the situation.
Right.
So
it's kind of implied, but nobody is saying it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. To me, it's very strange.
Illegal for the United States to assassinate a foreign leader.
Wait a minute. What?
Sitch didn't even know that. I had to teach Sitch that.
Wait, let's go back. I don't know how we got off track to this.
And I could use a couple analogies if I could, and they sound dramatic.
Yeah, well, let me go back to
And
what
they
is
sound
FBI
dramatic.
comes to a private company and highlights speech
Oh, okay.
and then would expect them to do nothing. Of course they would respond to that. The FBI knew they would respond to that. The FBI expected them to respond to that. And I could use a couple analogies if I could, and they sound dramatic, but they're exactly right. It's illegal for the United States to assassinate a foreign leader. It would be illegal for the United States to pay $3.2 million to someone to go assassinate a foreign leader. It's illegal in some cases for the United States, or not illegal, but we would have to have a policy debate whether we would invade another country. It would be illegal for the United States to pay a private company like the Wagner Group in Russia to go and fight their battles for them. And that's exactly what the FBI did here. They said, well, we can't do this ourselves. We'll contract it out. We'll launder this effort through another company. And I would just ask you to respond to that. Do you think I'm overly dramatic, or do you think I'm wrong in my characterization of what we see here?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to agree with him, but to me, this is incredibly hyperbolic because it's like, well, wait a minute. The difference between the government, they're not to say that they're, what do you say? They're contracting out to censor free speech. That analogy fails because that would imply that like Twitter didn't exist. Like they're hiring someone to go out there into the world to do it. It's like, well, no, the government is asking for things that they think violate Twitter's policy that the government doesn't like regarding COVID misinformation and some other things to be taken down, which I think should all be done publicly, and I don't agree with it. But to say that that's the government contracting out Twitter to go censor free speech is kind of, to me, that's beyond the point of reality.
I don't. I think that's absolutely correct. Freedom of speech is the foundation for our democracy, and what we've seen here is the federal government putting extraordinary amounts of pressure both on Twitter and Facebook. And we haven't talked about Facebook, but we now know that we have the White House demanding that Facebook take down factual information, and Facebook doing that. And with Matt's thread this morning, we saw the government contractors demanding the same thing of Twitter. Accurate information, they said, that needed to be taken down in order to advance a narrative.
And I have to interrupt just to agree with you. For heaven's sakes, again, we've heard over here, well, they got to take, Fox News lies. There's a reason that 20% of the people trust media. Oh my gosh, if you want to have a conversation about lies and deception in the media, I would love to engage in that. Because we've seen plenty of it over the last 6 years, and it's not coming from just Fox News. New York Times, CBS, NBC, every single one of them were saying things that they knew was not true. And they didn't say it once, they said it for years. And the White House, again, trying to stifle things that they know is true, but it doesn't fit their narrative. And I got to give one illustration in the few minute I have left. When you have an agent, Mr. Chan, who goes to his Twitter and says, please see below list of Twitter accounts which we believe violate your terms of service. I mean, how do you respond to that and defend that? Yeah, FBI should be looking at other private companies' policies and then highlighting, hey, these people might be violating your policies. Either one of you, Mr. Taibbi.
Why don't they say what the policies
I think
are?
thank you, Mr. Congressman, and there's an important point, in conjunction with our own research.
Because if they did, it would hurt the narrative.
It's like COVID misinformation, isn't it?
Yeah. Because it's mostly COVID stuff. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I don't know the specific example he's talking about, but that's why.
Or even worse, if it's like the election stuff. Like if you're on Twitter lying about you can vote the day after the election, then they should fucking delete that shit.
Well,
like,
that's what annoys me about
obviously.
so much of this, is that so much of this conversation isn't about, it wasn't about something that the government did wrong. It's about the potential for the government to do something wrong, which
Right.
is a legitimate concern and fear to have and to work on, but that doesn't fit the narrative as well.
conflating people arguing over, abortion rights with someone posting, yeah, you can vote the day after the election to try to get people not to vote because they think election day is the day after.
Right.
It's a completely different situation. Like those are night and day situations. So one you want banned.
Right.
There's the Foundation for Freedom Online, which, there's a very telling video that they uncovered where the director of Stanford's Election Integrity Partnership talks about how CISA, the DHS agency, didn't have the capability to do election monitoring, and so that they kind of stepped in to fill the gaps legally before that capability could be amped up. And what we see in the Twitter files is that Twitter executives did not distinguish between DHS or CISA and this group EIP. For instance, we would see a communication that said, from CISA escalated by EIP. So they were essentially identical in the eyes of the company. EIP, by its own data, and this is in reference to what you brought up, Mr. Congressman, according to their own data, they significantly targeted more what they call disinformation on the right than on the left by a factor, I think, of about 10 to 1. And I say that as not a Republican at all. It's just a fact of what we're looking at. So yes, we have come to the realization that this bright line that we imagine that exists between, say, the FBI or the DHS or the GEC and these private companies is illusory, and that what's more important is this constellation of kind of quasi-private organizations that do this work.
Well, and we're over time, so I'll conclude with reemphasizing this. By a factor of 10 to 1, they tried to mute conservative thought. And the federal government cannot contract out suppression of free expression. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get that last time. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Taibbi,
It's your favorite.
I want to follow up a little bit on the ranking member's questions.
Oh, the lady.
When was the first time that Mr.
What's a
Musk
Substack?
approached you about writing the Twitter files?
Again, Congresswoman, that would.
I just need a date, sir.
I don't understand. No, I'm assuming something's going on here that I don't understand. I don't understand why she's asking this question, and I don't understand why he doesn't want to answer the question.
Well, probably because answering the question would figure out the source that put him in touch with Elon Musk. Maybe, I don't know if there was some sort of public exchange on Twitter that you could narrow in on, or
Musk approach you about writing.
She said, when did Elon Musk approach you about writing?
right.
Why does that matter?
Well, I don't know why she's digging here, but
That's why I don't understand it. I don't understand this interaction. I don't understand what she's looking for. I assume something. But
maybe he tweeted something out like incendiary.
I mean, it probably has something to do with the FTC complaint.
Oh, okay. That's
I
probably true.
would guess that's probably what's happening.
Incendiary would be more interesting, though.
It
like if
would
Matt
be.
Taibbi tweeted out, "God damn, I hate Democrats. They're all full of shit," and then like that's the day Elon Musk was like, "Oh, this is the guy."
Right.
So
maybe that's what happened.
I doubt Matt Taibbi tweeted that out, though, to be honest with you.
Me too. Me too.
James Lindsay tweets that like 6 times a day, right? But Matt Taibbi, nah.
Right.
He's not going to tweet that out.
The Twitter files.
Again, Congresswoman, that would.
I just need a date, sir.
But I can't give it to you, unfortunately, because this is a question of sourcing, and I don't give up. I'm a journalist. I don't reveal my sources.
It's a question of chronology.
No, that's a question
Because
of sourcing.
you earlier said that someone had sent you through the internet some message about whether or not you would be interested in some information.
Yes, and I refer to that person as a source.
So you're not going to tell us when Musk first approached you?
Again, Congresswoman,
Then you
you're
have to
asking me
say
to
yes or
you're
no.
asking a journalist to reveal a
So
source.
then you consider Mr. Musk to be the direct source of all this?
No, now you're trying to get me to say that he is the source. I
Well,
just
it
can't answer
either
your
is or
question.
he isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, well, then that the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source.
Well, you're free to conclude that.
Well, sir, I just don't understand. You can't have it both ways, but let's move on because
Well, no, he can. He's a journalist.
No, he can't, because either Musk is the source and he can't talk about it, or Musk is not the source. And if Musk is not the source, then he can discuss
No one
his
has
conversations
yielded. The
with
gentlelady's
source.
out of order. You don't get
And
to
she's
speak
out of
every
order
time.
because
not
he's
recognized. The
interrupted.
gentlelady's not
Chairman,
recognized.
you're not recognized by
He has not said that.
I don't.
But he has
And
said
then
this, he's not going to reveal his
pandemonium
source.
breaks
And the
out.
fact that
I did not yield
Democrats
my
are
time
pressuring
to
him to
the
do
chairman
so
or
is
the
such a
regulator.
violation
We're
of
asking
First
him
Amendment.
about his conversations with
The
Musk.
gentlelady
has not yielded you time. You don't
I
get
have
to
not
just talk
yielded
over
time
her.
to anybody. I want to reclaim my time, and I would.
You're out of order. No, you're.
It
No,
just
you're out of order.
it just became a Twitch politics debate.
Oh my god, this is so fucking silly.
Yeah, I love it.
I know it is
great.
funny. It's definitely great.
Ask the chairman to give me back some of the time because of the interruption.
He's
Mr.
just like,
Chairman,
I want
I'm
my
asking
time
you
and more
if You
time.
will give me the seconds that I lost.
We will give you that 10 seconds.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about another
And there it's
item
gone.
when you responded to the
Yeah.
ranking member. You said that you had free license to look at everything, but yet you yourself posted on your I guess it's kind of like a web page. I don't quite understand what Substack is, but that what I can say is that
What is this Substack?
in exchange for the opportunity to cover a unique and explosive story, I had to agree to certain conditions. What were those conditions? She asked you that question, and you said you had none, but you yourself posted that you had conditions.
No, the conditions, as I've explained multiple times.
No, sir, you've not explained. You told her in response to her question that you had no conditions. In fact, you kind of used the word license, that you were free to look at all of them, all 100,000 emails.
I was, the question was posed, was I free to write about?
Sir, did you have any conditions?
The condition was that we published
Sir,
on
did you
Twitter.
have any conditions, yes or no?
He's trying to answer the question. It's just
Sir,
Sorry. Did you have any conditions, sir? He's like literally like, well, we had a kid. No, did you answer to my question? I'm trying to, lady. Please.
I was, the question was posed, was I free to write about?
Sir, did you have any conditions?
The condition was that we published
Sir,
on
did you
Twitter.
have any conditions, yes or no? A simple question.
Yes.
All right, could you tell us what conditions those were?
Oh my
Conditions
God, he
were an
was trying to
attribution,
do that.
Sources at Twitter, and that we break any news on Twitter.
But you didn't break it on Twitter. Did you send the file that you released today to Twitter first?
She's so
He's
out
like,
to lunch.
what?
She's
like,
so out to lunch.
I know. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, the document I read today was on Twitter? What is Twitter?
Oh my God.
I know.
This is so stupid.
He's
Go
so
back
confused.
to interrupting her, please. It was much better.
Did I send the?
Sir, I'm
actually, I
asking you
did. Yes.
today.
Yeah.
Did you send it to
He's like,
Twitter
"Wait,
first?
did I? What?
The Twitter
That was
files
one of the
thread?
conditions, yes or no, sir?
The Twitter files thread actually did come out first.
But sir, you said earlier that you had to attribute all the sources to Twitter first. What you released today, did you send that to Twitter first?
No. I posted it on Twitter.
First, sir. Or did you give it to the ranking member, to the chairman of the committee or the staff of the committee first?
He's worried about perjuring himself. That's why he's like, what am I even answering here?
He should. Okay, so what she's asking, because it's very confusing. So, if you remember from the beginning of this hearing a million years ago, the
Yes.
ranking lady whose name I already forgot,
Right.
was
Plaskett.
complaining that there was some information that Matt Taibbi gave
To Republicans. Yeah.
to Jim Jordan and the Republicans that the Republicans didn't turn around and give to the Democrats.
Right. They sent it at 8:00 last night, and she was very angry.
Yeah. Or she said 20 minutes before this or whatever the fuck, you know.
Well, she said 8:00 last night. I remember.
She
that
said
part.
both, which it seems to be contradictory.
Oh, you're right.
Because 8:00 last night, it's not 20 minutes before this. And unless she's like,
Which
well, 8
is
o'clock,
it?
it's quitting time. I can't look at any documents that enter my mailbox at 8:00 at night.
Oh yeah. So she doesn't
I
count
don't know.
the time.
Right. So I don't know. She made contradictory statements. So this lady's asking, well, wait, she thinks she has like a gotcha. Like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You said your conditions were you had to put all your information on Twitter first. Well, did you put the information you gave the Republicans today on Twitter first? But the thing is, we don't know what that information is because one, it sounds like he's saying he did, but then two is he says later, he says, well, this was just my like statement of fact. All that stuff is just like a compilation of things that I already put on Twitter.
Right. Yeah. The summary.
Well,
The
if that is
summary
what
for
if
the
that is what
committee.
if that is what she's talking about. So I don't even he should just be like, I'm not familiar with what are you asking me specifically here? What information are you talking about?
She's trying to get the contradiction, the gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at the guy next to her. He's like biting his nails like, oh my God.
Is he going to answer correctly? Is he
We're on
going
the
to
edge of-
perjure himself here?
On the edge of my seat.
Look, you said earlier that you gave the stuff to us, but you didn't post it on Twitter.
Oh.
Sounds like you're lying.
And then the guy behind her's like, I gotta protect against nut checks. She's very vicious with those.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's not breaking the story. That's giving. Yes, I did give.
So you gave all the information that you did not give to the Democrats, you gave it to the Republicans first, then you put it on Twitter?
Actually, no. The chronology is a little bit confused.
Well, then
It's more or
tell
less
us
the
what the
same time.
chronology was.
He's like in the middle of saying. Okay.
I believe the thread came out first
Where?
on Twitter.
On Twitter. So then you afterwards gave it to the Republicans and not the Democrats?
Yes, because I'm submitting it for the record as my statement.
Did you give it to them in advance?
I gave it to them today.
You gave it to them today, but you still have not given anything to the Democrats. Well, I'll
So if that's true, okay. So let's try to untangle this muddied mess of gobbledygook. Okay.
Right.
So it sounds like what happened was he had some kind of statement that he was had something to do with what he was going to talk about today, and he publicly put it on Twitter first,
Right.
And then he sent it specifically to Jim Jordan or the Republicans as part of some procedural thing, probably.
Right. Because it's his committee. He's the ranking member.
Right. And then the Democrats got all pissy because then the Republicans didn't CC and send it to the Democrats.
Well, they did at
Even
8
though-
o'clock last night.
Or did at 8 o'clock at night, even though it was publicly available
Right. On Twitter.
on Twitter.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then her complaining in the beginning of this about you didn't send us that, I mean, that's like a completely bullshit. Like, well, the beta was on Twitter. Like, I don't, like that's a completely bullshit complaint that she levied in the beginning. If that's the case,
I suspect that Debbie Wasserman Schultz opened the email at 8 p.m. because she had that snazzy line about the slot machine that was obviously in his opening statement.
Of course.
And she responded to that. So she had to read the opening statement beforehand because she wrote it in her statement, which was obviously written and she was reading. So
well, no, she might have wrote it while this was going on.
she might have wrote it on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, because
No
this
way.
lady's
She opened the email at 8 o'clock last night. Ooh, slot machine line.
No,
I'm gonna write
no.
that in and look at this.
Well, I don't know,
Isn't
'cause
he
this-
the winner at Vegas?
This lady is asking this question based on what she heard. This is her gotcha attempt from what he said during this hearing.
Yeah.
That's
I
part
mean,
of why
look,
it's so sloppy, is because it's like
Look, she's like, I got 5 minutes I gotta kill here. I'm just gonna
She's like-
wing it.
no,
I'm
no, no.
gonna
She's
wing
like,
it.
is this the Western Sizzler? Where's the early bird special?
I know. She's like, I'm going to get a gotcha here. I'm sick of Debbie Wasserman Schultz being all over MSNBC. I need a gotcha.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what? You're so right. That's so true. She's
Yeah.
like Debbie Washburn Schultz is going to be on Rachel Maddow with Joe Rogan's fat head behind behind her.
And I can't get a gotcha to save my life here.
I know.
All
It's
this-
so sad. So sad. So sad.
Yeah.
We're so sorry. We're
But
rude for you.
Look, she's trying, though.
She is trying.
Again, I'll move on, and I wanted to ask Mr. Schellenberger the same question, sir. When did you first visit with or get contacted by Mr. Musk?
I'm not going to reveal my sources, but like I said, I was invited by Barry Weiss. and
I'm
it
not
was-
asking for sources, sir. I'm just asking
Yeah,
for chronology.
I
When
was-
did you first make contact with Mr. Musk?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it
It was
2020?
December. It was December.
December of, well, there's a lot of Decembers in history.
December of
sir.
last year.
Which-
In history?
December of last year, ma'am.
Well, it could have been the December before I was born. Let's see here. So it must have been.
Last year, the 22?
No, Adam. It was.
All right.
It was.
Now,
It was December 1943, a day that will live in infamy.
That's
the day
exactly.
that Elon Musk contacted.
I was just a babe at the time.
I was just
a
a
mere
twinkle in
5
my
years
father's
old.
eye.
Elon Musk came out in a time machine and he said, listen, kid,
No.
in
Elon Musk
35 years, I need you to help
Elon
me.
Musk came out of a time machine and he had a note and he said, he came to my father and he said, when your child comes of age, tell him to dig at these coordinates and he will find a special message for you. And then Michelle,
That's hilarious.
and then Schellenberg, when he was 18, he dug at those coordinates and inside he found an intricate Rubik's Cube puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he
it's just
saw
like
that-
Glass Onion.
Yeah, exactly. And then when he solved that puzzle box, he found in it a titanium chest that would not open until 2022 of December.
This is why he had to hide his sources, because nobody can know that Elon Musk has the time machine.
Oh
So
my
this is-
God, you're right.
Yeah, this
You're
is-
so right.
This is why
Oh
it's
my
so. This is
God.
why it's so sacred, so secret.
Yes, that's why. That's why she's like, you gotta fucking tell me what date Elon Musk contacted you. Oh my God, we're idiots. This woman's a fucking genius. She's hot on the trail. She knows that Elon Musk has the secret time travel technology, and she's trying to get to the bottom of it.
I
And you're like-
know. I know.
You're like, oh my God, if we give this information that Elon Musk has a time machine, he's gonna go back in time and prevent us from being born.
She should throw up her papers in the air and go, God damn it, I know Elon Musk has a time machine, and storm out of the hearing. That's what she should do. That would definitely be on Rachel Maddow. That would definitely make the news.
That would definitely make Rachel Maddow. That is true.
She's doing it all wrong.
In your discussion, in your answer, you also said that you were invited by a friend, Barry Weiss.
My friend Barry Weiss.
So this friend works for Twitter, or what is
Oh my
what is
God.
her?
No!
Barry Weiss? I mean, she sounds like a lesbian. Is she a lesbian or something?
Journalist.
Sir, I didn't ask you a question. I'm now asking Mr. Schellenberg.
Oh, did you? Yeah, Matt Taibbi. It's
My friend Barry Weiss.
So this friend works for Twitter, or what is her?
She's a journalist.
What's her deal?
Sir, I didn't ask you a question. I'm now asking Mr. Schellenberg a question. Please
Yes,
do
ma'am.
not
Barry Weiss is
interrupt.
a journalist.
I'm sorry, sir.
She's a journalist.
She's a journalist. So you work in concert with her?
Yeah.
Do you know when she first was contacted by
Schellenberger's the
Mr.
best.
Musk?
Wait, you have to listen to the question. She's gonna ask.
Do you know
I
when
don't
she
know.
was contacted? Look, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this time machine thing. You're not helping.
Don't know. So you're in this as a threesome?
Oh, come on! What is happening?
So you guys had a threesome. You, Elon Musk, and Barry Weiss. You're all naked at the coffee shop. Tell me about when did he come out of the time machine?
When did he come out of the time machine? Yes.
There was many more people involved than that.
There was many more people involved with it. Or you
Everybody laughs at the three-way joke. Everyone
Except for
laughs
her.
at the threesome joke.
Except for her.
Everyone knows. Everyone's like, ha ha, look at this old bat.
Well, it's not even clear. Did she mean for it to be a joke? Like, I don't, or was it an accident? It's not even clear what's happening.
And then Schellenberger comes back with the orgy zinger. No, there were a lot more people involved than that. And everybody's just like totally laughing.
Yes.
Nobody knows what's going on, especially Miss Garcia here. She's like the one who's the most in the dark.
Are you paid to be here today, either through consulting fees,
No,
campaign contribution to your
absolutely
next
not.
run?
Gentlemen,
I was paid in threesome, bitch. What are you talking about?
Absolutely
Do you have
not.
an interview
Gentleladies,
scheduled after
time
this
is
hearing?
expired.
Absolutely not.
Gentleladies, time has
Thank you.
expired.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I recognize the gentleman from North Dakota.
Wait. What is he?
He says, I don't know
Time
what
has
to say.
expired.
Absolutely not.
Gentleladies, time has
Thank you.
expired.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I recognize the gentleman from North Dakota.
You got to look at the guy in the background here.
Oh my god.
This guy in the back row here. It's totally hilarious.
Scheduled after
Time
this
is
hearing?
expired.
He's dying.
Gentleladies, time has expired.
He's totally dying. Everyone lost it on the three-way comment. Were you in a three? So it's just you and Barry Weiss and Elon Musk in a threesome, right?
Thank you.
I don't know what to say other than I recognize the gentleman from North Dakota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield my 5 minutes
Oh,
to you.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
Oh, look at him sucking up to the boss.
He's like, I don't
What a
need to say
suck up.
anything. You
He's like-
talk.
Yeah, he's like, what a suck up. All right. I see how it is. Very
It's smart. That guy will
Smart,
be
yeah.
ahead. That guy will have a committee chairmanship in no time.
Right.
He'll be
Good
the
point.
one making all the jokes and holding the gavel.
All the threesome jokes.
It's awesome.
I do think it's worth pointing out that, I have co-sponsored, I think some of my colleagues have co-sponsored the SHIELD Act in previous Congresses with Democrats to protect what we see them trying to do today, protect journalists from having to reveal their sources to government.
Oh my God.
That used to be a shared position in the Congress. Unfortunately, as we're seeing now, multiple occasions, it's not the position anymore.
I think this just came out of the hearing too, just accidentally, and now they're totally hitting it up. Look at the Democrats trying to get them to reveal their sources.
Right.
It just like randomly came up, and
Yep.
she even denied it. She's like, "Wait, I'm not trying to get his sources."
Mr. Schellenberg, I want to go to Twitter Files Part 7. I related a lot of what you put in there in my opening statement. And I want to give you as much time as you want, because I'm going to read the very first sentence, because something jumped out at me when I read the first sentence. In Twitter Files number 7, the FBI and the Biden laptop. You say this: how the FBI and intelligence community discredited factual information about the Biden foreign business dealings both after and before the New York Post revealed the contents of his laptop on October 14th, 2020. And what kind of jumped out at me was the way you framed it, because you did it backwards from what it's normally said. Normally you would say, the sentence would read, foreign business dealings both before and after. But I assume you did that for a reason, because in fact, I think the next sentence, you say social media companies discredit leaked information about Hunter Biden before and after. You use the normal, customary way in the second sentence, but the first sentence strikes me as you were trying to emphasize the before component of that statement. And I want you to just walk us through why you said that, because when I read it, it certainly was an operation both before and after, as you said, after and before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading through the whole sweep of events, I do not know the extent to which the influence operation aimed at pre-bunking the Hunter Biden laptop was coordinated. I don't know who all was involved, but what we saw was you saw Aspen and Stanford many months before then saying, don't cover the material in the hack and leak without emphasizing the fact that it could be disinformation. Okay, so they're priming journalists to not cover a future hack and leak in the way that journalists have long been trained to, with in the tradition of the Pentagon Papers, made famous by the.
This is where he loses me. This seems very dishonest. Okay, if they went to something that was supposed to be like a training some sort of training thing for how to deal with hack and leak situations, obviously I would argue, and that's just like crazy for me that he was arguing against this. If you're a journalist and you receive information that you believe was hacked from a source and then leaked, and you believe that this information was hacked possibly by a foreign fucking government, okay, obviously you should include that in the fucking story. Why would you not include that in the story? There's literally nothing. Of course you should include that in the story.
Hell yeah. That's like newsworthy and shit.
Of course, because it's going to color your opinion about about the information. That doesn't mean that the information that's hacked is not true. But you definitely need to include the source. That's why I have and maybe he doesn't have a problem with this because he's a journalist. That's why I have such a problem when the journalist is like, an anonymous source said that Donald Trump dropped the N-bomb, on Obama during a Burger King meeting or something. It's like, well, who is this anonymous source?
I mean, it could have been friendly.
He could have used a soft A. We don't know. I mean, did the anonymous source say that he used the N-word with a hard R?
Look, we don't know. Obama and him could have been singing some NWA song together.
Yeah, listen, I've listened to many conversations between Donald Trump and Obama where they're playing Fortnite or Minecraft.
Of course.
And they seem very close. So I could believe he would use the N-word in a cordial fashion.
They're just dropping it all the time on those.
Right. So
it's not deepfaked or anything.
So to me, this is like a super weird complaint that he's making.
Yeah, we were totally on his side too. Oh man,
I know. It's like, well,
he's dropping the ball.
Look, obviously that should be included.
I was going to eat that donut hole, and you just dropped it on the floor. What a fucking bitch!
There you go.
Look, I put Elvis Chan in the. CT sent me her profile picture, so I don't know what to call her though. So I just called her
Elvis Chan.
I just called her Twitter helper. Yeah,
that's Elvis Chan.
Yeah,
you should put
Elvis Chan.
No, you should put a Deep Stater.
Oh, Deep Stater. Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, let's
FBI
hear
Deep State.
Let's hear Schellenberger try to pick up.
Listen, wait a minute. See, that's the problem. You see Elvis Chan comes into the office looking like that. Everyone's gonna listen to whatever she says.
Look, I'm talking to this lady. I don't care what
you're gonna get deep into her state. Okay.
Look, yeah, exactly. Who do you want me to ban? Look, former presidents, heads of state, I'll ban them all, Elvis.
Right.
They were saying cover the fact that it probably came from the Russians. Then you have the former general counsel to the FBI, Jim Baker, the former deputy chief of staff to the FBI, both arriving at Twitter in the summer of 2020, which I find what an interesting coincidence. Then when the New York Post publishes its first article on October 14th, It's Jim Baker who makes the most strenuous argument within Twitter. Multiple emails, multiple messages saying this doesn't look real. There's intelligence experts saying that this could be Russian disinformation. He is the most strenuous person inside Twitter arguing that it's probably Russian disinformation. The internal evaluation by Yoel Roth, who testified in front of this committee, was that it was what it looked to be, which was that it was not a result of a hack and leak operation. And why did he think that? Because the New York Post had published the FBI subpoena taking the laptop in December of 2019, and they published the agreement that the computer store owner had with Hunter Biden that gave him permission after he abandoned the laptop to use it however he wanted. So there really wasn't much doubt about the provenance of that laptop. But you had Jim Baker making a strenuous argument, and then of course you get to a few days after the October 14th release, you have the President of the United States echoing what these former intelligence community officials were saying, which is that it looked like a Russian influence operation. Yeah. So they were claiming that the laptop was made public by a conspiracy theory, and the conspiracy theory that somehow the Russians got it, and they convinced Yoel Roth that they convinced him of this wild hack and leak story that somehow the Russians stole it, got the information, gave it to the computer store, and it was bizarre. So you read that chain of events, and it appears as though there is an organized influence operation to pre-bunk.
Why? Why do you think they could predict the time?
You don't agree with any of that, Sitch? Jim Baker was a Twitter employee, correct? Oh, that's what it is?
The method and the person, why could the FBI predict it? Not only did they predict it, they predicted it, so did the Aspen Institute. Yeah. Seemed like everyone was in the know saying, here's what's going to happen, we can read the future. How do you think they were able to do that?
I think the most important fact to know is that the FBI had that laptop in December 2019. They were also spying on Rudy Giuliani when he got the laptop and when he gave it to the New York Post. Now, maybe the FBI agents who were going to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook and to Twitter executives and warning of a hack and leak, potentially involving Hunter Biden, maybe those guys didn't have anything to do with the guys that had the laptop. We don't know that.
I know.
But I have to say, as a newcomer to this, as somebody that thought it was Russian disinformation in 2020, everybody I knew thought it was Russian, I was shocked to see that series of events going on. It looked to me like a deliberate influence operation. I don't have the proof of it, but the circumstantial evidence is pretty disturbing.
See, Schellenberger's bitter. He's like, they gaslit me. Holy shit, they gaslit me.
Yeah, but even he said he doesn't have the evidence of it. He just said that. He doesn't have any of the evidence.
Look, the elephant can never be wrong.
He said it's all circumstantial.
Look, the elephant can never be wrong, Sitch. He knows his gut is telling him.
Well, but even his framing of Jim Baker, to me, is not fair at all.
Jim Baker was an employee of Twitter, correct?
Yes, yeah. But we all saw the email. The email was Jim Baker, who was hired as the lawyer, which, by the way, he should, Schellenberger should know this. If you've ever talked to a corporate lawyer, they're like the most cautious person in all of human existence.
Yeah, because they don't want to get sued.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Their primary thought process is, will this possibly get us sued? Well,
Right.
if there's a 1% chance we'll get sued, I'm going to say don't do it, right? That's like every corporate lawyer in reality.
Right.
So
there's a million ways you could get sued over this story too.
Right. So if you read, and this was like one of the first Twitter file things, the letter from Jim Baker was him saying, I've seen conflicting information. I've seen both things that show that it could be hacked by the Russians and things that show that it could be legitimately, got from by that computer repair shop. He said both and said, but I would advise, caution in that we, hold back and wait for more information or something, which is literally the exact fucking you'd expect from any corporate lawyer on the face of the earth to respond that way too.
To anything.
Anything, right?
Yeah.
And so to be like, well, he only said that because he worked for the FBI. I'm like, that's highly suspect.
Yeah.
That's highly suspect.
Interesting.
Pretty overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. Schellenberg. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Oh, I think it's Mr. Allred first.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just walked in. Recognize the gentleman from Texas. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter a few tweets into the record.
Sure. Can you identify the tweets?
Let's see. I think staff should have them. Can we put the tweet on the screen?
Uh-oh. Democrats are coming in. Oh, my. What? Oh, no. No.
This guy is probably the most useless and the worst. Well, I don't know. The lady was pretty bad.
Look at this.
He's going to go off on this completely nonsense tangent about all this garbage.
Has nothing to do with Twitter files or anything.
No. If you're just listening, he just put up the picture of Kanye saying on Twitter he's going to go DEFCON on the Jews.
Right.
And the picture that got Kanye banned from Twitter, which was the Raelian symbol of the swastika inside the Jewish star.
Yeah.
So.
That was Ye 2024 announcement, huh? Love everyone. That's one way to begin your presidential aspirations, right?
That is one way, yeah. That's true.
Okay.
Let's take a look at a couple of tweets from Kanye West, who now goes by Ye. At the time of these tweets, had 32 million followers. Mr. Taibbi, can you read the tweet on the left? Can you see the text there?
I actually can't. My eyesight is not so great.
I'll read it to you. It says,
I like it. He's like, I want you to impugn yourself.
Right.
I want you to read it.
Matt Taibbi knows this trick, though. He's like, look,
like,
I don't fall for this shit.
I can wear my glasses.
Yeah.
I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, in all caps. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toured with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda.
Look how he says Jew.
Can you see the tweet next to it?
He should.
Yes.
It's a, would you describe it? It's a Star of David, the swastika in the middle of it.
Yes.
Should those tweets have been taken down by Twitter?
I think it's a difficult question. Hate speech is protected in the United States. One of my heroes growing up was the Ukraine-born author Isaac Babel.
Oh my God, Matt.
I know.
You're killing us, Matt. You're killing us, Matt. No.
Matt's going.
Oh my God.
Matt's going hard here.
It's like, let me tell you a story about my favorite Ukrainian boy.
Back when I was a boy on the Mayflower, coming over to America for the first time.
And there I saw Elon Musk was already there.
Totally. Yeah.
He gave a speech at the first Soviet Writers' Congress, and he was asked if any important rights had been taken away. And he sarcastically answered, no, the only rights that have been taken away are the right to be wrong. And the crowd laughed, but he was making an important point, which is that in a free country, you can't have freedom without the freedom to be wrong.
Let's move on to a couple of others.
I think, listen, here's the thing. I think that's I'm glad he said that. I think that's a good point. But I just say that.
Right.
You don't have to give the back. You still have limited time. You have very limited time. That guy could have immediately interrupted him and said, shut the fuck up. But he didn't because he's beta or whatever. So just say what we're going to say. You don't have to give us the backstory.
Mr.
Tweet's
Allred.
not from
Mr. All Red.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. He looks red.
Yeah.
somebody with 32 million followers. This one says, Elon now controls Twitter. Unleash the racial slurs, K-word and N-word. The other one says,
oh my God.
I can freely express how much I hate N-words now. Thank you, Elon.
Look at this. It's literally an anime account.
I know, this is so stupid. Bunch of like random meme anon accounts. Like,
Notice they've clipped out, you can't see how many likes it got or retweets.
Yeah, that's true, which means they got
because it's like 0.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
See, these tweets were taken down, even by Elon Musk's Twitter, and they should have been, because they're hate speech. And they lead to real-world reactions. In fact, in the 12 hours after Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter, hate speech of all kinds spiked on Twitter, including a 500% increase in the use of the N-word. And it's not just online. From 2020 to 2021, hate crimes rose almost 44% in major cities. So hate speech online has real impacts in life. And so does...
Wait. So he's saying because their hate crime supposedly has increased after Elon Musk bought Twitter, that is because of that effect.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you know that? I didn't realize that Elon Musk caused, the increase in hate crime in this country.
Sounds
But
like a correlation causation issue here.
yeah, that sounds a little BS to me, but okay.
I concur.
Election misinformation and propaganda online. Now, Mr. Taibbi, I've read a lot of your work. I respect some of it. But you've cast a lot of doubt on Russian interference in our elections. And today, you have virtually alleged a vast government conspiracy to censor speech. But I can tell you that the threat to our democracy, I'm not asking you a question.
Not allegedly, bitch.
I can tell you that the threat to our democracy is very real. And it's not just the elections that get all the headlines. In 2018, in a congressional race, two Kremlin-aligned foreign nationals named Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman succeeded in funneling illegal Russian money to a Trump-aligned super PAC that spent $1.3 million to support the Republican candidate. That was my election.
Oh, that's why he's all pissy.
Oh, the truth comes out here.
Okay. This is like, remember in the previous hearing with Yoel Roth, how MTG just started whining about how she was banned from Twitter instead of asking a question. It sounded like the top.
I do.
Oh god, just
this became personal.
Yeah, stick to the topic, everybody.
The Russians tried to get me banned.
Neighbors in East Dallas saw advertisements online, in their mailbox, and on their TV paid with Russian money. That's not my opinion. That's a fact, proven in the Southern District of New York. Both Parnas and Fruman were convicted to 21 months and 1 year, respectively, for conspiring to make political contributions by a foreign national, along with other campaign finance-related violations. We live in an information age where malign actors do want to use social media to influence our elections, both big, the ones that you've spent a lot of time talking about, and small, like mine.
Mr. Congressman,
and it
may I
should be a
ask question?
bipartisan goal. No, you don't get to ask questions here.
Okay.
It should be a bipartisan goal to ensure that Americans and only Americans determine the outcome of our elections, not fear-mongering. And I hope that you can actually take this with you, because I honestly hope that you will grapple with this. That it may be possible that if we can take off the tinfoil hat, that there's not a vast conspiracy, but that ordinary folks and national security agencies responsible for our security are trying their best to find a way to make sure that our online discourse doesn't get people hurt or see our democracy undermined. And that the very rights that you think they're trying to undermine, they may be trying to protect. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to talk about the weaponization of the CDC against the American people, and this overlaps with one of the Twitter files, number 13 by my count, actually by Alex Berenson, not one of our two witnesses, but I would like your comment on it. A week before Christmas 2020, the vaccines came out. The FDA curated the Pfizer trial results, and then the CDC curated the FDA's opinion. The CDC said in their MMWR, which is never peer-reviewed, they're very proud that it's not peer-reviewed, they treat it like science, it's not science. They said that the vaccine was 92% efficacious for people who had already had COVID. The Pfizer trial data said no such thing. In fact, there was no support for that claim. So I called up the head of the CDC, recorded the conversation, the head in Washington, D.C. She said she'd get the top scientists on the line. There was a snowstorm that day, so I was impressed. She got this top scientist on the line. They said I was Eagle Eye Massey. They couldn't believe how that statement had made it into their report and that I was absolutely correct. There was no support for it. So I said, how are you going to fix it? You're going to redact it? You're going to change it? What are you going to...
What does this have to do with anything?
Nothing.
Look.
Virtue signaling about COVID is
What
very
is
important.
happening? I want to talk about how I pointed out a mistake in a COVID report.
I wish he would have let Matt Taibbi ask his question. I want to know what his question was about the misinformation stuff.
Right.
Because that's like the most interesting stuff. It is something to grapple with, but they didn't even really have a conversation about it. He's like, I just want a virtue signal here about. Like, what's his response to that? Because look, you can't just throw that shit out and not let him respond. Look, he's a journalist working on this story. I'm sure he has grappled with that. I want to hear his response.
Listen, man.
Someone ask him. Why?
You. That's the answer. Fuck you.
No. I don't think that would be Matt Taibbi's answer. I don't think he'd be like, listen, we have to, it would be something free speech, but.
Something free speech.
Why to some extent, I don't think we should, look, I don't think TikTok should exist. Like, I don't understand why we let the Chinese Communist Party decide what the youth of America are going to watch today. Like, who elected them to do that?
True.
Yeah.
True.
It's ridiculous. So I don't think Russian actors should be interfering with our elections either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a difficult question.
I agree.
Yeah. COVID. God, it's so boring. The pandemic's over. You guys did a bad when the pandemic was going. I guess a lot of people
bad.
I guess a lot of people are still upset about COVID. So
yeah.
And if you lost family members,
if this was
obviously it's devastating.
Sure. This doesn't really have anything to do with the topic. He brings it around. I forget how he brings it around. It's somehow related to the topic, but just like,
yeah,
come on.
Well,
what are we
COVID
doing here?
misinformation.
He said, we'll do all of that. I said, great. A month later, it was still on their website. I made some more phone calls. They brought in an old hand, an old fixer, Dr. Shushat. These are her notes of her phone call with me about natural immunity in January.
This is like, I'm a sitting congressman. I couldn't even get them to fix their fucking website. Motherfucker!
Oh, I think wasn't someone banned by Twitter who he talked to or something?
I don't know.
Is that how this ends?
Because of misinformation on their website. And he's like, I tried to get them to fix a website.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
All Twitter can do is look at their website and say, look, this is what the website says. You're doing misinformation, but the website is wrong. Wrong.
We'll see.
No, that's where she totally goes. Oh, God, it's so pathetic. I feel like I'm at like a city council meeting or something.
I know, right? Right.
When I called him out on it again, these are the entirety of her notes that were obtained in my FOIA from somebody, a third party. I took all of my recordings.
Is it just a blank page? What's going on with the notes there?
I don't know. We can't. That was his notes, Adam. His notes were just a blank blue screen. Okay.
Is he doing that to be like dramatic? He's like,
I
here's
don't
the
know.
entirety of the notes. Look, nothing.
I'm assuming there's something there we just can't see.
I feel like there's a tiny little dot in the middle. Like there's like
I
a
don't think that's the
little
notes.
tiny bit of writing there in the middle.
I don't think that's the notes. No.
Released them to Cheryl Atkinson. She blew the whistle on this. A lot of people have forgotten about it. Here's why I find it interesting, and I'm going to tie it into the Twitter files. And by the way, I told them I was not anti-vax. I said the problem with your story is there's a misallocation of vaccines which are not available for all the old people in Kentucky, but you got young people in Kentucky taking them because you're telling them on the website, even if you've had COVID, go get it. So that was my complaint. On May 10th, 2021.
People read those websites?
Todd O'Boyle, this name will come up in the Twitter file later. He is the top lobbyist in Twitter's Washington office, who was also Twitter's point of contact in the White House. He encouraged the CDC to enroll in the partner support program. Oh, okay. The CDC is now a partner with Twitter because they're in the partner support program. He said, in the future, that's the best way to get a spreadsheet like this reviewed. Now, this is an email from between Todd O'Boyle and and the folks at CDC. By the way, let me talk to this too. These are more of my conversations with the CDC, completely redacted the subject thereof. Next one, please. I also found as a result of the FOIA, CDC tracks every tweet that a congressman puts out. Not just Republican, but Democrat. They keep a spreadsheet, they make it every week. This showed up in the FOIA for me, because I'm in their spreadsheet that they track. Why is this interesting? Okay, so they're tracking congressmen's tweets at CDC. They're enrolled in the partner support portal at Twitter. And then I found, this is why, I found Alex Berenson's report very interesting, because what he found out is that Scott Gottlieb worked hard and Twitter complied, it looks like, to censor a tweet from a doctor about natural immunity. Guess what? On the same day that that doctor's tweet was censored, so were my tweets on natural immunity. Why is this important? What is consequential about the date? This is 3 days after the military vaccine mandate came out and a week before the federal vaccine mandates came out. This truth was toxic to a narrative that Pfizer was spreading, that Joe Biden wanted out there so that he could force the vaccine on everybody, whether you had natural immunity or not. Now, you guys might not agree with me on this. I don't think the press gets special privileges on the First Amendment. I don't think Congress does. I think every American, by virtue of being an American, has the right to free speech enshrined in the Constitution.
God bless America.
So I'm not so much worried that they censored a congressman, but they disabled all the comments from my constituents. Those are the voices they squelched. And my beef is not with Twitter, but my beef is with the CDC and these federal agencies. And I encourage you all, if you can, to find more about this. And do you have either of you have any comments on this topic?
So wait, the whole thing is like, I want you guys to dig in and to investigate what I want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was this whole point of all this kind of virtue signaling. Look at my battle with the CDC.
Yeah, they censored a sitting congressman.
Oh my God. Which they didn't. Twitter did.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm keep waiting for him to make the connection between the FBI calling them up and saying, "Hey, listen, you got to censor these COVID tweets."
Well, it's good that you put that out, because what he did was he said, "Look, they keep a record of my tweets, and then my tweets were censored."
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to paint the picture that, obviously they're the ones that got him pulled, which maybe they were, maybe they weren't. We don't know. But
look, man, everyone at Twitter was wearing a mask to bed.
That's true. That's true.
Fucking sleeping in a mask.
Yeah, but just say that. Just say, like, you don't need to put on this fucking production. Just say, like, you have 5 minutes. Now we've talked about this is all virtue signaling, right? That's the entire point of these hearings is to virtue signal, right? From everyone on every side is the virtue signal. You have 5 minutes. You have these two journalists here who have looked through the Twitter files. You can ask them presumably anything. You should use that time wisely, not just to fucking do this performance. Just say, if you want to talk about the COVID stuff, you say, I was censored on Twitter wrongly for COVID stuff, and here are my questions that I have to you to ask about this. You don't spend your entire time just, I don't know, whatever the fuck
laying out the
this is
narrative,
such a waste of time. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
The gentleman's time expired, but the gentleman
Still had 3 seconds.
The witnesses may respond.
Just quickly, we found just yesterday a tweet from the Virality Project at Stanford, which was partnered with a number of government agencies on Twitter, where they talked explicitly about censoring stories of true vaccine side effects and other true stories that they felt encouraged hesitancy. Now,
censoring true.
Yeah, so they use the word true 3 times in this email. And what's notable about this is that it reflects the fundamental misunderstanding of this whole disinformation complex, anti-disinformation complex. They believe that ordinary people can't handle difficult truths. And so they think that they need minders to separate out things that are controversial or difficult for them. And that's totally contrary to what America's all about, I think.
I'll just briefly add, this is very disturbing because what they're doing when they're putting these labels on there is they're actually also trying to discredit you. So it's not just, it's a form of censorship, but it's also a disinformation campaign. And I think what Matt said is really important to understand. I mean, you go from a situation where we were fighting ISIS recruiting, and then it was Russian disinformation. And now they're in a situation where they're wanting to censor true information, accurate facts, because they're worried that people might behave in ways that they don't want them to. That involves mind reading at a level that is grossly inappropriate. I mean, I worry even about making this defense because let's remember, the First Amendment protects our right to be wrong. Mm-hmm. It protects our right to lie. I mean, it's bizarre to me that we would need to make a defense of the First Amendment and remind people that we have a right to be wrong. And being wrong, as Matt was explaining, is a big part of being a human being and having a democracy. So this is disturbing and chilling, and you're absolutely right to be outraged by it. There needs to be a full truth and reconciliation that I hope everybody would appreciate having on this issue, because a lot of bad behavior has come out about what they've done.
Thank you. Yield back. Good job. Gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Actually, excuse me, it's Ms. Sanchez.
I'm sorry.
And Mr. Chair, since that went over 2 minutes with them responding, will you give an additional time?
There's a question at the end of someone, it's customary if there's a question at the end of someone's 5 minutes and the witnesses haven't responded, we'll give them time to do that. Many times you guys go over and then there's no question.
I understand that, but 2 minutes. Okay,
that's customary, so we'll certainly do that. Gentlelady from California is recognized. Excuse me.
I'd like to yield my time.
Phil that remains. Hey, Phil. What's going on?
What's up?
Our friend of the show, Phil remains for $10. Says, Sitch, just hate the government with us, huh? They're spying on everyone, so just hate on them. There you go.
That's what I'm here for. That's for my I get that. I understand that as like a elephant person.
Right.
I understand.
Adam, are you the elephant man?
I feel your pain.
Are you the elephant man?
I am. Yeah. I mean, I wear it proudly.
Okay.
Look, people want to hate on. People understand. They get it.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome new members. Don't use that MMT emoji too much. Only when it comes up.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Only when I mention
Mr.
it.
Schellenberger, first, I'd just like to compliment you on your choice of tie today. Seems like we're on the same page.
I was actually listening to this in the car, and I was so mad because I'm like, do you know how this works? Nobody watches this shit. Can't say something like that. Now I got to pull my phone out of my pocket and see what tie he's wearing.
Fucking ugly tie, too.
What's the tie? I didn't even notice.
It's like a maroon with a dark.
So it's just because we have the same color tie? That's what it is?
Listen,
I was like, holy shit, Schellenberger's wearing a red, white, and blue American flag tie or something.
Listen. He should have asked them, are owls birds? That's obviously the better opening question.
I know. Okay. Of course. Yeah.
Mr. Tahibi, are owls birds?
Yes.
Excuse me? Are owls birds, Mr. Tahibi?
Not in the way that you're asking me.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Tahibi. It's a yes or no question. Well, no, I have to believe me. These are Ukrainian philosophers.
Yeah, exactly.
I would also just like to respond to your last point and just remind everyone that, of course, we all believe in the First Amendment, but the First Amendment applies to government prohibition of speech, not to private companies.
Oh, my God.
It's so old. Yeah. When did they become the complete, free market, the laissez-faire free market capitalists?
No one cares about ideology.
No.
When the businesses were supposedly right-wing, all Republicans, let the businesses do what they want. Let private business do whatever they want. Government interference. And then it's like, oh, now the businesses are all woke as fuck. Oh, well, the Democrats are like, let the businesses do whatever they want.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so bullshit.
The
it's
free
all
market
bullshit.
has spoken.
Oh my God, it's terrible. I hate tribalism so much.
Me too.
I want to talk about your Twitter files number 7, Mr. Schellenberger. Are you aware that Rudy Giuliani was the sole source of the hard drive obtained by the New York Post?
That is my understanding.
And are you aware that Rudy Giuliani had been openly cavorting with agents of Russian intelligence throughout 2020?
That is also my understanding.
Now, this was the same Russian agent who had been feeding information to Senators Johnson and Grassley, I might add.
So I looked this up. This has never, to my knowledge, has never been confirmed. Ever. So it was true that he was cavorting with Rudy, but it's never been confirmed that he was cavorting with Grassley.
Are we sure? Because cavort means to jump or dance around excitedly.
Well, listen, they might have had a dance off. That's true. I don't know.
Do we have physical evidence of this cavorting? I want to know.
They could have had a dance off. Yeah, you're
know.
right. You're right. They could have done that.
Right.
I have seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay.
Right. Oh, there was some cavorting at the end of that. Yeah.
There
definitely.
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe there was. So I take it back. We don't know. There could have been some cavorting.
Doubtful though, really.
Oh, okay.
I think he just perjured himself.
But also, are you aware that Rudy Giuliani told the New York Times that he did not want anyone to do an analysis of the hard drive until it was published?
I was not aware of that exactly, but...
But you don't dispute it?
I don't dispute it.
And are you aware that one of the New York Post reporters for the Hunter Biden story refused to put his byline on the story?
Yes.
And are you aware that Fox News called the story, quote, very sketchy, unquote?
I'm aware that somebody at Fox News said that, yes.
Correct. Brett Baer at Fox News said that. And are you aware that the FBI had nothing to do with Twitter's decision to pause the New York Post story?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, well, let me read you the testimony.
He snuck that one in there. It was like do you agree with this? Yes. Do you agree with this? Yes. Do you agree with this? Well, wait a minute.
Yeah, he tried to go the rule of threes on him. Look, you agreed to everything else. Look, why just agree to this?
Yeah.
It's so easy.
Interesting.
From Yoel Roth at the hearing we had on February 8th.
Well, but here you go. Here's the question, Adam. The question that I asked you at the beginning of this thing that no one asked before. So I even though I think Goldman is a little slippery, a little sneaky, a little dishonest, I do give him credit for bringing this up.
But he's asking the question. Yeah.
Yep.
Post story.
The Hunter Biden question that never got asked in the other hearing.
Yep.
I am not aware of that.
Okay, well, let me read you the testimony from Yoel Roth
man. He's so
at the hearing we had on February 8th. The quote, the FBI was quite careful and consistent to request review of the accounts, but not to cross the line into advocating for Twitter to take any particular action. And then Jim Baker said, in response to the chairman's question, when he asked, did you talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story? He said, to the best of my recollection, I did not talk to the FBI about the Hunter Biden story before that day. In other testimony, Yoel Roth said that the information that he received from the FBI had nothing to do with the Hunter Biden story. Now, are you aware that there was an analysis of the hard drive that was done by the Washington Post at a later date?
My awareness is that multiple media organizations have done analyses and found including CBS, and found that it was indeed, the laptop was authentic and that nothing had been changed on it.
So let's just get something clear. The laptop that the FBI had is different than the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani gave to the New York Post. A hard drive, you agree with this, is a copy from a laptop, right?
Yes.
And you are aware that hard drives can be altered, are you not?
Of course.
Okay. So are you aware that the Washington Post analysis of the hard drive showed that it had been altered?
I have heard that, but I'm also saying CBS verified.
Politico.
And other media organizations have verified. I mean,
but we're not talking about
really
we're not talking about
anymore.
authenticity. We're not talking about authenticity. We're talking about whether it's been altered.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no question there's some material on the hard drive that is authentic and accurate. But are you aware that there's some material that is not?
My understanding is that there are copies of the hard drive that have been tampered with, and that media organizations, including CBS, have verified that the laptop in question was not tampered with.
I don't know what the laptop in question, but let's move on, because you said in your Twitter file.
So he's basically saying that, yes, people did alter versions of the hard drive, but those have been filtered out by the media organizations. So they know which one is the real deal and which one's not.
I couldn't, and I tried to look this up. I couldn't really find an answer to this question.
Yeah, well, how did they, who came up with altered versions, and what were the altered versions? Like, I'm sure there's this is where the Russians would come in and add a bunch of shit on there.
That was the claim, I mean, to me, this is it depends what his point is. If his point is, this is maybe why Twitter should have been cautious. I mean, fair enough.
Of course.
But so it would be justified if that's the point. If the point is that therefore the information was wrong, that would not be fair, because the information we know so far has not been disputed. At least the egregious emails that we know.
But they were cautious because all these other media organizations signed off on which copies were authentic and which ones weren't. That's the point of being cautious.
Well, no, they didn't know at the time, obviously.
So this investigation was done after the fact. Even, I mean, Washington Post did a big story on it.
Yeah, it was done. Yeah, because remember, it took time, because there's however many days the story was banned from Twitter. No one knew, because only the New York Post had the laptop at that point.
But I'm assuming the authentication process took place before the story was published. The same authentication process that
by the New York Post.
Well, and Politico and CBS.
They didn't know, because they
did it later on.
They did it later, and to my knowledge, they didn't get whatever version New York Post got. Like, they didn't get the exact hard drive that the New York Post got.
Right.
So they got some different version.
Right. Okay. So they're not necessarily verifying that the hard drive itself has data that hasn't been corrupted. They're basically looking at the documents and authenticating them from multiple sources.
Right.
Am I correct that every single fact in the New York Post story was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that the first paragraph of that Post story said that then Vice President Joe Biden pressured Ukraine to fire its prosecutor general because he was investigating Burisma, where Hunter Biden was on the board?
Yes.
Okay. I have here, which I'd like to enter into the record, the Trump-Ukraine Impeachment Inquiry Report, 300 pages by the House Intelligence Committee. Did you review this report before you said that every fact in this story was accurate?
Without objection, the material be entered in the record.
Did I read that before I wrote the Twitter files? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm aware of
because
its
if you
content.
read this, you would have known that every single State Department and Trump administration expert on Ukraine said that Vice President Joe Biden, in concert with the European Union and the IMF, was executing official U.S. policy by encouraging Ukraine to fire the prosecutor general because he was not prosecuting corruption and was not prosecuting companies like Burisma. So
this is so painful, Sitch, because we say this all the time, and
I know
everyone's always against us.
I know.
And now we got this Democrat schmuck here with a purple tie saying the same thing.
So sad.
Can we why didn't we fast forward through this part? This part's horrible.
How dare someone we don't like agree with us?
Look, well, look, Phil's listening. Come on, Phil knows. Phil knows about the elephant. Nobody wants to hear this crap.
There you go. True.
Oh, God. It just drives me crazy when people talk about the Shokin thing.
I know.
Look,
he's right.
It bugs me that people are so willing to abandon factual reality for, like, I don't know, practical reality. What do you want to call it? I mean, it's not really true or anything. I mean, it is practical to think these things because it's tribal, but.
Well, I'll help you out, Adam. Okay. Let me assist you here. Okay. If you don't want to agree with this guy, okay. I don't know why he's bringing this up. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, he's basically saying that Schellenberger just admitted that everything in the Washington Post story was true, and he's saying that, well, the first line of the Washington Post story was a lie.
Right,
Look.
right. That is why he's bringing it up. But presumably, if we're going to give some charity here, okay, which I know you're not allowed to do.
You're breaking the rules.
I'm breaking the rules. Presumably, I would imagine when Schellenberg heard this, he was referring mostly to the laptop stuff. He wasn't referring to whatever the fuck, this part of the story.
Oh yeah.
So
The leap in logic that they made to that. I don't know. I don't remember the Washington Post story. I'm sure I read it, but it's like ages ago. Yeah.
That story, notwithstanding your allegations, was false, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from.
He never asked a question. I would be curious to hear Schellenberg respond to that. Does he believe the kind of BS narrative about the prosecution? About Shokin?
I'm kind of glad he doesn't answer because
You don't want him to say yes.
I really like Schellenberger, man. He's cool.
Okay.
He looks like he smoked a fatty before this hearing, and he's just like there to chill. I think he was in favor of. He ran for something in California. I voted for him, so I don't know what he was running for, but
he was running from something.
No, what was he running for?
I don't remember. You're the one who lives in California.
He was on the ballot for something.
Mm.
And I think he was in favor. Look, I'm just, by the big Lodi smile on his face, I'm just going to tell myself he was in favor of weed legalization.
From Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
Impeachment nostalgia always warms my heart, but we are here focused on a weaponized government.
It's your favorite, Sitch.
I know.
Look at this. God, we are like the old guys in the Muppets. Like, we don't want to eat. Like, all of these people are fucking losers. Look, Matt Gaetz is going to be fun, man. Come on, don't. Look, I'm sure he's got interesting things to say.
We'll see. I don't remember what he says, actually.
He sure did put old Cenk Uygur in his place, right?
That is true.
That was a lot of fun.
That was fun.
Whole of government approach that has been turned against the American people. And while Rudy Giuliani may have been running around with the laptop in 2020, what is an indisputable fact is that the FBI had the laptop in 2019. And it appears that the last round of questioning misses the boat, that it's true.
That's true.
The information is authentic. The pictures, the videos, the emails, there hasn't been a single allegation that there is a single doctored email. Unlike what we saw before the FISA courts, where the FBI itself was doctoring emails to try to smear President Trump. But I have to get to a question I'm amazed hasn't been asked of the two of you. This FTC consent decree, where it is government action subject to rigorous scrutiny under First Amendment standards, government action demanding that your names be listed. How did it feel when you found out that you were being expressly targeted by a government document based on your reporting?
It was chilling. It's disturbing. I never thought that would happen in the United States of America.
Oh my God.
Listen, I just set down my bong and I was just dumbfounded. Why would they attack me?
I don't know why. I have a very important question to ask. I can't imagine why no one on this council has asked this question yet. How did you feel? How do you feel?
I know.
Oh, thank you.
It's
Thank
very
you, Matt.
Barbara Walters, very Oprah Winfrey.
Yes,
What
thank you.
were you thinking at the time that you realized you were being targeted by the Democrats?
I
Those
know.
evil Democrats sitting right over there.
You have two Twitter file journalists here. You could ask them something very important. Most American citizens aren't going to have the opportunity to ask them some specific question. And I'm going to say, how did you feel?
Yep.
Oh,
Very
I've
informative.
lived in a bunch of authoritarian countries. I've visited a lot of authoritarian countries. never thought this kind of thing would be going on here.
And the nexus to authoritarianism is the desire to control the nature of truth itself. Our understandings change about things. We learn new things. We challenge prior assumptions. But if a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. get to decide what the truth is, and then enforce it on the country, and then punish and target those who report on their conduct, we are drifting more toward that. How did you feel, Mr. Taibbi, when you saw your name?
I was upset, obviously. I lived in Russia during the 90s and early 2000s. I was there when Putin took power. I was friends with a group of very brave, muckraking reporters in Russia, many of whom didn't make it. A few of them were murdered after Putin came to power. So I've always been conscious of how the risks that
America's just as bad as Russia, Adam. I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that America is just as corrupt and bad as Russia?
Well, I
Did you know
mean,
that?
people have been saying that in some debates we've had, but
Did you know that,
look,
Yeah,
Kurt,
Matt Taibbi's not saying that, but I'm just saying for when we talk to people that we
Kurt,
debate people that do say that.
Kurt, I know you're a frequent listener.
Yep.
Listen to Matt Taibbi here.
So like, yeah, I knew journalists that were murdered by Putin when he came into power.
Yeah, no, that curbs your behavior really quick when you discover, oh, look, the desk is clear. What happened to him? Right?
Yeah,
oh, he
exactly.
disappeared in the middle of the night.
Yep.
Nobody knows what happened to him.
Yep.
Wait, what? Yeah, you got his job now. Oh, shit.
Yep.
that other reporters take in other countries are incredibly severe, and that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to protect the First Amendment, because our country has the best protections for reporters in the world. But this kind of thing, where the government is looking for information about reporters, it's usually a canary in the coal mine that something worse is coming in terms of an effort to exercise control over the press. And so on that level, it's absolutely disturbing. Also, the Aspen Institute report that we published today, talked about today in the Twitter files thread, one of their recommendations was that the FTC be empowered to have unlimited power to search all data of private companies so that they could more freely and more accurately search the speech of ordinary citizens. So
that's terrifying.
That's pretty fucking wild, yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yep.
The FTC wants to be able to just come in and search your private
Well, no, I said the
employee
Aspen
emails.
Institute recommended that the FTC have that ability.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, that's better. I hope the FTC wasn't listening when they recommended that. That's like, yeah, that's totally evil.
Right.
So as we're trying to put downward pressure on the government's expanding authority to be able to engage in what we see mostly from dictatorships, what you're reporting and what you're observing is that actually they view this as a growth industry, the information business, right? This
Yes.
censorship industrial complex is a growth industry to the government.
I think the key thing also, yes, and the thing to understand is that NSF...
What is NewsGuard, and how are they part of the censorship industrial complex?
Yeah, and by the way, we talked about Richard Stengel. He's on the board of NewsGuard. NewsGuard and the Disinformation Index are both U.S. government-funded entities who are working to drive advertiser revenue away from disfavored publications and towards the ones that they favor. This is...
Okay, so this is an important thing here.
Yeah, NewsGuard is what Tim Pool always uses.
Right. So NewsGuard is an organization that basically rates other news agencies in terms of trustworthiness. And they also, I believe, I could be thinking of someone else. I think they also rate them in terms of whether they're on the left or the right, or is it just trustworthiness?
I've only heard of them through Tim Pool.
Okay.
And
well,
I
anyway,
think
yeah,
it's
Tim Pool always talks about
trustworthiness,
them.
not left or right.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a different one. I'm saying. But anyway, so he just made a very strong incendiary claim. He said that they're funded by the government.
Mhm.
So they're government funded. So after this happened, NewsGuard's CEO, Gordon Krovitz, sent a letter to both Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger, saying, I noticed with interest and surprise how you referred to NewsGuard in your congressional testimony on Thursday. There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding about NewsGuard and our work. During the hearings, NewsGuard was inaccurately described as U.S. government funded. Unlike other entities mentioned during the hearing, we are not a nonprofit funded by government grants. We are a business with many licensees paying to access our proprietary data, including government entities that pay to license our data. These licenses are only for access to our data and are entirely unrelated to our ratings of news publishers. For example, as is public, our work for the Pentagon Cyber Command is focused on identification and analysis of information operations targeting the U.S. and its allies conducted by hostile governments, including Russia and China. Our analyst alerts officials in the U.S. and other democracies, including Ukraine, about new false narratives targeting America and its allies, and we provide an understanding of how this disinformation spreads online. We are proud of our work countering Russia and Chinese disinformation on behalf of Western democracies. Okay. So basically what they're saying is they're not, to call them U.S. government funded is not true.
Right.
They're a private business that does multiple things. One of those things is that they provide ratings for news agencies. And one of those other things that they do is that they analyze information and narratives that come out of different countries and different governments, and that the U.S. government pays them, a private business, to access that data that they've collected about Russia and Chinese disinformation.
Yep.
So
they do research and people pay for that research.
Right. I think Schellenberg got this way off. He did say that the CEO agreed to have an on-record interview with him next week. So hopefully they'll clear that up, because I do feel like this is a very big misrepresentation of NewsGuard. Because the implication that he lays out and that they lay out is that, well, there's some kind of government conspiracy where they pay NewsGuard and then NewsGuard goes around and they downrank, right-wing news information sources, essentially. That's the implication to this.
Yep. That's what they're saying.
What I'm used to in this town is government officials pick their favorite outlets and they give them the best scoops and they give them the best stories. And there's a fusion of media and government that has long made me uncomfortable. But what you're describing now is literally the directing of revenue to certain media companies over other media companies designed and implemented with U.S. government funding and support.
That's right.
That is an astonishing way. If we do not take a look at NewsGuard, we have failed. And you talk about the brave reporting that occurs and what it subjects you to. I would suggest there's also political bravery that I have observed. While we've only heard from Democrats on this panel attacking you, discrediting you, a lot like they've tried to attack and discredit FBI whistleblowers who are truth tellers, there are brave Democrats who still believe in free speech, and I would advise my colleagues to look at the comments of Ro Khanna, who has been deeply, deeply concerned about this weaponization of government, and he believes these Twitter files are indeed worthy of our focus and our energy, and that is exactly what we are going to do. I yield back.
I think the gentleman would now recognize the gentlelady from New York.
I still have my 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I understand why you may not.
Because you were yielded 5. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
get why
Mr.
you don't want me
Schellenberger,
to
I
talk.
may have misheard earlier, but is it your testimony here today that you disagree with the 2 indictments by Special Counsel Robert Mueller that definitively established that Russia interfered in our 2016 election through social media disinformation and a hack and leak operation?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, Mr. Taibbi, do you disagree with those 2 indictments?
Well, indictments aren't a thing to disagree.
Do you disagree? They're about 40 or 50 pages. Do you disagree with the evidence outlined in those indictments?
Well, indictments are just charges.
I just asked you, do you disagree with the evidence included in those indictments? Yes or no?
I'm not on the jury of that case. I couldn't possibly say yes or no.
Okay, because you said earlier, I believe, that you did not see Russia, you could not confirm that Russia interfered in our election in 2016, that you don't believe that. Is that your testimony here today? You don't believe that they did?
I think it's possible that they they may have on a small scale, but certainly not to what's been reported.
What's been reported or what's been included in the indictments?
Well, again, indictments are allegations. They're not proof. And
I understand. It's a pretty detailed allegation.
In the Mueller indictment, by the way.
You should go read the indictment and then come back and tell us if you actually think there's no proof of it.
Well,
but let me move on. Let me move on, please.
By the way, when
please,
they
let me move on. That's how this works. You should know that by now. So, do you disagree with the special counsel Mueller's conclusion in his report, Mr. Taibbi, that the Trump campaign knew about Russia's interference, they welcomed it, and they used it for their benefit? You have no reason to disagree with that, don't you? You have no information. So after that foreign interference in our 2016 election, Twitter and other social media companies naturally wanted to work with the intelligence community to stop Vladimir Putin from interfering in our elections again. Mr. Taibbi, do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI to try to stop foreign interference in our elections?
Again, sir, will I be allowed to answer this question, or?
It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's a legitimate pursuit of the FBI?
It's not a yes or no answer.
No. I'm not asking how. I'm saying, as an objective, do you think it's a legitimate objective of the FBI to stop foreign interference in our elections?
I think it's a legitimate objective to stop actual foreign interference.
Okay.
Oh, God, I love that.
I don't know what the difference is, but that's fine.
Actual foreign.
Since Russia used social media disinformation, according to Special Counsel Mueller, I understand you may disagree with the allegations, to interfere in our 2016 elections, are you trying to say that the FBI had no basis to inform social media companies about efforts to potentially interfere in our elections after 2016?
I can tell you that I read internal Twitter emails where Twitter expressly talked about the fact that the FBI couldn't possibly know more than they did about whether or not there was Russian interference, and that in fact, even they couldn't determine which accounts were actually IRA and which ones weren't.
Okay, I understand you like to filibuster. That was not an answer to my question, but I'll move on. Mr. Schellenberger, in all of the emails that you reviewed, did the FBI ever direct Twitter to take down any accounts or remove any posts?
Yes.
They directed Twitter to remove them, or they said these may violate your terms and services?
Yes. I think that's an accurate use of the word direct.
They said these may violate. You think that saying that these may violate your terms and conditions is the same as directing them to take an account down?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a police officer says,
all right, well,
you broke the
that's
law.
Very helpful. That's very helpful. I'm glad to know that you think flagging something for a private.
So it's annoying because I understand why Schellenberg's saying that. You know, he has very limited time. He's going to get cut off. And he doesn't have the time to say there's a difference, but I believe that it is the wrong use of the government kind of trying to influence Twitter to do something. I would hope that's what he would say. Because it is true that there is a big difference between the FBI demanding that you do something and saying, we believe these things violate your terms of services, especially when the majority of the time that the FBI asked, or the majority of the time the FBI pointed out to Twitter that things were violating its terms of service, Twitter didn't take action. I don't know. It just it feels like the narrative is trying to have it both ways on this one, because it's like, well, the FBI is egregious because they were talking to Twitter about saying these things are violating your terms of service. Except for the one major thing that everyone's pointing to, the FBI didn't actually even talk up to Twitter about that whatsoever, but it's still the FBI's fault.
It's just kind of weird that the FBI is like the law enforcement wing of Twitter's TOS.
Well, they're not.
People are obviously reacting to that.
They're not. They have a government interest, whether it be COVID misinformation or election misinformation or They believe that these are Russian propagandists or whatever, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And so they're basically saying, hey, we don't know if you saw this, but nudge, nudge, nudge,
Right. These guys are breaking your law.
right. These
They
guys
are
are
they are
breaking your law.
literally the law
Right.
enforcement wing of, because if
Right.
Twitter's like, isn't this normally the way government operates? They say, listen, we make a law that you can't, do X. And if you do X, here is the penalty. There's like a fine or jail time or something like that. This is just so far outside of that situation. That's why people are reacting to it the way they are, because it's like Twitter comes up with a TOS that is in effect a law, their own private law, right? But you still have the government coming in going,
Yeah, I agree with all that.
yeah,
I agree with all. That's why I said in the beginning, the way this should work is that if the government wants Twitter or points to Twitter having some sort of an account having a TOS violation, Twitter, that should all have to done through a public channel that everyone can see,
right?
unless
Okay.
it's top secret information. Okay, but that's not what this back and forth is about. It's about, well, is the FBI directing Twitter to do these things? And to me, if you're a journalist, I think it's very important that you use your words carefully. And to me, if we're going to interpret language on a specific literal level, it is dishonest to say that the FBI was directing Twitter to remove things, because they were not.
Because they didn't write the law and they didn't say.
Well, no, because they don't have the authority to direct Twitter to do anything
Right.
regarding these things. And on top of it, most of the time that they brought things up, Twitter didn't fucking do anything about it. So that on its face shows that Twitter was not quaking in their boots whenever the FBI said something. Like if we had a situation where every time the FBI says, hey, we think, if the FBI was like the mafia guy who's like, hey, it would be a shame if something happened to your business, right?
Yeah.
If the FBI said, hey, it'd be a shame if something happened to your Twitter. By the way, here's a list of accounts we think are violating TOS. And every time the FBI asked Twitter something, they did it, right? If that was the case, then Michael Schellenberg saying this, 100% true, right? 100% legitimate. But if the majority of the time Twitter ignores these TOS violations that the FBI is pointing out, or that the federal government's pointing out, then how is it directing?
FBI didn't write the TOS, and they don't have any punishment for violating the TOS.
Okay, I don't know how that has to do with anything that I just said, but okay.
Well, you're making the claim that the FBI cannot possibly be directing them because Twitter tells them to fuck off all the time.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's your
exactly.
argument. I get it.
Right.
I totally do.
Okay.
But I'm saying in the normal operations of government and
Yes.
legality, right?
Yes.
This is just a very, very weird situation.
I agree with
why,
you, but that's
why
not
is
what I'm
the-
talking about.
Why are they even in communication? Well, obviously because they have similar interests. So yeah, it's just weird. I get it. I understand why people are ticked off.
Okay. Well, what?
Private company to make a decision about what they should do is a direction. Now, Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said that this committee is all about protecting the First Amendment. And what's unfortunate here is that we are talking about Twitter, and that we are not talking about Republican government officials around the country who are banning books. And we are not talking about
Oh,
the gentleman
my
yield.
God.
No,
I
I
know
will not.
more verses
We are
than that.
not talking about Donald Trump jail.
This is why they keep bringing up the FTC stuff, though. Like they
Yeah.
want to say that FTC is the implied threat, is the punishment if they don't listen when they say ban somebody for violating TOS. This is just such a weird, incestuous relationship.
Well, yeah, but that's not true with the FTC thing. The FTC thing was they had a bunch of privacy complaints, which we all agreed with, right? Which we all agreed with, which we've all agreed with forever. But then it became a politicized issue when Elon Musk bought it. So then they tacked on a bunch of other things that maybe we don't agree with. And they
Right.
say, oh, well, this is, this has something to do with the 2020 election. It's like, well, wait a minute. That's not accurate.
Jailing his former counsel to prohibit him from publishing a book that the president did not want. The former president literally jailed his enemy. And we're here talking about Twitter. Twitter. And even with Twitter, you cannot find actual evidence of any direct government censorship of any lawful speech. And when I say lawful, I mean non-criminal speech, because plenty of speech is non-criminal.
I'll give you one. The gentleman's time to expire. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following email from Clark Humphrey, Executive Office of the Presidency, White House Office, January 23rd, 2021. That's the Biden administration, 4:39 a.m. Hey, folks. This goes to Twitter. Hey, folks, wanted to use the term they used the term Mr. Goldman just used. Wanted to flag the below tweet, and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP.
Boom.
That is.
Could you read the below tweet?
And then if we can keep an eye out for tweets that fall in this same genre, that would be great. This is a tweet on the very issue that Thomas
Can you just,
brought.
for the fullness of the record, can you read the, because I've not seen this, can you read the tweet that it's referencing?
I don't have the tweet here with me, but the gentleman's point was, tell us, you said no time did government try to tell Twitter to take that, to explicit.
Wait a minute. Let's go back here.
This is important because you're like, is the tweet legal or illegal?
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
Is super important.
And Jim Jordan's like, I don't fucking know.
Following email from Clark Humphrey,
Probably like a death threat.
Executive Office of the Presidency, White House Office, January 23rd, 2021. That's the Biden administration, 4:39 a.m. Hey, folks. This goes to Twitter. Hey, folks, wanted to use the term they used the term Mr. Goldman just used. Wanted to flag the below tweet, and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP.
Boom.
That is.
Could you read the below tweet?
And then if we can keep an eye out for tweets that fall in this same genre, that would be great. This is a tweet on the very issue that Thomas
Can you just,
brought.
for the fullness of the record, can you read the, because I've not seen this, can you read the tweet that it's referencing?
I don't have the tweet here with me, but the gentleman's point was, tell us, you said no time did government try to tell Twitter to take that, to explicitly remove something, and
no, I said explicitly remove lawful speech. Lawful speech. We're going to conflate. The First Amendment is not absolute.
Twitter, this is something from Robert Kennedy Jr.
But for the record,
I assume that's lawful speech.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Because Robert Kennedy Jr. said it? That's why it's lawful speech.
I know, he totally gets him.
But all I'm saying is you said in no time did the government explicitly say to take a tweet down. Here we have it, right here, from the White House. They couldn't even wait 2 days. 2 days into this administration, they were asked Twitter to take something down, and we will get you the underlying tweet.
Thank
With that,
you.
I recognize the gentlelady from New York.
Will you place it into the record as well, sir? The underlying tweet?
Robert Kennedy Jr. Is talking about he's talking about Hank Aaron's death
tweet's
after he
not
received the
good.
vaccine. That's what the tweet's about. We'll get you a copy.
What, did you know what the tweet is? What is the tweet?
I think that's. I think, and I would say one thing. That's certainly lawful.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the tweet that you referenced into the record of the committee.
Without objection, we'll enter that into the record,
It's
along
COVID
with the
stuff.
statement from the White House, the Biden White House, 2 days into the administration, when they're directly attacking people's First Amendment liberties. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from New York for 5 minutes.
He's talking about somebody dying of the COVID
Well,
vaccine or something.
yeah, if it's Robert Kennedy Jr., I assume that's what it's from.
But I mean,
first of
that
all,
is lawful speech, though.
Yes, if that's the case. I want to point out that I fucking despise news agencies. Real Clear Politics is a dog shit organization, and I'll tell you why. They wrote an article that's all about this interaction. A journalist wrote an article that's all about this interaction. And they didn't fucking put the tweet.
No way. Motherfuckers. That should be like the first thing in the story.
Job? Come on. That's your job. What the fuck?
The only reason you're looking up the article is to find out what the goddamn tweet
The
is.
fucking tweet. What was the tweet, you fucking asshole? Oh my God. Get out of here.
I'm just guesstimating, but it's probably...
Well, if it's from Kennedy Jr., obviously it's about COVID, right? because that's, I mean, well, not obviously, but that's generally what he's talking about.
Who was the singer that talked about her cousin? He took the vaccine and his balls blew up and he lost his fiance, left him and shit. Do you remember that? Chat will know.
RFK, maybe I'll find this way. RFK Jr. stoops to new low by falsely tying Hank Aaron's death to vaccine. Blah, blah, blah. He tweeted Friday, Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious deaths among elderly closely following administration of COVID vaccines. He received the Moderna vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. So if that was the tweet, obviously that wouldn't be against the law.
The disinfo warrior, thank you, says Nicki Minaj. Yeah, it was Nicki Minaj. I remember Nicki Minaj made an Instagram like freaking out, and I was like, wow, Nicki Minaj is based. This is great. Because she got in big trouble. They like locked her out of her account, wanted her to delete the tweet and stuff like that. He's like,
I mean, it's a pretty stupid thing to say.
What do you mean?
Her balls blew up?
Look, first of all,
yes.
Anyone who reads that tweet with zero skepticism fucking deserves what they get.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I
look,
mean, fair enough.
she's talking about her cousin taking the vaccine and getting like elephantitis of the nuts, and then his fucking fiance leaving him at the altar because his nuts are in a wheelbarrow. Come on. Look, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
The internet, that's what the internet was made for.
Right.
Like, that's meme fuel for days.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I'm with Nikki, man. Show me the nuts. Like we have to investigate this. Look, I don't want my nuts to blow up like that. No booster for me, thank you. Should we continue?
We can continue.
We're almost there.
We're almost done.
This is like record time. I feel like we haven't. What's going on here? Where are we at?
Well, we let them talk for a long time, so you know.
I know.
It's the only way to get through. It's like almost 3 hours. It's the only way to get through it.
Yeah, but we're like, it's only 6 hours here.
I know.
It's like,
terrible.
Look, I'll bring.
I want to
up
yield to
some other
Mr.
clips.
Johnson.
Thank you. Just to point out quickly that Mr. Goldman is proving himself to be a master of obfuscation. He said the First Amendment applies to government censorship of speech and not private companies. But what we're talking about and what the chairman just illustrated is that what we have here and what your Twitter files show is the federal government has partnered with private companies to censor and silence the speech of American citizens. I yield back to the gentleman.
And you don't buy that narrative.
Well, no. What he said is both true and untrue.
Okay.
Okay. So the untrue part is that the federal government has partnered to censor Americans. Okay. That's a hyperbolic exaggeration of what's going on. But what he said that was true was he calling out saying it's totally bullshit for you to bring up the First Amendment because what they're looking into is the government pressuring Twitter, to do these things. Which, if they were, then that would be a First Amendment violation.
Of course. Yeah, they're digging for a First Amendment violation here.
Though I guess there is. Now you could make, and maybe this will be the question. Legally, maybe there is a legal argument to make that if the government even asks, doesn't direct, doesn't pressure, but if the government even asks a private company to censor someone's speech, is that a First Amendment violation?
Well, I think if they're arguing this in front of the Supreme Court, they're going to bring out all kinds of things about implied threat and the FTC and all. I mean, I want to hear that Supreme Court case.
That would be a very interesting Supreme Court case to hear. Yeah.
That's going to
I'd be
happen.
down to hear that too. Yeah, I'd be down for that case. I don't know if I don't know if anyone's brought that case.
Right.
But I would definitely be down for that to go to trial.
Yeah. This is a weird situation.
Because maybe they'll have very convincing arguments and evidence that it is, and that the government shouldn't be talking to them at all about anything unless it's someone committing a crime.
Yeah, which would be, illegal, some sort of illegal speech.
Right.
Which they would go after the independent parties for that. Like if someone makes a death threat online, they don't go after Twitter. They go after the guy that made the death threat.
No, but if there's someone that's, I don't know, like say someone's disseminating illegal information for terrorist activity, to commit terrorist activity or to help commit terrorist activity, they would say, this is illegal, activity. We're going after this person, but you need to take it down so people don't see it.
Well, I guess the problem is because the internet is like international. Like even in the election situation, if some guy's sitting in Moscow gaslighting Americans about the election, you can't really prosecute that, right?
Yeah, I know, but that wouldn't be illegal, presumably, right? Like
Well,
lying isn't illegal. Well, it depends what you're lying about. It can't be, but
misinformation about the election might be illegal. I don't know.
Well, if they're
but
telling
it's
people to go to the
illegal
polls,
for like I'm saying if it's illegal for an American to post something about
I
the
got
election,
you, right? Yeah, but that's the thing. They go after both the person if they can, but also it's totally fine for them to ask Twitter to take it down.
Yeah,
that's totally fine. I don't think anyone has a problem with that.
Well, best case scenario though would be like they would just prosecute the illegality and not be in bed with Twitter. That's what people are afraid of. People are like, "Oh my god,
No,
we're
but
on the edge."
what you're saying, doesn't make sense. No one. You can't be against if someone is posting something fucking illegal. Okay, if someone's posting CP on Twitter, no one's going to say, "Well, the government can't tell Twitter to take the CP down. They should just go arrest the person that's posting the CP." Like that's no, of course
Law
not.
enforcement
do
does
both.
do that though.
But what I'm saying, you do both those things. There's nothing wrong with doing both those things, right?
Why? I mean, I would rather just have law enforcement go after it. Then you're not in this situation where you're getting
that's
like
why
this.
I don't know. I completely disagree with you. That's a wild position.
Look, you have these law enforcement is always going after CP online all the time anyway.
Yes.
And pursuing the people who are posting it.
Yeah, but what's wrong with them going after the person that posted the CP and also alerting Twitter to take down the CP because Twitter's a massive company and they might not catch it, quickly.
Well, law enforcement does do that all the time.
Okay, but so what's wrong with that?
Well, this is like the federal government. It's not necessarily like law enforcement.
Yeah, but
it's like completely different issues here, right?
Well, no, because the question is.
I guess FBI is law enforcement, obviously.
Right. The question is, should the government, if someone is doing something that is illegal, okay, it's not COVID misinformation, it's something that is illegal. They're posting CP. They're they're telling people some way to commit terrorist plans or something.
Sure,
right?
totally. Yeah.
Something like that.
There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to coordinate a terrorist attack via Twitter, right? Okay. I don't have a problem with the fucking government telling them to take that down because Twitter might not see it. They might not see it quickly.
Yeah. I guess the situation is whether or not if they're taking stuff down and not going after the perpetrators, they're probably doing that because they're in like a
they're doing
country.
Both, right? If they're doing both, if they can do both.
Yeah.
The reason they're not going after people in these situations was because in a lot of these situations that the FBI or whomever was requesting things to be taken down, there wasn't an actual violation of the law.
I wish they had a breakdown of how much of it was COVID stuff, how much of it was election stuff, how much of it was, because I would guess 95% of this stuff is COVID shit. Which
from the Twitter files, that's what it looks like.
Which we're in an ethically, dubious situation with the COVID stuff anyway, because obviously the government had, people will argue against this, but even, take the argument that they had the best of intentions in mind, they can still be wrong, and those best of intentions could, pave the way to just disastrous public policy. Which in many cases it did. So
right, exactly. Yeah. Right.
So yeah. That's the problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone wants to lay out and say, listen, I don't think the government should be contacting Twitter for any reason unless or any reason about taking down accounts unless that person has committed a crime, then fair enough.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the criteria we should be striving for. But
well, I kind of feel like I'm fine. That's where I'm at. So,
I'm fine with them doing it as long as it's through a public channel that everyone can see,
right.
even if it's not something that's directly illegal.
Well, I mean, if it drifts down the road where they're doing just insane shit, but
Well, then, yes, if it
the
gets to that
public is
point.
totally on board with it. Like 50% of the public is on board. Like they have no problem with the COVID stuff. They're like, hell yeah, take that shit down. Even though it turns out, like lab leak, there's a chance that's
Right.
actually accurate.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff, masking doesn't, how well does that even work?
Yeah.
The natural immunity thing is another thing I was pointing to. Yeah.
So
Plus, I wasn't in favor of the COVID stuff.
maybe they're
whatsoever.
just making hay with this stuff. Well, they can because they know the COVID stuff is going to be a non-issue soon enough.
Well, I mean, I do think that the COVID stuff was a one-off situation where people were acting extra crazy because of COVID, because of the
course.
fear of COVID or the fear of the vaccine. That was putting everyone in the heightened state. So I'm not sure that behavior is indicative of like the future of how everyone's going to act in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I agree they shouldn't have done the stuff with COVID.
Yeah, screw that shit.
From an open hearing with FBI Director Chris Wray, and he said under oath that no one from the FBI communicated with Twitter regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story. Based upon both of your courageous reporting, can you address that?
I mean, we saw, I mean, like I said, we don't know. I mean, so at this point, we just have to take his word on it. But what we saw was a huge amount of FBI communications to Twitter. We saw the former deputy chief of staff, the former general counsel showing up at Twitter right at the critical period. So I find a lot of suspicious activity. I would like to ask him a bunch of questions about that because I find it very suspicious and unresolved.
Mr. Taibbi, do you have comments on that?
See, but here's the thing. If that's all he said, I would have no problem with his reporting. He says, listen, there's lots of weird stuff going on. There's a lot of smoke here. I don't know if it's true, but there's a lot of smoke here. And I think that the Republicans should use their power to investigate this and to compel testimony from the FBI and whoever else is involved.
Yeah, to find the fire.
Right. If that's all he said, I'd be like, fantastic reporting, right? But that's not what he's saying. He is saying, far more, I believe that the FBI was intentionally priming Twitter to do all this stuff. And he doesn't have the evidence to back that up. He just has his gut feeling.
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence.
Right.
That there was a teleporter communication that had 10 documents in it just before the story broke, but we don't know what those documents were, so we can't suppose.
See, I seen a bunch of sus shit, but I haven't really seen the smoking gun. That's the thing.
No, because it doesn't. Well, but that's the problem. When you
There's
have
a ton of sus shit here.
But this is what annoys me because it's literally, and it drives me crazy when people on the right will start foaming at the mouth. And they go, Sitch, oh my God, why are you shelling for the deep state? It's right there, can't you see it? And I'm like, you are being blinded by your tribalism because what you don't understand is that you're literally the Democrats during the Trump-Russia investigation. Literally the same. There's all this smoke everywhere. It looks super fucking suspicious. There's like mountains and mountains and mountains of smoke that there's some crazy Russia-Trump connection, but there's no smoking gun.
Yeah.
And there never was a smoking gun ever produced. And so I'm here, literally the same position I am now, saying, well, there's lots of weird shit. There's lots of smoke. No gun was ever produced. No flower was ever found. I'm going to say it doesn't exist. It was just a bunch of weird shit. And then I get into arguments with family members and Democrats about this, and they fucking lose their mind on me. They lose their mind on me. And I'm like, well, you need something definitive. And then it's the same thing with this. Well, wait a minute. We have Elon Musk, presumably, I don't want to go into anyone's sources. Elon Musk has presumably given them access to literally more information about Twitter than anyone could have ever possibly get about any fucking company ever before this moment. He basically seems to, from what we're aware of, opened the books to these journalists and said, have at it. And they can find tons and 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 tons of things, except they can't find the one smoking gun that they want to find. Or rather,
Well,
I
I
should say
mean,
that the people that want this narrative want to find.
look, you can't search smoking gun as a keyword and find it. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the
but they could.
problem.
What do you mean? You know how easy it would be to find this? All you have to do is say, give me all the communications for the days that were related to where they were discussing the Hunter Biden thing.
Right.
Which you think they didn't do that? How do you think they got all those emails from the original emails from the Twitter files? Of course, that's what they did.
Right.
And so they can find everything on the fucking face of the earth, except if you listen, this is the problem. If you can find everything on the face of the fucking planet, except for the smoking gun, that's pretty good evidence that the smoking gun doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe the story is just about a bunch of people with left-wing biases acting according to those left-wing biases. And that's all the story was regarding the Hunter Biden laptop. That's all it was. It was the most obvious thing that happens every day to every person on this planet.
What would you accept a hypothetical that the smoking gun could be something as small as like a wink? Like if some FBI liaison is in the room with some Twitter person, high up Twitter person, whatever, someone with authority, obviously at both organizations. And, they say something to the effect of this Hunter Biden story could really torpedo Biden's chances of ousting Trump from office.
Of course, okay.
They say that would be
100%
terrible for our country.
Yes.
And he says it would be
That's a smoking gun.
It would be amazing if someone had the power to stop that.
Of course.
Do you know anyone that might have that power? And he says,
yes, obviously.
I think I might know someone. And then he winks.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, that's a smoking gun.
So if that took place, that would be the smoking gun, right?
Yes, obviously.
But that both these people would know that conversation can't happen. There can't be a paper trail for that conversation. Like so that smoking gun is literally.
So there's no evidence of it.
There could never be any evidence of that smoking gun.
Okay, but listen. So if we live in a situation where there could never be evidence, or there could, never be evidence, of something, then we can't jump to some fucking wild conclusion about it.
Yeah, but this is why I wanted to pose a hypothetical. Let's say that happened. Let's say that actually happened. That took place. Okay, you would still be here saying, oh, we don't have any evidence for this. It's a bunch of smoke. We never found it.
Yeah, so I'm right. We don't have any evidence for this,
Right.
so you can't make these definitive claims about it.
Exactly. You can't make those definitive claims, but we would be incorrect in the veracity of the situation.
If you're just saying, I can't say with 100% certainty that didn't happen, I agree with you. I can't say that.
Right.
Because again, first of all, you can't prove a negative, right?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, how, like the story that I'm laying out and the story that you're laying out are not very different, because you're saying the FBI had biases and the Twitter had biases.
No,
and the only difference between
what
your
are you
stories,
talking about?
well, the only difference, let me finish.
Okay.
The only difference between the story that you were laying out, where people's biases kind of aligned in a project that they weren't, working on as a conspiracy, and my story is, well, in my story, they are technically working as a conspiracy because you have the wink as the evidence. So my story and your story are not that different.
No, our stories are like, my story is on Earth and your story is on fucking Pluto. I don't know what you're talking about. Their stories are so far apart.
So this is interesting because you are making the claim that there's no way in hell that ever happened.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying?
I said that with all these journalists looking through all these fucking documents, not only could they not find any smoking gun, they couldn't find anything that even approximated a smoking gun.
Well,
as I talked about earlier in this stream, which you agreed with, you have a bunch of fucking corporate people talking in emails trying to figure out whether they should whether they should censor the story or not. Okay. And none of them ever fucking thinks to pass the buck on the FBI. None of them ever even brings up any of this. Well, the FBI was saying that there could be a hack and leak operation near the election time. So maybe this is what they were talking about. No one ever fucking brings it up in any of these fucking communications, which would seem to be, if it was on their mind, the fucking first and foremost thing to bring up. That's what I'd bring up if I worked at Twitter. I'd say, oh, well, if it was true that I was, being primed by the FBI, I'd be like, well, the FBI was saying this stuff. How come no one ever brings any of this stuff up in the fucking communications? It's wild to me that no one ever brings this up to any of the fucking communications.
So let's say...
At any point. So, but wait a minute.
Okay,
so,
go ahead. Continue. I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that since not only do we not have evidence of a smoking gun, the fact that we don't have evidence of anyone even talking about anything related to the smoking gun, to me, very heavily favors the fact that what actually probably happened was the most classical, obvious, boring fucking thing that happens every day, which is that the people that worked at Twitter, or some of the people that worked at Twitter, because again, Yoel Roth didn't want to censor the story, some of the people at Twitter, including a corporate lawyer who's going to obviously say to be cautious, which is literally what every corporate lawyer in America does, that some people at Twitter, probably based on their subconscious left-wing biases, decided to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, hoping on an unconscious level that it was hacked because they really wanted Joe Biden to be president. Okay. That's my explanation of events. That is a world fucking apart from the FBI told someone at Twitter who had the power, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we want you to censor this story so that Joe Biden wins the presidency. I don't know how you could say that our stories are even remotely closely aligned.
Well, do you admit that there were people at the FBI that wanted the same thing as the people at Twitter?
Well, obviously, we know that there are people that obviously people at FBI had political biases one way or the other, and we know that there were people at the FBI that had left-wing political biases. Obviously, with what's his face.
Yeah, so we actually have
evidence at the moment.
So
we don't know if any of those people had any involvement with the Twitter stuff.
Of course,
or acting or acting in that way according to their biases relating to Hunter Biden laptop story.
But is it a safe assumption to assume that people who were interacting with Twitter staff had political biases?
Well, everyone has a political bias. So
no,
yes.
I don't. What are you talking?
Yes, you do.
Like, I don't have a political bias.
You don't have. You might not have a Democrat-Republican bias, but you have a bias in terms of protecting the concept of liberal democracy.
Baby, I'm Team Truth, man.
Okay.
Well, my bias is for facts.
Okay. Well, when you have your argument about how slavery was not only morally wrong but also horribly ineffective.
Yeah. That's a political bias. I agree.
That's the political bias.
My
right?
political bias is also, freedom of speech. Yeah, no, I agree.
Sure.
There are
so everyone has a political bias. If you're asking me, does everyone have a pro-Democrat, pro-Republican political bias? I'd say no.
Okay. That's what I am asking you.
Okay.
And specifically
so no.
about whether or not Trump is going to destroy Western civilization if he's getting reelected.
Not everyone has that political
bias. But
bias.
Is it safe to assume that there were people in the FBI who had that political bias and were interacting with people at Twitter? Okay.
Of course. Of course, we could assume that it's probably true. It's likely to be true, sure.
Okay. So then you accept, look, half of your story, you're halfway there already. You're saying there were people at Twitter, they were scared to death that Trump was going to be reelected. They wanted to bury the story. And therefore...
Wait, no, I didn't agree to that. I don't agree to that. I don't think there's any evidence that anyone... Oh, no, Twitter, yes. There's no evidence...
I said Twitter, yeah.
Yes. There's no evidence anyone in the FBI wanted to bury the Hunter fucking Biden laptop.
Look, I don't want to...
appearing in the newspaper.
I don't want to... I'm trying to steel man your position here. You're basically saying there were people at Twitter, left-wing bias. They wanted to bury the Hunter Biden laptop story because they were afraid it was going to torpedo Biden's chances to win the election.
On an unconscious level. I don't know.
Purposefully, these bitches know what they're doing. Don't let them off the hook.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. Judging from Yoel Roth saying it should go through and the people fighting about whether it should go through or not, we haven't seen evidence that there was some person saying, fuck it, I don't care if it's real or not, I'm going to bury the story. Because if that was the case, they would have just kept the story buried.
Look, you never say, fuck it, I don't care. What you say is, I mean, this could get us in big trouble if this is incorrect information. Like, that's what
I'm
you
just
say.
saying. Well, I don't.
That's
have
how you sell it.
We don't have evidence of that claim, so I'm not going to make that claim.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So what? So you're saying?
I said I think people's unconscious biases. Yes. Right.
Okay. Unconsciously, people wanted to bury the story, so they
That's
did.
like not. This is what. But that distinction is important because 99% of the time in this political space, people accuse other people of lying when they're not lying. They don't.
I agree.
They don't even realize that they're saying something that's not true.
I agree.
Okay.
So is that the case on the FBI side? People are unconsciously.
I'm sure there's obviously people in the FBI who are affected by their unconscious biases. Yes, that's
And
all humans are.
and I presented a hypothetical.
Yes.
Where someone on the FBI side and someone on the
is
Twitter
consciously
side.
making a decision to tell Twitter to censor something that's very different than what I said. Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you one thing.
Okay.
Because in the situation where the wink takes place.
Yes.
Okay. We're in a wink world here. Okay. I want you to understand. The wink has taken place.
We're in the J.J. Abrams wink timeline.
This is no mystery box bullshit. We know what's going on here.
I understand.
There's serious collusion. A wink has taken place.
Yes.
They're going to collude to
Yes.
take down the sitting American president because they think he's a threat to society. He's the next Adolf Hitler, whatever they think. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
In that situation where the wink has taken place,
Mhm.
are these people more likely to email about this and push the blame onto the FBI, or are they less likely to talk about that and like shift the blame to the other organization?
So the problem with what I understand what you're saying. You're saying that they'd be less likely to because.
No, it sounds like you're saying that.
Well, I'm assuming
that they would be.
That you're an intelligent, coherent person, and that if it was the case,
right,
that the FBI told a person at Twitter that the FBI wanted them to get rid of this story, then obviously that person is not going to say, well, the FBI, told me this. Obviously, they're not going to say that, right?
Of course. Yeah. They're going to like cover their tracks. They're going to be like, oh yeah, this was my idea.
Right. But the problem is with this sort of concoction, I guess, this hypothetical J.J. Abrams wink universe, is that this wasn't a decision made by a single person, okay, in a single email. This was a decision that was argued about by multiple people from across different departments that had different opinions.
No, I get that. But the people
and none of them brought up this FBI primed me. FBI said maybe this was going to be the case. None of them brought up, even the people who are arguing against censoring it, none of them brought up any of this. Oh, the FBI primed us to do this via these training things in the Aspen Institute. No one ever brings any of that up. Even the people that are in favor of the story being maintained on Twitter. So obviously those people did not have a secret meeting with the FBI or the FBI agent winked at them and told them to get rid of the story.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm saying this situation in my hypothetical, obviously this could, it's just a hypothetical. Who knows if anything like this even is, if it's possible for anything like this to happen. I don't know if they have private meetings or what, but I'm just saying the agreement would be, I'm going to go back to my side and rally for this to happen, and you're going to rally for it to happen on your side, and what happens. You would see the same exact things on the Twitter side. You would have people fighting for burying it and people fighting for putting it out there. But the person who had the connection with the FBI would obviously be fighting for letting the story leak.
Yes. Right.
No, look, I understand. Like, we live in an evidence-based world. We can't just make wild accusations like this without evidence.
Yeah, but that's like, but exactly. That's like, what if we lived in a hypothetical universe where Donald Trump did pee on the bed that Obama slept in, and then Vladimir Putin sent a guy that said, Mr. Trump, look at my phone. I have a video of you peeing on the bed. You're going to do what we say. And then Trump says, yes, sir, Mr. Putin.
Well, I think...
And then walks away. Could we live in a hypothetical world? I mean, I guess we could, but we don't have any evidence of it.
Well, this is, I think, why it's difficult for people to understand. And maybe this is you know, I maybe it's a communication issue on our end, and maybe it's like a hearing issue on their end, or I don't know how you like. It's a communication. There's trouble with the
Massive cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
continue.
So you seem, look, I'm at least willing to entertain the idea that the wink took place. You seem to be ruling out that any wink could have ever taken place. So that's what people are kind of
I see.
Their hackles are up because they're saying, look, the proper position on this is to be agnostic. Like, I don't know, maybe a wink did
first
take
of all,
place.
wait a minute. First of all, that's not true.
Mhm.
People are not arguing the proper position is to be agnostic.
I know most people are arguing that the wink took place and they know it in their heart of hearts.
Yes.
And like,
Okay.
it definitely
Right.
happened. They're like, look, Adam laid it out perfectly. The wink happened. Sitch.
Exactly. If someone's,
Right.
I would not begrudge anyone for having an agnostic position on this stuff.
Mhm.
It's like, okay,
Well, that's where I am. That's my position. Like,
Okay, well,
maybe the
that's-
wink took place, maybe it didn't. I don't know.
It's fair to have an agnostic position. Personally, what I'm going to say is if we have to give it like 100% certainty to 0%,
Mhm.
I'm 80% certain
That the wink took place. Yes.
that the wink did not take place.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like if it did, they would have found it by now. They would have found something. They would have found something that would confirm this.
This is the problem that I have, because if the wink takes place, it's less likely that they would leave a paper trail.
No, but
Like,
okay, but wait. You understand that
some sort of accidental collusion would be easier to find.
Wait. The argument being made
Mhm.
right now by Schellenberg, Tahibi, and people on the right that are pushing this narrative, they're not saying what you're saying. They're not saying we have zero evidence that a secret wink took place that has now made it so that no information has been written on paper, but that's what I believe happened. No one's making that argument because they know they can't defend that argument.
Of course.
Their argument they're making is that the FBI took the laptop in 2019, and then in 2020, because they had the laptop, they were like, oh, they were really fucking thinking ahead here with this laptop. And they're like, oh, we got to think ahead, to the election time. It's possible that this laptop is going to be released right before the election. We're so concerned. The FBI is so fucking concerned about this laptop being released. Wait, the FBI is so concerned about this laptop being released that they're going to embark on a year-long gaslighting campaign through private institutions using NGOs to trick all of social media into thinking that this is not, that if this laptop comes out, that it's going to be that it's bullshit, or that it's hacked and leaked by the Russians or something. The FBI is so concerned they're going to go on this elaborate campaign, and yet no one on the FBI ever fucking thought, hey, why don't we wiretap and spy on the guy who would be the only fucking person in America that could leak the fucking laptop in the first place to make sure he doesn't do that?
God, I wish you were on camera right now so I could see you waving your arms around and like yelling at the sky.
But that's why this is like insane. Okay? The FBI is going to go on.
You can hear Sitch getting further away from his. He's like,
because I don't want. No, it's because I don't want to yell in the mic, so I'm backing up a little. Okay?
It's awesome. You yell on the mic. I love it.
The claim here is that the FBI went on this insanely elaborate gaslighting campaign, and yet for some reason they're so stupid they never thought, hey, why don't we keep tabs on the guy that had the fucking laptop originally to make sure he doesn't link it to anyone else? Why didn't the FBI do that if they're so concerned about this? That was literally they would know that's the literal only point that this could be leaked from. And they never thought to keep tabs on that fucking guy?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that not true?
Well, I mean, don't you have to have some sort of warrant to wiretap some dude's phone or whatever?
Oh, so wait a minute. Now we're talking about the FBI going on an elaborate illegal gaslighting campaign against all social media, and you think, oh, you think they're gonna have a problem getting a fucking warrant for a wiretap?
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
I mean, what are they going to write on the? What's the judge going to
They
read
could
on the
just
warrant?
doesn't this the whole thing? The whole thing with the Trump investigation?
This guy's a pedo.
It's so easy for the FBI to get FISA warrants and blah blah boo blah boo.
Look, I'm not going. The wink thing is plausible in a way that all this other stuff is not really plausible.
No, but what I'm saying is that the wink thing that you're saying, that's not the argument. The argument is that the FBI went on this year-long gaslighting campaign against social media.
Yeah, but look, I'm looking for the actual truth here. They're obviously going to take it way too far.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence whatsoever that fucking happened anywhere in the Twitter files, that anyone was affected any by this shit. And this is why it's different from the wink thing. Because you're right. If there was some super wink, obviously they're not going to talk about it. But if there was a gaslighting campaign where the FBI didn't explicitly tell Twitter to censor the story, but they tried to inception them into censoring the story, that should be all over those fucking emails. People should be referencing that shit left and right. And no one fucking does.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't think, look, there are certain guidelines that every FBI employee has to abide by. So they can't just come out and explicitly say, look, you got to fucking bury this story.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, they could in your wink wink scenario, right? But in your
in the wink wink scenario, it's not like open emails. You're basically saying, how come there's no open emails of them saying, hey, you got to bury this story, it's misinformation?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what are you saying? Go ahead. What are you trying to say?
I'm saying,
just spell it out like I'm 6 years old. Come on.
Okay.
The wink thing was not hard to understand.
We're throwing the wink thing in the trash can. I'm not talking about the wink thing anymore.
Well, at least you understood it. I mean, come on.
I understood it. No, but I'm saying I'm not talking about the wink thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you're
no one's
saying
talking about the wink thing but you.
The elaborate gaslighting tour that the FBI went on. You're talking about them breaking multiple laws by forging reasons on warrants. What are you talking about? Okay.
I'm talking about the current claim right now by most people is that the FBI elaborately gaslit social media into deciding to censor the Hunter Biden story themselves.
Yeah,
okay?
no,
That's the
I
claim,
get that.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand that claim.
And that the way that the FBI did that was through the Aspen Institute and through having meetings with social media people where they warn them about the potential of a hack and leak campaign story happening around the election.
I know all of this. Yes.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if that all happened and that all influenced the people at these social media companies like Twitter,
Mind mojo, hypnotism.
Right.
Yeah.
That should be all over their emails. They should be saying, well, we just had a meeting with the FBI a week ago and they were talking about a potential hack and leak campaign. And here we go. Right. Why is that not in the email? Why does Jim Baker not bring that up and say, if Jim Baker wants them to cover to bury the story, why doesn't he bring that up? There's no emails that bring up at least that we've seen, and I'm fucking assuming that the Hebe and Schellenberger are desperately looking for it. But there's no emails that reference any of these fucking things in relation to their decision to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, which there should be.
So you're saying there is absolutely zero evidence for the right-wing narrative.
That this gaslighting effect had that there's zero evidence that, number one, that the FBI intentionally gaslit social media companies
into burying the Hunter
Biden story. Yes. And there's zero evidence of that. And I think it's very unlikely that any of them talking about a potential hack and leak campaign because of 2016, because of the hack on Burisma, that even influenced at least Twitter from censoring the story, because no one in the Twitter files that we've seen brings that up at any point in time.
Look, and you're saying that if the FBI did go on this elaborate gaslighting campaign of Twitter employees, the Twitter employees would be emailing back and forth going, look, I feel like the FBI has a good argument here that there's going to be some misinformation coming out, and this looks like that misinformation that they've been telling us about, that they've been gaslighting us about for months now.
Right.
The gas is here.
Yeah, exactly.
But that
exactly.
doesn't appear in any of the emails.
That doesn't appear in anything.
Look,
And why does it not? That should.
Look, I've read these email stories, and they're all just like, okay, well, that just is boring. That doesn't seem like it really says anything.
But that's the problem with all this stuff.
Yeah, but I
understand. The truth in almost every situation is like 1,000 times more boring than whatever fancy political narrative that. Well, yeah, you're wink, wink.
Not my truth.
That people want to concoct.
Look, the truth. Look, like I said, and I'm saying this just to, like, I understand. Like you are taking a position. Look, you've already said like 80%. You're 80% sure that the FBI did absolutely nothing wrong. No, there was no.
Well, they've
collusion.
done wrong things in relation to the Hunter Biden.
Right. Yeah. On this particular story, you're like 80%. There was no collusion to bury the Hunter laptop story. Sure. Right. But you're still at 20. But that's still 20% that.
Of course.
Could have happened,
tomorrow, listen. If Matt Taibbi comes out tomorrow, and turns out there was a missing email that they didn't find till now. That's from Jack, and Jack is like,
I had
talk
this,
about how
I had this FBI employee in my office, and he winked at me.
Yeah, right. It's like, okay, sure, then whatever, of course. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess they fucking did.
Yeah.
And it just took them a long time to find the information.
But I think I'm like more 50-50 on this. Like I feel like just the situation with the FBI being super politically motivated, and also the Twitter people being super politically motivated.
So again, if the Republican narrative and the people promoting it right now, and even the journalists Matt Taibbi and Schellenberg, if all they were saying is, we don't know, we think this merits further investigation, I would fucking applaud them. I don't have a problem with anyone saying that.
Yeah, but
that's not what they're saying. They're making definitive claims that this happened, and that is fucking blatantly not true.
They're basically saying the wink happened. They're like, we know the wink happened. We don't have any evidence for it, but we know.
Well, no, they point to the Twitter files.
Right. And they say, look, the wink is here. I keep looking,
happens.
man. I keep reading the Twitter files looking for the wink, and it's just
it's
not there for me.
Like when the people say, we know now that the government, that Twitter was an arm of the government, right? And they point to the Twitter files. Okay. They're counting on two things. They're counting on the majority of people to not actually read the fucking emails.
Yeah, because they're boring as fuck.
Because they're boring.
I've read a couple of them. I like when Sitch reads them and tells us about them.
Or number two, they're hoping, and this is another thing, that people are just so primed
to hate the government.
Yeah, they're so primed in one way or the other, so that when they read the email or they read the whatever the tweet is, they're going to interpret it through the most bad faith possible way, or the most negative, connotation possible against the government or against Twitter or against whoever, right? That's what they're counting on when they say that.
Well,
and I'm just here like, listen, I'm trying to be as fucking neutral as possible, throw all the filters in the trash can and say, I want to see, just like I had the exact same criteria I had with Donald Trump and Russia, I want to see I want to see the fire, I want to see the smoking gun.
Right.
And it's never been produced yet. It's never been produced. So you can't say it. You cannot make the claim. You can be ambiguous and say, I don't know, maybe it's still out there. And I'll say, okay, you could be right. But you can't say that it happened, because that's not true.
Right. I think you're safe to say at this point, we have not seen any, confirming evidence, any smoking gun evidence that this collusion took place, that everyone's, hinting at and implying.
Right.
So let me ask you, just, evidence aside, just your gut intuition. Did it happen?
What happened?
Come on.
I don't think it happened, no.
Okay.
That's why I said I'm 80-20. I don't think it happened.
Well, hold on. No, evidence aside. What do you...
Well, how can I can't make my judgment's based on evidence. What do you mean? Evidence aside.
Well, no, I guess, yeah, obviously I'm basing my intuition on evidence as well, like just human nature and the situation around the election, how much people were freaked out by Donald Trump and how worried they were that he was going to be
If you were to ask
reelected.
me before any Twitter files stuff was leaked, okay, if we were to say, Sitch, what is your intuition that the FBI pressured or somebody at the FBI
Oh yeah, that's what we want.
pressured Twitter into suppressing the Hunter Biden story?
That's exactly what we want.
I'd be in the 50-50 range. I'd be like, well, it's definitely
Well,
very
that's where I
possible.
am.
Yeah, but see, that's where you are now after a bunch of evidence has come out. I was there before anything came out, and I'd say, yes,
now
it's
that
definitely the 50-50 range.
So the evidence is pushing you in the opposite direction.
Yes,
that's
it's pushing
interesting.
me right, because that's what I'm saying. The dog that isn't barking.
Because there's just no evidence there.
Yes, it's the
There's
same
nothing.
thing. It's the same thing with the Trump Russia investigation. I am 99% sure that there wasn't some evil Trump Russia connection. Okay, because the dog that didn't bark, because everyone and their fucking mother was looking for it and they couldn't find it.
Right. Yeah.
And to me, that's compelling evidence of the negative being true.
People are doing the wink emoji in the
Yeah,
chat
there you
now.
go. There you
Wink
go.
gate. Look, I get it. I totally get it. I think, yeah, people want to believe really bad for political reasons on both sides. Like, obviously, that's why we're watching this, is because it's interesting. Both sides.
But see,
like,
right, but that's what annoys me about this. No one, including the journalists involved, talk about this subject matter in a way that I think is responsible or appropriate. Because again, there's a real question here, which is number one, should the government have any ability, should the government at all be able to have any sort of communications with Twitter where they tell them to remove things that are not illegal at all?
They want
Number
to
one.
make sure the wink can't happen.
Should that even be allowed? That's a completely legitimate question that I don't know the answer to, and I think should be discussed publicly. And then number two, if it is allowed, should it be allowed to be happening in secret? Which is something I vehemently think it should not be allowed to happen in secret.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree there. Definitely.
And I think these are very important questions that we as a society need to tackle going forward. But we can't tackle them because everyone on the left wants to say, this story's a nothing burger.
Right.
Nothing happened.
Right.
It's just a bunch of hootie. We know Twitter was actually biased in favor of Republicans.
Right. Yeah.
And then the right wants to say, oh my God,
We
Twitter's
know
an arm of
everything.
the government. They censored the Hunter Biden laptop story because there was a million wink and nudges from the FBI. The FBI had an elaborate gaslighting campaign that lasted for an entire year. Look, here's my cork board with all the red yarn pointing to every single person in human existence, and it all comes back to Hunter Biden laptop.
Did you know Scott Adams is a hypnotist, right? Obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can't have a conversation about the actual pertinent issue because everyone's just trying to score a political victory.
But we can, though. That's why we do the
yes.
Sitch and Adams show. Like,
We
this
can.
is, yeah.
Right.
We're
We
here to
can.
have that conversation. I I think other people do want to have that conversation. And I think our audience those are the people who want to have the conversation.
But the thing is, if the Republicans weren't being so hyperbolic on this issue, they would get a lot more actual Democratic lawmakers to be on their side and say, you know what, you're making a good principled argument about government interference with Twitter. And listen, Donald Trump can win the election in 2024, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's
so
going to win the election in 2024.
Well, there you go. Right. So you got to be concerned about, the government having influence on Twitter or any other company, because it can, the political, the winds of political power can shift at any moment. Right.
Of course. Yeah.
And so, we should be cautious and we should implement some reforms that affect how the government interacts with Twitter or other private companies. Right. And if there wasn't this hyperbole around the issue, I feel, I could be fucking wrong, they could all just be hyper-partisan jagoffs, right? But I feel like you could get at least, some more people to actually have a serious conversation about this.
Trump is going to be so insufferable if he wins the 2024 election. Can you imagine on election night? Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone's getting a nickname on election night. They're all gonna get a nickname. Holy shit.
Hmm. You don't like Meatball Ron?
Is that new? Really?
You didn't hear that? That was
No.
Meatball Ron. Yeah,
He called him Meatball?
Meatball Ron. Yeah. I don't really understand what is it.
Dissanctimonious?
Is it because he's like kind of fat? I mean, or something. I don't.
Well, it does. It makes me think of Meathead, like he's just dumb.
Yeah, but that doesn't really that doesn't really like go with DeSantis being dumb. No one's accused him of being stupid.
Yeah, but look, you're starting, that's the opening bid. Pretty
Well,
soon you're like,
no.
wait, he does seem kind of stupid.
It's got to be so. The nickname has to have some grounding in reality. Like that's why low energy Jeb was so effective because he's low energy. Like it's true.
Yeah.
There has to be some connection to something. So I'm not following Meatball Ron. Scott Adams was orgasming because
Over Meatball Ron.
no, not over Meatball Ron. So John McWhorter was on Bill Maher.
Oh no, they finally talked about the Scott Adams thing.
I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. It wasn't that interesting.
Oh really?
But-
Okay. Look, I'll let you finish your sentence. I don't know what we're talking about here. I didn't know. I was interested in John McWhorter talking about Scott Adams, but
John McWhorter and John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry did finally talk about Scott Adams
okay,
on their own show.
What was said?
It wasn't that interesting. They
Okay.
both said basically what we said. They thought
Okay.
what he said was racist, but they weren't sure whether he was racist and didn't think he should be canceled.
Right. Okay. Basically.
Yeah, it wasn't very exciting.
Look, they're cool like us.
Of course,
That's
they're cool.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, super cool. Though the only thing that was interesting is that it felt like John McWhorter could feel the pressure of like some angry black people writing him emails because of this take. That was the only thing that was kind of interesting about it.
On Scott Adams?
Yes, you could feel there was this weird tension when he was talking about it that I'm interpreting to mean that, but who knows what it actually meant.
Yeah.
But no, what I was gonna say is John McWhorter was on Bill Maher.
Yeah.
And they talked about, and John McWhorter had a very good thing. That's why I put out that tweet about comparing equality and equity, is because they talked about that on Bill Maher. I don't think John McWhorter gave the best answer on it, but I was happy because John McWhorter's, shitting on wokeness on Bill Maher, which I always appreciate.
Bill Maher loves to do that.
And Bill Maher loves to do that, yeah. But before that, they were having a conversation about whether the Republicans would go, whether the Republican voters would go with Trump versus DeSantis. I think John McWhorter had a very naive view. We're thinking, well, obviously, thinking DeSantis is going to crush Trump. I think it's a very big toss-up. I don't think anyone can predict anything.
Yeah, I was looking
relating to
at
that
polls and they're like
matchup,
neck
yeah.
and neck.
Right. These things are, they've never even gone against each other. So I'm not going to make any predictions about who's going to win that matchup. I could see it going in either direction very easily. But what Bill Maher said was, Bill Maher is very big because Bill Maher is like super, like 1000% TDS, which, to be fair, he was literally sued by Donald Trump because he told a joke.
Yeah.
So there's your
I'm in the same boat
right-wing
with Scott
free
Adams.
speech warrior president Donald Trump suing a comedian over a joke. But okay, that Trump gets a pass because Trump gets passed on everything he does. That is, hypocritical. No one
Look,
gives a
some
shit.
people are lucky. You just can't help
Yeah,
it.
right. No one gives a shit because he's sticking it to the lib cucks, right? That's all that matters. But but anyway, so because Bill Maher is like super TDS about that shit, he thinks he thinks the Republican base is going to throw DeSantis in the trash and they're going to immediately all run lovingly to Trump to blow him. And what he said was nobody's going to vote. Nobody wants the tribute band. They want the original singer.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And so that's what Scott Adams was jizzing his pants about. He's like, oh my God, they're going to call Ron DeSantis the tribute band.
They're going to call him Trump Light.
I don't think that's going to be a very effective attack. To call him the tribute band, I'm like,
Yeah.
It's not a low energy jet.
Yeah, that's just devastating.
And I think I think with Scott Adams, Scott Adams made a prediction that I think is way fucking off. He doesn't think DeSantis is going to run, and I think he's just kind of trying to cope his way into believing that.
Hold on, who said that?
Scott Adams does not think DeSantis will run for president.
I mean, seems like he is running. What do you?
I think there's very little chance of that happening.
What?
Yeah, so I think he's trying to cope himself into.
I mean, DeSantis is in like every single poll and everything. Like,
yeah, but he's never declared officially.
yeah, but you would think he would come out and say, "Look, I'm not running. My time is like why if you legitimately weren't going to run, wouldn't you call off Trump's attacks immediately by just saying, "Look, my time is next cycle. You know, I wish Trump all the best," and then you don't get the meatball lines coming out every other day.
Yeah, maybe you can make an argument that he would still want to appear in this ambiguous void because it helps him pass legislation in Florida or something. I don't know, but I agree with you.
It's like a pragmatic thing.
I mean, I think he's 100% running.
Look,
I think if he doesn't run, he's an idiot.
If you're taking punches from Trump, you're already in the ring. Like in my book,
Right.
I don't understand why he would just continue to be branded nicknames and not be
Right. No, I agree.
running.
Yeah. Well, as we talked about, in politics, timing is everything.
Of course.
Trump could not have won, in my opinion, in 2014.
Yeah.
It was just the timing was perfect for him. And it's the same thing with DeSantis. The timing will be perfect for him in 2024. If he waits 4 years, who the fuck knows what's going to happen in 4 years?
They're going to ask Trump at some Republican primary debate whether or not he's going to bow out if he loses the primary and Trump is.
And he's going to say no.
Well, he's going to say maybe. I think he's probably
going to say, yeah. What did he say the first time?
We'll see.
Yeah, he'll say that again. We'll see. Yeah.
Because he's definitely going to be like, that's telling the voters, better vote for me, otherwise I may just kamikaze your entire election.
I don't know how many people that's going to be too effective. I don't think there's going to be people that are like, I could be wrong. I don't think a Republican voter is going to go in the voting booth and be like, I don't like Donald Trump, but I'm afraid if I don't vote for him, he's going to run third party.
Okay.
I don't feel like that's the way people vote. Like that clear-headed, like pragmatically. I think it was go with their gut intuition. For
people, I think, vote towards electability all the time. So isn't it kind of just an electability formulation? You're like,
well, no, because
how electable is DeSantis with Trump running as a third party?
Not electable at all.
Yeah, so then they would do an electable. They'd be like, listen, Trump has a chance because DeSantis is not going to run third party, so Trump seems more electable to me.
Yeah, but I don't think they would probably say, well, he's not going to actually run. He's just saying we'll see.
After January 6th, I'm like, okay.
Because here's the problem with someone making that decision. Someone making that decision in the voting booth is making the decision to be a cuck. And I don't think people consciously ever want to make that decision to be
They
a
don't
cuck.
want to make the decision to be a cuck.
Yeah, because think about it. You're saying, I don't want this person, but I'm afraid if I don't vote for him, he's going to have a temper tantrum.
Look, everybody voted for Biden based on electability, though. I mean, nobody liked
Yeah, but
Biden.
that's
They were
because,
like,
but that's different.
electable.
That's someone saying, well, I would rather Biden. No. They were saying, I don't think Bernie Sanders or whoever else can win a general election, right? They didn't vote. There's a very different, like if Bernie Sanders said, if I don't get the nomination, I'm going to run third party. Like that's a completely different world than someone saying, well, I think Biden can win, right? It's a very different context. I understand what you're saying, but the context is very different.
I know the context is different. I'm just saying
It's a very different psychological context because one of these you feel like you're being held hostage, and one of these you feel like you're making a pragmatic decision.
Right. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It never feels good
to
hand your wallet to the mugger when he's got a gun pointed at you.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
A lot of times, People
They
do.
I know.
Because
That's what
they're
I'm
like,
saying.
listen, I want to live.
Right.
So I feel like I should give the mugger my wallet. Yeah.
Well, okay. You
So
could be right,
and
but
Trump is the mugger
I understand.
in this situation, and people are going, listen, I would like to vote for DeSantis, but I got a mugger here with a gun.
Right. But I'm more inclined to believe people will convince themselves that he's not actually going to run third party, so they don't have to give their wallet to the mugger.
Right. Well, yeah, no. Then obviously, yeah, people are masters at rationalizing things, and I
Exactly.
think
They'll
that's
say, well,
that's
he's
a
just
better
saying that
that's a
he's
better
Trump.
argument. Yeah.
Right. They'll rationalize it away.
But this is why I said, after January 6th, like you can't rationalizing Trump not doing what he's. I don't know that you can rationalize that anymore. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd actually run third party.
No,
You're
look,
convinced he would.
I mean, I'm almost ready to go double or nothing that he runs third party if he loses the. Like I'm almost there.
Oh my God! Listen to this guy.
Look, my philosophy, my
Yes.
thinking on the bet itself
Yes.
was, Trump is basically like an animal. Like he cannot. There's certain things that he cannot not do.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
He has no free will, is what you're saying.
Yes, totally. So
Right.
that's why I made the bet that he was going to run. Look, I remember specifically telling you, all of Trump's friends are telling him every single day that it was stolen from you, and he believes that. And I've been driven by that kind of injustice in my life, and it's just it's all consuming.
It's funny because a lot of people are like intuitively think, oh, Sitch made the bet that Trump's not going to run again because Sitch is anti-Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam bet he is going to run again because Adam is less anti-Trump. Right?
No, that's not true at all. Yeah.
It's almost.
I'm actually terrified that Trump is going to be our president again because I think, my God, I'm like, the people are just going to lose their fucking minds, and we're going to have to deal with that. It's
Right,
literally
but-
like turning America into an insane asylum that we're stuck in.
Which is a good reason why I don't want him to be president again. Right.
Yeah.
But putting that all aside, it's funny because it's actually the inverse. Because my position of why I didn't think he was going to run is because I'm giving Trump the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, and I'm
there's
not.
There's a level of rationality to him
Yes.
that exists, and you're saying no, he is a creature of pure instinct.
Totally.
And
Yes.
it's the same thing, and it's the same thing with him running third party. 'Cause
Totally.
If you are correct, if Donald Trump is a creature of pure instinct with no free will, then yes, he will run third party.
Yes, that's why I'm like,
Right. But if he's a person that has some level of sane rationality to him, he will just take the L if he does, assuming he runs again. If he loses to DeSantis or whomever, he will take the L because if he does run third party, he will go down in history by the Republicans and by people on the right as one of the worst presidents ever.
It's worse than Nixon. Like he's
Yes.
fucking taking the cake here.
So much of his, if he runs third party and hands the election off to fucking Biden or Kamala Harris or whoever the fuck runs.
Oh
for the
my God,
Democrats,
if it's Kamala Harris,
right?
They're gonna
so many people. There will still be like a chunk of people that ride or die for Trump, but a lot of people, a huge percentage of people, I'd wager, that are like very pro-Trump. Even people that voted for him in the primary would turn on him to be like, "Oh my God, you're throwing a temper tantrum because you lost the fucking vote, and now you're going to sabotage the Republican Party."
People are
And
gonna
he would
wanna-
have to. And here's the thing. And I'm guessing. Now I'm saying, since I'm predicting that Donald Trump has a level of rationality and intelligent thought, he would be aware that this would happen and
No,
thus
he
wouldn't
doesn't,
actually run
no.
third party. So
He doesn't. First of all, he will believe that he's going to win. He's going to run third party and win. Like he thinks the win is right. He's like one of those gamblers that's like lost everything, but he's still
Yes.
like, this is the one, baby. This is
the
the one
one,
that's
yeah.
going to turn it all around
Maybe.
and bring it all back.
you're saying he is Kanye thinking that opening your 2024 bid on the Jewish star with a Nazi symbol inside of it's a good idea.
He's been unmoored from reality this whole time. Everyone has just been convincing them. This is the thing. This is why fundamentally disagree with
I don't know.
Scott
I don't-
Adams because
I
Scott
don't-
Adams is just making
I believe him.
excuses for him.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if I don't agree. I think there's more. I definitely think Trump is very egotistical, very narcissistic, and that definitely clouds a lot of his behavior. But I do think there is some semblance of rationality within that meatball head of his that has some level of control. I could be wrong, and we'll find out. We'll find out. Because if he runs third party, then I will say, Adam, you were 100% correct about everything regarding Donald Trump.
Look, I think I think there is a a pretty good chance that he's just going to clean house on the Republican nomination.
He might.
It's going to
He
be
very well
Trump
might.
Biden again, and Trump could win, could easily win.
Right.
I think people are deluding themselves thinking, and a lot of them, this is why it could be even worse the next time around, is because people didn't believe he could win the first time. Now they're certain he could never win again. Those people are going to wake up with such a fucking...
I don't know. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like people are more feel like he definitely could win again.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if I think they do. Because I mean, as you say, he won already. He won once. Why couldn't he win a second time?
Yeah. But I mean, he's been impeached twice, and there's been January 6th, and like...
Yeah, but so what? So there's so many people on the right that don't give a shit about any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm talking about people on the left, though. I'm talking about the people who are like...
Right.
Who are going to wake up with Trump
I-
as their president for a second time, and they're
I
just
think
gonna
it's
be...
a little. I think it's a little different because, like, in the first time when no one thought he could win, it's because he was perceived as like a joke.
Mhm.
And
And he's
not serious.
so he's not a joke anymore now. That he's
No,
been
'cause he
impeached
fucking
twice and
won.
yeah, but he got impeached twice, and
Well, doesn't make you a joke, right? That makes you
well, he lost a second election and got
sure, but that doesn't make you a
basically-
joke. I don't know. I feel like the perception about him is different. I feel like people on the left, if he wins the nomination, will definitely see him as a very big, serious contender to win against whoever the Democrats are running. Throw up there to run.
Remember when RII is it IRI? I'm really important came on. Remember
Yeah.
what he said when I
No.
talked about Trump being president again? He said, "What do you mean Trump is going to be incarcerated? He can't be president again." That was his response. Somehow I think that's like the average. That's the average
That's
demo.
true. I
Yeah.
forgot.
So what
that's-
do you?
That's a lot of cope.
So he's going to have to move from the position that Biden is going to be president again and Trump is going to be in a orange jumpsuit to Biden or to Trump as his president again. That's a big move.
What's going to be interesting if Trump does win the nomination? There's going to be all these cries for
to
that to
prosecute
happen.
him. Yeah,
To prosecute him.
exactly. Yeah.
Right. But I think it's too late for that. I mean, I don't know. I think if Trump was going to get arrested for anything or charged with anything, I think it would have happened by now.
Look, yeah, but
It's been way too late, way too slow.
We're
I
too.
don't think any of that stuff's going to happen.
We're too rational, reasonable,
I
like
know.
non-delusional people, though. You got to understand. You got to be able to look at it from their perspective, though. You're giving them too much of the benefit.
Yeah, but what
of
I'm
the
saying is
doubt.
when it doesn't happen, when Donald Trump doesn't get arrested, they're going to have to wake up to that. And then when he doesn't get arrested, they'll say, "Oh shit, he's a real threat."
I think that they could go through the entire Republican nominating process, the entire general election, thinking Trump is going to be arrested any day now.
I don't know. I mean,
That's
you're
the
right.
power of the fucking...
Some people will. I don't think the majority of them will. Majority
Okay.
of people on the left will. Some people will, but I don't think the majority.
Okay.
In 2016, when a lot of people on the left went to sleep the day before election day, I would say like 80% of them thought there's no fucking chance in hell Donald Trump will be president when they wake up.
I was one of them. What do you mean?
Yeah, right, exactly.
You couldn't watch the news and think, "Oh, Donald Trump is going to win." Look, I had bet a bunch of money. I was like, so I lost $1,000. Who cares? But then I was like, "Holy shit, I'm rich."
But in 2024, if Donald Trump wins the nomination and he's running the general, the night before the election, I'm going to say that 80% number drops to like a 20% or a 10% of people thinking that there's no way he can win the election when they wake up the next day.
People are going to be terrified.
Yeah, people are going to, of course. That's the thing. the narrative in 2016 by the media was Donald Trump's a joke, he can't win. That's what all the news media was saying, right?
Yeah.
That's not what the news media is going to be saying in 2024 if he wins the
Now
nomination.
they're saying, "Oh God, he's a
They're
threat
going
to
to say,
democracy."
There's going to be scream.
Now
There's
they're
going to be just panic, fear. Oh my God.
It's so funny because the news media is trying so hard not to do any Donald Trump stories. Like you really have to search to get any kind of Donald Trump
that's
news.
true. They learned their lesson.
They
learned their
did, yeah.
lesson.
But then, I mean, Donald Trump has a way. He did that thing with the train derailment, and it's
True.
like now he's like he found a way into the news.
True. But timing is everything.
Yeah, yeah.
No one's gonna care about the train derailment, whenever the fucking months from now, right?
Yeah. No, when he announced, I was like, "There's no way he can win." Like he looks horrible, but in the train derailment stuff, he looked great, and people were
right. Well, it's funny because that's why I said from the beginning, we have a long time to the election.
I know.
I'm not going to say because people were saying back and forth. Oh, every day people are like, "Oh, Trump can't win. Oh, he can totally win. Oh, he can't win because something new happened. Something new.
Of
happened.
course,
something new,
yeah.
Something new's always happened. No one knows, right?
You got all of middle America sucking up to him at McDonald's. All of a sudden, you're like, okay, this guy's going to win. He's totally going to be president.
Right. Then he calls DeSantis a groomer. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, this election is going to be amazing.
We'll
is.
See.
It could look. It couldn't be.
It's going to be wild. It could be wild.
It couldn't be any more crazy. Because it's Trump Biden.
What's going to happen?
Part 2.
What's going to happen when a week before the first caucus,
one of these guys have a heart attack or something?
Donald Trump announces that he's not running for president.
Well, first of all, I'm going to be very disappointed because I'm going to owe you money. But I think the chances of that happening, I think, are so
We'll
nil.
see. We'll see. I mean, I'll admit it's not looking good for my bet. I'll agree.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for my bet.
This bet has been like an emotional roller coaster for both of us.
Yeah.
We've both messaged each other and said, "I should just pay you now."
Yeah, it's so funny. There are times where you message me, you're like, "I should just pay you right now." So
I know. Yeah, no. Right now, I'm like, hot damn! I'm so.
Now
glad.
you're feeling good. Now you're feeling good.
I am.
I should have been like, you can pay me now. This is what I should have done. I should
You'd be holding the money. I'd be like, I need that money
now,
back.
but I'll let you pay me now for half the amount.
No way.
I should have given you that offer. Then you would have done it, and then I could have been like, hey.
Ooh, we're in this. Especially now that I'm winning. Now we're really in it.
What if I pay you right now for $250?
Fuck no. I want no.
Good answer. We have to keep the drama going. Okay.
I mean, this is one of the best storylines on the show, obviously. So.
This is. Listen, just for the sake of the show, I feel like if Donald Trump wins,
we've made the 500 back easily.
No, right. What I was going to say is, just for the sake of the show,
just for
Trump
the entertainment value.
If Trump runs, okay, double or nothing. I feel like for the sake of the show, we have to double or nothing third party.
The third party thing. I'm like
just for the sake of the show and the drama.
Let me think about that. I want to spend my $500. I'm so I want to at least get the $500.
Well, no, but wait a minute. You're going to be on the double or nothing. He'll run third party, and I'm going to be that he's.
Yeah, but let's make that bet a little bit more into the election cycle.
Well, no. That bet would only occur once he is actually in the primary.
Yeah,
so I would already be wrong on the.
I know. That's why it would be double or nothing.
I see, but you don't want to. So you don't want to make that on day one. Well, the bet would be moot if Trump loses. The bet would be moot.
Right.
Obviously. It'd only be if he loses. I mean, I'm sorry.
It would still be double or nothing.
Right. If he wins, the bet would be moot. It'd only kick into place if he lost the primary.
It's my money to lose once he runs on in Iowa. I got $500 in my hands.
We need it for the drama of the show.
Yeah, but I might I might make that bet.
Sacrifice $500 for the woes of the show.
Look, you're going to be paying me $1,000. I don't know why you're pushing this
well,
so hard.
Then why are you complaining about that? What are you complaining about?
I'm I'm betting on your money by then.
Well, then why are you saying, well, I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna have to wait, Sitch. No, you just say, okay, I'm down. Say it right now.
I mean, this is exactly. Don't tempt me because I want that 500 bad. This is exactly how. Look, I bet Isaac that Trump would be the nominee. That was like the first bet. I don't think it was. I think it was like 300, and then double or nothing. That if Trump was the nominee against Hillary Clinton, because obviously we didn't know who the nominee was going to be, that Trump would beat Hillary Clinton. And I cleaned house on both those bets. That's exactly how it played out.
Well, okay, so listen.
Look, and obviously the bet would be off if it wasn't Hillary against Trump. So
so here we go.
Look at this guy trying to take my lunch money. No,
right now.
Look,
If Donald
bully.
Trump,
bully, be
if
gone,
Donald Trump,
be gone, bully, bully, be gone. Sitch is so thirsty to get his 500 back because he knows, he's like, look, that 500 is gone. I might be able to get it back if I can pressure Adam into betting that he'll
wait
run
a minute.
third party.
If you're right originally, why do you think you're not going to be right again? Then you should be another sure-in for that 500, for another 500.
Look, I want to see a little more information.
Oh,
Look, I want to see. I
what
want to
more
see the
information
wink.
do you want?
I want to see the wink. I got to see the wink happen.
Right now, Adam, show me if you have the cojones. Okay, if Donald Trump stays in the primary, and I'm proven incorrect, double or nothing, that if he should lose the primary, he will not run third party.
I hope you guys appreciate this show has turned into basically a tutorial on how to peer pressure somebody, how to peer pressure a friend.
Listen. Ignore everyone else.
Look.
Pretend we're not having a conversation in front of 800 people, Adam. That will all know that if you don't say yes to this, you're a big pussy. Okay.
Look at this. Look at this. Look. Sitch, I don't know how you feel about consent, but I think we should
Go on, chat.
I think we should
tell him to do it. Say,
look,
do it.
I think we should have a serious conversation about consent. I don't think you understand how consent works.
I think we should do a poll question.
A poll? Oh my god.
On whether you should take this bet right now.
Well, I think definitely we should do the poll. That's gotta, yeah. The poll might tip me. Although
we had 2,000.
Hold on. I cannot tell a lie. The poll is not going to tip me. Like I know.
Okay.
I know everyone is going to be trolling so bad. Yeah, take it.
Everyone's saying do it.
Make the poll. Of course they are. Look, they want the drama.
So, we had 2,700 people vote. Should we get rid of daylight saving times? 63%
Resoundingly,
said
yes.
Yes, overwhelmingly said yes. Only 20% said no.
What is keep it but make it leap forward
60% said keep it but make it leap forward 6 hours. Which that was my vote. My vote was the 6 hour forward. I think we should invert the day-night cycle for most people.
Look, for half the year. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
for
it's
half the year it's like light during the middle of the night.
Right. Okay. Yeah, listen. People that work at night deserve some sunshine too, okay?
Oh yeah, this is like the think about people who work graveyard shift solution.
Should Adam double or nothing?
Don't take the bet, Adam. Look at that. Oh,
Or nothing.
Finally, someone on my
Trump
side.
Running
Betting is for winners, Adam.
If he loses the primary.
Yeah, why not spice it up a bit?
Okay. Yes. Adam should.
Right.
No. Adam should be
a coward.
A pussy. Maybe I don't know if I could put pussy in the thing. It should be
I mean, try it.
How about that?
Oh, okay.
Yes, Adam should. No, Adam should be A wimp. I'll be nicer. Be a wimp. Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to take the bet, so you might as well just be as harsh as possible. Oh, you didn't even put a third option.
Well, no. We need. There's going to be no way out of this one.
Should Adam double or nothing on Trump running third party if he loses the primary? Let's see here.
Look at that. 70-30. 70-30. Wow. You know what? You're getting a lot more no votes than I would have guessed.
People
Look at
want to
this.
see you lose this bet pretty badly. So
Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Shocking.
I
What
mean,
a shocking turn of
you
events
would
here.
have lost the event, the bet though.
What
I mean, I got to admit. I mean,
but this way I can lose the bet twice as hard.
This whole election is the double or nothing election. It really is, because Trump is in the I already lost the first bet, and now this is like just trying to make my money back bet. And if he loses, he's lost double. It's a double or nothing bet for Trump. It really is.
How is this? Wait. This isn't me weaseling out of anything. This is me potentially having to pay. If Trump wins, if Trump runs in the primary and wins the primary, I still have to pay Adam the $500.
Right, and if he runs third party, he would have to pay me $1,000. $1,000.
Right.
If Trump loses in the primary, or if Trump runs in the primary, I'm basically playing on the house's money. So if I take the other bet, I just have to give Sitch his $500 back. And
if Trump lost the primary, it didn't run third party. Yeah.
And didn't run third party. Yes, I would just have to.
Right. Yes, I misspelled wimp.
Did you really?
I did.
Why? How'd you spell it?
I put an H in there.
Whip. Whip.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
That's okay.
Doesn't matter. I should have gone with cuck.
It is funny that everyone always like I myself even perceive of Sitch as like very smart, but every time I see him spell, I think,
I can't spell.
I'm a terrible.
Yeah,
I'm a terrible speller, and you seem to be worse than me.
So someone in the chat said, I want to see Sitch lose to 500. There's no way Trump is running third party. Yeah, but you understand that if that's the case, you should vote yes in the poll, because then I could potentially lose $1,000.
Well, no, he's saying there's no way I'll win that because my position, you'll be even.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Look, they want Sitch to lose some money here.
There you go.
If we walk away even, they're not as happy. Because,
Well, there you go. So a lot of people don't think. So I guess the thing is, a lot of people just don't think.
They want to see money change hands here. They're
No,
like,
a lot
Trump
of people
is not going to run third party.
A lot of people do not agree with you. A lot of people do not think Trump will run third party. Yeah.
A lot of people didn't agree with me that
That's true.
Trump would even
Fair
run.
enough.
I mean, people have gone back and forth on this.
Sammy G for $5 says, need more spice to the bet. Loser also has to put on an anime maid outfit live on stream. Lose the money and your dignity.
Well, I like that. We could just add that to the Trump thing.
Would that be the double or nothing thing?
No,
Instead of paying extra money, you have to wear an anime
Look,
maid.
I'm 99% sure Trump is going to be in that first primary, but on the 1% that he's not, I don't want to agree to put some maid outfit. I'm never going to live that shit down.
Okay, you wimp.
Is it really a wimp to not
No, it's a wimp.
A wimp. J-Mac for $200.
Thank you so much. Our surrogate father, J-Mac, says, you guys should make it exciting, up the ante, raise the bet by another 500 pounds. So there you go. J-Mac's on the side of increasing.
I think J-Mac was the one that got the bet up to 500 to begin with, to be honest with you. Because I think we were going to bet like $100, and he's
he
like,
called us
$100? That's nothing. You should make it like 500.
Yeah.
Which, J-Mac, by the way, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Now that I feel very confident I'm going to win the bet.
You should have said, Sitch, I'll bet you, but if I win, my name comes first in the channel.
Look, it's for me, it's only funny when people say Adam and Sitch because
I know it's a joke.
It's not like a big deal for me, but
okay. You didn't think it was funny. Grendel for that for $50.
Everyone always says Adam. Like people, like intellectually they think of it as Adam and Sitch anyway.
That must be why. It must be that must be it. Grendel Vavat for $50. Thank you so much. Says most recent Supreme Court cases. Oh, most recent Supreme Court decision I could find: Manhattan Access Corp versus Howlett 2019. Specifically, private entities qualify as state actors when either the government compels private entity to take particular action or government action jointly with private entity.
Yeah.
Well, so I guess the question would be,
That's true.
right. So the question would be when you look at that case, how is compelled defined? Because obviously, if they compel them to do so, there'd be no difference, right? And so, is there any evidence that the government compelled Twitter to do any of this stuff? Would be the question.
And the thing that they would argue was like, was there some sort of coercion? They would bring up the FTC stuff. They'd be like,
Yeah, but if that stuff's been
power
going on,
differential type stuff they'd talk
yeah,
about.
but for it to be in law, I'm assuming it's going to have to be something a lot more concrete.
This is like when your boss propositions you for sex and you're like, I wonder if this is going to affect my job. Right? I mean, that's kind of the angle here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he wasn't being coercive. He liked her.
Let's see. This is the court held that public access station was not considered a state actor for a purpose of evaluating free speech. In a 5-4 ruling prior to the court's decision, analysts believe the case had the potential to determine whether limitations of free speech on social media violate First Amendment's rights. Well, we'll have to look into this court case to see exactly what it was about. Because maybe it's very related. Cedar's Bucket of Gum. Thank you so much, Sam. Cedar's Bucket of Gum. Says, for $20, says, I'm not saying there's any hard evidence of a smoking gun, but have you considered that it was actually Godzilla, not an iceberg, that sank the Titanic, and that big business and government colluded to hide it?
I'm not sure.
I hadn't considered that, but now that you're saying it, it's kind of seeming to make a lot more sense. When did Godzilla, first come out in Japan, and when did the Titanic crash happen?
Is that a dig at you or me? Just so I can follow along.
I don't think it's a dig at either of us.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just a statement of fact. I think it was Godzilla. Charlie Heathcott for 100 Canadian. Thank you so much, Charlie. Says, hi, Sitch and Adam. I hope you guys are well. I haven't gotten to watch this hearing, but I'm really enjoying your coverage of it. Any chance you guys interview Gypsy Crusader?
Do you know who that is?
I don't know who that is.
I looked it up, and the internet says that he's like some alt-right white supremacist. But I immediately, this is the thing about all the gaslighting from people. Because I like, maybe he's not. I don't even know. Like, I'm pretty sure if I went to Laura Southern's Wikipedia page, it would kind of say the same thing, right? She's like an alt-right white supremacist. And
he said he went to jail. What did he go to jail for?
Yeah, because he was in the Proud Boys of the Boogaloo, which
let's see. He was arrested on March 2nd, 2021 for 3 different charges. What were the charges? Does it say? It doesn't say. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Would he come on the show? We got Brianna Wu's coming on the show next week, so.
That's right. We're going to be talking to Brianna Wu.
Right. I was trying to get Sitch to watch the Gamergate video with her, but he's like, nobody's interested. Nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about Gamergate. Tell Adam nobody cares about Gamergate anymore.
It is. Look, I understand it's totally cringy when other people bring up Gamergate. But they're bringing up Gamergate to be like, look, Gamergate changed the world. And now we're living in Trump's America. It's completely different. It's like a completely different thing.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't know. We're going to have an interesting talk with her, definitely. We had some back and forth on Twitter. I had a tweet that kind of blew up that people were getting very angry about. So I think
it was about the April tweet.
Yeah, I think the Source retweeted me, and Vadim retweeted me, and Brianna Wu retweet. It's like, what? You've had tweets blow up on you before. This is the first tweet that I've ever had that blew up that I'm like, every single left-wing YouTuber has to retweet it and make some kind of comment on it. Have you had that happen to you?
No, not to the extent that you did.
Okay.
So usually because my tweets are too they're not incendiary enough to merit that response, even when they go viral.
Mine? You think mine was incendiary?
Well, like it's not. Maybe incendiary is not the word. I don't know. Written in a way that like compels lefties to try to dunk on you, I guess. But,
yeah, I accuse him of being worse than Matt Walsh. So then they all turned into Matt Walsh.
Yes, right.
It's like, what?
Right.
They're like, well, maybe Matt Walsh has a point. You ever think of that?
So I don't know who this Gypsy Crusader guy is. There's a video called "The Tragic Tale of Gypsy Crusader."
Yeah, that's why I don't like. Maybe he's maybe the situation is like Laura Southern, where he's just been wrongly accused. It looks like he's like half Mexican or something.
So, well, I'm saying it's interesting. So on the Wikipedia page, it says he is known for his advocacy for a race war and espousing white supremacy and neo-Nazism. Okay. So I don't know if any of that's true or not true, but because I don't know anything about this guy. But when you click on the notation for white supremacy, it leads you to a Daily Dot article.
Oh wow, Daily Dot.
I know.
Okay.
Which says FBI raids notorious white supremacist live streamer he's been charged with illegally possessing a firearm. But in the article, it doesn't explain why they're considering him a white supremacist. It's just a headline. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It says numerous videos uploaded show him using racial slurs against strangers. Okay, that's weird. Oh, wait. On the randomized video chat service Amigo. It wasn't in person. Okay.
I don't think we're even done with the video. Holy shit.
We're not. But to me, that's wild is that just having an article that has a headline is enough to get something listed on Wikipedia as like true.
Yeah, because Wikipedia is dog shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. It's weird. It's not dog shit about things that aren't politically charged.
Yeah, some
like
political subjects,
come in,
their brain just falls out of their fucking head. And then the other thing they clicked, it's like that says that he's a neo-Nazi. It just says, it's a website they never heard of called the Intelligence Group. And it's just a single page that says, oh, it's a subscription service. That's why it says infamous neo-Nazi sells merchandise. But then you can't actually read the article because you have to apparently have a paywall for this thing.
Look, Sitch immediately starts digging in. He's like, I gotta know, is this guy a white supremacist or not?
I mean, I don't really care. I don't know anything I know about this. I'm just saying that's interesting to me. He could be. I'm just saying that why is the notation on Wikipedia so dog shit if he is? They couldn't find something better than this, garbage.
Well, I think it's funny that I was like, maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't know. And you've dug in and you're at the exact same position I was like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, wait.
Maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't know.
So there's an ADL page, though. It's a little bit better, but that's not.
Doesn't mean anything.
I know. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Look, look up Lauren Southern on the ADL website.
I know.
Go ahead.
I know. So. Well, it depends if they actually have something concrete. Like, here's a clip of him saying, some white national stuff. But. On October 8th, 2020, he posted a video on Telegram, blamed Antifa and Black Lives Matter movement for his radicalization, claimed he lost his job and was kicked out of the boxing gym because he was doxxed. He said, quote, after all that, this is why I become so fucking radical. This is why I want these fucking N-words and fucking Jews and these fucking communists to face the wall. I'm done with them. I don't want to talk anymore. There's no more debate.
That's sad.
There's no more bullshit. Let's talk it out. Yeah, let's give them some rights. Oh, man. Fuck them. Fuck these N-words. Fuck these Jews. Well, that's not good. That's not good. The FBI are Jewish mercenaries that must be stopped. Why do you want us to talk to this guy, Charles?
Well, this is sad because this is this is what pushes people. You start impersonating people, and they start adopting these radical beliefs because they have nothing left to lose, which is awful.
Why do you want what is the purpose of talking to him? What do you want us to talk to him about?
I don't know.
I don't think we can save him. If that's the goal, I don't know if we can save him. But maybe.
I guess it's the Oscars tonight.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I'm seeing.
I feel like every year that we're streaming, you're like, it's the Oscars tonight. And I'm like, what? Like, it's just so no one cares about the Oscars anymore. That's so.
If you would have told me it's Oscars and the topic that we're picking, because this is kind of not really a topic that is, people are widely covering.
Right.
I would have said our numbers are going to be total shit tonight, but our numbers were actually great. So I'm like, okay.
You're right. It is the Oscars. No one cares about that. I feel like the Oscars is so passe.
Yeah, it didn't affect our show at all.
You want to know who won Best Picture?
It's probably the Asian lady, right?
The Asian lady.
Yeah. What's the movie? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yeah, that won Best Picture. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking would win.
Over Avatar and Top Gun and a bunch of movies I've never heard of.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That movie looks pretty cool. I mean, I want to see it.
I still haven't seen it. Yeah, I still got to watch that eventually.
I just saw Puss in Boots, man, and it was so good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Puss in Boots was great. Yeah, Puss in Boots was great.
Okay, good. That's what everyone says.
Good storytelling.
CT wants us to remind you to shout out the new merch.
Oh, yeah. CT's got a merch store.
Yeah,
well,
she made
it's our merch store, but
yeah, she made that great picture. And if you want to bring it up now or later,
sure. Yeah.
The picture of me driving the Sitch car with Adam and her killing zombies.
Yeah.
You can get that on a T-shirt.
I saw a couple people ordered those T-shirts this week too. So
there you go.
Get them while they last. And CT said some T-shirts she's going to take down too. So I don't know which one she's going to take down.
Ooh.
I don't know if CT can say which T-shirt, can she write it on the website, which T-shirts are going to be limited time or whatever.
You really want to get them limited time.
Yeah, we're clearing out some old stuff to bring in some new stuff, but.
And in the picture, CT is wearing another shirt you can buy from the merch store, which is the Sitch Kill Me shirt. Yes.
Yeah, which I think is one of the most popular shirts.
Yep. That's an official Sitch drawing too.
Right.
If you couldn't tell. If you couldn't tell, that's an official Sitch face Sitch drawing.
Yeah.
Yep.
The comic is going to be out one day. I actually worked on it all day yesterday. I was at the studio for 10 hours.
Oh my God.
Working on the comic, lamenting, teasing Owen about how fucking slow he paints.
Right.
As he's teasing me about how I'm working for 10 hours and I'm getting half a page done. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, check it out. Merch store link is in the description, and CT just linked it in the chat a bunch of times.
There is on the campaign too. I got to get the original Sitch drawings from you too, because people have bought original Sitch drawings.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Signed and numbered. I remember I told Sitch, I'm like, listen, it's got to look like shit. Okay. Just draw as horrible as you can.
I was like, why does anyone want this?
He sent me look, people want that.
I know.
Look, Sitch, I want one. Just so you know, you're gonna have to make one for me too.
That's fine. I have a stack of them, but I'll draw more.
I have a personal art collection going.
I feel like I should redraw them. It's been so long since I drew those original pictures at them. The moths have probably eaten the paper.
Did you really draw them all out already?
Of course I did.
No way. Really?
I drew a bunch.
Really?
I drew 15 or so.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's fine. I'll redraw them.
Don't redraw them. What are you talking about? Look.
I'm sure the paper's probably all faded by the passage of time. I drew them years ago at this point.
First of all, don't be a dick. Second of all,
just being serious.
Second of all, what do you mean they have to last? Look, people want to give those to their kids and their grandkids and stuff. They want to
They can
pass them
frame
down
them when
through,
they get them. Okay.
They can pass them down through the generations. What, you didn't use acid-free paper and
I don't know. I just
archival
used
materials?
whatever. I used normal paper. That's the thing.
Well, good.
I'll go out. Listen.
I
I'll go
actually
out.
like it when the paper turns yellow over time. It's
No,
badass.
no.
It's just like the. It's just like the da from the.
No. For the original Sitch drawings, I'll go out and I'll buy some nice thick stock paper.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
not this garbage computer paper that I drew on the original picture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And they got to be signed.
And of course they're gonna be signed.
With your real name and address.
They will not be signed with my real name and address.
How are they going to be authenticated?
Sammy wants a Sitch Chan. Okay, I will draw you my best Sitch Chan. Okay.
Wait,
You'll get my Sitch Chan. All right.
I do think they have. I do think the body is in Sitch's thing. So I mean, it would be easy to put a couple knockers on there.
I could. These drawings are so bad. I cannot draw. Oh my god.
What do you mean? Look, it's not.
As evidence of the drawing I made for the merch store. Yes.
You don't understand being an artist. I gotta look. People aren't buying it because
I understand.
It's artistically correct.
I get it. Okay. It's what's his name that did all the shitty pop art. I mean, he sucked.
Yeah.
Or look at Banksy.
Oh my god.
It's a fucking Banksy. Like, oh, I'm gonna shred the piece of art when someone buys it. Remember that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's so pretentious. That's like the height of
Look
pretension.
at you. Oh my god, you're
It's
so
so egotistical. I hate it.
you're so evil.
Yes, I will sign each Sitch drawing. Will have
Oh,
my
of
social
course.
security number on it to identify that it is really me.
Of course they're
Okay.
signed with the social security number. What do you think
How
this
else? Yeah,
is?
how else are you gonna verify? And it will have the key to my Bitcoin wallet. Okay.
Oh, that's badass.
JMac for $20 says, ask Brianna Wu to unblock Chris O'Neill. He drew the Revolution 60 art out of love, not malice. I will. Okay, we'll bring it up. We'll bring it up. So Chris O'Neill drew. He did an Oni plays of Brianna Wu's game from way back in the day, and he drew some picture of the character in her game, because the character in her game has ridiculous proportions. I guess Brianna Wu blocked him over it, so we'll bring it up.
Oh yeah. Well, in the actual game, there's ridiculous proportions
Yes,
too, right?
yes, right.
Oh, look, I got it here. Each Sitch original artwork comes with a certificate too. This was my idea. The certificate of authenticity. Look at this.
How am I supposed to authenticate that?
We'll just print. Look, we'll print up the little certificates. Come on,
Oh, okay.
man.
Do I have to have like a notary, like come notarize these fucking things? What do you mean?
Of course. yeah.
Certificate of authenticity.
No, I'm gonna notarize them.
I'll take a picture. How about this? I'll take a little picture.
What are you talking about?
I take a little picture of like my thumbs up. Well, actually, I'm sure by the time that you eventually get this comic out, I've already done a face reveal, so I can just take a picture of it. That's
Look,
how long it's gonna take.
There's
basically.
there's a race right now. There's a race.
What's gonna happen first? Is I'm gonna finish the comic, or am I gonna do a face reveal?
There's a race going on because Sitch is like, I'm trying to get my shit together so I can do a face reveal.
Yes.
Look, I keep telling Sitch, I'm like, you can't just do a face. You got to do something. You can't just one day be, oh, look, I'm on stream now.
No, we'll hype it up.
You got to do something big. Well,
We'll
what are you
hype it
gonna
up.
What are you gonna do?
I don't know. We'll say a week before it happens. We're like, oh my god, this face reveal coming this Sunday.
Okay, that sounds good. I like that.
And then it won't be. You'll put it on, and it'll be me with like a fucking corn filter on.
Look, that's not right.
And then
I
it'll
can't
be
do
the
that.
epic troll. It'll be epic troll, and there will be no face reveal that day.
I can't do that. That's not right.
I can do that.
That's terrible.
That's amazing.
We should put this Sitch art on a T-shirt. I mean, this is pretty good. But let's see. Obviously, we got to get rid of this. Well, I guess you could do the tie thing with the Sitch chan. How's the Sitch chan here? Like we just put some big old titties in there, right?
CT for 5 Canadian says, okay, chat, if you want a t-shirt from the merch store, add it to your cart, then go back to the main threadless site, and they'll be almost 50% off.
Oh, really?
So there you go.
She's doing like a 50% off thing. Nice.
Well, no, maybe Threadless has some kind of 50% off thing too. So,
Oh, okay.
So there you go. So check it out, guys. 50% off.
Sweet.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, Kiddith explained why Adam and Sitch is correct linguistically. It has to do with the tongue's last position from word to word. Sitch and is not good. Adam and Sitch.
Really?
Interesting.
Oh, I missed that because I
listen. We'll have to get John McWhorter on the show and we'll ask him about it as a linguist.
Adam and is better because it's
Something
there's
about
alliteration.
No, it's something about tongue position of the last sound of Adam leading into the first syllable of and. I'll ask my mom. She's a speech pathologist, or she was a speech pathologist. Maybe she knows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. Anyway, let's finish this video. We totally got sidetracked. For
Yeah,
like an
I
hour.
had thought we were done with the video, to be honest.
We got 10 minutes left in the video.
Okay, where's this video? I got like 20 tabs open because I'm looking for Sitch artwork.
Well, I don't take his word for it. We have lots of examples where it has not been, they have not been accurate from that particular agency when it comes to testifying before Congress. So it is our job in this committee to get to the truth, to shine sunlight and transparency for the American people. I want to ask you both about the Aspen Digital Hack and Dump Working Group, which involved an 11-day scenario in October 2020 that began with the imaginary release of falsified records, that's what they claim, related to Hunter Biden's controversial employment by the Ukrainian energy company Burisma.
Right.
This was if they knew, because they did know. So I would like your comments, Mr. Schellenberg. These were the files that you did extensive reporting on about how concerning this is and how this is truly the definition of the weaponization against free speech and suppressing accurate reporting.
Yeah, so there's actually two things, and one of them we just discovered recently, which is that there was a Stanford Cyber Policy Institute report, which said that, which was in menacing terms, telling journalists that they should abandon the Pentagon principle. Again, this is the Pentagon Papers principle. This is the idea that if Daniel Ellsberg brings you materials he's taken from the Pentagon about how the war in Vietnam is going, the New York Times and Washington Post published those. That was considered one of the greatest moments of American journalism. Here you have Stanford Cyber Policy Center saying we should abandon that principle. You should instead make the issue about, frankly, the theories about where it might have come from. Then you had the Aspen workshop, which was attended, by the way, by New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, Wikipedia, Facebook, Twitter, many other journalists, where they basically, you read it, it's like a kind of programming of the journalists that they should not follow this longstanding journalistic principle of taking materials from a hack and leak or any other situation and take them seriously. So, I mean, you read this and it feels like a kind of brainwashing exercise that Aspen Institute and Stanford were running against American journalists and the social media companies.
Mr. Taibbi, comments?
Yes, I think there were a couple of moments in the Twitter files that really speak to a kind of larger problem. In the first Twitter files, we saw an exchange between Representative Rouhana and Vijaya God, where he's trying to explain the basics of speech law in America, and she seems completely unaware of what, for instance, New York Times v. Sullivan is. There are other cases like Bartnicki v. Vopper, which legalize the publication of stolen material. That's very important for any journalist to know. I think most of these people are tech executives and they don't know what the law is around speech and around reporting. And in this case, and in 2016, you were dealing with true material. There is no basis to restrict the publication of true material, no matter who the source is and how you get it. And journalists have always understood that. And this has never been an issue or a controversial issue until very recently.
And by the way, just one quick thing I'll add. That's the exact same strategy of the malinformation, misleading. In other words, they were saying even if the material you think is true, it could lead people to have conclusions that we don't want them to have, and therefore you should change your journalism because of that. So this is, we're so far down the slippery slope, you've crashed at that point. I mean, it's a disturbing trend in journalism, in social media, and in the relationship from the intelligence community to these organizations.
How have you been targeted since the publication of the Twitter files?
Gentlelady's time expired. We'll give a quick answer if we can.
I mean, again, I've known journalists who've suffered real brutal harms in my career, so they've said a lot of nasty things about me on Twitter, but it hasn't been so bad, I would say. The FTC thing is the only thing that's legitimately concerning, and that's not really for my sake. It's more because it's a general problem for journalists everywhere.
I've been censored on Facebook since the year 2020 for writing accurate information in an article that went viral. I remain censored. They continue to flag warnings on posts that I write that have nothing to do with the environment. And we now know that one of the U.S. government-funded organizations has put out a report that specifically targets me and presents disinformation about my own position on climate change. And so I've got a lot at stake here.
Yield back.
Mr. Chair, may I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated June 25th, 2020, to Mark Zuckerberg from Chad Wolf, the Acting Secretary of Homeland Security, in which he asked Facebook to keep Americans safe by taking appropriate action consistent with your terms of service against content that promotes, incites, or assists the commission of eminent illegal activities. Those committed to protecting free exchange of ideas should not turn a blind eye to illegal activity and violence fermenting in your platform. This is after the summer in which Black Lives Matter protests took place.
Without objection, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. I know it doesn't feel exactly warm and fuzzy, but believe me, I think what you guys are doing is very important. We're here to discuss the weaponization of government, and I want to follow up on my colleague, Representative Massey's comments on the CDC. Up on the screen, you can see an email from October of 2020. This is from then NIH Director Francis Collins to Dr. Anthony Fauci. It goes on in to say this proposal, talking about the Great Barrington Declaration, is from 3 fringe epidemiologists who met with the secretary, and it seems to be getting a lot of attention, even a signature, a co-signature from a Nobel Prize winner. Key line in here that I would like to point out. There needs to be a, quote, quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. Is it underway? Signed, Francis. Now, what I find interesting is if you fast forward into June of 2021, the Biden administration was raging at social media companies. There is communications that we can produce, for the record, that state we would like you to combat, quote unquote, misinformation. Now, we, thanks to the Twitter files, know that Twitter executives were using the term visibility filtering, and that really, to the rest of the American general public, was shadow banning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all of a sudden, we saw a rash of blacklists created by Twitter at the highest levels that were taking down some of the signatories and creators of this very Barrington Declaration, correct? This is to both of you.
I haven't seen that, but...
I haven't seen that either.
So would you agree that there was a blacklist created in 2021?
Sorry, yes, Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford professor who I don't think anybody considers a fringe epidemiologist, was indeed, I'm sorry, I didn't piece it together. He was indeed visibility filtered.
Correct. And so this blacklist that was created that really was used to deplatform, reduce visibility, create lists internally where people couldn't even see their profiles. That was used against doctors and scientists who produced information that was contrary to what the CDC was putting out, despite the fact that we now know that what they were publishing had scientific basis and, in fact, was valid.
Absolutely, and not only that, but these are secret blacklists. So Professor Bhattacharya had no idea he was on it. I mean, this is East Germany Stasi kind of behavior. That's what this is. And the Great Barrington Declaration, by the way, I was skeptical of it.
So, well, first of all, I wish you wouldn't say this is East Germany behavior, because obviously that's very hyperbolic. But this was another thing that why this reporting is important is because, to me, I think the Republicans should be pushing for a law, and we haven't seen them do this because they're the whole let private business do what they want. But I think there should be a law that if you're on one of these big social media sites and they put you on some blacklist or censor you, they should have to legally notify you not only that you're on this blacklist or this, de-algorithmic list, but then also explain to you why you're on that list.
Hell
at
yeah.
the very least.
Hell yeah, that'd be a great law.
So I don't know why the Republicans should be pushing for that. Unfortunately, they won't. Or I'd be skeptical that they would. But
Because they can't, because they're like, private business should be able. It's another regulation.
it goes
We're
against
the party
their
of
brand.
deregulation.
Yeah, it goes against their brand. But
yeah,
The time, but it actually
brand.
looks pretty good in terms of how response to COVID. But even if it was totally wrong, it still deserved, I mean, this is the whole point of the First Amendment, is that I think we all have the experience of you're not right until you're wrong a lot. You actually have to have that debate and that conversation. So by repressing that, we actually stifled, I think, a much broader conversation we could have had about how to effectively respond to COVID because they were secretly blacklisting people like Jay Bhattacharya.
And I think to the bigger point that Americans are concerned about when it comes to the weaponization of government, this isn't Republican or Democrat issue, this is an American issue. You had individuals, millions of Americans, who in many cases were being mandated to take an experimental vaccine, and when those that wanted to consider taking it were trying to make an informed decision, you had opinions that were being silenced because it didn't fit a specific narrative pushed by the Biden administration, correct?
Absolutely correct. And that's why we use the language of disfavored ideas and disfavored people, because it doesn't fall neatly among left and right lines. If there's anything going on here, it tends to be more of a disproportionate blacklisting of more populist voices or just ideas that we would consider slightly outside of the Overton window.
oh my God, important fix. Important fix. That darn Kiddith for 70s Ardos says, I disavow Andrew Clark's comment. He is a liar. I should have suspected. Andrew Clark, A-team simp, A-team cuck was being
What are you talking? A-team general.
She said, I said it was the opposite.
Brigadier
Sitch.
General in the A-team Army respected Andrew Clark. What are you talking about?
That darn kid has said that she said that Sitch and linguistically sounds better because of tongue position, not Adam and.
Oh, I don't know.
So get stuffed.
This could be this super chat could easily be faked. I don't know.
This is a deep fake darn kid.
It could be, yeah. This could be a fake account.
This could be a deep fake Darth Kiddith.
This looks like a deep fake account.
There you go. Wow, Andrew. Yeah. Wow.
Look, they even faked the wrench. Look at that. They're getting
there you go.
Getting tricky on the channel here.
I wish I could say I was shocked, Andrew, but I'm not.
The mainstream opinion at the time, but the Overton window moves. And so the idea that you're just going to narrow the entire, what's acceptable on social media to what is mainstream at the time would basically freeze us and not allow the society to progress and for knowledge to grow and for the democracy to function.
With the 14 seconds that I have left, Mr. Taibbi, if you'd like to weigh in on any of this that we have talked about and why this is a direct threat to Americans today, I would appreciate it.
Just quickly, again, we yesterday discovered this email talking about the suppression of people telling their own stories of true vaccine side effects.
Yeah,
So these
the
are people
nuts
who are
in the
telling about their
wheelbarrow.
own experiences, things that that happen to them that are true, and they're being suppressed because what anti-disinformation does is the opposite of what the press does. They are aiming for what the narrative is, and they already know in advance what they're looking for, whereas a journalist goes into a story, does not know what the truth is. We often find that the thing we expect...
Wow, come on.
Free Nicki Minaj.
Matt. What are we talking about here?
Free
Maybe
Nicki Minaj.
listen.
Come on.
How many journalists do we honestly think are out there in the world
Going to the story.
investigating a story, and they're like, I don't know which political direction the story is going to lead.
Trump could be completely innocent.
Trump could be completely innocent of Russian influence.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, Matt. That is very idealistic of you. Okay, maybe he operates according to that principle. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But
Well, that's why he got the gig, is because
Right.
he is idealistic that way. He's a real journalist. Come on, he might be the
Sure.
last living journalist left.
well, no, I mean I don't agree
No?
because I said this from the beginning. I don't like that he'll jump to a lot of conclusions in his Twitter threads on the Twitter files that are not in evidence. He would do it a lot. He does it a lot.
They got Matt Taibbi. Ah,
Does it a lot. So
now he's gone even. Oh my God.
it's sad, but that's the way it is.
Rectifying turns out to be completely different. They know in advance what they're looking for, and that's why this is so dangerous.
My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you, too.
The gentlelady yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. And, I think maybe if we can get this right and stop this, and what legislation, appropriation, whatever it takes, we can stop this. I think in the future, people will look back and look at your courage as people in journalism, in the press, to come here with what you've been facing, what you've had to endure, and now with the idea that the FTC is coming after you. That's something that I think is pretty darn important and certainly noteworthy. So we appreciate you sitting here for 2.5 hours, taking the questions you did, but giving so much valuable information to this committee, who is certainly on our side, committed to protecting the First Amendment and people's right to speak. So that concludes today's hearing. Again, we thank you both for being here. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
What were you laughing about?
It was like, at least the people on our side care about free speech.
Oh. I was reading Mystery Guest Super Chat. Thank you, Mystery Guest. Obviously.
Mystery Guest, thank you so much. Our surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest, for $100.
Uh-oh.
Says Sitch, could you please watch one of these where you go hardcore right wing?
Just once.
Just once.
Just once.
Your entire audience is right wing, dude. Win the crowd, win your freedom. There you go. No. Never, Mystery Guest. I will never become audience captured. That's why people watch us, because we're not audience captured. Even if you disagree, even if you say, fuck, Sitch and Hammer trigger me. If you want to go to the echo chamber, you know where to go. You come to us because you want to hear us even when we disagree with you.
I mean, I thought our discussion was great, to be honest
So did
with
I.
you, even though.
But I know Mystery Guest. I'm assuming Mystery Guest said this in a somewhat joking way. So thank you, Mystery Guest.
Yeah. Sure he was. I mean,
I
saw the wink.
I saw the wink. We saw the wink. This wasn't a Twitter situation. So
Wait,
thank you. Yeah.
The wink was a Twitter situation.
Okay. So anyway, we made it through. I'm impressed. I am impressed that we were able to make it through this 2-hour and 40-minute video.
I mean, it took discipline. It did, but
in record time.
Yeah.
This has got to be a new record for us.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Let's just do the super chats on Tuesday.
Let's not do that. JD Bouchamp. Why, you got a hot date or something? What's going on?
No, I think on Tuesday we have to watch the video that Vosh posted today because it's fucking insane. Oh my god.
You want to save it for Sunday?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I didn't know if I
haven't watched it yet. Well, I watched a little piece of it, and it wasn't that crazy. The part that I saw, so I haven't.
Well, Bridges is coming on. Fan of the show, excellent musician.
Nice.
He's the only one I have booked, but we could watch.
I thought. Wait, so is Brianna Wu coming on next Sunday or next Tuesday?
Who? What?
Is Brianna Wu coming on Sunday or Tuesday?
Next Sunday. Yeah. So I guess we can't watch the Vosh thing next Sunday. Ha ha.
Well, we could do both. I assume we're only gonna talk to her for like an hour.
Oh, you're right. I told her. Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
so
I guess.
Vosh.
Well, I need something for Tuesday if you want to watch it on Sunday. So just let me know tomorrow.
Oh. Well, if we don't have anything planned for Tuesday.
What's that?
If you don't have anything planned for Tuesday, we could do that instead.
Yeah. I mean, it's fresh. It just came out today, and it's
okay.
Like I said, it's just fucking. Oh God, it's so crazy.
So Vosh interviewed I forget her name. There is a journalist for the Daily Wire that quit in response to Michael Knowles' eradication of transgenderism from public life comment. And she had a conversation with Vosh, and as I predicted when Adam sent it to me, that the conversation will take, at first, Vosh, the part I saw, he was very cordial. I'm assuming there's a turning point where he attacks her, and that's what you want to focus on. So,
yeah, and I mean, she's completely reasonable,
right?
And she's kind of Vosh's worst nightmare because Vosh makes his living gaslighting his audience about how no reasonable Republicans exist, no reasonable conservatives exist. They're all just.
Well, she even conservative? I thought she doesn't identify as conservative.
I mean, I don't think she defines herself as politically homeless on her Twitter page. And I reached out to her about coming on our show because, we had that one girl that was obviously like a Vosh fan on. This woman is not a Vosh fan, I would say.
Okay.
And it gets very, very contentious.
Interesting.
And she's obviously very frustrated because she's been invited there for an interview and it's becoming like a struggle session.
Right.
It's so Vosh is such a weirdo.
Right.
Oh man. And he doesn't really know anything about the topic. I've been reading the new book on the Tavistock closure. Yeah. Oh God, it's so insane, so crazy.
Good. You can start slamming people on the left with it when they talk about these trans issues. Like, wow, look at this Tavistock Institute.
Yeah, she knows all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, it's interesting, obviously.
Mr. Guest 01, thank you so much for another $50. Says, seriously, as a hardcore right-winger, you guys are the most important voice I listen to. I get real mad at Sitch, but he challenges my biases. Luckily, Adam is there to reinforce them. Winky face. Love you guys. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Guest. I really appreciate that.
I
get the winky face, yeah.
Look, I'm a pragmatist. I understand that it's like, baby steps. You gotta
yeah, of course.
Yeah. For the challenge for changing people's minds is to first get them to listen. Most of the time, people never listen. They just don't listen. Yeah. But, we got a good thing going here. We got a bunch of people listening. So, and you guys listening inspires other people to listen. So maybe we can. Look, I've changed my position a little bit over time. I was very cynical about being able to change anybody's minds.
Yeah, people can change their minds. I've done it. We've done it on the show.
Yeah.
I've done it in real life, so it's definitely a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you so much, Mr. Guest. I do appreciate it.
Yep.
Appreciate the support. JD Bachamp for $5 says, Adam, and I had a productive conversation on Discord regarding religion and ideology. Where were you, Sitch? Hope you're both doing well. A-Team reigns supreme.
Yeah, JD Pachamp has kind of convinced me, and it's funny because I know this every time it comes up. When I compare wokeness to a religion, I know that I'm offending people in our religious
The religious
audience.
people, yeah.
And it really, the bias for me was just, I've always said, you know, cults are just a religion that you're not in, which I do.
That gets them mad too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do agree with that framing. I think that framing is true, but it's definitely not persuasive. And I think if I just adjust to calling wokeness a cult and not a religion, which cult just basically means cult means bad religion. And
yes.
I 100% conceptualize wokeness as a bad religion. That's exactly what's going on. This is a nascent religion that's been created that has not been tested in any way, shape, or form, and shows all the hallmarks of being a cult. So I don't know why I just don't start calling it a cult, because it's
also,
more effective communication.
That is true. But also, I think it fits more because cults are a little bit broader.
Yeah.
And that you can have cults that don't necessarily have like a...
Oh, you're right. Have a supernatural
like
component.
Supernatural or divine element to them.
Secular
I mean, they usually
cults.
do, but they don't have to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no. So he's kind of convinced me that that's more persuasive framing, and you don't alienate people who are on our side in the fight against the woke cult. So,
right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes. Now we just have to convince Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter, because they're out there calling wokeness a religion all the time. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, just look at Adam arguing with people on Discord. Look at you. I'm impressed.
Well, I mean, I'm curious if Discord is like I usually interact with people on Twitter, but there are occasionally people who, you know, they don't have a Twitter, but they want to give a suggestion for the show or something like that. But it seems like Discord is almost more ubiquitous than Twitter, especially in the YouTube space. So
yeah,
it's just like a practical thing.
I mean, you know, I probably should be more active on Discord. I'm horribly antisocial, so I don't want to talk to anyone ever about anything. So
yeah,
including Adam.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but I don't hold it against you. I mean,
there you go.
I have like IRL friends and stuff. So
ew, oh god, disgusting.
Yeah. What do you? I mean, look, you gotta have friends, Sitch. This is me trying to persuade you. You gotta like.
Friends are overrated.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard.
Friends are the only reason to even go on.
Ew.
Friends make life worth living.
Ew,
What is
sap.
it?
What a sap.
What is there if you don't have relationships? Really? I mean, what is there? What else do you have? This is all just. I mean, this is just a
meme. Yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, this is a meme. Well, I mean, all you talk about is like arguing with your parents and stuff. I mean, you love those are relationships.
I do like arguing with people.
Yeah, that's Look, truth springs from argument among friends, not among enemies.
True.
Yeah. Look, we're truth seekers. We got to get to the truth here. It's important.
BW85 for $2 says permanent daylight savings time. I guess that should have been a third option.
Well, that's what I'm in favor of. Yeah, permanent daylight savings.
I
think
assuming that's
now
what most
we're back
people
to
that wanna
regular
abolish it.
time.
Yeah, I assume that when no, we're in daylight saving time now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but we're on daylight savings time 2/3 of the year, and
Yes.
we're on normal time 1/3 of the year. There's
Yeah,
definitely
right.
something wrong with that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I assume most people that wanted to
estimation.
abolish it want permanent daylight saving time.
Right. Yeah.
Hostman Socrates, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Andrew Clark for $2 says, all elites are on the same page.
Yep.
True.
Yeah.
It is known, Khaleesi. Grendel Levat, thanks so much for the 20 gifted subs. And thank you so much, PC, for the 10 gifted subs.
Yep.
Thank you. And thank you, John A, for the 10 gifted subs.
Oh, I
Thank you
missed
so
one.
much.
Wow, John.
Wow.
Yeah,
All these gifted
thanks.
subs. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Oh my God, you have the picture. Oh, this is old. You put up the hand-drawn Sitch picture.
I did for a bit. Yeah, I can bring it back up.
No, it's terrible. It's embarrassingly bad.
No, I love it. What are you talking about?
Oh, God. CT for $2 says, we love you too, Sitch, period. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you want to bring up, CT made a GIF that she sent us with audio that's appropriate to the situation right now.
I'll bring it up after I bring up the song. I got a song I got to bring up real quick.
Well, it's like 5 seconds. I should bring it up
we
first.
still got people watching.
But
oh, okay.
We can. The song is great. We'll listen to the song. But
damn it, I think.
We will listen to. We will watch. I know we haven't got to it, but we will watch eventually. IJP Mexican's video and Astolfo's final Fallout New Vegas video. 3H3X3 Nilo for 11 months says, is it okay for Mafia
It's like we could have
to imply violence for lack of protection money provided they don't explicitly state this? I fear a useful standard isn't being made. Well, of course it's not okay. But it's obvious. The implication is obvious what's happening in that situation. There was nothing like that with the government. You know, if you don't explicitly say something, but everyone understands what's happening, right? Then it still counts. That doesn't matter. So, but there hasn't been any evidence that's shown so far that Twitter was operating under that fear and that the government was enacting that. So,
yeah, hence the reason of laying out the whole wink thing.
Right. Genie Penguin, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. I thought you already were one, but thank you. The crappy robot for £2 says, what do you think a mountain chicken looks like?
A mountain chicken, like probably just like a real big chicken.
I feel like you asked this question because I know what the answer is. Somebody asked this question. Who the fuck talked? Yeah. You think it looks like a big chicken?
Yeah.
Maybe that would be the
what
question.
Else could it be?
That's too much of a real trick question for that to be the next question. Instead of the hour, a mountain chicken is a frog.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's weird.
It's a big frog. A big old frog. So, but I knew that recently because I could have swore someone else super chatted that to us recently. Hostman Socrates for $5 says the FBI told Twatter to get rid of the Hunter Biden lapsus story, and they did do. There you go. They told them, and they did do. Do you want to play the song?
Yeah, you want to?
So this song was made by Toxic Mix. Toxic Mix.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's called A Very Adam Sunday, Sitch and Adam remix.
Get ready. Crank your speakers up. It's like we could have a good conversation here.
Well, I think I could have a good conversation with Sitch. I don't know what you're doing here. Adam, Sitch. Adam, Sitch, Adam. Hang on, I just want to ask Adam a question. This just occurred to me. Adam, Sitch, Adam.
You ask Adam something.
I haven't asked Adam a question yet. Adam, serious question. Adam, Sitch, Adam. Sitch. Adam. Thank you, Adam. Adam, what makes Adam, Sitch, Adam, you said.
Why are you calling me Adam?
We started Adam. Where do you look from, Adam?
Adam?
Sitch, whatever the fuck your name is. You're both the same.
You're basically laying out an argument that it can only be left wing if it's something that we've never seen. You're the one that's saying it.
Sex is immutable.
You believe conversion therapy works if you beat the gays hard enough. One biological organism that it means in the entire human race. Okay.
You should make a supercut of every time he says Adam. That would be such a fucking lit video.
Adam, Sitch. Adam, Sitch, Adam, what is empiricism? I'm paid to say this, I have to ask. Adam, Sit. Adam.
So
Adam,
far off topic.
I don't know what you're contributing to the conversation. If you have nothing to say, just don't. Adam. Sitch. Adam. Sitch. Adam. Thank you, Adam. Adam. Try to keep up. This is painful. Adam. Sitch. Adam.
You were not sure.
I'm not sure is I don't know.
Oh my God, you're a centrist.
I know. I was waiting for it. There's also a political spectrum that has to do with personal freedom versus social cohesion. Whatever you bring up has to actually make sense with the other thing on the other end of the spectrum. It's a left-right.
I'm so happy for you.
Explain to me the difference between centrists and right-wingers.
The problem with you is that you actually can't think.
Why gender matters.
Adam.
Sacks. I've interviewed litter sacks. You want to see the fucking link? We haven't even defined centrists, okay? Centrists, and sometimes they're called independents, and sometimes they're called centrists, okay? Can't seem to distinguish between centrists and right-wingers.
Adam.
You made a whole video about it. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't.
Trial and error based on the natural universe.
Adam, you brought this up. I didn't bring this up.
Adam brought this up. There you go.
That was great.
Isn't that so good?
I know, it's awesome.
I put a link in the chat.
Adam. Why are you calling me Adam? President Sunday is supposed to come back on the show, but look, I think he's running. I think it's finally time to call him President Run Day. Yep. Is it Run Day? Well, is it a day that ends in Y?
He got completely sidetracked on
his quest to take out
his not so erudite quest.
Not so erudite.
Yeah, wow. Bad.
I mean, she's pretty cool. She's like a friend of the show, definitely.
Sure.
Did you see her interview with FD Signifier?
No, I did not.
FD Signifier cannot do an interview without talking about us, which is kind of awesome.
Oh, awesome. Well, we're pretty base, so that makes sense.
I mean, he usually just calling us right wingers, but whatever.
Oh, well, it's less base. But so that video was by Toxic Mix on YouTube.
Yeah.
Toxic Mix on YouTube. On Twitter, he's Daniel Martin. So thank you so much. That was fucking awesome, Daniel.
Yeah.
Very based. Toxic Mix. Subscribe.
Looks like he's got some other videos too that I'm wondering if are in the same vein with EFAP crew.
Yeah, he has a bunch of remixes of EFAP stuff.
Which is awesome. Look at that.
So there you go.
Our buddies at EFAP.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Adam. Sitch. Adam.
That's great. Sunday's just such a character.
He is. Eric Cecil for 1 month says, I met a family friend's son who's one of the Patriot Front members that got arrested in Idaho. Their First and Fourth Amendment rights were totally violated. Wow. Interesting.
That sucks.
There you go.
Don't get targeted by the government, guys. Oh, terrifying.
Yep. John A., thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. PC, thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 6 months.
That's great.
Says, what are your thoughts on the SV bank run? Poor leadership around rising rates and losing clients' primeness, but small, less than or greater than 50%, 50 people startups will end up paying. Expect several bankruptcies without government bailout. Do you have any thoughts on the SV bank stuff?
Well, I mean, I've been reading some stuff on it. Evidently, there was a lot of crypto people that had their money in the bank, the SBC bank, and after the Sam Bankman-Fried debacle, a lot of those crypto people wanted to get their money out of these banks, your keys, your coins, so they could just keep them themselves. So that took about 10 billion, I think, out of 13 billion out of the bank. So they had a bunch of, obviously they have that money invested. So they had to liquidate some investments that were in the red. And this caused a liquidity crunch that they tried to remedy, but couldn't get past it. So, I mean, it's kind of a fucked up situation because it's not like they're making risky loans or anything. I mean, I think they had the assets that they were buying. Although I did hear someone on network news say that they had bought mortgage-backed securities, but I only heard it once, and I don't know that that's the case. I
Right.
also heard that most of their stuff was in treasuries, but once interest rates start going up, the treasuries that are at the lower interest rate become worth less. So you can literally pay more for a treasury and then it's not worth as much. So that can be a asset that's down, a losing asset. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So I feel like it's super fucked if you put your money in a bank. Supposedly anything more than $250,000 is uninsured, right? Because they have
Right.
FDIC insurance. So, but let's say you're a business that has $500,000 in the bank, which is not unheard of, not even rare, right?
Mhm.
A lot of these businesses have that much that they're doing just in payroll. And you're going to lose, $750,000 just because you chose the wrong bank. Like you're not taking out a loan or anything. You just have your assets there. That's fucked up. That ain't right.
Yeah, it's sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I've been talking to people about it just because they're interested. Obviously, now that I know more about economics, I understand how it works.
Right.
Yeah. People.
Well, there you go. You know more about that. I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about it. So
Yeah. How interested are you in the economic stuff? Like I'm
some
totally
of it.
fascinated by it.
I'm interested in some of it. I haven't been interested in SVB stuff really at all. But
The interest rate mystery is very, because I want to know if Warren Mosler and the MMT guys are right about the Fed having interest rates wrong. Because if the MMT guys are correct, raising interest rates is what's causing inflation. So inflation is not going to subside as long as they continue to raise interest rates.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that's like a mystery that's right in front of us right now. Warren Mosler keeps saying that the Federal Reserve has the brake and the gas pedal mixed up, which is the perfect analogy here. So they keep stepping on the gas going, we need to stop. We need to stop. And it ain't working. So.
Okay, well, there you go. Charlie Heathcott, thank you again. Wow, incredibly generous of you, Charlie, for another 100 Canadian. Thank you so much. Charlie says, I thought Gypsy would be a good person to talk to, mainly because it would be interesting to see you guys have a deep dive into radicalization. Also, I've seen you guys interview radical leftists, but like Mr. Girl and Vash, but I've never seen you talk to a radical rightist.
Well, if he's on social media or whatever, and we can get in touch with him, I'm not opposed to talking to him.
Sure.
Like, yeah.
Well, there you go. We'll look into it. We'll check it out. Thank you so much again for $200. And maybe it would be interesting to talk to someone who was a radical right-winger, whatever that entails.
We'll bring him on, Mr. Girl on, and Kurt Metzger on all at the same time. It'll be great. We'll just do
God.
we'll do like a de-radicalization.
Right. There you go. Goro Cero for 11 months says, oh no, you posted TDS. You're going to lose a subscriber. Also, did you see Tucker Carlson's recent expose on January 6th? It's all fake, all of it. There you go.
What is that? Did we lose a subscriber there? Is that real?
No.
Oh.
He's just joking. We were just talking about other people, maybe. So. But thank you, Goro.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $5 says, A-team steals women's luggage at the airport and sets up bear traps around kindergartners so he can watch kids suffer in comfort. S-class is a best class.
Not really into women's luggage, but that bear trap thing, that sounds interesting.
There you go. Micro Omega for 11 months. Thank you so much. Says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold! Thank you so much. As always, Micro.
I think I can finally find where we're at. No, maybe not.
Farmer Sneed for 3 months says, Sitch shills for the FBI to give them plausible deniability.
True.
That is true. Actually, you guys don't know this. I'm actually paid by the FBI.
Paid shill. Look at that. We don't even need your money. The FBI is loading us up.
That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I mean, I need your money, but Adam doesn't. Adam actually gets more from the FBI. He's what's it called?
Remember the wink story that I just made up? Wink, wink, wink. Remember that story? The made up story? Wink, 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 wink.
Adam was in that meeting.
Remember
Adam? What he was talking about that story from personal experience.
Yeah. Don't you know?
That's right. The FBI pays us exclusively in ESG money. You don't know about this? It's a secret form of currency that isn't out yet.
Oh my
God. It's ESG money.
I got to tell you, my patience is wearing thin with the ESG stuff. It really is, because ESG is starting to become like God or racism. You know, it's the thing that is the answer to any question.
Right. Right.
What?
Right.
Why? Look, sometimes it is racism. Sometimes it is. Okay.
Sorry, you're saying sometimes it is ESG?
I'm sure sometimes it is ESG. Yeah, totally. But
sometimes it's racism. Sometimes it's ESG.
It's just not the answer for everything.
Right.
Look, I just laid out the Silicon Valley Bank thing to you. Did it sound like any of that was ESG? People are blaming the bank failure on ESG.
What is the argument there?
I have no idea.
Oh, well then how do you know it's false?
Because people are asking me for my take on the ESG situation on Twitter and stuff, and other people are chiming in. Oh, it's ESG. Or the SVB. SVB.
Yeah, but did you ever consider, Adam,
Mm-hmm.
that it is ESG?
Okay. How? How? How?
Besides, it hurts your ears.
It does. Well, no. Yelling in the mic isn't going to hurt my ears. But
sorry.
The ESG, I mean, look, it's not. If it's ESG, just tell me how it's ESG. Just don't say, oh, it's ESG.
Well, it's obvious.
Mm-hmm. ESG forced them to make risky investments, and look, they bought fucking treasury bills. How's that ESG?
Because what do you mean? How?
You know,
what do you not understand? I don't understand what you're not understanding about this.
Look, the narrative on ESG being responsible for things is like somebody comes in and says, look, you have to buy this company that's not going to make any money because they're going to save the environment. Look, you can only buy solar companies. You can only invest in solar companies.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen. That's not what happened.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been following any of this stuff. I think it is ESG. I disagree with Adam. I think ESG
is this because mystery? Is this for mystery guests? God damn it! I love you, Sitch.
What? Oh yeah. This is my right wing take.
Are you doing this? For
yeah, there you go.
Are you doing this for mystery guests? You are,
yeah, of
aren't
course.
you?
Of course I am. Yeah. What do you mean?
It is ESG.
It is ESG, obviously. Adam, you're such a shell fool for ESG.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not see it? It's so obvious.
Tell me your new opinion on the trans.
Okay, you need to calm down.
Give me your give me your best Michael Knowles.
Listen, let's calm down. Everyone, let's take a step back. Relax for a second. Okay. Let's not get crazy.
Oh my God.
All right.
Oh, that's so
All
funny.
right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Sword Maid, thank you so much for the 50 sexy sexes. Says, Sitch, why would the FBI warn only about Hunter Biden hack when a company was hacked which had contact with other officials and politicians? Well, because it was right during the impeachment, that's why, which was about Hunter Biden. So that was the thought process behind it. So that's the answer to the question. And thank you so much, Sword Maid, for the first super chat. A legit low talker for 6 months says, Sitch, downplaying FBI pressure to censor and act like they have to come out and say to censor directly. That's exactly what I did, legit low talker. That's exactly what I did. Thank you. The
He
Wooster for
denied
$20.
the wink. Don't
That's right.
forget, chat. Never forget.
The Wooster for $20. Thank you, Wooster. Says, when are you guys going to have Richard Spencer on? He is unironically the best centrist involved in world politics at the moment and has convinced me to switch my vote from Trump to Biden. Hashtag riding for Biden. Hashtag Hunter Biden 2024. Well, there you go. If he got the Wooster to change his vote, then that's...
Didn't Destiny just debate Richard Spencer again?
He did. He had an interest. I haven't finished the whole thing. I watched about half of it.
Oh, really? I've watched zero of it.
He talked to Richard Spencer. It was interesting. They didn't. The part I got to, we didn't get to why he's pro Biden, which is weird. Because I'm assuming it's a troll.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Well, so it seemed like I haven't been following Richard Spencer so much, but it seemed like he's trying to say he's moving away from, to some extent. I don't know if he's denouncing it, but it seemed like he was trying to move away to some extent from white identitarianism. But
Now
what was
he's
interesting?
Now he's doing black identitarianism.
There you go. But what's interesting is, you know who he said is his favorite philosopher that he loves so very, very much?
Oh no, I'm afraid to ask.
Yes.
Is it who's the Putin guy?
No, not Dugan.
It's not
someone. Someone we.
Is it Nietzsche?
It's Nietzsche.
Oh no.
And so
Oh,
to
no.
me, now that I know what that means,
You're like, this is
I'm like, oh, that's why he was a white identitarian. That makes so much sense. But then I'm like, wait a minute. How can he be a big Nietzsche guy, but then be a big Biden guy? That seems to be a contradictory position.
yeah. Biden's got the slave morality going.
Exactly. So I don't know what he means. So I don't know if they ask, I'm hoping later in the conversation they get to why he's, quote, pro Biden, because I'm curious what his argument is.
Oh, well, I'll have to check it out.
So yeah, but it was a very interesting conversation. It was a very interesting conversation.
Stardust has had a couple conversations. She's been on the show before with Richard Spencer, and a bunch of people always give her a hard time about it. And it's just so, I hate it when people want to police other people's platforms. It's like, just shut the fuck up. It's just,
there you go. That's
Yeah.
what Twitter should have told the FBI. Just shut the fuck up. Stop trying to police our platform.
I know. Look.
Right.
But the wink scared them. They were like, listen, that's what I didn't tell you about the wink. The wink was, we do regulate you, right? Wink, wink.
Right. Thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much for the $100. Wow, we've been getting incredibly generous donations today. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $100 says, monetary support for Sitch and Adam. Onward, glorious centrism. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We do our best.
If you want to know about the Nietzsche white supremacist connection, there's a very, very good audiobook you can listen to for free on YouTube. By what's his name?
Stephen Hicks.
Stephen Hicks.
Nietzsche and the Nazis. Yeah.
Yeah, he did another
Which
good
I
book.
finished and Sitch never finished, but
I never finished it.
amazing
I listened to
conclusion.
most of it. It was very good. Stephen Hicks is the one who did the very good book on postmodernism.
Yeah, understanding postmodernism. I love that book too.
He did some very good talks with James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson that you can find. But yeah, so he does an audiobook which he narrates called Nietzsche and the Nazis that you can find on YouTube. It's very good. And it kind of goes into, what the ideology is of Nietzsche and why a lot of the Nazis were like super big into him.
Right.
And when you understand that, then when Richard Spencer says he was a big Nietzsche fan, you're like, oh, it all makes sense. So
Right. And Nietzsche just so happens to use the definition of morality that you guys have been giving Adam a hard time for using the entire time we've been on this YouTube channel.
It's so funny. I think I DM'd you the second I heard that. I'm like, oh my God, Nietzsche uses the same definition of morality that Adam does.
Yep. Yeah.
Which means
take
that Adam
that.
didn't come up with it. He stole it from Nietzsche.
Well, great minds think alike.
There you go. There you
go. What do they call it? Independent development or code
convergent or
development,
divergent evolution. Yeah.
No. It's when two companies come up with the same idea at the same time, but don't really talk to each other. I can't remember what it's called though.
Well, it's the same. I assume it's the same concept as the evolution concept. Only it's about not evolution.
Well, they usually use it I know it from a movie making context because sometimes, obviously, movie studios work on very similar projects, but because just the ideas are in the air. All right. Let me see here.
Where was I?
Genie
Penguin for $5 says, if you can't use terms like slave or field hand, what do I call the people who harvest my crops without pay?
That's a very difficult question.
To be clear, Hex, I'm not saying that Spencer is saying he likes Nietzsche as a dog whistle. I'm not saying that. You can like Nietzsche and not be a fucking white nationalist. I'm just saying him liking Nietzsche, to me, was an aha moment for why he became a white nationalist. It's not a dog whistle. I'm just saying, oh, it makes sense.
Yeah, because he's for the master morality.
Yeah, it's more complicated than just the Ubermensch idea.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about the master slave morality in a different stream, but
I think you call them undocumented workers, right?
There you go. You call them undocumented
immigrants,
tax-free employees. What was it from Thor Ragnarok? The prisoners with jobs.
Oh yeah.
Don't call them slaves. Call them prisoners with jobs.
Oh yeah.
Solodoge for $2 says, Adam, Jordan Peterson was correct about the CCP technostate, though just wrong about the video. Yes, it's fair. That's true. Yeah. They have the program known as Operation in China. They have a program known Operation Snow Bunny, named after the Chinese spiritual animal. The British News Corporation did a video on it if you Google BBC Snow Bunny.
Okay. BBC.
You can check that out.
BBC. Did you miss Dr. Diller's super chat?
Well, I'm just jumping. I jumped to the Streamlabs.
Oh.
I'm trying to do them in chronological time order.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
So. Goro for $2. Okay, so you can look that up. Goro for $2 says, another daylight savings. Another hundreds of people die from driving far too early in the morning. It's not enough to complain about daylight savings. You have to vote against it. Silence is violence. There you go.
Yeah, that's I put that in a tweet. Silence is violence.
True. That's true.
The I got to admit, I kind of got my second win here, but about halfway through the stream, I started thinking, fucking daylight savings. I'm so fucking tired right now. I could just put my head down on this desk and take a nap.
Wow.
And I was literally blaming daylight savings. I was like, I'm the guy in the car.
There you go.
Going, why? Like, my schedule seems all fucked up today.
Did you get less sleep because of it?
Maybe. Because, I mean, I woke up and I looked at my phone and I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, I usually get up at 6. So, I mean, I got up at like 5, right?
Jeez. Why do you get up so early?
Well, I mean, I like to get a lot done. I like to get, what time do you get up?
I get up 5 minutes before the stream starts. So 3:55.
You're lying. For real? That's bullshit. What time are you like a night person? Look, my wife is a night person. Like I'll be in bed and like she'll watch shows and stuff and yeah. But I get up early in the morning and she's like
she'll be asleep until gotcha.
Which is actually great. But
nobody play that clip for Mrs. Friend.
but no, we spend time together, so we're not trying to avoid one another.
No, yeah.
But it's just you have like don't people have an innate. Look, I worked in bars and nightclubs for most of my 20s, and I was definitely a night person. I was like sleep all day, work all night,
right.
You know, stay up and paint. You know.
It definitely seems like people are drawn to night versus day. It definitely seems to be a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any truth to it.
But I flipped. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm wasting my life here. I gotta get shit done, and I all of a sudden became like a morning person. I get up early in the morning and work
Right.
and stuff. And
Nice.
I mean,
Well,
I
there you
really
go.
enjoy getting stuff done in my mornings. Mornings are like,
That's true.
I'm feeling good. My brain is like fully awake.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think when you're up in the morning, I mean, it doesn't have to be 6 in the morning, but I think when you're up in the morning, it definitely has a different sensation to it. It definitely feels like you're going to get more done psychologically.
Yeah.
So I do agree with that.
Are you not gonna lay down the Sitch lore? Is Sitch like a morning person or a night person?
I'm a night person, but I get up at reasonable time. I don't get up at 3:55.
Oh, okay.
You're a friendly FBI agent for $2. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
They're monitoring us. Says, that's right. Listen to Sitch. Twitter was never an extension of the federal government. Trust the FBI. We're telling the truth here. On a related note, your check was a bit delayed, Sitch. You had to buy another $50,000 hammer. Well, thank you. Thank you. Wink, wink. You forgot the wink, wink emoji from the friendly FBI agent. So
That's awesome.
thank you.
I mean, I want to own a hammer that's like $50,000. That's got to be the baddest assest hammer in the world, right?
Hammer in finger quotes. Yeah. You understand? It's just a normal hammer, and you break it open. Inside is the $50,000, right? Of
I thought it would
cryptocurrency,
be made like of diamonds or something.
No, well, it depends. It depends whether you want to go to the nether or not. And honestly, I'm kind of through with it. So
diamond hammer.
I'm kind of through with the nether. It's just nothing but pigment and lava. Dr. Diddler for 11 months. Thank you so much. Says Elon has to be the enemy because he took away a leftist tool for narrative distribution and control. It's blatant for anyone who pays attention. That is true.
Point.
That is true.
Yeah, great point.
Michael Gallup for 7 months. Thank you so much. Says FBI had an obligation since it primed the F2 places back in the summer of a hack and leak that never happened, and Weasley went silent about its authenticity. So I believe they talked about this in the Twitter thing. I believe, well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if they ever tried. I think they did reach out to the FBI, and the FBI said they didn't know because they didn't have access to looking at the specific version that whatever the New York Post had. So.
Oh, here it is. Someone.
Well, let me just say before you. But here's the problem: the FBI couldn't come out and say, like, the FBI couldn't come out and say it's true because they hadn't seen it. Like, they had seen their version of it, right? They don't know what version the New York Post got.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't think it would have been appropriate for the FBI to weigh in at that point. But anyway, what were you saying?
Mine has nothing to do with that. So
you're talking about the diamond hammer.
No, somebody sent me a link. The post-millennial Silicon Valley Bank had recently been putting effort into multiple LGBTQ diversity programs just before the institution folded. So I guess.
Yeah, but is that what led to the institution folding, or is that
ding,
just a
ding,
coincidence?
ding, ding, ding! You know? Very important. Yeah. So I guess this is why Sam Bankman-Fried was, arrested for fraud, and all the crypto people decided they were going to pull their money out of these banks because they got spooked about losing their investments. Because it kind of seems like they're completely unrelated things.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, who knows?
I don't think the ESG caused the bank run that actually made the bank fold.
Yeah, I'm guessing probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Oh, look at this Thal for $20.
I read that one.
Oh, you did?
But thank
you. Oh, you're right.
Blaine's Escape Corner for 2 hours says, how do you square privacy and gun registration? Well, as I said, I'm fine conceptually with a gun/bullet registration. I think something that got lost in the last conversation about this is that I don't think gun registration on its own does much of anything if the bullet part doesn't work. So, because that would be the whole point. The whole point is, can you pull a bullet out of a person's body or from a crime scene and match it to a person? I mean, honestly, if they could do that with the bullets and not with the guns, I wouldn't even care.
Like they wouldn't
Maybe that
need the
would be
gun.
the thing.
The bullet
Yeah, who
has some
cares
like
if the
micro serial number on it.
well, like if ammunition is registered to a person upon use,
Mhm.
I mean, then who cares if the gun is registered, right?
Yeah.
Because that then doesn't matter. It's the ammunition. So I'd be fine with that. But yeah, no, I'm fine with that. To me, with the other privacy thing I was talking about, I mean, those privacy things I was talking about have nothing to do with like security issues, right? Or crime issues. You're talking about like people harassing you. I mean, I don't understand why just because you're like on a TV show, that means that you get to be harassed forever in public by paparazzi. I don't understand that concept. So
I think registering automobiles is used a lot in law enforcement.
it is used a lot, of course.
Yeah.
Why do you think every time they pull you over, they say
License and registration, please.
license and registration?
Well, and even, I mean, the guy who was the killer in the Idaho college murder thing, like so much of that case was put together because of cars and registration and cell phone pinging and like all these kinds of different ways of, it just seems like with gun registration, like not
Yeah, but
having
that only
gun
works if
registration.
you can find the gun, right? I don't know how often they find guns, related to crimes.
I mean, they find finding the murder weapon is like top priority. They find them a lot.
No, I know it. I'm
Yeah.
not saying, yeah, it is, but I'm saying I don't know how often they find them is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, that guy left his sheath there. It wasn't even a gun thing. So, and his DNA on the sheath. So major fuck up.
Right. Don't leave your DNA in the sheath, everybody.
Look, how much worse do you think crime would be if we weren't registering automobiles? If we were like, we need a privacy thing. We can't register our cars and automobiles. It's privacy, right?
Right. Probably be worse.
Yeah.
Junebug for $2 says they are part of the FBI and CIA, etc. I don't know who you're referring to. If you're referring to the Twitter or something, but Cameraman 502 for $5 says Sitch. Do you not think that private action can become state action per court doctrine, especially the entanglement exception? Of course it can. I wouldn't disagree with that. Of course it can. The question is, you have to show Twitter, being compelled by the state to do that, essentially, right? And I haven't seen evidence of that. Especially since by Matt Taibbi and Schellenberg's own admission that Twitter, only followed the government's recommendations for TOS violations, in like, was it 50%, 40% of the time? And then we see no threat, we see no manifestation of a threat against Twitter. I don't see how that's compelling them to do anything. So, but I agree, if there was a compel, obviously it would be entangled. So, Arith Messiah, thanks so much for the $5. Says Sitch, I sent you a DM on Twitter, links included. YouTube is striking smaller YouTubers for misinformation if they show new January 6th footage. Yeah, thank you. I saw your DM about this.
Yeah, I think Lofty Pixels DM'd me as well on. I think he might have even got like a strike, which is totally fucked up.
Wow. Yeah, it says, I want to give you a heads up. YouTube is striking smaller YouTubers for talking about January 6th footage. Here's the strikes. That's awful. That's awful. That's totally bullshit. So, but thanks for letting us know in case we were going to look over some of the footage or something.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Thanks
that sucks
for the
that it
heads
happened
up.
to you. Yeah, it really sucks that it happened to you. Spencer for 6 months says you should check out Lex Friedman's talk with Chris Voss. It's up your alley for conversations. S-Class brings the sass. Thank you.
Yeah, totally. Thanks. I'll check out Lex Friedman and Chris Voss.
Chris Voss is a former FBI hostage negotiator.
Oh, maybe I think I might have listened to this one.
It's a recent, just a couple days ago.
Okay. Maybe I haven't.
So,
well, he's had people
crazy
on more than once, so I could
That's
listen
true.
to an old one.
Yeah, I've seen this guy around. I've never seen him talk to Lex, but I'll check it out. Cyborg for $5 says, with Adam's definition of cult in mind, A-Team is a cult and S-Class is the religion. True.
Hilarious. It's funny that came up already.
True.
Now you guys all know what he means. I think that was supposed to be like an inside jab
Inside
at A-Team.
reference. Yeah. And now it's an outside jab at A-Team.
That's okay. We're used to it. We're the underdogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We're used to it.
Loser. Dad.
Oh my God.
Dad's DM for £10 says, Elon could absolutely hide emails that do not support his narrative, that Twitter was an arm of the government. Database size does not make that an impossibility. Yeah, but
that could
wouldn't
happen.
that could happen, I guess. Well, I guess it could happen in theory, but wouldn't Elon, you're saying Elon would hide emails that do not support the narrative? That's what right. I guess it could happen. I'm skeptical that it did happen because it would require him to have key information or knowledge about the specific emails that would show that. Which,
right. And we love Elon, so obviously.
does he care enough to do that?
I mean,
I
he
don't
cared enough to way overpay for Twitter, so I
Well,
don't
there you
know.
go. So yeah, I don't know. I have confidence that he didn't do that. I have gut intuition confidence that he didn't do that. Your friendly FBI agent for $2 says your love for the First Amendment may run deep, but our pockets run deeper. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That's why we love you. Keep the
Wait a minute.
Keep the money coming.
My real mom, Sitch's real mother.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That other
Is
one
the
must have been
Sitch's
fake.
mom on YouTube not real?
Hmm.
What's going on here? My real mother for $2 says, Sitch, honey, you need to call me. I'm a victim of identity theft.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow.
So there you go. Interesting. Interesting.
Someone stole the identity on the YouTube.
My mother. We'll see. Wow. The plot thickens. The drama thickens.
Yeah. Caffeinated tweaker for $2 Canadian. Oh wait.
Where are you?
I'm on the super chats, but
CT for $2 Canadian says, we love you, Adam. Period. Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Gay. Thank you. Loser Doman for $5 Canadian says, A-Team reigns supreme.
Did we miss Brit Cormier?
I read it when it was during the stream.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
A-Team reigns supreme. Thank you, Lucifer. Thank you so much. Yes, this was when I was talking about how chat just hates my guts and everyone chimed in. It did make me feel better, guys. So
there you go. And Andrew Clark
says A-Team reigns
$2.
supreme. Look at that.
There you go. There you go. And related, Andrew Clark from $2 just now says it's not easy being A-Team. It's an adventure. There you go.
What do you mean?
There you go.
Come on, A-Team's got the easy life.
Because you're the underdogs.
Oh yeah,
right.
That's okay.
Britt Cornmere for $20 says Sitch. Again, yes, they should have asked for the White House stuff. However, remember Schumer saying, quote, you take on the intelligence community and they have 6 ways from Sunday getting back at you. Yeah, I know. I know.
All of these.
I know.
All of these politicians are scared to death because they're like, they're going to torpedo my next election.
Well, the Republicans aren't scared at all. What do you mean? They've completely jumped on board, head first onto the deep state narrative.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? It's almost like they're not afraid of
They're not afraid of
doing
slightly.
anything.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, God isn't real. Ha! They're the deep state atheists.
Yeah, they're not even remotely afraid of anything.
Huh.
So
That's a little contradictory to their narrative, isn't it?
it is a little bit. It is a little bit, right? Now, to be fair, to be fair to the Republicans, you could make a counter argument that if they all come out against the FBI, it's not like they can retaliate against everyone. So,
yeah.
Anyway, Fudgicle for $2 Canadian. Thank you so much for your first ever super chat. Thank you, and thank you again for the other $2 Canadian. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, I'd respect him more if it was a setup for a D studies joke.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what he should have said in the middle. He said, Matt Taibbi, have you seen
These studies?
this study? And he said, what study? And he said, these studies. And he stood up and pointed to his dick.
Right.
That would have been pretty based. That would have been pretty based.
Yeah.
Listen, if one of the representatives did that, I believe everything they said afterwards. It doesn't matter what they said. Completely contradict everything I believe, but I would believe them after that.
He had his cool color copies there. He's like, look, these studies.
Oh no, see, what if he said the way he should have done it was he should have said, have you seen this study? I have this picture behind me. Have you seen the study? No. And then he pulls the picture off and it's just a picture of him doing the suck it motion. The stone cold suck it motion. It says D studies.
That would have been great.
Would have been pretty based.
That would have made this even more respectable.
That's true. Actual fandom. Hey, thank you so much. Our good friend, Actual Fandom.
Oh,
Dang.
yeah.
Thanks
That
so
piece
much.
of shit.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
No, I'm laughing at you. I'm like, our good friend, Actual Fandom. And you're like, yeah, that piece of shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Shit, yeah. For $2 says, I have been collecting information to see who has had a negative interaction with Matt Taibbi followers. I intend not to use this to cancel him, but to show him the information so that he'll reconsider doing his job.
Oh my, I know. Did you see that guy? Gavin McGinnis, like, did he pee all over his desk or something? I'm like, I did see that. That's a big commitment to a joke. I don't know if I'm gonna whiz on my desk.
Well, it wasn't pee; it was water or something. But still, it was pretty.
Hold on a second.
Did Gary
how
get in
does
trouble
water
for it?
how does water come out of his dick?
It was a fake dick.
Was it?
Everyone in the replies are saying it was fake. I didn't zoom in to check myself.
Well, I mean,
so for those that don't know what we're talking about, so Gavin McGinnis was on
Friday Night Tights.
Was on Friday Night Tights. And in the middle of it, he says, oh my God, I gotta go. And he stood up with what appeared to be his dick out, peeing everywhere. And he runs off screen.
Look, he's whizzing all over his desk.
Right.
And I got to admit, like, it's a funny joke. It's like, oh, I forgot to pee. I have waited too long.
Well, so now I didn't zoom in because I'm looking at a little Twitter video. All the replies were saying it was fake.
Right.
So I'm assuming it was fake. I don't know if anyone
Well,
watched
how
it.
did they know it was fake? It was like,
I mean, they're assuming it looked fake if they looked at it.
Are you thinking they zoomed in and it said like fake wee wee on it or something?
That's what it is. Yeah. I mean, you can usually look at a little dick and know if it's like a prosthetic dick or a real dick. I don't know, but.
Oh yeah.
But I actually disagree with you. I don't think it was funny. I think it was actually a horribly shitty thing for Gavin McGinnis to do.
Well, I 100% agree with you. I mean, why would you risk someone else's channel? Like, that's like, if he was on our channel doing that, I mean, that's not cool.
Right. Because he threatened to strike on Gary's channel.
Well, and like I said, that piece of shit, Actual Fandom, Dane was on Twitter literally advocating for him to lose his channel over that shit.
Yes, he was. He was. Yeah, exactly. So I think it was not a funny joke. I think it was I think it was a really shitty thing to do. So.
Well, I think it was a shitty thing to do, but I think it was a funny joke.
I mean, I guess it was funny. I'm sure when it happened, it was like shocking. I think
look, it's shitty. It's very shitty. You shouldn't risk someone's channel for a joke. But as far as jokes go, I was like, what the fuck?
I think Shadiversity was on the panel and he was like dying of laughter when it happened.
Everyone was dying of laughter.
Well, it seemed like most people were just kind of like stunned.
Yeah.
Gary didn't look very happy about it, which I understand.
I saw Gary's tweet. Gary was like, tweeted out some Star Trek gif, like trying to like shut it down, basically.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Because I'm sure that's a way like, censors, how do we stop?
Right.
Wait, what? Gary's almost to 1 million subs. Like, that's fucking terrifying.
It is terrifying, yeah.
I mean, it'd be terrifying for us if we have like 40,000.
Of course.
I mean, yeah, we don't want to lose our channel.
Yeah, so pretty shitty thing. Grendel in the chat says, if it wasn't fake, the video wouldn't still be up. Yeah, I assume that's true.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can do it with as long as it's a fake wang. It looks like a real wang. What is the difference between doing it with a fake Wang and a real Wang?
Well,
If
one is a violation of TOS and one probably isn't.
So if I
That's the
wanted,
difference.
so if I wanted to put like a suit on that was just a naked woman that looked exactly like a naked woman and do naked yoga, I could do that all day long, and it's not because it's not a real woman, even though it looks exactly like a real.
I mean, I'm assuming there's some. I'm assuming you can still get in trouble depending on how good it looks.
That's
right?
just silly.
But what do you, well, I mean, what do
Well,
you
no,
mean?
thankfully that's the case. I mean, it's insane, but thankfully that's the case because
Right.
otherwise he would be in trouble. I guess maybe he would lose his channel if he really peed. Yeah, I don't know. What a weird world.
Dish. I can't do murder face anymore. I lost it. I don't know what happened.
Murder face.
I can't, guys. Today piss everybody. I can't do it. I don't know what happened. It's gone.
Guys, it's me, Murderface.
Why you guys don't respect me? It goes in the cartman. I don't know what's happening here.
Why don't you guys respect me?
Nobody respects my baselines. Planet Piss was a good song.
You're right. It's just
I lost it.
wow.
It's gone.
You were on a roll the other day.
I know. I don't know what happened. I'll get it back. I'll have to listen to some murder.
Look, the murder face emoji is like one of the crowd pleasers.
I know.
Every time Doomer shows, every time I see murder face, I'm like, oh, Doomer must be in chat. They're like, just Doomer.
Right. Got to
so
drag
bad.
it. Yeah, I know. I'm going up too high. I don't know what's going on, but
I feel kind of bad.
gosh. No, if I go down too much, I don't know. I'll work it out. I'll figure it out. I know this is very important to everybody.
Yeah. Probably not. But
Soldoge for $2 says, let me distract you from this with a true story. I'm talking to a lawyer friend in LA. In LA State?
Louisiana.
Thank you. Apparently, a relatively young attorney got caught by a judge using ChatGPT for a civil case. Dude got reamed on record because chat was wrong? ?
yeah, that's the thing.
That's
I mean,
funny.
I've signed up for an account just to play around with it, and it lies like a rug.
Right.
Shit I know is obviously not true.
Well, it depends. So in the situation you're talking about, it depends how he used it. Like if I don't think it'd be right for the judge to criticize him if he just used ChatGPT to like punch up whatever he was saying to make it sound better. But that would be different than like if he got ChatGPT to just say something and he didn't fact check it and it was wrong. So that was pretty funny. Interesting. That's going to happen a lot.
Sad.
A lot of lawyers are going to be starting to use ChatGPT.
We can use it on his resume now.
Yep. There you go. Jane, the one. J Mac, thanks so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Circuit Father J Mac. Bowser5678 for $10 says Jim Baker removed the mention of the Hunter Biden laptop censorship from the Twitter files to try and protect the FBI. Even if you no longer work for the government, you still have access to the tools. Well, first of all, thanks so much, Bowser, for the first super chat. Secondly, is that true or is that your theory? Because I don't remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
So, and obviously Jim Baker's been fired now, so any influence he had over preventing them from getting stuff is gone now. And I thought, I don't remember, I thought Matt Taibbi said that he didn't think Jim Baker actually censored them from getting anything that he was aware of. So I don't know if he changed on that, but
changed his mind.
Or maybe he received new evidence. I don't know. I mean, I could definitely believe that happened. PC for $2 says, no, the timing could reveal his contact.
Yeah,
the
that's
timing.
what I said.
But why? I don't understand why. Why would it? Again, I don't understand it. Everyone knows it was Elon. Unless they're asking for like the specific
there's a
Twitter
liaison
engineer,
between him and Elon.
Right. Well, okay, we just say that. Just say I'm not gonna tell you that.
He did.
Okay. Genie paying for $5 says the Twitter files are in the computer. Grabs the rock. Let me in. I need the data. I bought my sweet baby rays, and I'm going to eat from that fat Substack.
Hell yeah. Yum, yum.
Did you know that, Adam? The Twitter files are in the computer.
Yeah. That's where you store all your files.
A good Zoolander reference.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh, I
that from
remember.
Zoolander?
Yeah, I do remember
The
that.
files are in the computer.
Right.
Crackademic agent for $2.
Oh, wow. Great handle.
Look at that. Crackademic agent. Whatever. Oh my God. Academic agent's gone down some bad roads, I guess, since we last talked to him.
No, he's
or
doing
never talked to him since we last looked at him. They
on
never
the
came out and
crack
talked to us.
road.
Says Shivers. Sitch. I need to get some more candy. Please share the gold around your neck. Please not the fake one. I promise to pay you back. Sargon told me no because it violates the sanctity of the soul. Well, listen, crackademic. I will use my Jew gold to pay for you.
I can't believe you're saying that.
To get help, but not to get crack. Okay. If you get help, I will use my Jew gold to pay for it. All right.
What about me? Can I try some crack?
I was gonna say, I thought you were saying, can I get some of that Jew gold?
No, I want the crack.
No, okay. You can have crackademics crack. How about that?
Look, I could really use. I'm so exhausted right now. I could use a little pick me up. I don't care where.
Stop it. Drink some coffee.
I blame daylight savings. Look, if I have to do crack, it's because of daylight savings. Okay, it's not my fault.
Oh my God! Remember?
Look, it's really 11:30 right now.
No, it's not. It's 1:30.
I know. But it's really 2:30.
Do you remember the famous meme song "I'm on Crack" that featured a black homeless guy?
No, but can we play it?
It's great. I'm sure it's copyrighted. It was a Mike Diva song. It was hilarious. I'm sure he would be ultra mega canceled for that song today.
Oh yeah.
You need to play that GIF or that video clip.
Yeah,
that
I'll
CT
bring it
made.
up. So. See if I can find it.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, so much of tribalism is crowing about perceived hypocrisy of the opposing tribe. The Democrats' position is not, quote, private companies can do what they want. Their actual position is private companies can do what they want. Is private companies can do what they want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you mean by that. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that. North FEC for $2 says 8 Twitter, 8 feds, 8 government. Love Fox, love mask, love Musk, not mask. Love gas stove, simple as. Well, there you go. Thank you, North. Thank you. Stug for $2 says, no, Sitch. The all-red guy was saying that in 2020 to 2021, before Elon bought Twitter, hate crimes increased because Hitler bought Twitter in 2022. Oh, there you go. There you go. More evidence of the Elon Musk time machine. That's the real story here.
Yeah, it's got to be true. Don't fight it.
Yep. Christian Baller for $10 says, we need to start pointing out that a lot of leftist language arguments are just Sordy's paradox, which has many solutions. Also, Adam, show the meme I DM'd you.
Who said that?
Christian Baller.
Oh, okay.
So, Sordy's paradox is the question of like when he had like this thought experiment. When you have a heap of sand or wheat or something, I don't know what it was in the original thing. You have a heap of sand. If you take it out grain by grain, when does it no longer constitute a heap? Right. And so there's no clear answer to that. So then it's sort of like, so then someone who maybe is being a sophist will say, well, if you can't give me an exact number of when the grains no longer become a heap, then there's no such thing as a heap, right? But that's not true, because we know there's a concept of a heap and it exists. right? And so they
Yeah.
kind of do this with gender. This is kind of where you're getting at. They kind of do this with gender, where it's kind of like if there's boundaries of the category that are kind of blurry or fuzzy, they make the argument that they know that the category doesn't exist, but that's not true. So, so fuck them.
Yeah,
But yeah,
a bunch of
that's
lies.
what it is. Sorty's paradox. Oh, did you bring up the thing? Are you playing it with sound?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I will if I rewind it. This is pretty good. Ready?
CT, stop sending super chats. CT, stop sending super chats. CT, stop sending super chats.
That's pretty
There you
good.
go. There you go.
That's pretty good. Look at
This
CT's
is
haul. Jeez, CT's
I know, look at
like
that.
loaded.
I don't think we paid you all that much. CT. Maybe we paid you that one stack, right? That one clip.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is every Sunday and Tuesday. Yep.
It's
Stop
just
paying us.
raking it in.
I know. Stop it.
CT, stop sending super chats.
I sent her like 5 versions of me saying that differently.
Oh, really? That's what she wanted? Oh, I thought she clipped it out of a stream or something.
No. Christian, number the one. Netcat Media for 2 says FBI should need a court order to take down things. I mean, they might. Well, I don't know if they do, actually. That's a good question. Well, they probably do need a court order if. What do you mean by that? Do you mean they need to have a court order to ask to take down something? Because they don't. I'm assuming they could just ask you to do whatever they want. You don't have to do it. They need a court order to compel Twitter by law to take down something, I imagine. So.
Oh my god! I made the mistake of looking at Christian Baller's Twitter page.
Well,
There's like ridiculous deep fakes of me on there.
That's this whole Twitter timeline.
No, thankfully it's not his whole Twitter timeline, but I was looking for the meme he wants me to show, but it doesn't look like he tweeted it out. Funny.
Another one, Rise the Bus.
And another one gone, and another one gone.
Another one, Rise the Bus. My
Hey.
favorite Weird Al.
I know. Can't believe you're forcing me to listen to it.
Cedar's Bucket of Gum for $5 says, learned on DP's show today, assuming David Pakman, that apparently you can't run third party in many states if you lose a primary. Sore loser laws or something like that. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Really? Really? Oh, that's why Sitch was pushing. He knew that Trump really can't run third party. He can't
You found me out.
He can't run third party because he's like can't even be on the ballot in a bunch of states.
68% of our chat said you should double or nothing me, Adam. Don't be a pussy.
Right. Look at that. Thank you, Sam Cedar's Bucket of Gum.
Well, wait a minute. That doesn't mean he can't run. I mean, he can run. That just doesn't mean he won't win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Did Sam Cedar send you that? I feel like I'm looking at the wrong super chat now.
Did Sam Cedar send me that? No, Sam Cedar hasn't sent me it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my God. Andrew Clark made these horrific Sitch AI pictures that are like terrifying. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
You see these things? These are terrifying. They're in the Discord fan art section. My God. Scary. Scary stuff.
Oh, no. I don't want to look at them then.
Okay. You got to bring them up.
I'm trying to keep up on the super chats.
Okay.
Sam Cedar's Bucket of Gum did send that.
Yeah, he did. I thought you were asking me something different.
Sammy G.
I read that one. That was the wear a maid outfit.
Oh,
She
yeah.
makes the bed. Read the Andrew Clark one, or that one, or that one, that one. Andrew Clark for $2 says latest conversation with FD was super awesome. Well, thank you.
Really?
It was interesting too.
I think he might have been met not so erudite because I brought her up in our conversation with FD.
Oh, well, there you go. Thank you.
It might
but
not
I'll
be
check
us.
it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. Ostracy for $20 says Sitch triggered me all Sitch triggered me all night while I build this damn factory. I do think Sitch is seeing a lot of what he wants to see, but I still listen for the comedy. Well, thank you, Ostracy. Thank you.
Yeah.
CT for another 2 Canadian. CT, stop sending me super chat. CT for 2 Canadian says, we love you too, Sitch, period. Well, thank you, CT. I appreciate it.
Everyone loves.
Thank you.
Loves you, Sitch. Even the people
That's
you
not
hate.
true. Lucifer the Doberman for five. Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, "I love ragging on you, Sitch, but I love you and will always have your back." Oh,
Yeah, look at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, "May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Will the real Adam please stand up?"
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please?
It's a great song.
Yeah, I love that song. Slim Shady.
Grendel Vivat for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says, really enjoy the back and forth regarding the smoking gun. Sadly, I don't think we'll ever have a definitive answer.
Yeah, that's the sad part. But, I mean, we all know that the wink took place. Sitch is just, he's got a lot of cope he's got to deal with in his regular life. So,
that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. We'll never know. That's the sad part.
There you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, did you hear what Biden says about goth girls? I did.
No way. No way.
You gotta support Biden now.
What'd he say?
He put out a video teaching viewers how to pick up big titty goth chicks.
No way. Okay, so
He did,
someone
yeah.
did a deep fake.
No, it was real.
Andrew
it was
Clark
definitely
did it.
not a deep fake.
Andrew Clark must have done a deep fake.
A real video. A real video. I think we're gonna
Andrew Clark for $2. FD was great because no strawman nor agreement. You still didn't tell us if you were talking about erudite or our last conversation with FD. So
or both.
Yeah.
Christian Baller for $5 says, thoughts on the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once? It just won Oscar for Best Picture and deservedly so in my opinion, probably in my top 10 of all time.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Yeah.
We talked about this very briefly. Neither of us have seen it yet, so.
But I wanted to see it when I saw the first preview of it. I just haven't. What's it on? Can I watch it now? I mean,
I assume it's somewhere on streaming. But
look, I have almost all the services, but I'm gonna draw the line at Peacock. I'm not getting fucking Peacock.
Yeah, Peacock's a little much. Andrew says our conversation with FD. He was talking, so thank you. He was talking.
Oh, nice.
Andrew for $2 says, have on who you want, but I drawn the line at cock. Well, there you go.
Who's cock?
Gavin's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was not cool. Which
Andrew
is
Clark
funny
for $2
because
says, oh, what?
I mean, if Gavin wanted to come on the show, I would just be like, probably not. Like,
yeah.
But before that, I probably would want to have him on the show.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So
Andrew Clark
sad.
for $2 says, set me straight if I'm off, but every example of, quote, whiteness I've heard is just WASP culture, usually upper class WASP. Is this a coincidence? If not, should this be called out or highlighted? No, I think you're correct, Andrew. That seems to be the case for, well, not all of it, but I think most of what people mean when they say white culture is. Because they're not talking about rednecks when they say white culture, are they? Of course not.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, so. That is accurate. Mahler, hey Mahler, thank you so much for the $2. Mahler, definitely the real Mahler, says, "Hey guys, I have to say I'm quite upset with you two.
Oh,
All this time, and you haven't invited us on for the Fight Club video you promised to do. I was really looking forward to it and feel like you snubbed us at EFAP." Well, there you go. There you
So
go.
true. Yeah, that's
There you
right.
go.
That's
That
what
was
we're trying to do,
definitely the
Mahler.
real Mahler. Yeah. And then the real Rag says, a $2 says, "Yeah, guys, it's pretty low. I don't know why you just won't have us on to go do the show. It would be fun, and we're really looking forward to it." Fringy was especially hoping to do it, unless you've changed your mind, Fringy. And then Fringy for $2 says no in his trademark Fringy way. "I've never changed my mind about this. I've always said that I just know that Sitch and Adam wouldn't snub us. I was just saying I couldn't do it this week. You got too drunk again and didn't listen, Rags. Ha ha." So there you go.
Wow.
Mahler, Rags, and Fringy, definitely for real, definitely gave us $6 to tell us to do the Fight Club stream with them. So there you go.
Sounds like we're all in big trouble too
We're all in big trouble. Wow.
for snubbing them like we did.
There you go.
What
There you
bitches
go.
we are. Jeez.
I know. I know. I did it intentionally. I said to Adam, I said, "Listen, fuck Mahler.
Yeah.
Fuck Rags."
Oh
But
my
I like
God.
Fringy. You can have Fringy on. I know Adam hates Fringy, but
Oh my God. It's like the best clip ever.
I said, fuck them all. They can 100% are not allowed to ever come on the show again.
Yeah.
Especially
You know how Sitch likes
the
to
Fight
ban
Club
people.
video.
Yeah.
So
Sitch is just ban happy.
you
He
go.
wants to ban everyone.
that's right. I banned them from the show forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Look, they don't even understand the power of conflict. Why do we even have them on the show to begin with? That's my question.
Actually, we should invite Rags on to do not that video, to do that Pillar of Garbage video. That's fucking insane.
Oh yeah, that video is crazy.
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask Rags if he wants to do that one.
Why are there so many lunatics on the internet, Sitch? What is it about the internet that just attracts insane people?
It's a soapbox, that's why.
Oh, okay. I guess you're right. They're like, listen, I need to find my people, my insane, crazy people. Where are they? Oh, the internet. Here, let me turn it on.
I mean, what's the fun of being insane if no one's going to listen to you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You want other insane people to be around so you don't feel so lonely.
Yeah, Andrew Clark for $2 says, "As it will come as a surprise to no one, Dane turns out to be completely bad faith. SK nuked his bridge with him from orbit, posting a Twitter thread full of group DMs.
No
Watching
way.
The dumpster
Really?
fire has been fun."
That does sound fun because SK
Really?
was the guy from EFAP, right? And they were trying to lure him in so he could talk a bunch of shit about Mahler and those guys. And then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh wait," he figured it out. He's like, "Oh my God, they're just using me."
What is SK's Twitter?
I don't
follow
know.
him.
I don't know. It's Southpaw and SK, right? Those are the two.
Yeah.
They were on because I followed Dane's channel. Dane and Organized Chaos. I've subscribed to both those channels, which I don't. They do the stupidest thing. It's so dumb. I mean, it's the dumbest thing in the world. They only got like 50 subscribers between them, like 50 live viewers between them.
Mm-hmm.
So they stream each on their own channel at the same exact time. So it splits the 50 up between the two of them. So it's only like 25 people in each chat. It's like,
Hey, I found it.
It's like, dude, why don't you just stream on one of your channels? So weird.
His Twitter is @shittier_K.
No way.
That's his.
Shittier K, that's his name. That's what SK stands for.
Yes. Well, on Twitter.
It's like Special K, but not as good.
Right.
You ever done Special K?
I've never done that. No, Adam.
Okay.
No. God. You're right. What the fuck?
You've never done ecstasy either, right?
I'm not gonna read these on stream without reading them first because there's some wild shit that's being talked about here. So
Well, just give us a tease.
I can't
taste.
even give you the I can't even
It's that bad? What did he do? He asked for like
just some
dick pics or
weird
something?
personal shit that's being talked about. So
Look, they had a furry sex relationship or something and
right,
it went haywire.
that's exactly it. Yeah.
He's like, look, I've been wearing the suit for like a week now, and you said you'd wear.
I don't know, something about drug addiction. So
Pariah Carey knows. He's like, Special K is wild. Oh, the K hole. Look, everyone. Look, how come all the people in our chat are 10 times cooler than you, Sitch?
what are you talking about?
It's funny. Whenever like anime or video games come up, Sitch just totally knows that I'm lost. Even though I
Oh, the fact that I don't do drugs.
I
Is
wing
that
it.
what you're?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as soon as I start talking about the K hole, now
There you go.
who's lost?
Ah, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Come on, Sitch. You're
Anyway.
like at a seedy nightclub stuck in the K hole.
Jesus Christ. Anyways,
is that
I'll check
it?
that out.
Oh,
No,
nice.
that's not it. Andrew Clark. I read the one. ESG racism transphobia. Thank you so much, ESG, for $2. Says, we are ERT. Soon the world will know us and fear us even more than they already do.
Ouch.
There you go. ERT is the next variation. Dotums for $2 says, Adam, you're mixing up Silvergate, that was the crypto-friendly bank that went into voluntary receivership, and the Silicon Valley Bank, who banked 50% of startups and had bank run for a couple of reasons.
Oh, am I? Maybe I am.
So there you
go. I'll look into that. No, because I thought both of them were crypto banks.
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to do a little investigation here and find out. You read another super chat.
3x3 Nilo for $2 says master-slave dialectic is Hegelian originally. No? So yes, but that's a different thing. That's not what Nietzsche was talking about in the master-slave thing. So, I mean, I don't know if they're... when was Hegel and when was Nietzsche? I don't know if they were... wasn't Nietzsche... When was Nietzsche? Was that before Hegel? I don't know the dates for any of these fucking people. 1844. When was Hegel? Were they contemporary? Were they was he inspired? No, so Hegel was before Nietzsche, so he could have been inspired. I don't know if he was inspired. I don't remember. Do you remember if he talked about that in the book? Adam is doing his own thing.
Oh no, maybe it is the Silvergate Bank that I'm thinking of.
Right.
Okay.
But I know. So when Hegel talks about the master slave thing, he's talking about how like there are two worlds, two versions of reality. There's the master's reality and the slave's reality. And the master only knows the master's reality because that's what he perceives, and the slave has access to both the master reality because he has to service the master, and also the slave's reality of the world because that's the reality he lives. And that's kind of, that idea is the justification for standpoint theory and the intersectionality privilege Olympics that we kind of see, where you have to listen to whoever's the most underprivileged person, and white people need to shut the fuck up. That's different than the Nietzsche master-slave religion concept, where he's basically, his idea was, he was saying that Christianity is a slave religion, that Christianity and Judaism is a slave religion that basically had its ideas founded or rooted in the idea of being a slave, and that's why meekness and nonviolence were held up to be a virtue, and strength was looked upon negatively. And so Nietzsche's point was, he understands why Christians and even Jews in certain time periods would value these traits, but he thinks that they're reprehensible and bad. And he wants us to get rid of, Nietzsche wants us to get rid of the slave mentality of having meekness be a value, and wants us to go back to strength being a value. So,
right. He also doesn't think logic is a strength. a reason,
No.
a rationality.
Nietzsche didn't seem big on the whole logic and reason.
Right.
He seemed kind of shitty. I'm not a huge Nietzsche guy. I wasn't very familiar with him, but he seemed kind of shitty from this book. So
Yeah, kind of a narcissist.
yeah, seemed kind of narcissistic. I'm very curious if he was alive, if he had, because he died in like he died in 1900 exactly. I'm very skeptical if Nietzsche lived through World War II. I think he would have changed his opinion on his philosophy.
Oh yeah.
So. Well, I don't know. I'm sort of doing it secondhand. So secondhand from John Hicks, he was implying or saying directly that Nietzsche was saying it was not just antiquated, but bad. So anyways.
Thanks for the correction on the Silvergate, guys.
There you go. Brian Townsend for $20 says, okay, Sitch, here's another round. Thank you so much. It's 2024. America's crying out for leadership. We need a hero. We need a savior. An unbeatable team to bring us back to the light. Will it be Vegeta, President Vegeta with Vice President Tifa Lockhart, or Goku and Riku? Dun, dun, dun.
That's a tough one. It's like plus and minuses for both of them. So,
well,
I don't know any of those pluses or minuses, but I know there are.
So, I mean, listen, that's a very easy one. I gotta go with Vegeta, obviously. I want to see Vice President Tifa on the news every day.
Oh,
and you know she's going to be out there. She's going to be out there in her little business suits with a little bit of cleavage popping out, doing vice presidential things, and you know we're all going to be much happier for it, right? That's an easy one. That was the easiest choice ever. Come on, Bryant. You need to step up your game. Easy.
He's super addicted to Tifa.
Do I want absent-minded Goku, who's not going to be there to be president, with Riku, who's like an idiot?
What?
Well, listen, Riku's well-meaning, but she's not very smart.
Is it Rihoko or Rico?
Riku. You don't know. This is a character from Final Fantasy X.
Oh, okay.
Not from Kill la Kill.
Okay.
So
that's Rihoko.
Yeah. Nietzsche snorted coke every day, so that's where the narcissism probably entered the equation.
Oh yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it right there.
That'll do it. WTF 1A for $10 says day 4 of spreading the lore that is foamy. There you go.
Fear of missing out. Yeah.
No, the Foamy the Squirrel. Did you ever check it out?
Oh, I did. Yeah, it was great.
Sitch, can you explain Pillsy the Squirrel to Adam or the Goth or any of the other squirrels? Did you actually watch a Foamy video?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. How'd you feel? You liked it?
Yeah, it was adequate.
Okay, adequate. Wow.
What do you mean?
That's a very
that's a high rating and
adequate. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thoth says Nietzsche was long dead with brain cancer by World War II. However, his sister was still alive and joined the Nazi party. Hitler visited and attended her funeral. Wow. Well, maybe I take it back. Maybe he would have been on board with the Nazis.
Wow.
There you go. Now, President Goku, Vice President Joe Rogan. Now that is a ticket I could believe in. Okay. That's a ticket I could believe in.
Joe Rogan?
Goku with Joe Rogan, that is the ultimate 2024, 2028 ticket. Yeah. Now, if you were to say Goku and Lulu, well, I think I'm going to have to go with Goku and Lulu. I think you found the one contender. I think Lulu beats Tifa. I hate to say it, but you can't beat Lulu.
What? Explain the Foamy the Squirrel stuff. I did watch it, but I mean, it wasn't really like sinking in. I mean, it's like a funny cartoon squirrel.
Nietzsche was against anti-Semitism. He actually admired the Jews, supposedly.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different squirrels. I don't know what to explain.
Okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of different scrolls that all have different personalities, different relationships. Foamy's the main one, and then it's him and the girl are the main characters of Foamy. So,
all right.
I mean, I'll admit it's been years since I've seen Neurotically Yours, so I don't remember all the different lore between all the characters. But...
Oh, okay. I mean, I watched one, so
yeah,
and it was basically just like a short.
Yeah, they're just these short little.
But it didn't have like a twist ending or anything.
Oh, okay.
He didn't come out and
explode.
Yeah, or proclaim he's trying to take over the world or anything.
There you go. Adam doesn't care if it doesn't have a twist ending. He's a very simplistic.
Well, I'm a plot guy, and it seemed like a Saturday Night Live skit type deal.
Right.
But maybe I'm missing something.
Well, listen, you can look up Lulu, and that will keep you interested until we finish the rest of Super Chats.
Lulu who?
Just look up Lulu and then type in FFX.
Lulu FX. FXX? Oh, FX. Okay. It came up. Cosplay. Oh, yeah.
I'll keep you interested.
Should I do the cosplay?
You should do the Lulu cosplay, yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, yeah, she's on the S-Class cover.
Yes, she is. She is.
I know this girl.
Adam's like, yeah. I know her well.
Look, I had to draw her.
There you go.
Yeah. Look. Holy moly. This isn't cosplay. This is like This is like
cosplay.
Yeah, no costume play.
There you go. State of undress play.
Wow, this girl kind of looks like this girl kind of looks like Sammy G. Is that Sammy G? Because Sammy G does cosplay.
Is there a Sammy G Lulu out there?
Uh-oh. Sammy, did you do a cosplay as Lulu?
Andrew Clark for $2 says Oh, I read that one. That was Andrew Clark for $2 says, I sent you the thread, Adam. Check your DMs.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, read the last one, Sitch. I did. What do you mean? I read it. I'm assuming he sent you the thread, the SK thread. That's what he meant.
Oh, he sent it to me?
I don't know. Did he? I'm asking.
Who am I looking at DMs for?
Andrew Clark.
Andrew Clark. Let's see. Tribute to boobs. Andrew. What is this?
Got him.
Oh, is that what I'm supposed to not be looking at?
I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, here. Yeah, no, there's an SK thread. The tribute to boobs was after that.
Okay.
Shit, did I just out Andrew?
There you go.
I feel bad.
Read the last post.
Okay, let me see.
Last message in the thread.
You might have harmed Jeb personally. If you think my platform is simply about going after bad behavior, you don't know my morals or the reasons I choose people to criticize. Okay, what's that?
Okay, wait. Let me just read the last one. I don't know. So here's the last one. Here is Dane admitting that he only saw Southpaw and I as sources, meaning any friendly encounters we had beyond us feeding information about EFAP was just a lie, it seems. Whatever, glad I know where your intentions lie. Don't expect me to remain silent about it, though. So the Discord post is Dane talking to SK saying, I see myself as a journalist of sorts. I saw you and Southpaw as sources, and to that end, I should have remained more distanced. It was the first time someone from any of these groups I covered wanted to be open and had the integrity and intellect to do so. In the future, I'll remember I'm not here to make friends. Take care, man. I really do appreciate your input and insight. I just don't feel like defending myself to you.
Shit.
Wait a minute. That's the exact opposite of what SK said. Isn't it?
What do you mean?
So SK says, here he is admitting that he only saw us as sources, meaning any friendly encounters we had beyond us feeding information about EFAP was a lie. But then what he actually says is, I saw you. He does say, I saw you in Southpaw as sources. So that's true. And he says, but to that end, I should have, meaning he did not. I should have remained more distance. It was the first time someone from any of these groups I covered wanted to be open and had the integrity and intellect to do so. In the future, I will remember I'm not here to make friends. So that sounds like, to me, he is saying that he felt like he
Regrets
did
having
become.
sex with SK?
That's what it sounds like. That he regrets having sex with SK.
Because that's what it sounds like to me.
That is what it sounds like. So.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, so that's what it. So I'm not sure. I'd have to read the fuller context of this whole thing to understand, because I don't even understand what they're arguing about. But I mean, that seems to sort of say he's saying that he thought SK was his friend and he regrets it because he wanted to view them as sources, which is weird and fucked up. I agree with that part. But
This is the weird thing because people don't even see people as people. I would just feel awful about. I could not. Look, there are really horrible people out there, but
sure.
I don't. It's just not in my wheelhouse to kind of like manipulate them into using them for my ulterior motives.
Right.
Like you end up dirty in that situation. Right?
Sure.
I guess some people can.
Listen, if you're triggered about the Nietzsche thing, I literally said I haven't read any books about it. It's secondhand from Stephen Hicks, and I'm assuming that Stephen Hicks is being accurate in his explanation of Nietzsche.
Look, are people they're like trying to protect Nietzsche?
Someone was, but
oh, really?
I mean, and I've heard the whole slave religion thing from Nietzsche. The reason part of why I assume that that's true from Stephen Hicks is because I've heard that repeated by other philosophers and other white nationalists, including
Richard Spencer, who we just talked about.
Right. But no, what's his name? Quack's favorite.
Oh, Evola.
Evola, yeah, Evola definitely says all that shit too. So anyway. Stock for $2 says another issue with the gun/bullet registration that I thought of later is that I doubt that it would help I doubt it would even help with mass shootings, which is a big issue with this stuff. Mass shooters seem to want to be known to make a point. Well, okay, so that's true. And I've always said, whenever I talk about any sort of gun regulations, I've always said anything that I talk about will not prevent mass shootings at all. At all. So yeah, it wouldn't help with that at all. Because yeah, usually they plan to get caught or kill themselves. So obviously that's not really the issue. When I look at gun crime, I don't look at mass shootings as the big thing to stop, because they're even though they're horrible fucking things, they are the rare exceptions. They're the minority of gun crime that happens in the country. So usually, they're obviously mass shootings are fucking awful, but so yeah, I don't think I'll be honest, and I don't think people want to say this. I don't think there's a way to stop all mass shootings. I don't think that's possible without an outright ban of all guns, which I don't agree with. So that's why I think it's so feckless when I hear people say, like, we have mass shootings, we need to have an assault rifle ban or something, or assault weapons ban, which is like, I don't know, it's completely
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like, well, okay, that's.
Then they want.
Wasn't,
Isn't ironic?
Yeah, so even if you had that, or when they say assault weapons, because it's kind of a term that's stupid, even if what they meant by that was modern sport rifle guns, it's like, okay, you can commit a mass shooting with pistols. Like, it's not like, okay, it's the whole thing's stupid. But.
Which is going to be more effective, a total ban on rifles or praying to God?
Yes.
Look, I'm tired. It's late. Daylight savings fucked me
Stock for
up.
$2 says, actually, I don't know about the gun thing or not. It depends on how this plays with the gun sales regarding, which I forgot what your claim was. Well, I don't even remember what you're regarding to what my claim was because I forgot. And I'm too tired. Some weird guy for $2 says, try this one out for size. President Goku with Vice President Lex Luthor. Oh my God.
Wow.
Versus President Cell and Vice President Brawley. Pick your poison. Okay, wait, that's easy. That's so easy. Okay. You can't pick President Cell and Vice President Brawley because they would be totally fine with blowing up the fucking planet. Now, Goku would be absent-minded, and he would be easy to be tricked by Luther. And even though Vice President Luther would obviously use the position of power for very nefarious reasons, he doesn't want to blow up the entire planet. He wants to run it. So I'm going to have to go with Goku and Vice President Lex Luthor. And at least at the end of the day, if Goku ever wised up to Vice President Luthor's machinations, he could just beat the shit out of him. Goku ain't no Superman pussy. He'll fly in there and just punch Lex Luthor square in the fucking jaw. So, definitely Goku, Lex Luthor ticket 2024.
Sweet.
Stog for Joe says, okay, since you agree with me, I'll assume that I was right all along. Never mind. There you go, Stog. That is the correct attitude. You were right from the beginning. Andrew Clark for says, Adam, I can't believe you told about the tribute.
I know.
What does Andrew Clark regularly send you a boob tribute or something in your DMs?
It looks like it's like a song or something.
Is it?
Yeah.
Tribute to Booba?
I don't.
Wow.
There's not really even any boobs in here. I'm kind of disappointed, to be honest with you.
I can't believe. Terrible. What WT1A1A for $5 says, Adam, you got 20 years of plot. Where do you want to start? Squirrel Songs, Reset Arc, Life Coach, the list goes on for the Lord. There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Maybe I'll look closer. I mean, last time I was worn out from the stream when I watched it, so.
Hex, I was not referring to you about the Nietzsche stuff. I was talking about someone else.
Oh, yeah.
So relax. Anyways.
Oh, that's it. Finally.
Dodums for $2 says, also, Adam, you should look into Turkey. They cut rates when inflation started. Their inflation rate is currently at 50%.
So they did, because they talk about, the MMT people talk about the Turkey situation all the time. So it looks like they went in the opposite direction.
Their inflation is 50%. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, wait, no, you're saying it's opposite. You're saying they cut rates and the inflation got worse.
Yes.
So you're saying the MMT people are wrong, sounds like.
Yes. But I don't know, what is the situation with Turkey? I mean, I'm assuming they have much different things happening, right?
Yeah, I don't know, obviously.
Well, but look into it. That'd be worth looking into because, yeah, I mean, that would seem to show the MMT people are wrong, right?
I mean, oh, man. Can I just sit and watch the situation going on here with all the stuff that I'm paying attention to anyway, since I'm, like, concerned about
Speaking
our
of being
personal...
so fucking wrong, did you watch that video I sent you?
No, I don't. Look, I don't watch things random people send me on the internet. So.
Random people.
What did you
I'm
send me?
A random person.
Hold on, what are we talking about?
So, Perun, who makes fantastic videos about the war in Ukraine, made a video called Russia's Grand Strategy in Ukraine. Is Putin's war already a strategic failure?
I believe I did watch this.
And he goes...
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't watch this one.
And he kind of goes through, a lot of stuff that I argued about with you and TJ about whether Russia would go through with the war or not if Putin had a crystal ball. He doesn't frame it that way, but that's kind of
okay. Yeah, no, I'll check it out. Did you watch the Peter Zahan video that I sent you? That's like 5 minutes.
I did watch
the video.
It, yes.
Oh, you did?
I did watch it. Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't really contradict anything that I said or that Perun said.
Right.
Because Peter Zahan just saying, well, Russia has a lot more troops than Ukraine does. So, like, they need a ridiculously high kill ratio, essentially, to truly defeat Russia. Forever,
KDR.
right?
They got to get their KDR up.
Yeah, you need a super high KDR. So.
Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, watch the Perun video.
If
you guys are interested, it's Perun, P-E, run.
Look,
Russia's grand strategy in Ukraine. Is Putin's war already a strategic failure?
Look, I just dropped it in the chat.
There you go.
You guys got another hour. You can entertain yourselves here.
Right. Well, it's like 2 hours almost. But...
It's an hour and 9 minutes.
It's like an hour and 40 minutes. We're done.
Russia's
Oh, you're right.
grand
An hour and 9 minutes. I'm
strategy.
high. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
like,
I'm looking at
tired.
the video right now. So
I was like, it's the wrong one.
from 3 weeks
Anyway.
ago.
Andrew Clark for $5 says it's from an anime, Adam. Adam was talking about the anime titty industrial complex. I thought it was funny.
It's hilarious.
Read the Uber Cross Dono.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Did you
How did I
never
miss
read
that?
it?
Mr. Ubercross, thank you so much. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I missed it. Mr. Ubercross, the official lawyer for S-Class and A-Team, for $20. How we almost missed. We almost missed
A $20 super chat from
$20
a
super chat from our
from
lawyer.
a super fan and friend of the show. So
Mr. Ubercross says, I used ChatGPT when I was working on a purchase agreement. It honestly wasn't great, but I was curious what it could do. I felt like it was more effort to give it the details and correct it than to just draft it.
yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get that.
Right.
I did that one picture with Sitch riding the duck. And it couldn't get the fucking bill right. I'm like, Jesus, I'll just draw the bill, you fucking piece of shit. You can't even draw a fucking duck bill. Who can't draw a duck? Sitch can draw a fucking duck bill.
I mean, yeah, I guess I can do that maybe.
Yeah. Come on.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations today. Thank you, Matt Tahibi and Schellenberg, for going to Congress to provide us with some hilarious content. Thank you, Democrat Grandma, for not knowing what a Substack is.
And for being such a bitch.
There you go. There you go. And thank you all, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes, the true masters of free will, the true saviors. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.